Today's episode is sponsored by Prize Picks and my code HMA. Both Brendan and I are sponsored by Prize Picks, which is America's #1 sports app. The app is really easy to use. Just pick more or less, lock in your lineup, go out there and make yourself some money. Prize Picks is available in many of the states in the United States, including Texas and California. Though in Washington, you will still have to use it on a casino's network if you want to use the app in full. They've got a new user offer where if you put down $5 on a lineup, they will get you $50 in lineup when you either use my code, HMA, or simply just click the link down in the description section below. Terms and conditions do apply. Please see their site for details, and always remember to gamble responsibly. Well, hello there, and welcome to the scintillating draft coverage day 3. Dan and me are the last men standing. No, I'm joking. We're going to get some of the other syndicate members on in here, but Dan Vienne's back in the house with me here from Seahawks Forever. Syndicate will be rolling strong today, day 3. How you holding up, Dan?
I'm doing okay. I'm a little surprised. I can hear it in your voice, but you went a little deeper than I did after we got done yesterday with Brendan. Got enough sleep, I think. I'm double fist in Celsius. I got a pile of protein bars here. I'm ready to rock, man.
Should be a fun day, and we only have Seattle picking twice in the 6th round, but we are going to be on top of this throughout the day because you never know when John, he's a maverick, he can be evasive, and so he suddenly jumps up into this round because he's got a player that he just really likes. And then we do, of course, have, after we pick through the 6th round, probably because it's going to be a very active UDFA, you'd have to feel like, Dan, hey, we only picked 4 times. Why are you going to go there? We don't have as many guys here. I mean, there's certain positions like running back. We've talked about that's not going to be the case, but there's some other spots where maybe you can make a bit of that sale on top of having all the 7th round while all those other teams are sitting there picking to make your sales pitch.
I think it's a good point. I think some people lose sight of the fact that it is a recruiting process and it's hotter and heavier than ever. It used to be. It wasn't that long ago that, you didn't start to see these guys being signed until Monday or Tuesday. They sort of shut things down on Sunday night. And now it's like we start getting these leaks from agents before the draft's even over in some cases. But yeah, it's opportunity, right? And if you look at a roster and you go, first of all, it's a great culture. They're a winning team. It's, players love to play in this system. They love to play for Mike McDonald. If you're an edge player, for instance, you're maybe a small school pass rusher or something with some upside, you slip all the way through, you don't get drafted, and you look over at the Seahawks and some of the age in that edge room that we've talked about a lot. They didn't address it earlier in the draft. If I'm an agent, I'm sending my guy there because there's opportunity there, and that's all these kids are looking for.
Some guys to learn from as well as far as vets in the locker room that can help you in that respect. So I just wonder about this UDFA class as much because that first the reason that you can say we didn't have 15 picks. And so, yeah, we have a stacked roster, but there's an opening here. And then the second part being to this, Dan, when it comes to these UDFAs this year, is because this draft seems like it's been so weird and so many picks that are out of pocket and so many guys that probably there's going to be a good collection that probably should be UDFA. But then to the flip side of that, probably good collection of other guys too that should have gotten drafted that probably aren't going to get drafted. Is that a fair outlook on the situation as well, considering how this draft's played out through the first 2 days?
Yeah, it's been weird. I was just going through it just a little bit ago before we got started and kind of just refreshing like team by team and who I thought's had a good class so far and who hasn't. And it's bizarre. We talked last night about how last year everyone seemed to have a good draft. It was a much more balanced draft class all the way through, but the variance this year in the philosophies and the approaches that these teams are taking, we're seeing more reaches than ever. We're seeing guys that were ranked in the hundreds going in the 60s, and it's not just one or two teams. It seems to be kind of widespread. I think it speaks to the quality of the class. First of all, when it's a weaker class, you have to dig a little harder. Like that comment we showed last night, these types of drafts have a chance to elevate some personnel and scouting guys because the ones that can find the needle in the haystack are going to get the kudos that come along with it. And so I think that it speaks to that. And I saw an interesting comment last night from Andrew Brandt, the former Packers executive who's now in the media, and he talked about the impact of NIL. And he said this year in particular, scouts are telling him that day 3 was impacted heavily by NIL, where last year's class, some of the top guys, like the day 2 guys, a bunch of people stayed in school that maybe we were expecting to come out. This year, he said it's the impact. We're feeling it today. And so, that's where we're lacking the depth, but it does put a premium on your evaluation process, puts a premium on your scouting. But man, weirdness is true. And nowhere else is that more evident than right in our own backyard in the NFC West, because I'm still trying. I went back in with an open mind today, trying to figure out what the heck the Rams and 49ers are trying to do. The Cardinals have had a better draft than those two. That might say it all. It's just, I still can't wrap my head around it.
And even they got Carson back at the top of the third round on the books, where you're like, where you go, really, boys? But I mean, it's like, that's less worse, but it's not a homer thing from us, or we're biased because we're Seattle fans and that we want to hate the Rams and Niners. It is legitimately that their fans are sitting there in mass, wringing their hands, pearl clutching, going, and rightfully so. I would be too. I would be apoplectic if this had happened with us in our draft on that, with what those two teams have done, and especially the Rams, with just the ridiculousness of the fact that it's like, it goes to the phrase that pride goeth before the fall, and to have the pride and believe that you can just sort of take picks for future times and that you don't need anything for right now. Even the Ferguson pick last year, he's kind of like Arroyo. It was kind of like, it's a real good, high upside guy, but this is a guy that you're taking as a kind of development cat down the line with your 4 other tight ends on the roster already. It's a little bit of an oddity in roster building that I just feel like is going to come back and bite them on their butt.
Yeah, the Simpson thing, like, look, I see the profile. Like he can, there's an NFL starter in there potentially, but there's no elite traits. And that's just the baffling part of it. We've talked ad nauseum, especially yesterday, because I think the 2 players that they took yesterday were very, they were targeted at, where can we shore up some of the weaknesses on our roster, maybe give us something that we don't have that's going to help us against that passing attack, because that has been sort of an Achilles heel for them. But what makes that so dangerous is you have Matt Stafford, and you have a guy that can thread the needle on those, deep inbreakers that we talk about all the time. Well, that's not Ty Simpson's game. He's more Brock Purdy. He's more timing, rhythm based, and game manager type at best. I think that's his ceiling. That's who you're going to go with with the 13th pick. It would have made more sense to me to try and take a shot later on at a guy who at least you can dream on those traits. Them taking Drew Aller in the 3rd would have made more sense to me, for instance, than a Ty Simpson at 13 when there were other players on the board. Players that we were worried they were going to take because it might have impacted their roster in 2026. But I look at the 3 guys that they did take, and I don't know if any of them really get on the field in any meaningful way at all this year.
I don't think so either. I think that they, good points all of them around on that. I just think that these guys are going to be guys you have to sit on. And you look at NFL history, and this is obviously a deep pull, Dan, to try to think of it this way. Jermad McCoy, by the way, goes off the board with the very first selection by the Raiders in the top of 4th round. Great pick by them.
Traded up to get it. There was some more clarity today on his situation, by the way. I didn't realize this until I saw this report today, but he was practicing with the Vols late in the year. Like, scouts saw him actually practicing. And so the plug thing isn't something that needs to be done right away. He believes he's good to go, that he can be ready for training camp and play this year. And it's just a matter of, at some point, they're going to have to change that plug. And if that doesn't go perfectly, it sounds like it's threading the needle. It's a very tricky procedure. If that doesn't go perfectly, like they're literally taking a piece of bone and cartilage from another place on the knee that's not load bearing and moving it into where that plug is. If that doesn't go well, his career's over. Like, that's the thing here. But if you get, I guess at this point in the draft, it's worth the risk, especially for a team just trying to rebuild. If you get 2 years out of him at an elite level for a 4th round cap hit, I suppose it's worth it at this point.
Well, did they give an impression upon like what the surgery's chances of success for this kind of plug thing that needs to be replaced?
They didn't give any kind of a range of success there. Just that it's new age. It's very revolutionary. There's not a lot of sample size. The Cowboys team doctor is a guy that specializes in this thing. So there was some thought that maybe we see the Cowboys at some point take him. But the Raiders at least, felt it was worth the risk here. And that was the new information for me. that he should be able to play in 2026. And so, maybe it's a little bit more like that Will Johnson situation than we initially thought.
Maybe it's worse probably than Will, it seems like, because Will at least went second round. And you could maybe make the argument with Will, he was kind of an off coverage zone guy, and how you had to kind of use him. Whereas with him, at least Jermad, you can use him all the way around. And he's got a little more size than Will. I think a little more length than Will.
And Will's issue, from what I understand, is more of a it might be a degenerative issue, but it seemed like there was some doubt there. We've heard that before. Tajay Spears, I remember when he came out in the draft, it doesn't have an ACL in one of his knees. He might just be a one contract player. I mean, now we're 3-4 years into it, and he's still making it go. But it's feel for the kid, but good for him. He had to sleep on this for 2 days. At least now he's got a job.
He's got a job, and the Raiders continue to have, outside of really where Mendoza is, I've liked for the most part what they've done. Though even they've had, I think, an oddity pick that you mentioned in there. It's like all these teams in there. They're even, I think, going with one where you go, wait, what were you doing on that one? You guys were going so well there, and then you just kind of went off the rails on that selection. Who did you end up landing at as far as liking the drafts from what you saw so far? Was there a couple teams that stood out to you?
Yeah, let me go back to this. Surprisingly, I really like what the Dolphins have done. Let me pull them up again. Surprisingly,
I got them right here.
It's I mean, Proctor, boom and bust, maybe a little bit there. That's a little high for him, but they got our guy. They got Chris Johnson, and we can talk about. I thought John said something yesterday that kind of perked my ears up about maybe how things would have gone differently for us in the first round. But Chris Johnson really liked Jacob Rodriguez, can cover a lot of ground, take the ball away, a real playmaker. They had to add some juice to that wide receiver room, certainly, and to take a shot on Chris Bell, who I thought was going to go in the second round. It's a clean ACL tear. He's already running again. That guy was a borderline, at worst, first rounder if he doesn't get hurt. Tremendous yards after catch. And then, they had to get in on the tight end thing. But I thought they took some good shots there. I like that. I'm with you. I like what the Raiders have done, essentially. We love trading Stukes. I think that's, as far as trying to build the culture there, I think he sounds like a guy that could be at the forefront of that, really trying to change the attitude in that room. Kayron Crawford, we like the upside there. Trey Zune's a guy with a lot of positional flexibility, although them announcing him as a center was one of the more interesting moments of the night. We'll see how that works out. And then they take the shot on McCoy. I think when you have a bunch of picks like they do, taking risks makes sense. And that's maybe a conversation we can have. The Seahawks projected to have 12 picks next year. We'll see if it stays that way or if they deal a couple of those. When you have 12 picks, especially when you have a good roster, you can take chances. You can take the guys that fall because of injury concerns or what have you. When you only have 4, and again, listen to the press conference last night. John's been telling us for 4 or 5 years, ever since we've seen this draft process really take a turn for the better, about focus on best player available early in the draft, don't press for need. He's using some kind of subtle verbiage this year where I feel like he's sort of telling us with his words and his actions in this year in particular, because they have limited picks, they are drafting for need. They are trying to find guys in this draft that can contribute right away in some sort of meaningful way. He's just using different words.
Yeah. And I mean, I think that's where, to me on this, I'm okay with this direction of them doing it this year because of this draft. There's no one size fits all to any situation. There's always exceptions to the rules as long as there's good reason. And if you're going to go into a draft and you're going to say, well, we're going to deviate from the value approach because we have a historically bad draft, or at least if I consider if it's a bad draft that we've seen the last 20 years, that's pretty close to kind of historic. Maybe it's a little bit of an overstatement, but we're in the area. So it is one where I'm like, I'm okay if that's things kind of the front end to then that become the back end. But I think that John did this little game, and I think people caught up on it. And I think it's a little bit of, sometimes you got to be careful on the PR angle of how the team wants to run things, where he doesn't want to come out and just say need, right? He comes out and says need, he's going to get raked. So we obviously know, you're nodding, we both can agree. He's not going to say that if that's what he's doing purely, right? I just came out here and started reaching need for my board. We hate this draft. That's not going to play. So instead you go, No, it's a balance act. We perfectly calibrate it between value and need, which I laugh at because it's what fans do with me for 6 years in the chat, as far as telling me that, no, you don't pick one or the other. You perfectly land right in the middle in this beautiful and it forces me to roll my eyes a little bit, Dan, and you're free to call me out on this, but it forces me to roll my eyes a little bit where it's like, look, no, you do kind of go one to the other here. And again, I'm not breaking John on this. I totally understand their approach on this because this draft is what it is, undeniably. But it's also where I think John's kind of gassing people up a little bit with that, in my opinion.
Well, and I allowed myself this thought, this thought last night as well. They put such a premium on the quality of the person in conjunction with how good a player they are. And it's worked for them. Certainly that culture is as good as there is in the league, and they just won a Super Bowl, and that chemistry, big part of it. Right. Mm-hmm. But do they get sucked in sometimes a little too much from the guys that have those traits in droves that they're willing to look past, right? Like Bud Clark is such a dynamic personality. There's been a lot of talk about like get him and Devin Witherspoon in the same room at the same time, right? If you heard the draft call when they called him, you can hear that energy. Do they get maybe too enamored with that they're a little too willing to look past the fact that he's 185 pounds at 6'2", and that frame, you know, that he has missed games in every season that he's played? You know what I mean? Like I feel dirty criticizing prioritizing character. But maybe they get sucked in just a little bit too much, and they get their blinders on a little bit because they love the person so much that they maybe jump them up their board over a player that has just a little bit more upside.
And again, it's completely for this draft, I think, as much as any, understandable to do that and take that approach. I do think that, like, so for instance, you know, when John talked about when he had a multitude of picks in the last couple of years and you go on 7-10, he would talk about, well, it's about value early and then you go for need late. Mm-hmm. This year with our board is an amalgamation between value and need. That's kind of a new thing for you to mention it this way. You never talked about it like that in prior years, and it's kind of convenient that the second that you're not picking twice in the first round and twice in the second round, suddenly now it's a pure, perfect marrying between the two things. And I don't know. I guess it's just my BS detector kind of will raise up in those kind of moments where I'm like, I don't know. I feel like I'm getting sold a little bit of a story with that. But that being said, don't have any problem with it. I just, let's call it what it is, right? Let's not, and you know, you're doing that, but that's what I want us to do with this, is say, look, this is what the approach they did take with this, and it's okay. And it's not a slight to the team or even the bad approach on their part, especially considering the approach of the other teams in your division. But it has been, I think, the way that John went. And I think that we talked about coming in the draft that you did have a choice in this draft, it felt like, of saying, well, do you want to go for what can be contributors and guys that you know are going to help the team? And now, okay, you don't have that ceiling, or you don't have a lot of the extra stuff. And we got Mookie in the house. What's up, Mookie? Sorry if I missed you in there, buddy.
Good morning.
How you doing?
You just got,
how's it going?
You got here in time for the defensive tackle run, apparently.
Yeah, Caleb Proctor
so.
Just going to Arizona. Daryl Jackson Jr. went to the Jets. And an interesting bit about the Raiders trade, I don't know if you caught it because I wasn't listening to you guys like 10 minutes before I came on here, but I believe the Bills got a 2027 pick. So this is one of the few times we've seen a draft trade in which next year's capital is given up to move up.
Yeah, Raiders had a lot of picks, so they're definitely in a position, you know.
Yeah, interesting. There you go, Daryl Jackson, Caleb Proctor, kind of two opposite ends of the spectrum about, you know, size and shape of how a defensive tackle can be built, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because Proctor's a smaller guy who plays like a big guy.
Interesting. He's kind of there. Is this some reinforcement for the kid they took out of the first round last year that they didn't get?
Nolan.
He was injured all year.
Nolan, yeah.
Yeah, kind of feels like a little bit of that there because that's sort of Nolan's game too, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Yeah, Nolan's a legit 310 though, isn't he?
He's a little bit bigger. Yeah, he's a big boy. He's
6'2", 291.
He's just an attacker though. It's a little bit like in that same realm where it's like he's not as much the two gapping, which I guess that's what they want to run up there. They want to get up in the backfield, and works for us though.
We're 3 picks away from the Niners at 107. Who in the 150 to 160 consensus range are they going to draft with this pick?
Yeah.
They go Washington?
No. San Francisco. We're 3 picks away from them. I thought one of the San Francisco creators, I think it was Chase Senior, tweeted. I thought he had a great tweet last night. He said they traded back 3 times and managed. They traded back on all 3 of their picks and managed to reach for all 3. I don't know how you even do that.
I think everybody they picked was like at least 30 above the consensus on average.
Yeah.
And Kalen Black was like in the 300s, I swear, on the board. I'm still puzzled at how he ended up that high.
And then I saw somebody tweeted out a reminder of all the running backs they have drafted since Kyle's been there. And it is a bad list. If he's driving that ship, right? If he's steering that ship and John Lynch is giving him the running backs he wants, you got to question his scouting eye, because boy, oh boy, we talked about it last night. I know. And it's not that Kalen Black doesn't, flash. Like I thought there were moments in Mobile that he got my attention. Yeah. But is he even the best running back on his own team? I think Roman Hemby has more upside. And you took him as the 3rd back in the draft, and nobody had him even in the top 10 in this class. I mean, you passed up Mike Washington, Jonah Coleman, Emmett Johnson, both the Penn State guys. I mean, you better have conviction that this guy is something special, and I don't see any special traits.
I would agree with you on it. And you look at those picks, I think in retrospect too with them, and they're not only picks were with running backs where they haven't worked out, but they were also picks that in the moment, not just being a me, but general people, when they looked at those picks in the moment, Trey Sermon, for instance, taken in the 3rd round, and you went, man, I had more of a 5th round grade on this. And this is kind of a slash and dasher. Like, he's not necessarily explode, get to the edge guy. He's more of like, let him use his vision and pick his holes through, including a lot of inside runs coming out of Ohio State, because they do a lot of that. They had done a lot of that for years there. I just couldn't quite get some of these fits as far as this too. Like, doesn't really the type of back you tend to look for, or they'd have a back like Jordan Mason, which was kind of that way, and then they wouldn't use him. And that's a guy they didn't put a high pick towards, but that was a guy that was really productive when they would give him carries and touches, but then he kind of got in the doghouse for Kyle. So Kyle would always go to McCaffrey 24/7 instead on the other end. And he just doesn't make any sense, which is weird. Because again, I always say with the Niners, they don't seem to understand what really drives as they build their roster, what really drives their offense. Look, they're out there with a wide receiver again on their first pick. You're driven by your running game. You should be driven by your offensive line. You should be trying to protect Brock Purdy, who's kind of, I'm not gonna say he's made of glass, but let's face it, he ain't made of titanium, boys. Yeah.
If they had taken Jonah Coleman, I would have applauded that pick and called it one of the better picks of the draft. Like the 3rd down stuff, the pass protection, how well he catches the football, a physical counterpart to CMC as a north-south runner. That's the guy they should have taken.
Mm-hmm. Start to wonder about the knee, Dan, with Jonah on this. This type of fall this far makes me wonder if there's got to be, because the 24 tape is good. And if you think he's going to recover from what he was last year, he should be more than, in a bad draft, it should be more than a mid-4th round pick minimum.
I've seen enough speculation out there to wonder if some teams think that weight management might be a challenge for him too.
That would. I will say that first photo was pretty fat on that when he got to Washington, where he's got the big old gut coming out, and he's just kind of like, okay,
yeah, make him a fullback.
The Chargers just took Brennan Thompson, the Mississippi State wide receiver, and NFL Network had this comparison to Tez Johnson, and I'm going like, Tez Johnson did not run a 4.26 40. It's like that.
So, sorry to interrupt. The Houston Texans just took one of my favorite sleeper guards in this class, a guy that I thought might be in play for us at 188. So I guess they kind of validate what I thought his profile was by taking him at 106, but also my favorite name in the draft. They just took Oklahoma guard Fabechi Wiwu. I really, really liked his game. And there's some center in him too. He took some snaps at center late in the year too. So he's got that kind of flexibility, but yeah, my guy's gone.
Well, Texans starting to be one of those teams, Dan, that's putting together a draft that's not too shabby on that side of it. You start to look at them and go, It's not perfect, but boy, they've had some solid picks.
They can afford to miss on some picks too. So but now you look at like the questions of what the hell they were doing on the offensive line this offseason for the second time in 3 years were legitimate questions. Now they come out of this draft with one of the best guards, guy I really liked in Keelan Rutledge in the first round. He's going to start from day one. And then even though they list him as a guard, I wonder if maybe long-term, maybe Wee-Woo factors into the center competition for them. And then Caden McDonald, best nose tackle in the draft. That's trenches, man. Trenches.
I like it. They need to do it, bro. This was one where you guys had to hit this because of how much you've not addressed in recent years.
I think this is the kind of draft we're going to see Seattle focus on next year. This year they're checking some boxes that they need with limited resources, and we haven't seen any trench picks yet. And we might not, honestly.
I do like this Chargers selection with Thompson because that was a receiving core that was missing some speed.
Yeah.
Lad McConkey and Quinn Johnson. Now you get a guy that can actually. Herbert's got a big arm, and this kid,
he's got plenty.
He's slight, dude. He's one of those 170 pounder type outside wide receivers. But I'll tell you, the speed is legit there with him. And that even if he's just a one-trick pony doing that, is to get that kind of value in the fourth round, not the worst way to go for the Chargers.
The Niners pick is in. What are the Niners going to do here? Their pick is in.
Just don't go corner because that's where the value is. Stay away from Scott. Stay away from Muhammad. Stay away from Kilgore. Take Surratt or something here. That'd be nice. A little Deion Burks action. I can go for that right now.
Watch him take Garrett Nussmeier here.
I was just going to say maybe Nussmeier. Because look, Mac Jones is only there for one more year.
Nussmeier would be a great scheme fit there. Like I could see it, but at 107,
I could see it too. Boy, you talk about pissing off the Niner fan base if they made that selection.
Yeah,
there's some good names here, man. There's some dangerous names they could take here still on the board as far as that would make me uncomfortable. The draft's been so bad. It's like
Kyle Lewis would make sense for them there.
Yeah.
Did
Mario Ramsey
board yet?
What's that? Did who?
Did Zachy Wheatley come off the board yet? I don't think he did.
No, he's still there too. Abney's there.
Mm-hmm.
They've got some guys to select through. Boy, the NFL hates the vision of Mike Washington Jr. There's guys that are this fast. I know the fumble problem is it, but guys that don't go that quick don't tend to fall this far into the draft, the running back position.
Sam Hecht would be a good pick for them here.
Mm-hmm.
Couple donations, boys. John Naylor, thank you for the $2 donation. Today, how about a real nose tackle? Free Byron Murphy and the Big Cat.
That's an area in this part of this draft class where there's some choices. There's some options there.
Yeah. This is also the area of the draft where it's like tends to be where you get those guys.
Yeah.
Indeed. You've got your Dante Corleones there. In Holton, I think in Durant, you got a little bit more of kind of penetrating. They're more three techie guys. Harris is kind of he's a bit of both with his size out there and what he brings. But
you invoked the name Calais Campbell when you were talking about Harris last night.
Indeed. It's 6'8", 330. So he's got that thing where he's so big. It's like Calais where, remember with Calais, he would get so low with his stance. Mm-hmm. So when he's launching off, he's actually kind of able to sort of quasi win the leverage war. And then he's just so big that there's nothing the tackles could do sometimes at that size. And there's some reps with Xavier where it's like that, where it's just, he's grown manning him just by how big he is in size department versus them on the other side. And he's winning the leverage with kind of that low stance that he'd lock in like Calais would at times. But the tape, of course, is completely hot and cold. It will go cold. And the thing with that 6'8" thing is if you don't get low enough in the stance and then you don't come off right off your stance, you're high and you're done and you're toasted out real quick, which can happen with him on tape. But, he is fun. He is fun. I do think that there's some nose tackles.
And he's listed as a nose tackle on some lists, although I see some juice there. I don't think he's just a nose only.
Did the Niners even actually pick? We are so far behind. The Bengals are on the clock right now, and they're picking 3 after San Francisco.
Wow.
I don't have the audio on, but they're just a bunch of talking going on.
I don't know why you're going to stretch today out. I get the last 2 days while you're stretching those out, but this should be just a day where they're just let it roll, boys. You know what I mean?
Well, maybe it's
Of course, maybe they're raking the Niners right now in the live shows. But maybe this is actually a good thing. Like, yeah, keep going.
Oh, hey, we got Rob in the waiting room.
Oh, we got Rob. Let's go.
Yeah.
Mr. Stan in the house. Stay in the house. How you doing?
Hey, how's it going?
What's going on, Rob? Good to see you.
It's going great.
You got
Yeah,
here
really
in
good.
time for the Niners.
Yeah.
Yeah, to laugh at the Niners, Rob.
Who are they going to reach for now?
So they've got a German guy reading the name out. So
God. Well,
it's a decent pick, Grayson
Good pick.
Holton.
Yeah,
Grayson
that gives them something they don't have. That's a dude with some juice.
Yeah.
So it looks like, Rob, they're doing the combo deal with the Niners now. We're going to get an early down Mykel Williams, then they bring the kid off they drafted yesterday as an edge, and then they're going to do the early down with Alfred Collins, 3-tech, run stuffing, and then bring out Halston.
Well, Grayson Holton last season when you watched Oklahoma, he did stand out probably more than any of the other defenders on the field. Like, he was somebody who you were drawn to watching the tape, and he does make an impact. He is explosive. He's very explosive. I just don't think I don't think you can play him on early downs, and he doesn't have that sort of lower body anchor at all. So they're going to have to be sort of situational with him. But he can make plays. He can get into the backfield, but certainly not. It's nothing really in round 4. I don't think any Seahawks fans need to be fretting too much about Grayson Holton being drafted here.
Jonah Coleman is finally off the board. He is. I think it's a good pick.
Do you go to the Broncos?
Yeah, apparently that's the case. So RJ Harvey doesn't seem as really as spectacular as I thought he'd be in college.
He needs to be in a tandem anyway. That might be a decent little pair.
Yeah, and I don't think they kept Dobbins.
So, Rob, have you looked at what the NFC West has done here through the first 2 days, and are you laughing at it as well, or do you feel like there's actually something that the teams have done in this division that's kind of interesting? With, I mean, the Cardinals, I guess, have been a little bit better, but especially the Niners and Rams on the surface, to us at least, look a little bit very close to laughable through the first 2 days in their approach.
I mean, yeah, I've been looking at it. Obviously, I think it's not so much that I'm laughing at them as trying to work out the process of going through here. So the Rams, it's obvious based on what happened with all of the fallout of the phone call from McVay and then the press conference and the damage limitation yesterday, ringing around every insider trying to tell them that actually no, everybody was on board with this, that it just feels as if the timelines are not aligned with the Rams, where you've got a quarterback and a head coach who maybe sort of feel like they need to win now. Stafford's obviously coming to the end. McVay, it's been heavily rumored that he may well feel like he needs a break sooner rather than later. And I get the sense that they're sort of wanting to make picks to win this year. And this feels very much like a pick that the GM's decided, no, I need to plan ahead. If you are going to move on in the next 12 to 24 months, I need a future plan. And I want to put a quarterback with you, Sean, and with you, Matthew, so that he can get the best developmental situation possible and then can take over in the future. But I'm not sure that Ty Simpson is worth making that sort of play at the 13th overall spot. So that's a difficult one. Max Clare, I thought was a huge reach. I think Keegan Trost, had a good year at Missouri, but it took him going to Missouri to have that success. And, how many linemen perform well at Missouri and then don't do a darn thing in the NFL. Mm-hmm. So, that's them. With the Niners, I'm a big fan of Deshaun Striblin, I have to say. I don't know if I'd have taken him.
We liked the pick in the moment.
Yeah, 33 overall is quite high, but I really liked him. He was, again, somebody who just jumps off the screen. Romello Heights, fair enough. He probably should have gone in the 3rd round. He took a 3rd round flyer on him. Keelan Black was a huge reach for me, and Grayson Holton. I think they've got good value there with that him, and with the Cardinals. Look, Jeremiah Love's a really good player. I'm not a big Chase Bisontis fan. I think Carson Beck was an epic, disastrous pick. And Caleb Proctor's, fine. They showed the tape. This is the thing that everyone goes on about with Caleb Proctor. They showed the tape about how well he played against LSU. LSU were perhaps the worst coached team in college football last season, particularly on the offensive line. So it's great to show the highlights from him having a good game against LSU. I wouldn't read too much into that. So, is it a laughing situation? It's not, for me, not so much a laughing situation as sort of feeling like none of these teams have taken a huge step forward. And I'd sort of extend that into the broader NFC. I don't think any of the main contenders that you would point to have had the kind of off season where you would sort of think, wow, they've taken this huge step towards being a serious, legit opponent now. And I texted this to Jeff Simmons yesterday. I said, I think that I'm very excited about the opportunity the Seahawks have to repeat next year, because I don't think anybody's really done anything to sort of make you think, yeah, they've elevated from last season. They're the team to beat.
What are your thoughts on the Seahawks approach?
I'm happy with it. I think it's hard to pick last in a bad draft, and you can have to make the most of it. And if you're going to put the combinations together, they were going to have to draft a running back at some point. So the people who do not like the Jadarian Price pick will say, well, you could have got Colton Hood with your first pick, and then you could have taken Jonah Coleman at 96 instead. Like
Sure.
if you put those two players together and then you put Jadarian Price and Julian Neal together, I think it's a wash. I genuinely don't think there's any real reason to be quibbling about that. They've taken it. They've filled the needs that were left from the players who left in free agency. I think the Bud Clark pick's an exceptional pick. I think they've got value there. I think they've got par value with Julian Neal. I think Price will provide big plays in the running game, which is what they need. So I think it's fair enough. I think it's a totally understandable Seahawks draft. It was never going to be a draft that I think had people leaping out of the couch. They weren't picking 20 in the top 20 this year like they have for the last 2 years. But everything makes sense to keep things on track for next season.
Did you think that I thought John kind of gave something away? There was a comment he made last night that kind of made my ears perk up, where he talked about one of the different scenarios, and do we go with the rusher first, the runner first, and the corner later, or the corner first and the rusher later? Do you think if Chris Johnson makes it to 32, he's the pick?
Yeah, very possible. I think it was easy to look at Chris Johnson and think that was a very much a potential Seahawks selection there. That's who I put in the final mock draft with them, and there was a lot of buzz around him. And I think you've hit the nail on the head. I had the exact same thought when I heard John Schneider say that. I thought that was interesting. So maybe if Chris Johnson had been there at 32, they'd take him. And at 96, it probably would have been the guy who's just gone to Denver. It probably would have been Jonah Coleman. So that's probably that's the sliding doors effect of the draft, isn't it? That Miami didn't need to trade up to stop the Seahawks getting Chris Johnson, because they would have got him at 30 anyway. But they put a big roadblock in that, and they'll have had plenty of time to think what they were going to do as a pivot. So I thought it was interesting as well that John Schneider said, what member of his front office texted him and said, we're going to draft Price, Clark, and Neal.
Yeah, Matt Berry.
Yes.
Texted him that Thursday morning.
So I think the anticipated Chris Johnson probably wasn't going to be there.
Yeah.
Which is what we feared, because like Chris Johnson was going from like mid-second round to a high riser. And, Dan was talking about it earlier, that all the buzz surrounding him doesn't look like he's going to be able to be there at 32, much in the way that Stukes was maybe a potential late first round option. And then I was still hoping that he'd be there at 64, and then the Raiders take him at 38.
Yeah, he was a terrific player, and understandable why the Raiders took him. But the thing with Johnson is, like, if there are people out there, because like I've seen some of the reaction to the Price pick, and there are a lot of people who don't like taking running backs early, and I understand it to an extent. I think some people go a bit over the top with it, but I understand it to an extent. What we need to know about Chris Johnson here, though, is when you watch the tape, he was still getting beat occasionally when he was quite off coverage, and there was a lot of concern about the speed. And then at the Senior Bowl, he was very hit and miss at the Senior Bowl in the 1v1s and in the situations he was paired up against there. So he didn't really have great stock coming out of the Senior Bowl. Like, it felt like he regressed a little bit back into sort of a firm second rounder. And he changed all that by running a 4.40. But the tape is the tape. And, 4.40 is not 4.24. So players can get beat at cornerback running a 4.40. So I'm definitely not having any sleepless nights that Chris Johnson was. I had him as a second round grade. I actually had Price great. I would have put Price ahead of Johnson in terms of talent. So I'm not too concerned that they missed out there, potentially.
It does seem like, Rob, that this draft approach by Seattle, where you walked into this draft because it was a bad one. We can acknowledge now that this wasn't just a narrative, but that it is not the best of drafts in recent years. And your approach could be either that you sort of go for the guy that you hope will long-term kind of develop, or you go and try to find contributors. And a little bit double background to the Niner or the Ram point on this. You see guys they take in this draft that don't seem like they're going to be ready to be contributors right now. that we took guys, though, that you can see where there's going to be roles for them in 2026. And when we talk about the Ram and the Seahawks being so close to each other, to me, this could be one of the key differences we see between these two teams, in that, I look at a Bud Clark and I go, hey, he's probably at least your dime nickel out there on the field. Say nothing of your backup for Mia Manwari in the slot, and a backup for your safety, and that you're going to have times you're going to get Neal out on the field, especially if you have a receiver matchup with a little bit of a bigger receiver. Say nothing of the touches that you're going to get to Jadarian Price. Like, you can see tangible productivity you'll get for these guys immediately. And I think Seattle, and it's a little bit of a reaching to need at that point, but that's also that this is a team that, you can see where this is going to help them push forward, where I just don't see the same from the Rams getting any productivity from these guys, and probably not as much from the Niners, because like Romello Height, we talked about the track record leading up to this draft as far as second, third round edge rushers, especially in their rookie year, and the lack of productivity that comes with that.
We have a quarterback taken, you guys.
That's why I've been trying to stifle a laugh, because of course the Jets would take Cade Klubnik.
Cade Klubnik, the fourth quarterback off the board. Remember a year and a half ago, we were looking ahead to this year, and a lot of people were saying that 2026, man, that quarterback class is looking good, right? Because Garrett Nussmeier and Cade Klubnik are in the class, and they're going to be in the top 10. Klubnik goes in the fourth.
There were a lot of people who said Cade Klubnik was a potential number one overall pick as early as last August. So Todd McShay had him as the top quarterback eligible for the draft. There was never anything that suggested that. There was never, he had a productive 2024 season for Clemson. There was nothing on tape that suggested he would be a first round pick. And then he with the rest of the Clemson team had a shocking season last year. That's a heck of a reach. Like, if you were the Jets, if you're going to take a quarterback, why not just at least take the punt on someone who has the arm, let's say, or at least some physical tools that you could maybe develop in the fourth round? It's very hard to see the pathway to Cade Klubnik being anything other than a backup. And maybe that's why they've taken him, to be a solid, dependable backup, cheap backup for 4 years. But I don't really get the thought on that one.
Yeah, their roster is Geno, Brady Cook, and Bailey Zappi. So honestly,
Brady Cook is basically Cade Klubnik.
Yeah, I felt the same way about the Carson Beck pick to Arizona. Like, nobody thinks they're not going to be aggressively in on next year's quarterback class. So why even waste a pick now to take a shot on a guy?
Just to go back quickly to the idea that what the Seahawks were doing. I don't do a vertical board, so it's always a horizontal. So the players are stacked in the same kind of range. I don't differentiate by saying this is the 33rd player, this is the 34th, this is the 35th. But Price would have been very much in the top 30 players for me. And so I don't think that was a reach at all based on grading. I thought Bud Clark was a mid-second rounder, and they got him at 64. And I thought Julian Neal was probably around the 75th pick. You were sort of talking with him. I had him in the sort of the middle area of round 3, and they've got him at 99. Was it? So I actually think they've got decent value there. It's one of those situations where the value has matched the need a little bit, and it's kind of worked in Seattle's favor there. And you're absolutely right, Brandon, about the potential to get impact. I mean, it's not beyond the realms of possibility that Bud Clark has quite a decent role for you. If Julian Neal isn't starting, it may just because Noah I gets the job and runs with it and whatever. And then the other thing is Jermad Price. Like you've drafted a running back at the 32nd pick. Like, he has to now be in the running for offensive rookie of the year type stuff if he can have the kind of year that you would hope that he would have now. So if he was to get into that conversation with perhaps the Carnell Tates and people like that, Jordan Tysons, then it's hard to think how much more you could have had an impact there. And then you look at the Rams, and I was really dreading that they would take Wenger Ione. Ruben Bain was still there. Why not throw him into the mix?
Yeah.
And they take Ty Simpson, who has some skill. Like, he's not a totally useless quarterback, but is that what you're going to go for? You're going to put your eggs in that basket for the future. It just seems to me at 13 overall as well.
They're kind of in a 2-timeline thing where they're making moves to win now through the splashy moves like signing Watson and trading for McDuffie. But I've never seen a draft be entirely about next year, because is Tross going to win a starting job? I mean, he better. He's a 25-year-old rookie. So, like, how much longer do you want to hold him out? And then the tight end they drafted, like, they already have Ferguson. They extended Higbee. I don't know if they're going to, like, trade Parkinson or cap casualty him or whatever, but you got a million tight ends already. And then Ty Simpson's got no chance of starting this year unless Stafford either abruptly retires or his back gives out. So what are you getting out of 2026 from this year's class?
Yeah,
it's a great point about the tight end, because why do they need another tight end? Like, you've drafted a tight end in round 2, you've paid 2 tight ends. Now you're taking Max Clare in the 2nd round. I'd have been the 4th round, and also Max Clare didn't do any testing. And basically the reason for him not testing was, I don't want to. So there was no reason.
You can't make me give you it. You can't make me give you that.
I don't want to either. I get it. Hey, Rob, I know our time with you is limited today. Do you have a couple of guys in mind that you think might be available around our 2 picks in the 6th round that you'd be happy with?
Yes. So I think we all can all acknowledge they've not done anything at the edge rush yet. So you would imagine that there's going to be players to look at there. I appreciate I have these players rated higher than they're going to go. But Wesley Williams, I think, you look at his 40s of 4.90, that screams could last longer than he should. And yet his split, at least according to the Beast, was a 1.62 at his pro day. So it sounds like the burst is fine. It's just that when he gets to the 30-yard mark or the 25-yard mark, the batteries run out. So I think that he's somebody just relentless pass rusher, and there's definitely something there. So if the 4.90 pushes him deep into the draft, that is somebody I'd be very interested in. Mason Rieger, I have in round 4. He'd be very interesting. Where's he going to go? Like, we need to see. One of the very interesting ones is Keyshawn James Newby, who they had a visit with.
Yeah,
and I managed to get hold of the GPS tracking for players.
Finding tape of him is not easy.
Yeah. Well, the GPS stuff's very interesting. So of all the players that were, I've not included David Bailey and Arvell Reese and players like that and Ruben Bain into this because they were never going to get to 32. But of all the available options, Keyshawn James Newby was the fastest max speed of all the pass rushers that the Seahawks could potentially have drafted. His max speed over 10 yards is marginally slower than Romello Height, who's just gone in the 3rd round. And he had the 3rd most high-speed plays. That's when you hit 16 miles an hour. And his 15 high-speed max plays were just behind Malachi Lawrence and Kieron Crawford. So, again, if he's going to last, and he might be a priority free agent, but there is a skill set there that could be interesting. And then there's still a whole bunch of defensive backs that are very interesting, a whole bunch of linebackers who are very, very interesting. The receiver class is exceptionally deep. So I would say that despite the fact that this is a bad draft, there's a ton. I'm looking at the board now. There are so many players. I'd love to have a couple of 4ths this year.
Yeah.
Do you move up, Rob, in this? Do you move next year's draft capital you've been kind of sitting on like it's gold to get into today right now earlier?
I was having a chat with a whole blogger about this yesterday, and we were kind of saying, like, yes, you're going to lose players eventually. Like Leonard Williams is not going to play forever. Joan Reed's not going to play forever. DeMarcus Lawrence isn't going to play forever. And there's probably 1 or 2 others as well that, Cooper Kupp, I suppose, is another one that you'd put into that kind of bracket. But they don't have a ton of obvious holes on the horizon, and they have 12 picks next year. Like, how easy is it going to be for 12 rookies, drafted rookies, not to mention all the undrafted rookies and free agents they might sign, to actually make the roster? So do you need 12 picks is the question. And, there may well be teams who think, I'd rather have a pick next year than this year. So could you get into it? I mean, I suspect there may well come a point where a player just falls and you think, well, yeah, we'll use one of we'll lend from the bank of 2027. But they've done such a big job, haven't they, protecting those picks, those comp picks. It makes me think that perhaps they do just want to keep hold of all of them. And also, here's the other thing we need to think about, the 2027 picks. What's to stop them holding on to those picks as trade bait in camp or before the deadline? Now, we know they were very aggressive before the deadline. They have been for the last 3 years. And this most recent deadline, there's a reason why Jay Glaze was going, watch out for the Seahawks. And Adam Schefter was going, watch out for this. The Seahawks are the team to watch. and it's because they knew they were going hunting for Max Crosby, and they couldn't get it done because the Raiders said no. Ultimately said no, and they settled on Rashid Shaheed. Now, I'm not saying that I'm not going to dredge up all the old Max Crosby stuff again, but it's not beyond the realms of possibility that you get to camp and the knee's suddenly better. You can get him in for a proper medical, or before the deadline, the Raiders suck again. They want to make a trade, or Myles Garrett even. Who knows what the options could be in the future. So you might want to keep hold of your picks for that reason instead. That you maybe want to do a decent trade or two in the coming months.
So I think you're absolutely on it here with this, Rob, and that it's very high likelihood that they're going to make an aggressive trade at the deadline with those picks and be able to package them up. And you're going to have to probably put, a couple fours together and this together to get something significant. If you're the general manager right now, and you're looking at these players available right where we stand here, knowing that that's a potentiality, would you sit just where we're at in the pocket of this right now? Or is there a guy on this board right here that you're like, man, the fact that this guy's up and available here is just too good to pass up?
There's players I like, but I'm struggling to think of who that player would be. I like Zakee Wheatley and Jalen Kilgore, but not enough to trade for them. I really like Hezekiah Masters, really like him, but he's somebody who I have him in round 3, and I think Dane Brugler's got him in round 6, so he might be there for you, and you don't even have to do a darn thing. There's some guards I like. Micah Morris has got a lot of upside. But again, I think he might be there in round 6. Billy Schrauff, I'm not trading up for these guys. Bo Stevens. Yeah. So I actually, when I think about it, I'm open-minded about it. If they announce, fellas, in the next 15 minutes, the Seahawks have traded up, I'm not going to complain. Or they've traded back in. I'm not going to complain about it. But it's hard to know who that would be right now, frankly.
Yeah. Makes sense. So it sounds like you're leaning towards you'd probably hold those picks and let's go make a big run at the deadline.
Doesn't it just feel inevitable they're going to do something, in camp or before the deadline?
I agree 100% too, by the way. I think that John's that seems to be where he's able to get the market opportunities most. And we came very close to both, I think, Shaheed and Crosby last year, not an either or. I think the team was willing to do both.
Yeah, it's one of those where there's smoke, there's fire sort of things, where last year we all got together and talked about the fact that Seattle was seemingly in, or at least putting out feelers for any of the top guys, whether it was Hendrickson or Micah Parsons or not Myles Garrett, it might have been somebody, TJ Watt. And now we got a little bit of the rumblings with Kayvon Thibodeau. So even if Seattle signs Dante Fowler Monday or whatever, that doesn't preclude them from looking for that true, defense changing pass rusher. Because right now, no disrespect to anybody on the roster right now, they don't really have that. They got guys who are good rushing as one, so to speak, but they don't have that true game breaker guy that I think Mike McDonald's never really truly had either in Baltimore or Seattle. I think he would really love that. And to me, that opens way more up for him schematically up front.
Well, and even, there's next year, we keep hearing about how strong the class is depth-wise, but also at the top, a lot more blue chippers. And if you're expecting to draft in the 30s again, having those extra picks gives you an opportunity to, if there's anyone willing to move down in a draft that strong, of at least being aggressive, if there's a guy that you target and have some flexibility there too.
The other thing is that right now, before the draft, anything that you dangled in this draft was the last pick in the round. And in a draft that teams did not seem to be that attracted to, whereas everyone's attracted to the next draft, and everybody's picks go back to neutral as soon as this draft finishes. So as the Seahawks, as you go to teams and say, we'll give you a 2027 first round pick, the other team can go, well, it might be the 32nd pick. And you go, yeah, well, it might not be. It might be the 15th overall pick if the quarterback gets injured. So, actually your bargaining position for players is better when you get this draft out of the way and you can only focus on the next draft. And it is such a better draft next year. That's not, I know I'm pushed back on this as much as anybody, always looking at next year being better. Like, you shouldn't do that. But when I have to take 40 players off the horizontal board because they all stay in college, that's never happened before. So the depth's automatically going to be better. And as you mentioned there, you already know there's a handful of blue chip players already that we know are going to be in the next draft. So teams are going to be attracted to Colin Simmons and Dylan Stewart, two fantastic pass rushers, Jeremiah Smith, Leonard Moore, the quarterback at Notre Dame. I think the quarterbacks are already being promoted a bit too much. but there's a lot of quarterbacks.
Don't you think too, Rob, that though we can be able to look a little ahead to drafts in the future, where you mentioned earlier, it's very hard with the quarterbacks because there's this weird thing now where you get guys that look like they're going to go on a trajectory and rise, and they get that final year and they fall off a cliff and they're like, holy hell, what happened? But the other positions, by and large, those guys do tend to seem to stack on top, and that you can anticipate a little bit better that they will be continuing to be strong next year. They won't hit necessarily that same kind of cliff.
It's hard because I think there's a lot of BS that's said about quarterbacks, like where people project players beyond what they actually are. And sometimes you kind of think, well, what exactly is the hype there? So I mean, a good example of this, and he's certainly not the only one, but if you watch Lenoris Sellers play for South Carolina, it's very hard to watch him and go, well, why are you talking about him as a potential top 5 pick? He feels very much like the kind of player who is constantly talked about as that and then ends up going in the 4th round. He's not shown very much at all on a composure, technical level, third downs. Part of that is because he was playing behind an absolute shambles of an offensive line last year. But he also...
He's Milrow, though.
Yeah, well, he's not... That's who he could end up being. You know, like he could end up being a late 3rd round pick very easily because that's what the tape shows. And then you've got... so people will throw out the name Nico Iamaleava, who played well. He recovered a bit of his stock at UCLA. But people are talking about him as like, he's another player who could go in the 1st round. It's like, well, let's just pump the brakes on that a little bit and let's see how he gets on next year with another coaching situation change at UCLA. You've got, the likes of Julian Sayin. He's about 5'11" and 200 pounds. That's not typically the kind of player that goes in the 1st round. Like people are going to wake up to the fact that he's not a big guy very, very soon. Arch Manning's Arch Manning, Dante Moore's Dante Moore. You would expect that if they just hold serve, they will be okay next year. But, whether the Sam Leverts at LSU or the Brendan Sorsby at Texas Tech, Darian Mensah at Miami now, or, a Josh Hoover at Indiana, whether these players are going to end up as 1st round picks, they all get lumped in the list. Yeah. But they've got a lot to prove.
But you do feel like the positional guys themselves will be legit for next year's draft? I mean, is there a reason to have some confidence in that with what we're seeing around the quarterbacks themselves?
Yeah, well, the top end, Dylan Stewart will go very early. Like people say, automatically go to Jeremiah Smith, and Jeremiah Smith's great, but Dylan Stewart might be even better. Like he has got the sort of unbelievable natural gifts to come into the NFL and be an exceptional pass rusher. So we'll see if he can do that. Colin Simmons at Texas is very good. Leonard Moore, the cornerback at Notre Dame, is an unbelievable talent. And then you think of some of the players who didn't declare. There's just a whole list of these guys. And there's players who really sort of come forward and develop. Like, can a Kenyatta Jackson take the next step at Ohio State? Maybe. You've got
supposed to be a better tackle class too at the top, isn't it?
Well, you've got Trevor Gooseby. Again, he's a little bit overrated for me, but he's somebody who, if he can take the next step. He got Arch Manning killed in a couple of games last year. Like, it's actually quite good to watch other players play Texas and then sort of see, there's Trevor getting beaten again. Earl Little Jr., who's the safety who went from Florida State to Ohio State. He's a very talented safety. He's going to replace Caleb Downs. He could be a very talented player. The player that I really enjoyed watching was Kewan Lacey, the running back at Ole Miss. I don't know if the Seahawks are going to go and take another early running back, but, he is a very, very talented player. And here's a name to keep. I've never done this before. I actually have a kicker listed amongst the 50 or so players that I've got this year. Lucas Carnero from Ole Miss as well.
Yes,
is the real deal as a kicker. So that's something to keep in mind, given that our kicker is increasingly expensive and older these days.
Last year of his contract too, Rob, for Myers this year.
Yeah, just don't spend like a 2nd or a 3rd round pick on it.
Yeah, no Jake Moody 2.0 or who was the Florida State guy? Roberto Aguayo. I mean, he went like in the 2nd round to Tampa Bay, who regretted it. I think they cut him within like 2 seasons.
If you plays that kind of a position where the pressure is on every single time, the nerves and the anxiety must be like just flying through your veins as you enter the field every time to do a kick. If you then have the added pressure of they spent a 2nd round pick on me, I better nail this kick. I can't imagine that ever helps at all.
Well, kickers seem to have the mentality too, where it factors on them heavily. Like they feel the weight of that, Rob. Like some players would be like, I don't care, it's football, I'm a 2nd round or whatever. But they seem to be like, you can feel it in the the foot shaking as they go out there with some of those guys as it starts to get in their head.
Indeed, and all they have to do is kick it in a straight line. Like, you'd think they'd be pretty good at this, but after years of doing it. But the nerves and everything, the pressure, the knowing that you've got 52 other bigger, angrier men looking at you when you get to the sideline who don't think you're really a football player, and that the success or failure of a game can come down to one swing of your leg is I wouldn't want to be a kicker. No,
I wouldn't either. That's a hell of a hard job.
Nope. My mind wasn't playing tricks on me. Yeah, Tampa Bay did trade back into the second round to take him. It's like, that's an objectively insane decision.
Yeah, that is wild.
Ooh, Jimmy,
what was that?
Who would have? Did anybody have Jimmy Rolder getting drafted before Kyle Lewis on their bingo card?
Oh, wow. Yeah, Lewis has been notably falling.
Just a note on Lewis. There had been, and I didn't know this because I was sort of singing his praises all the way through the college season because he had a reputation as a first in, last out guy. But apparently there are a couple of character questions with him.
Huh.
So it's perhaps not, that might explain why he's still there.
What do you think about Xavier Harris, Rob?
Well, are we talking about character concerns? Do you know what happened with him?
That's an old miss.
No, what happened with him?
There's a rather nasty domestic violence story there. So.
Rob's, yeah. So okay.
Not on their board.
John will be off.
Not on their.
He's off. Bye, Xavier.
See ya.
That dream is gone.
There's some other nose tackles. You can get your nose tackle.
You like Surratt with Lamar there, Rob? I don't know about that fit.
I mean, Surratt's one of those players, isn't he? Like, you watch him and you think he does everything okay. He does everything. The roots are fine. The catching technique is fine. He doesn't bust wide open on plays, but he has that kind of subtle separation ability. And Wesley Williams has gone off the board. So there's my dream of him last night.
Oh, shoot. Jacksonville Jaguars.
That's a good pick.
I just thought he'd be a guy. Yeah, he's got to go to a quarterback that can do the back shoulder stuff with Surratt. Rob,
well, that's all Indiana do. That's all Indiana have.
Yeah, I know. Well, and that's not Lamar's game. I mean, he's not a back shoulder throw kind of guy at all. So I kind of go, how are you going to get the most out of Elijah with that?
You bring up an interesting point, which brings me on to this. Like, you look through so many of these teams that are quote unquote like the proper teams, the teams that you take very seriously, the teams that you expect to contend. And I'm having a hard time understanding what their thought process has been this offseason. Which team really stands out? I mean, I think the Buccaneers, I was asking Mookie there, what did they trade back in to do? Because I quite liked Bain and Trotter and Hurst as a sort of the first three picks. Have they traded in to do something or?
Oh, what the Buccaneers?
Yeah.
Well, I was talking about the Roberto Aguayo pick a decade back that they traded back into the second.
Oh, I thought you were talking about to get Keontae Scott. Okay.
Yeah,
that's what I was
like their draft so far.
Well, I was just going to say, so you've gone and, for their point of view, Bain, extremely violent, very aggressive. Yes, the arm. He's not going to be a 15-sack guy, but he's going to make opponents not want to play against him. So you get that. Josiah Trotter's one of the most violent players in the draft. Ted Hurst has got something about him. And then you take an attack dog like Keontae Scott, who is, again, one of the most violent players in the draft. I just love everything that they're doing. I think they and also actually having the discipline to not say we're just going to pay Mike Evans because it's Mike Evans and we're the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Yeah. I think actually they are the ones maybe out of all the teams in the NFC that I've got a bit of respect for here with what they're doing. The rest of them, and we were talking about the Ravens here, it's quite hard to understand, like, what's the thought process? How are you thinking this, and this will get us to where we want to go to? And that's why I think it's a good thing for the Seahawks, because the Seahawks can just carry on business as usual, replenish the stocks, and be quite tough and physical and challenging again next year.
Your guy Williams is off the board, and he goes before Joshua Josephs and denied Dennis Sutton.
And denied Dennis Sutton just went to the Packers.
I did. Okay. Just when I finally learned how his first name is actually pronounced. And now I don't.
He's another one, by the way, who has character.
Oh, is there some stuff?
And Dennis Sutton both had not bad stuff. It's just that there was a feeling that Dennis Sutton was quite opinionated and sort of like sees things his way. And if he doesn't see them, if he doesn't agree with the coaches, that he can be a bit of a pain in the arse.
Oh,
and
that's
then
right. That's right. I saw that note in the Beast where it's like he has a very self-inflated image of himself, but they tried to spin it. They tried to spin it in a good way, as if it's only because he wants to get the most out of himself.
He's just so confident.
The league has obviously had a very different view on that because he's lasted to round 4. And then Joshua Josephs, again, there's the personality is a little bit off-putting for some, and the testing wasn't very good either, which is a shame because he's a good player. But it's a shame that some of these players put themselves in difficult situations that they can avoid. And he's a good player, but he's still there.
I think too, back to Rob on what you were saying there. When I look through each of these teams on what they've selected, and even those teams that have some good picks, there are some just blatant ones on every single team where you're like, oh, that's off. I mean, the Cardinals had me kind of nervous at first when they actually got back around to Chase Biscontis in the second round, but then they went third round at the top of the first round, the first pick in the third round with Carson Beck, which I don't know where you stand with him, but it's not there. There's nothing there. There's no, it's same thing. I want to ask you about Simpson. I wanted you to, can you think of a guy taken in the top 13 with a less scintillating skill set physically than what Ty Simpson's bringing to play in recent history?
Well, Mitch Trubisky. How did that go? Mm-hmm. So on
get some mobility at least. He can at least move though, you know.
I think Simpson's yeah, he's not quite as maybe as mobile as Trubisky. I think he can. We'll come back to Simpson in a sec. I think with Beck, I think it's one of the worst picks in the draft, if not the worst pick. He is awful. And when he was at Georgia and he had success, the game plan was, so what you're going to do, Carson, is drop back, look up, and when you see the tight end running across the middle, his name's Brock Bowers, just throw it to him. And that worked. And then Brock Bowers went to the NFL. And then Carson Beck decided that he was going to have a interception party the following season, and he couldn't read any defenses. His brain was frazzled. He was dropping back. You could see it in the All-22, and he was just looking straight at defenders and throwing straight to them. And you're thinking, what's going on here? This is supposed to be a player who's a first-round talent and all this. Like, as soon as Brock Bowers wasn't there, wide open, running across the middle all the time, feeding him every single throw that you could give, it fell apart for him. And then he goes to Miami. In between going to Miami, he has quite a highly publicized love affair with some social media influencers, which kind of created a bit of drama. And then it turns out he has about 17 different very expensive sports cars.
He spent all his NIL money on Lamborghinis.
So you're starting to think, hang on a minute, is he a bit of a Flash Larry, as we would say in Yorkshire? Is he somebody who's more the fame is and the wealth and all of that is a bit more important than actually doing your job properly as a quarterback? Because it's a very unique position that you have to sort of live it every day, don't you? And then he plays for Miami, and just as you think he might be sort of settling into game and manager, getting the job done, not getting in the way mode, he'll have a 4 interception game. And he's not good enough. He doesn't have the physical tools. He doesn't have the poise and the accuracy in the pocket. You can confuse him. He will just give you interceptions that there's no rhyme or reason to explain how he's done it. He is, the Seahawks drafted someone who has 15 interceptions in his college career. I wonder if there's a bet you could place that Bud Clark's first NFL interception will be on Carson Beck, because I think that would be quite funny. It's an awful pick. Like, I don't understand and I understand taking shots at quarterback, and when you don't have one, you've got to do it. This isn't it though. Compared to some of the other quarterbacks that are in this draft, there are better shots to take than Carson Beck. With Ty Simpson, all I'd say about Ty Simpson is there was a period in the middle of the college season that I was writing articles saying this guy's better than Fernando Mendoza, as some other people have suggested. And I took clips painstakingly, even though I knew the Seahawks weren't going to be drafting a quarterback. I was so impressed with him that you can go back to sort of September, October, November, where I very carefully clipped throws to say, this is why we should talk about Ty Simpson and not Cade Klubnik and not this player, not that player. This is a really interesting prospect. And there were some exceptional throws on tape from Ty Simpson. But the problem is ever since that Oklahoma game, they kind of sussed out, okay, the pressure gets to him. He's got happy feet. He was trying to extend plays all the time when just get the ball out, man. Like, what are you doing? You're not Lamar. You're not Russell Wilson. Like, you've just got to get the ball out. And he didn't do it. He takes so many sacks. And then he was getting beaten up because he was taking too many sacks. And then the pressure was getting into his head. And then they kind of came the excuse that he'd been sick and he'd lost a lot of weight and stuff like that. His processing just completely fell apart. He went from like a 7-game stretch where he didn't have an interception to all of a sudden he was throwing 2 interceptions a game. So there's something there. The problem is, though, is he's got 15 starts and you ain't learning how to play NFL football sat on the bench. Like how when he eventually starts, he's going to have growing pains like JJ McCarthy's had growing pains. And how patient are the Rams going to be? Are they going to be prepared to go through, let's say, 20 games of growing pains over the course of a season and a bit to come out the other end feeling good about Ty Simpson? Or are they going to give up after a season if he struggles? And the other final thing to say on this is he does not have the physical tools that, say, a Josh Allen had, so that when he was going through his first 2 years of struggle, you could see the occasional moments of brilliance to think, that's why we're sticking with this guy and we're going to give him an opportunity because of the physical tools. Ty Simpson, if he looks bad, it'll be another JJ McCarthy. People will just go, this guy ain't good enough.
And
well, and to your point on JJ, he at least had 2 years of starting, right? And this guy's, at least Jay, and this guy doesn't have that. And that's what they tell us is supposed to set up success for NFL quarterbacks. And big part now is how many starts at the college level. And this goes back decades, of course, Rob, for head coaches and the outlook of this. So it's another kind of warning sign there for him.
Caden Vetch, I always mispronounce his name. The Iowa fans tell me how to do it.
Super interesting pick there from the Steelers.
Really returner.
He's a dynamic returner.
He's a fantastic returner, isn't he? Like really, really unbelievable returner.
Yeah. Well, Mike Washington is gone, and he goes to.
Did he go to the Raiders?
In fact, the Raiders traded up. So the Raiders trade up to take Mike Washington, apparently. So comparing him with Ashton Genty.
You got to have vision as a running back, I guess, is what the NFL tells us about Mike Washington. He can be fast as hell, but if you don't have any vision, then we're not taking you to the first couple days.
Well, and then that kind of mitigates some of the third down pass protection concerns because Genty's going to be on the field in those situations.
I'm prepared to be impressed by the Raiders, though. Are any of you
just
feeling
looking
that
at their haul, yeah, and I see some carryover. Like John talks about some of the GMs in the league that he shares DNA with, and he always thinks that they have a similar idea of the class. I kind of feel like Spytek has taken a lot of Seahawks. This could be a Seahawks list.
Well, you've got obviously the quarterback at the top end, and I think Clint Kubiak is a good thing for Fernando Mendoza. And then Stooks is a really good player, fills a need. Kieran Crawford's got a lot of upside. Trey Zoon will be he's explosive, very explosive player. Like, there's some things to iron out there, but there's a physical upside that you can plug him in at guard. A 3rd-round pick at guard, makes sense. They've taken a flyer on Jermad McCoy. Mike Washington can come in, and you're not saying, right, you're the running game now, Mike. Like, no, he's going to spell Ashton Genty. So that's a great role for him and the team. And some of these moves, they did bring in some big name free agents to bolster their roster, and they've got Max Crosby. And I think Clint Kubiak's a really good coach. So you look at the Raiders and think, I'm not suggesting they're suddenly going to be a playoff team necessarily or anything like this, but they look like they're going to be a lot better next year than they were over the last few years.
Well, and
what do you make
on day 3 of a bad draft class? This is what you do with your picks. You take swings on upside. You don't take floor players. You don't try to fit needs. You just take swings on upside. And nobody in the 4th round has more upside potentially than McCoy. And you can kind of put Washington in that bucket too.
Yeah, there's been a good number of picks to that point, Dan, for some of the other rounds right off the gate or the 4th round. Seems like teams are going more now for a little bit of the upside versus some of the safety of the floor and some of the other rounds to kick this off. Rob, it is a little odd, and I do agree with you on what's going on with the Raiders, but it is a little bit strange to see their approach to the interior offensive line here. You took Jackson Powers-Johnson in the 2nd round. You moved him to guard. I hate doing this. Of course, Seattle did this with Posick too. I thought this was always dumb. Where we put him to guard the first couple of years, and the LSU tape told you he was a center, and that's where he was best suited. Now you have Zune that you've done this with as well, and it looks like theoretically on paper that they're going to try to do this. We got Linderbaum at center, and then we're going to put Jackson at left, and then we're going to put Zune at right. Do you love that for them as far as taking centers and moving to guard? Is it ubiquitous to you on this, or do you land where I land on this, where it's like a guy's like this or he's that usually?
Well, Zune was a left tackle at Texas A&M, and everyone says he's going to be a center, and they're calling him a center on the NFL Network, even though they've just paid Tyler Linderbaum about $1 bajillion, so he's not going to play center for them. So it's clear that he's a tackle who's going to kick inside. So it's a position change anyway. He's never going to be a tackle, so he was always going to be a guard. So I don't have an issue with that. Like that the tackle to guard transition is only what the Seahawks did a year ago with Gray Zabel, after all, and that really works. So I've no issue with that. I do have an issue with what you said about the Oregon center moving to guard, because
JPJ.
There's no need for that. Like when you looked at JPJ, you could see he's built like a center. Like if you had to draw a center, like you would draw his body shape, and
it's true.
And there is a different shape to a guard, isn't there? And he's not got the guard body, he's got the center body. So it doesn't really make any sense. So if I was them, if I don't see him as my center, because Tyler Linderbaum is going to be the center, I'd be looking to see what I could get for him and move on, because the GM did not take him. This GM did not take him. So I'd be looking to move on and do it things differently. But I think Linderbaum, I'd know a problem. They've got a lot of money to spend, right? And they've spent a lot on a quality center. Fine, they need to protect your quarterback. They have got a left tackle who's capable. Now they've got a guard who they will hope to come in and develop. But at 6'7" guard is, again, that is he too tall? I guess Gray Zabel's quite tall. We'll see what happens. But I just trust Clint Kubiak, to be honest. I think. I wonder if in a few years' time we'll go, he was a heck of an offensive coordinator with hindsight. And he didn't get everything right, but no play caller did. But that was about as good a year. We've all been watching the Seahawks for a long time. I think the fact that there wasn't as much chaos as perhaps some other years, and the fact that it just all worked by and large, and that the struggles they had with the running game, they managed to work them out when it mattered. I think we'll come back to look back and go, he was a brilliant offensive coordinator, and we were lucky to have him for a year.
Yeah. I mean, we never had a playoff run look that good on offense from start to finish. I mean, the 49ers game, brilliant. Rams game, exceptional. The passing game on a day. The running game wasn't good. Super Bowl, of course, they could have finished the red zone drives better, but the running game got going at the best possible time. People forget that Super Bowl run, the first Super Bowl run with Bevel as coordinator. They ended the regular season really struggling on offense. And then they weren't great in the Saints game. They frankly weren't very good in the Niners game, but outside of Marshawn Lynch's, like 3 or 4 explosive plays was the difference. And then everything clicked in the Super Bowl. So there's always been these lulls with previous, I hate to do this, but pretty much every Pete Carroll team had some serious lulls that would cost some games offensively. And we didn't totally have that with Clint Kubiak. Even when there were some struggles, it never just completely sunk the entire ship.
Spot on. Completely correct.
Malik Muhammad's just gone to the Bears. So now we're having a run on corner. Muhammad's gone. Devin Moore went to Tampa Bay. Keontae Scott, I think, went to Dallas. Or sorry, I got it
Tampa.
mixed. Devin Moore went to Dallas. Keontae Scott went to Tampa Bay. So
now we got back-to-back picks by the Bills on the board.
It's a good pick by the Bears.
Mm-hmm.
Muhammad, that's good value there.
Yeah. Rob, would you see Seattle possibly doubling down on corner just because they only had 5 entering this draft? It's like, could they try and take an Andre Fuller, kind of late in the 6th round?
Denny's still out there.
Yes, I think there's every chance they could go for another cornerback again, depending on who's left. Andre Fuller's a great shout. I was really impressed by him, a lot more impressed by him than I thought I was going to be, and I got him in the 4th round. So we'll see where he ultimately goes, because I know a lot of people think he could be a later round pick than I've got going there. But you've got him, Charles Demmins, as you mentioned, Ephesians Prysock still there. Yeah, I'm a big Ezekiel Masters fan.
Yeah,
I think Will Lee's a heck of a player. Like, I'm a little bit surprised that he's still there.
Yeah.
Chandler Rivers has got something about him. Keith Abney's got something about him. So you have got a collection of cornerbacks. It's just a shame that the Seahawks are not on the board for another 40 picks. So is it 40 or 60 picks?
60. I mean, we're picking 188, so 62 picks now. Yeah. So
they may well have all gone, but the good thing is that if you, the cornerbacks may or may not sort of last into the range for you, but there's still a whole bunch of safeties out there that, I know you've taken one already, but there's a lot of talent. There's a lot of linebackers still out there that are very interesting. There's a whole bunch of defensive tackles who, if they're still available later on, could provide some value there. There's a handful of pass rushers. You've still got a bunch of receivers out there as well. So there's still a lot of good players, but with 60 picks to wait, it's going to be this is going to be the hardest bit of the draft now. Is sort of knowing that you're so far away from the Seahawks picking, and every player that you like, sort of I'm clicking them off my board as they get picked, and you're seeing the options get thinner and thinner as it goes along.
You had to wonder back-to-back picks if the Bills were finally going to address wide receiver. They go Skylar Bell from Connecticut there. Yeah, I thought it was interesting yesterday. You see the scout and the GM, the evaluator, come out in John. He's been saying for months that they were glad to give up a 4th and a 5th in this particular draft class to get Rashid Shaheed. Well, now the reality is here you have to sit and watch all these names come off the board. Reality sinks in. It does. It's got to be tough for them.
It really does, and it is hard. But at the same time, as the names come off, there's not been anybody that, because you don't know how you're going to feel until it happens, and there's not been any name come off so far that's made me think, oh my word, I wish we had that. Like, Caleb Elamzor and Skylar Bell are both reasonable prospects. I'm not going to have a sleepless night tonight because they've gone to Buffalo instead. So it does make you think. It'd be nice to have a couple of picks in this round, but well done to the San Francisco 49ers. You've traded down and you've collected all these 4th round picks. Is it going to make any difference compared? This is the thing I come back to with the Niners, which I think is really interesting. It's not that they just lost to Seattle twice at the end of the season. They got their asses kicked twice. Like, both games could have been 40-0. It was an absolute arse kicking in both games, road and home. And I know they had a lot of injuries, and that plays into it. And Kyle did a good job getting them to the point where they could win a road playoff game anyway, just to have the opportunity to come and get their asses kicked in Seattle. But what the Niners are doing, this kind of like they need more impact than trading down and getting all these picks. Eventually, you have to actually make these picks. You have to bring players in who can contribute, who can make you tougher and more physical. And what have the Niners actually done? It's been a bunch of receivers in free agency. It's receivers now. Your top picks are receiver. Your 2 main acquisitions were receivers. You've gone back to Dre Greenlaw. Can he stay healthy? Is he any good? Are your Nick Bosa's and your George Kittles and your Fred Warners and your Greenlaws going to be able to stay healthy this year? Trent Williams, you're having more drama. It's this annual drama with him, and he's coming back again. Great, but he started to look his age towards the end of last season. Like, are you actually making a big step forward here? What is the plan? It feels to me, I said this a year ago and felt stupid saying it because the Niners actually had a good season, didn't they? They won 12 games or 13 if you include the playoff game. But they feel very much like the Seahawks did, just as it was starting to turn under Carroll. So about 2017, 2018, they're still good, but you just don't feel like the best days are behind them, that the opportunity's gone, that the chance to get to the Super Bowl and win something is just a bit too far away, and that you're not going to get back there unless you embrace that. But it's so hard to embrace that because what you've done over a number of years has been very successful and very good. But how do the Niners get to that mental place where they go, yeah, do you know what? We're probably actually a bit nearer to a rebuild than anybody wants to admit.
Well, and the bulk of their draft is going to happen in the next half an hour. They're on the clock now at 127, and then they have 133, 139. I think that they don't have a whole lot of picks left after that.
Yeah, and it looks like they've made their pick. We've reached the point of the broadcast where they just ignore who's actually on the stage and then just talk a bunch. But yeah, the 49ers, part of their issue is that their recent drafts have just generally not been very good. And they're having a hard time finding those replacements. And at specific positions, too. You end up paying through the nose for Ayuk because guys like Ronnie Bell and Jacob Cowing and a host of other receivers they drafted have not panned out whatsoever. Pearsall may pan out, but like all those 49ers fans who are like, oh, Ricky Pearsall's back this time. He's going to do so much damage in the divisional round. And I think he had no catches on one target, and the one target he dropped. So there's just not a lot there offensively. Like, Shanahan can only do so much with the guys that he has on the roster. This is one of those things where, like, in 2019 and 2023, they had like clear, undeniable top 5 talent across the board, on at least just on offense alone. I don't really see that with this current 49ers team. Like, McCaffrey's still good, but like tick-tock, we're just kind of waiting for McCaffrey to finally look old. offensive line, Trent Williams, if he finally looks his age and starts playing like it, that's going to completely just disrupt what Shanahan wants to do because they're so rhythm based. Jennings is gone. Ayuk is inevitably going to go. You're not going to have Kittle. Somebody's saying in the chat, still have Kittle. Well, you're not going to have Kittle for a long time because he blew out his Achilles in January. So maybe he comes back because we've seen that with some Achilles injuries, not just in football, but in other sports. But it feels like the Niners, their opportunity was really that 2023 team that lost the Super Bowl in overtime to Kansas City.
And since then, they just haven't drafted well enough. I remember having Jeff Simmons on 2 years ago, and we went through the division counting blue chip players. And I think they had 11, something in that neighborhood. And they certainly don't have that now. And they just haven't replenished through the draft. And now we're going to find out the story of their draft in the next 12 picks. They have 3, and then they don't pick again until the end of the 5th round, and then they're done. So we'll see what they do here.
Just while we're on the subject of the Niners and Christian McCaffrey's name comes up, I do want to point this out just in case anybody's watching who maybe needs to hear this. But at Christian McCaffrey's combine, he was 202 pounds and ran a 4.48. And Jadarian Price, his combine, was 203 pounds and ran a 4.49. So there's a pound difference and 0.01 seconds difference. So I know people have talked a lot about speed with Price. I just wanted to point out there that there's very little difference between Price and McCaffrey. Now, that doesn't mean that Price is going to be Christian McCaffrey. Of course it doesn't. But it does go to show that it's not the be-all and end-all. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, that's a little high for him, but I like the player. There's some versatility there anyway. They need that. They need options up front.
Carver Willis to.
I was just going to suggest, since we were talking about CMC and they've got all these picks now, they've got 2 more of the next 11. I put a graphic up there, Brando, if you want to put that up. Like, would it be too obvious? I know they've taken it back already. Right? Should they just draft Eli Heidenreich and call it good? That'd probably put a little too much pressure on that guy. That's the one thing that is the difference with McCaffrey and Price, though, too, is with McCaffrey, he had the 1.52 10-yard split that you could feel on tape with the burst. Like, he has that short area explosion you feel from McCaffrey. Not sure Price has got that same level in that area of things. I think the speed's might not
right.
Time that way, but that's what first attracted to him on tape is first step, and he's full speed. I think that's a big part of his profile.
I definitely think there's a technique thing with the way Price runs that had an
he
issue
gets wide. His feet get wide at times.
Yeah. I think the get off on the I think was I'm certainly not a sprinting expert, so I'm not, and I'm not spoken to anybody who is. So I just got the sense that I didn't understand that he had a 1.61 or whatever it was split. That doesn't make it. That's a 245 pound defensive lineman 10-yard split, and it didn't make any sense. So I just wonder this. I don't know if that's a phony thing. It's a bit of a red herring, but Carver Willis, I think that's a really interesting pick for the Niners because I don't want to give him too much. We have been criticizing him. It's only fair that I think he's somebody that there's something there. Like when he played, if people want to go and watch this, Washington against Ohio State, he had a really good game against Ohio State. Ohio State's got some good players, so he played well in that game, and he's going to kick inside. His zone blocking grade's really good. That's the kind of player that, if the Seahawks had a 4th round pick, I'd be thinking I could understand them going in that direction. Yeah. So I think that's and now Connor Liu's gone to the Bengals. Like, that is a really good pick as well because he's tremendously talented, and he's only available here because of a knee injury. So that's a good pick for the Bengals.
And he suffered that knee. He missed the whole season, right? He suffered that knee injury before the season started. So he should be on track to be ready for training camp, I would think.
He played a handful
early October.
Yeah, but he's you're talking about instigating contact and being the aggressor at center. That's how he plays. So it's a really good play.
I thought there was some Ragnow to him a little bit on Connor Liu's tape.
It's a good play.
Rob.
He's a really good player. Whether he's I can't remember.
I don't think it'll become Ragnow. I think there's just some element, without making the direct comp, that there's some elements in the physicality they played with the position that I thought was similar.
And I think just the aggressive desire to get to reach up to the next level. Like that's the two things that I would look for. Having spoken to people who I've said, what do you look for in a center? And they'll break it down. And people who know what they're talking about will tell me they want to engage their hands, to be the first contact, to be the one who is setting the tone up front, not just sitting back. And that's one thing that Ethan Posick did a lot at LSU, which was why it's kind of mixed on him. He would sit into his set and sort of absorb the contact, whereas I prefer center he's going to get after you. And then once he's going to get after you, get his hands in the right place. Joel, get up to that second level, reach up, get somebody else, knock them down, land in space when you're looking to hit people at the second level. Lou does all of those things really, really well. So he's got a chance to he's got a chance to have a very good NFL career. That's great value there. That's capitalizing on the injury by the Bengals to get great value.
Speaking of centers, I'm a little surprised Sam Hecht hasn't gone yet. Where are you on him?
I had him as a 5th round pick.
Okay.
So I think the thing with him is the Senior Bowl, decent, tape, decent, upside physically, so low. Testing really, really average.
Oh, there goes Will Lee. There's your Will Lee.
Another bigger corner who I thought might have gone in like the 2nd or 3rd, but bigger meaning like taller corner. That's
I'd have been round 3. That's good value.
We might have the best value around here for teams in round 4. Like they might be operating with the best sense of first round 2 and 3, where there was a lot more of some reachy, weird stuff. This feels a little bit more like people are kind of being smarter on some of these picks up and down.
Well, also all the tight ends randomly going in the 2nd and 3rd who look like they had no shot even sniffing that. Like that's going to create like a sort of knock-on effect where some guys where you thought would go in the rounds where the tight ends went are going to drop to 4th or 5th, and they may have better value that way.
Did you see Gladstone's? By the way, did you see Gladstone's comment about that in his press conference last night?
What did he say?
Because he was trying to defend their pick, right? The first tight end taken, and he basically said that all their intel was that teams were prioritizing bigger tight ends this year in the class, even though this class as a whole has been regarded as not very good, and that they were just trying to get out ahead of that.
Makes sense. I mean, if that hadn't happened, that would have been bollocks. But the fact that it did happen,
10 win, something like that.
Actually, as an explanation, it makes sense. Like if you were like, we have to get one of these guys, and then you get Pregnon later on, like if they'd have took Pregnon with that pick and then the tight end after, people would have gone, well, you're just taking the tight end there because there was a rush.
Yeah.
So actually getting him there and then going and getting Pregnon, that makes sense. So maybe he deserves some credit for that.
Yeah.
Do you think, Rob, with some of the trend we've seen with tight ends being rising up the board, and we've talked about in the lead up to the draft about maybe this becoming that unicorn position right now? I've been referencing like a couple years ago as everybody was chasing Tyreek Hill. When everybody's looking for the next Tyreek Knight. Kind of feels like right now everybody's looking for the real nice tight end, and there are just this many tight ends to go this early. I know it was a deep draft. I don't know if it was that good of a draft tight end, though, to necessitate this many guys being drafted this high up in it.
I think it's the Rams effect again. I think the Rams being a trendy team to try and mimic and emulate, and their use of tight ends and the fact that they're drafting all of the tight ends every year is having an influence on the league. And I think they've all gone a bit nuts, frankly. And look, the Seahawks themselves kind of joined in a little bit because last year they took Elijah Arroyo when they had AJ Barner, and they still had Noah Fant at the time. So I think I'm right in saying that they had Noah Fant last year. So
on this subject, Brandon, I just put a little screenshot down below of a tweet I saw this morning that got my attention. It was on this very subject. Why are all these athletic blocking tight ends with poor receiving production in college being drafted so high? Because everybody wants the next AJ Barner.
Well, look,
trend.
It's not a ridiculous suggestion. That it's not probably directly an AJ Barner thing, but AJ Barner has already outplayed the spot where you got him in the draft. Yeah. So he's somebody who this time next year, this is why they can't spend. Like there was one guy who I think he was going to declare war on the Seahawks because they'd not kept Ken Walker. And you think, well, look, you don't realize how many how many contracts. It's not just Devin Witherspoon now. It's potentially Byron Murphy next year. It's Derek Hall within the next 12 months. AJ Barner will be eligible for a new contract this time next year and will be going into the last year of his deal. You've got Sam Darnold potentially knocking on the door and going, well, and listen, right now, I wouldn't want to be paying Sam Darnold $50 to $60 million a year because I kind of feel as if you're making the same mistake of a lot of other teams, and I'm not sure that he's played to that standard. However, if you win another Super Bowl next year, it's going to be pretty hard not to turn around to the quarterback and say, you must remain $20 million cheaper than the rest of the top quarterbacks. So there are some mouths to feed coming up, and AJ Barner will be one of those.
Speaking of quarterbacks, we're not seeing him go, right? I think you did a show about this recently, that it's not outside the realm of possibility or reason that when they are on the board in the 6th round, we know they've spoken with Luke Altmaier, right? Cole Payton is a guy that would seem to fit. Like you have to start thinking down the road. Last year of his deal for Drew Lock, you don't know what you have in Jalen Milroe. It's not inconceivable they could take one of these guys, is it?
Well, what I did is I wrote as part of like a notes piece, I did about 2 paragraphs on this and said, if they had a lot more picks, it wouldn't be beyond the realms of possibility that they might take another flyer. So like the this year version of Jalen Milroe, let's say, and just chuck them into the mix and see what happens. Now, they don't have a lot of picks, and they may well not do this now. But look, Cole Payton and Taylor Green, they do have very John Schneider-y kind of things going on. Massive hands, big, athletic, can throw a ball 65 yards. Watching Taylor Green can be very frustrating because he is so talented, but then makes the most stupid interceptions ever. And then with the North Dakota State quarterback Cole Payton, there's like so much to like. I mean, like he does have some talent there, but as a left-handed quarterback and the competition level and stuff like that, you do wonder a little bit about. But then you've got Garrett Nussmeier, who's still available. You know, some people like Behren Morton. Haynes King's an absolute warrior. I think Sawyer Robertson has extinguished all kind of hope that he could be anything with the way that he played at the Senior Bowl. But there are quarterbacks there. If one of these guys was there in the 6th round, is it the most ridiculous thing ever that the Seahawks could take them, knowing that they could just cut a 6th round pick anyway in camp? It's not worth ruling it out, is it?
And maybe you have an opportunity to move a guy like Locke to a team like the Steelers that have a couple of young quarterbacks. Rodgers doesn't come back, let's say, and you got a Howard and the Aller kid they took, and now you go for a Locke there, and you only got Locke under 1 more year, so maybe you can get a 5th, 6th round pick.
What do you guys think, though? Because I'm of the opinion that I'm not sure that anybody else would sign Drew Lock except the Seahawks, and the Seahawks kind of have this weird, like, does Drew Lock have some compromising pictures of John Schneider with Diana Rossini or something? Like, what's going on here? Like, it's almost as if like this. I think if Drew Lock was suddenly a free agent, he wouldn't have much of a market. But whenever he seems to be available, the Seahawks come flying in, and he could
be on the Geno Smith plan, and just do the 1-year deals every single year.
Yeah. I don't think he's good for the most part. Just that
contract, right? The Giants gave him like a decent contract with incentives or all that stuff, and he helped them lose out on the number 1 pick by throwing and essentially got our old pal Gus Bradley fired because Drew Lock has never put in a game like that ever. Although a lot of it was just Malik Neighbors or some of their other receivers taking a short throw and getting yards after catch and turning it into a touchdown. But yeah, there's probably not a huge market for Drew Lock and for really any trade, really, because you've seen what he is in Denver, and he's like a capable backup. And I don't think capable backups really command a whole lot.
Have you seen the Niners have traded down again?
Which
yes, and they got a 6th round pick out of it for next year.
We mentioned the quote earlier. I think it was Chase Sr. that said last night, I thought this was a great line. He said they traded down for all 3 of their picks on days 1 or on day 2 and managed to reach for all 3 after trading down.
The Niners just seem to be saying, we have an opinion of this draft class. It's not very good. We're just going to trade down and see what we do is what we do, and if we get some picks next year in the later rounds, fine. And we'll just have some fun with these 3 days. We'll just see how many times we can hit the phone and do a deal, like for our own just amusement. But I don't understand this plan. Like they are passing on players who they theoretically should be taking here to improve their team, and it doesn't. I mean, Matthew Hibner, the tight end from SMU, is not one of them, like who the Ravens just traded up for. But there are other players that they could. That to me is another head scratching pick. But there we go.
Well, you like Rob too, the Carver Willis pick for him, but what do you make of why the Niners have become so wide receiver obsessed through the years rather than getting away from their identity?
I think it's a Kyle blind spot. I think Kyle has got these ideas or ideals and preferences. One of them is clearly to try and draft a running back in the 3rd or 4th round all the time. And regardless of how many times it doesn't work, just keep doing it again and again and again. And I hate to say it, but I think Keelan Black is going to join Tyrion Davis-Price. And I can't remember who the player was that they drafted.
Trey Sermon,
yeah.
Joe Williams.
Yes.
Correndo.
They just keep doing this, and they just keep doing it, and it doesn't work. And then the receivers. So at the end of the season, I don't know if you saw this, but Kyle did a press conference, and they said, "What's the biggest need going into the offseason?" This was after the Seahawks had given him a towel in the playoffs, and Kyle said, "More speed on offense." And I sat there and I thought, yes, the difference between the Niners not being blown off the line, both lines, consistently was just a lack of speed on the outside. Like, the way that the Niners won under your leadership, Kyle, was because you had the best defensive line rotation in the NFL and an offensive line that had holes, but had Trent Williams at his peak best playing left tackle. So that's why you had a good running back and you are a good play caller. That's why you won. It was not because of receivers. And he is getting into his head now, for whatever reason, that if they just have another skill player, if they just have another threat here, if they just have another threat there, that everything will be okay. And what he really should be doing is reinforcing the trenches over and over again. They have ignored the offensive line for so long, and it is baffling. That's how the Seahawks have improved. That's how they should be improving. They should be building up their offensive line, and they're not doing it. They've tried to build up their defensive line. I think they've done a very good job of it, though. And they're left with a hodgepodge of players now, and desperately needing Nick Bosa. It's like they're a one-man band, and it's Nick Bosa on the pass rush, whereas their band used to be 3 or 4 deep, didn't it? So
it was so good that Pete Carroll, there was that one off season where he name dropped the whole defensive line group and basically said, that's what we want to be. And that fell apart quickly.
Pete, Pete's quite frustrating to think back on now. And as we all love Pete Carroll, but they're consistently saying this is the kind of team we want to be, and then doing the exact bloody opposite all of the time is really frustrating. But maybe we had to suffer through that to get to the other end and win another.
But Rob, you were making the comparison between where the Niners are at earlier and their sort of this point of their Super Bowl window, and the comparison back to Pete. And I think that we're finding here an echo between these two things, because remember, the whole thing with Pete, to your point on this with the defense, was that they wouldn't seem to put the assets into the defensive line despite the fact they didn't want to blitz. And thus it made it a necessity to have a grade A defensive line if you wanted Carroll's scheme to work. I mean, that was kind of the base functionality you needed, yet they never really addressed it in the way that they needed to do to make it go. And it's the same thing here with the Niners on the offensive line, to your point on that, where you're just like, you're drafting like you have an air raid offense. It just doesn't, it's not adding up as to why you take this approach at all.
Yeah, this is a real reminder of what it used to feel like, that you sit there and you go, okay, like we can all see what you want to be, because you tell us all of the time what you want to be, and your actions do not meet your words. So we want to be a tough, physical, bullying team, they say, for years in Seattle. And then it's de-Eskridge. And then we'll take a linebacker instead of the offensive lineman. It's all of these different things that culminate in a team that just wasn't tough to beat, that became increasingly finesse over the years, that they were sort of too attached to their guys and not sort of being able to sort of mix things up and change things up enough. And the Niners are getting to that point now. They are doing the same they're making the same kind of mistakes. And it's hard to understand it, because the Seahawks have shown everybody how you break that problem, and you sort of become very clear and focused in what you're going to do. And the Seahawks, then they let the board come to them for 5 drafts in a row now. And they take offensive linemen, defensive linemen, they build up through the trenches. They're very savvy with their veteran acquisitions on the defensive line. They have leadership. The smart, tough, reliable mantra isn't just a catchphrase. It's something that they actually, that means something. and they build the toughest, most physical team in the NFL. That's why they won the Super Bowl last year.
That's the irony, though, isn't it? Is that early Pete invested in the trend. They took Russell Okung with the first pick. I know the Legion of Boom got the plaudits, but like they had Russell Okung, they inherited Max Unger, and then extended him before Russ's rookie season even began. They had the most expensive offensive line in the league in 2013. It's just they were very injured. And then defensive line, why did they lose to the Falcons in the playoffs? Because it was basically Bruce Irvin, a very raw edge rusher, basically getting caught up the field every time. But Chris Clemens tore his ACL. So, okay, we get Cliff Averill, Michael Bennett on the cheap. We got the best defensive line in the league. The offensive line, when it was healthy, and I know Von Miller didn't play, the Broncos didn't get anywhere near Russell Wilson in that game. So they knew how to win in the trenches. And also talking about San Francisco and how they were able to finally break down Harbaugh after losing to him those first couple of times. They could crack that run defense that was once impenetrable, but they had the blocking scheme and the running back to give San Francisco hell on earth. And they were able to be more physical than them. And then on the flip side, you had the pass rush to get after Colin Kaepernick repeatedly and also make sure Frank Gore never really got loose outside of like a couple of carries. So they got away from that over time. And as you said, they were too willing to hang on to their guys a little bit too long. And look, I was on I did a super chat way back where I said this year kind of felt like a referendum on Pete in an indirect way because of how Seattle performed and how the Raiders performed. I think this year could still be a continuation of that, depending on how the Raiders look this year, because last year just looked completely dysfunctional. And you do have to wonder how much of that is any sort of power struggle between Pete and Spytek and how Spytek performs with Clint Kubiak, and whether it is a case where Pete may still have there's still maybe life yet in the old dog, but he might just be a little bit too stubborn for his own good. And even just looking at that Raiders team last year, how on earth could you look at Stone Forsythe and say, that is my backup tackle, and in case Colton Miller gets injured, I want to bring him back?
How did you get to a point where, when you as you're explaining brilliantly there, we need to get back to what we used to be and all of this stuff, and we're going to do it by making our pass rush Bruce Irvin and Benson Mayowa in 2020.
And that's a horrible offseason too.
And we're not going to do
that. That was an improvement, Rob. Remember, that was an upgrade over Jadeveon too. That's how they sold it to us.
Yeah,
I mean, it was the most frustrating.
And they tried to slap it together.
And it's like those are guys you don't want dropping. I remember the Steelers game of being so mad that they ended up dropping Benson Mayowa in coverage to cover Najee Harris in the flat. It's like that's the easiest touchdown he's ever going to score in his life. And even in that 2020 season, remember, that's the year, of course, they traded for Jamal. And it felt like, and I've been adamant about this, they wanted to solve two problems at once. They wanted to get a more dynamic safety, and they wanted to improve the pass rush without really investing in edge rusher properly. And it burned them so badly that they had to make the trade for Carlos Dunlap in the middle of the season. And honestly, if they don't trade for Dunlap, it's possible Seattle doesn't win the division that year. So eventually, by the time that the drafting got better, Pete was just getting outfoxed on the field anyway. Mm-hmm. I mean, you can consider the Super Bowl team last year and how many of those guys were on Pete's rosters. You can tell the stark coaching difference. And I've been talking to some people on Twitter about it over the last few months. Pete, I think, just totally lost the ability to make his players focus on the little things, the attention to detail. How many times under Mike Macdonald last year did you see busted coverages, blown assignments, just two guys running the same route? The spacing of the route combinations under Kubiak were so different than the nonsense we got from Ryan Grubb last year, because I think Macdonald is a stickler for the details. And Pete Carroll, I'm not saying he isn't, but I think he kind of lost his way there. And it's kind of why you were pretty much compelled to move on from him, because it wasn't going to get better. And then you watch the Raiders last year, and it's kind of the same thing over and over again, but with worse talent.
It's true enough. True enough. We got a couple donos here, guys. Just want to back up here. Megan, thank you for the $5 donation. It says 2 a.m. here, boys. Don't want to hear how early you're up. I haven't been into bed, and I'm avoiding coffee, so I can sleep after the last pick. Now, we're rolling along here. We got Rob in the house, too. He's on day 3, no doubt.
I've got to shoot, because I promised believe it or not, a Detroit Lions UK podcast that I would join them at the start of the round 5.
Let's
talk about the Seahawks.
Go talk about Bryce Betcher with them.
Yeah. I don't know what they're going to. I don't know what they want, but I'm going to go there and give it them for the fact that we won the Super Bowl and they didn't. So,
nice. Well, thanks for making the time, man. It was good to have you.
No, my pleasure.
Very much appreciated, Rob.
And thank you for having me and offering the invitation. And here's to this being another glorious year for the Seahawks in 2020.
Indeed.
Yeah. Julian Neal said
Let's
we're going to
repeat.
go back to back. Let's make him correct and make sure that he's a major reason for it.
Yeah.
And definitely we'll have him, I'm sure with Dan as well, we'll having you back on our channels here soon once the draft's wrapped up, if you got a chance on that, Rob.
Anytime, fellas. Just let me know.
Thank you, my friend.
All right.
See you
Thank
guys.
brother. Appreciate you.
Later, Rob.
All right, let's pop through. I'm sorry, we got backed up on the donos here a little bit. No complaints here, Megan. We're rolling strong today. We're rolling strong. I'd rather be flying an X-Wing. Thank you for the $5 donation. It says, morning, boys. Apparently, the Niners are using AI to help with their picks.
Right.
Does that mean the Rams are using vodka to help with theirs?
That was such a crazy thing for John Lynch to talk about the other day. Because I don't know about you guys, but like early in the college football season, I tried to use AI to help me put together like a watch list of guys that would be draft eligible there. And there were so many names on there of players that had already been drafted in the NFL or that weren't. Maybe that explains why the Niners are all over the board. Is ChatGPT is guiding them.
We've been failing so many drafts recently. It can't be worse. Can't be worse. But yeah, they're definitely, it's been wild more than what Seattle's done in this draft. To me, it's the story to me is really the division and specifically the Niners and Rams for how, to me, bad it's been. Niners did a little bit better with the Carver Willis pick. That's helped. And Stribling, I think, is going to be a helpful player just so early, like you said, Dan, on that, where it just makes it hard to understand what their approach to be doing that is. So I think Rob hits.
Saints have had a couple of interesting picks in this fourth round. Jeremiah Wright is a guy late in the fourth round that gives him a big offensive lineman. Maybe interestingly enough, though, he's a right guard. Cesar Ruiz become available. But they just took Bryce Lance out of North Dakota State, a guy who, if he's 22, 23 years old, probably goes yesterday.
Yep. And like a guy on the Jeremiah Wright pick, he is one of the 2 draft picks that Seattle sent in the Rashid Shaheed deal. So at the moment, it's Rashid Shaheed and a Super Bowl ring for Jeremiah Wright. And I think they haven't traded the 5th rounder, so we'll see about the 5th rounder.
I'd give that up. I'd give up Jeremiah Wright for cheat sheet.
That works out okay. And what are they going to do at
flip.
532? Yeah, they're not going to. Yeah.
Jordan with a $5 dono. Thank you for that, Jordan, over on Dan's side. Says, so McCoy's big slide is due to a bone cartilage issue that could end his career. Sounds a little Russian roulette on this surgery based on what you were saying earlier, Dan.
And what's interesting, again, to quote the report this morning or to cite the report, is at some point they're going to have to replace that plug, right? Could be a year from now, could be 2 years from now. He's apparently good to go until that point. And then even if that procedure is successful and he's able to go on and have a long career afterwards, that procedure alone might cost him a full season. So,
and that's where you go, okay, it gets touchy. Yeah. You're looking maybe 2 years off the board to get him right, potentially on that. So,
and
makes sense.
We've seen guys get injured before the draft. Like, I remember Sidney Jones blowing out his Achilles in the pro day, and he still went the 2nd round. So, like, if McCoy only had the ACL, then obviously he would have been way gone by now. But this bone cartilage stuff and a bone plug, I can see why teams would just take him off the board, because you don't want it early, at least. And a 4th rounder, you're fine. But would you really want to kind of potentially light a 1st or 2nd round pick on fire because you took a guy who's could be in like serious medical peril to even play this game? So I feel for McCoy, though, because that's a huge difference in going from like eight-figure salary on a 5th-year option as a first-year player to he's hitting 6 figures throughout his 4-year contracts as a 4th rounder.
Brandon, there's a great comment from Charlie the Unicorn at it'd be, so your time would be 10:53. I don't know if you see it there about AI. We were just talking about the AI thing. Chat GPT. I'm gonna steal that.
It's the less expensive version, man. It's getting pricey.
Wait a minute, we got to give him one of these. Hold on here. There we go.
That's good, man. I like that, Charlie. Nolan also on this note with a $5 says, just ask ChatGPT. That'll tell you who the Niners are going to keep drafting. we're, I think we're onto something, folks. We're pulling on this thread. We're figuring this thing out.
Yeah,
Why this explain it at least. This would be a viable explanation.
Like for him to
thank you
say that out loud and then follow it up with what might prove to be a bad draft. It's like he's applying the paint all himself to paint himself into a corner. He is slapping it on.
Boy, is he ever. Goodness. Josh DeHuman with a couple $5 donations, both over on your side there, Dan. Thank you for that, Josh. Sorry a little late on getting back. We want to just make sure we got in with Rob with these donos. So Clinton said Bo Stevens could drop to round 6 a few weeks back. James Newby's still available, likely a late round guy. Both guys the Seahawks have met with. Indeed.
Yeah, I've been eyeing the guards, and if Stevens gets to 188, I kind of feel like that would be the odds-on favorite.
Yeah, you'd have to think that, especially with what they've addressed so far, so heavy to the defense, the last 2 picks come back around as well. So does he last that whole extra round will be kind of the question there, I guess, is can he last to that point? We shall see. He's with the 5th guy as far as guards available goes right now, and it's going to be a pretty deep 5th round, but that'd be great value if you can get him there, Josh, if they can pull it off on Newby and Fano, by the way. Newby and Fano are kind of the 2 late round guys / UDFA guys that I think one of those 2 guys we end up with, be it either the last 6 round pick or we signed as UDFAs, both really interesting in what they bring to the table. So definitely could see it. Josh I think this just it posted yours thing twice there. Sorry I hit you up there twice, Josh. I might have double dipped you there on that one. Industry Worth, thank you for a couple of dollar donations and a $10 donation. You're the best, Industry Worth. Appreciate you. Hope you're having a good morning. Thank you for the $3 dono as well. Very kind of you. We got Sean McLeodart. Thank you for the $2 donation. Says, did I hear Mike McDonald say Bud will be trained at cornerback and safety?
Definitely said he could play some corner for them. Yeah.
I got a bold take for you boys. 3 years from now, I might have said this last night. 3 years from now, Neal's going to be your starting free safety, and Bud Clark's going to be your starting strong safety.
There you go. Positional versatility.
That would be bold. So we're kind of jettisoning Love after this contract.
I just kind of, we were talking yesterday, he's 30 years old. He's played really well. He's at $13.5 million per year. What is he going to want? And then what are you comfortable paying for a guy that age when he does come back around? Knowing those contracts, I mean, Rob touched on it well with the extensions, and Rob even left a couple guys off with all those guys he listed. Ernest Jones, Leonard Williams, throw on top of that pile of those guys he listed. Is it going to have to come down to there's some places that you're going to have to make some tough decisions? And I do kind of wonder about that one a little bit. Not that I'm looking to move Love. I love Love. And I think that if he's willing to maybe take a little bit less at that point, understanding he's getting older, maybe they can find a middle ground there.
Yeah.
But I do kind of wonder about that.
I don't know that we're talking enough about Leonard Williams. Like we're entering the last year of his deal. If he indicates a desire to continue playing, then I would think you want to get that deal done this offseason before the season starts. And if you don't, if he tells you, hey, I'm going to be at the point in my life now, I got, a bunch of young kids and I've made a bunch of money and won a chip, maybe I want to reassess. Well, then, suddenly, we talk about edge being a big need in 2027. Well, suddenly, defensive line is going to be something you're going to have to pursue pretty aggressively too. If you just don't get any certainty from him that how long he wants to play.
Yeah,
it's very true.
I mean, there's a give and take. So, because you got guys you want to extend or could extend, like Williams and certainly AJ Barner next off season. But then there's some guys you expect to come off your books either through retirement or as a cap casualty, like Cooper Kupp and DeMarcus Lawrence, and you could be able to save a bit there. But that's why, you could have kept all the free agents you wanted to this offseason with the cap space you had. But you're not thinking big enough picture with some guys a year ahead who've got contracts up, who are frankly just as important, if not in some respects more important to the long-term health of your franchise.
Yeah. Another base edge goes off the board there, LT Overton.
Yep. So Overton's gone, and look, the Niners and
Cowboys loading up on the edge, although they say they're going to play Barham. They took Barham, right? Not Crawford. Yes. They took Barham. They say they're going to they're going to move him back to off ball.
Yeah, that's the thing with Barnum, was we kept talking about him as an edge, but I wasn't convinced that he wasn't just eventually an off-ball guy, and then kind of maybe some limited upside to him as an off-ball guy, because kind of the value of him becomes the hybridic side of what he brings, but I just don't know if he had enough off the edge to be a factor in that way.
There goes Kyle Lewis, man. I tell you, I really like what the Dolphins are doing.
This has been the best value round to me of, I mean, first is always hard because first is the first, but if you look at second, third, and fourth round, this one to by far of these other 3 rounds has been the best value team by team and what they're taking.
So we saw this. We saw this exact duo all week long because they were, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they were on the same team at the Senior Bowl in Mobile, and they're pairing Jacob Rodriguez and Kyle Lewis.
Wow,
I don't like this as much
because, but man, they're going to cover.
Yeah, but it also shows you. Well, maybe they're looking at Lewis as a safety, dude.
Yeah, he could just be a sub package guy ultimately.
Yeah, because I mean, that Brooks is still there too as well. I don't like the idea of taking 2 will linebackers though in your defense, which Malcolm Rodriguez is a will linebacker. Kyle Lewis, if he's a linebacker, is a will linebacker. He's not a Mike.
Could he play some
so like,
maybe Lewis plays a little nickel for you.
Yeah, well, you could do some slot safety. You could just, like you say, you can just kind of make him as a sub defender, and I like him in that role. I think he's an imagination guy to me. You just need some imagination and less of like, where's his position? What's the spot you got? No, just use him around. Use him as that piece you can kind of work in, and he'll be a good player for you. So I like the pick for Miami, though. It is a little bit weird with their linebacker. Like none of their linebackers can get off blocks right now. Kyle Lewis, Malcolm Rodriguez, Jordan Brooks, and Dodson. They do not have a single linebacker on that roster that can get off a block at the second level.
Yeah.
Niner selections in. Oh,
they do something smart.
The Niners with the second to last pick in the 4th round go for Ephesius Prysock of Washington.
Who I get the length is tantalizing, and we all think about, the Pete prototype and all of that. He did absolutely nothing in Mobile to impress me. I thought he gave up a ton of separation, really struggled to stick with especially quicker receivers, wasn't sticky in coverage at all. I just didn't see it. But I get the length, and at this point in the draft, you take a shot. There's no one, I don't think at this point of the draft now in this class, I don't think you can take the word reach out of our vocabulary. I don't think there are reaches left in this class.
I mean, these corners, if you're locked in on having to take a corner, there's about 7 guys here I think I take over Prysock of these corners. I'd Abney, Rivers, Demings, Massis. I take Pride, Hall, all those guys.
Abney was getting like early day 2 buzz early in the process.
Yeah.
The Bengals take him, and they just took Taco Davis the previous round. Unless they take him, he's going to drop into the 5th.
I might take Fuller over him, to be honest with you. He's not Takario. Takario could line up and press and then have the makeup speed. Mm-hmm. Prysock didn't have the makeup speed, and he was still operating like Washington. They just stuck those guys in press, and they were just like, stay as tight as you can. And he couldn't do it. He was allowing separation all over the place. He can't change direction. This is not a good pick for them considering what was available on the board to me on this one, at least, Dan, because I think that there are some legit names here.
I can't believe Demings hasn't gone yet. I really liked his press tape. And granted,
Massis would have been better. I mean, Massis there
is a legitimate thing with Demings. That's probably why he's still on the board. But yeah, Massis, TJ Hall's got something to him.
Yeah, TJ Hall. I mean, it's. I would not have gotten a Prysock on that. I just think with that, this is a pick. The Niners are having an awful draft. They were starting to get the thing back on the rails with Willis, but yeah, they're just not having it. It's not getting done for them right now.
Chandler Rivers was a guy that I think we talked about quite a bit in Mobile. We really liked him, inside out versatility. Man, he's got short arms.
I mean, that's what I kept ribbing Bryce for, because I know he loves Chandler Rivers with 29-inch arms. You can't be both. You can't be not a tall corner and you have just complete Gumby arms. So
yeah,
it's true. It's very true. A couple more donations here. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. Says Randall's final consensus: weaker draft plus stronger roster plus 27 comp picks. John is using the draft like free agency, drafting BPA at specific positions.
Yeah, we talked about it at the top that he is approaching it differently this year. He's just not being honest about it. He's using different semantics different wording to describe the fact that he is leaning a little more towards need in this draft without admitting that he's leaning towards need in this draft.
Yeah. But like you,
that's fine with this class, like you said.
Yeah. It's one where in any other year, I probably would hold John to a harder account, but this is one year that you can't just operate with everything within a vacuum. You have to look at what's going on around the parameters of the situation, specifically this draft, the talent of this draft. You mentioned some other ulterior factors into this, Randall, being 2027 and where your roster's at. These are all factors in your decision-making at this time a little bit considering. And so I think you can understand, to Dan's point, why you lean a little bit more to the need side of this. It's okay with it, especially comparatively to the rest of this division. Some of these guys in this division, some of these picks, Carver Willis might not see the field next year for the Niners. Stribling will probably play a little bit, but he's not going to be an instantaneous necessarily starter for them next year. Kalen Black might sit on the bench, considering the way that they use McCaffrey. He might get 5 carries next year. Brian Robinson couldn't get a Cheeto last year. He couldn't say nothing of a lunch.
Yeah.
Like, just give me give me a bag of Cheetos at least, as far as my print. So I think it's well said, Randall. I think that this is one where I can completely understand their approach to it here, and it makes a lot of sense. And again, these guys are going to help next year. Whatever their upside is, whatever their long-term future is, it's going to help next year as far as adding to the roster and giving you guys that are going to help on the depth side of it, and even with maybe some upside to them in the short term.
I want to wait till the Cardinals pick here, and then I'm going to step away for a second. But Kamari Ramsey off the board before Kilgore and Wheatley.
Yeah,
interesting.
I'm surprised that Kilgore's dropped this far.
Yeah, me too. Well, that's
is there like a concern? Like, is he definitely a safety? Could you play him at corner?
There's some coverage concerns, right, Brandon?
Yeah. Well, I think it's like with Ramsey. I think it's similar to Ramsey. I think you'll see Kilgore go very close to where Ramsey's going. Both two guys got played into the slot too much last year. And so you have some bad tape of them within the slot where they really project out to being more safeties. And so I think that that's where teams are having a harder time to go, well, I know he's going to go to safety, but do I know for sure he's going to be good once he goes there? I think he'll be good. I think he'll be just fine there, but I do have some tape here that's got me a little bit nervous.
I feel like kudos, shout out to NFL Network. It seems like they're keeping up with the picks much better this year than before. It might be because of all the guest pickers that they have. This could still go off the rails later on.
Yeah, I got this international fan of the year. So we got people from France, Mexico, Germany, United Kingdom.
Okay, there's an interesting guard prospect that Titans just took. Fernando Carmona, Arkansas, played tackle for them. Really athletic, though. He was kind of a guy I had my eye on for potentially the 6th round.
Bo Stevens goes a little bit closer.
Did I miss it, or is Brian Parker still on the board?
Still has not been drafted.
Still on the board.
So Parker, Hecht, and Stevens are all there.
And it reminds me of what I was told the other day when the Oluwatimi stuff came out, that trading him is a possibility. It is on the table, but it's tied to a particular player being available to them. And so that 6th round is kind of what we talked about, where we might find out if there's anything to that Oluwatimi value. That might be sort of his value. If maybe one of those guys we just talked about is there, maybe they do make that move.
Well, the fact that they traded with Pittsburgh yesterday and got a 6th, which is, I bet, what Oluwatimi would have fetched. I think that kind of takes trading Olu off the table for now. Arizona's on the clock. So Cardinals, Panthers, Chargers, Browns. Can't lose sight of the fact that Emmett Johnson is also free falling. He's free falling way harder than Mike Washington did, because Washington's gone. Katron Allen also still there. I'm kind of wondering now if Singleton, especially because of the injury, really just falls into the 6th or something.
Damon Claiborne.
Yeah, we might see like a good undrafted running back class. Like Hemby maybe just ends up with the UDFA.
Jeremiah said he only had 8 draftable grades at the position. I wonder if one of those was Kalon Black. I bet it wasn't.
Yeah, it is. I think he was like in the 300s on the consensus board. And the 49ers said, you are a 3rd round guy. You are a top 100 pick.
Let's see. We're now, we're about 40 picks away now? 40, 45?
Yeah.
So just a couple guys, we're a little bit backed up on the donos. If I can just kind of catch us up here on this Tiza, thank you for the $2 donation. Any chance Nadame, Tucker, and Aiden Fisher fall to us? I think there's probably a good chance, Tiza. The guys are a little bit further down the board, so I think when you're looking at the 6th, you could have one of those two. I don't think Fisher's getting taken in the 5th here. He'll definitely be there in the 6th, and Tucker's pretty far down as far as there's a good number of edges that are higher up on the board for as far as the big board here goes, best available. So,
well, and
good chance, I think.
Bad combination of age and level of competition for Tucker.
Yep. Definitely a guy that I think you'll have both there for you, Tiza, though, when you're picking there in the 6th. Chris Hamani with a $18. What is AED?
It's not
AED.
Australian. No.
Not Australian.
No, Australia is AUD, I'm pretty sure. Wow.
Yeah.
Emirati money. So for
Emirati,
UAE,
okay.
United Arab Emirates. Yeah.
Well, thank you for the $18 Emirati on Dan's side. Says, at this point, I will not be happy if we do not get Eli. I will be happy if we do not get Eli. I have a crush. I am most probably wrong, but I feel that hybrid role is a need. R. Edelman. And he's talking about Eli Heidenreich, Dan and mine. Favorite prospect in day 3, dare I say, Dan, to speak for you?
No, he would be. And I'm already envisioning the thumbnail when I do a show all about him. And the obvious headline would be The Book of Eli. It just
oh, good. I thought you were going to say the new Reich, so I was getting a little worried there for a second.
I won't be able to get
I got worried, Dan. I was like, "Oh, Dan, no, hold on. I was going to give you the timeout.
You have to really watch what downs you win on.
Yeah, especially this day and age.
Yep. That pick would make Greg Bell really happy too.
Yes.
Yeah, he's
Army.
No,
Was he Navy?
I think Greg Bell was Army.
Oh yeah.
he's Army. Yeah, he's Army.
So
on that.
Opposite of that, then he would hate that pick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's right. They got that weird thing going on. But thank you though for that, Chris. And we agree with you, man. I think you'd find us very happy on that. I think he's just such a fun little piece to add into an offense. And it's a little bit like Kyle Lewis. It's like rather than trying to get caught up on what's his position and where he goes, you just go, hey, this is a guy who just get some touches and he's going to make something happen with him. And not bad value to get into day 3 if you can pull that off.
Cardinals pick is in.
Selection is in. Kyle from South Park, thank you for the $2 donation. Any reason why Lewis, Kilgore, and Wheatley are available?
Well, Rob mentioned the potential character stuff with Lewis. You talked about usage with Kilgore. Wheatley surprises me. I didn't think he'd still be there in the 5th.
Wheatley's probably the most surprising because I think you can, to Dan's point, there's some reasons that make sense on the other first 2 guys. But with Wheatley, the tape's clean. He's played the split safety stuff. He's not just a strong safety guy. So you would think that there'd be a lot of teams that he'd be on their radar as far as a possibility goes. So I'm a bit confused by that one with Wheatley. I'd expect him to go here in the 5th round, especially with Ramsey going. I think Kilgore and Wheatley go in this round for sure. William, thank you for the $2 donation. Hey guys, are all of your day 3 guys still available?
Hard to say. A bunch of them are. I like Bo Stevens would make sense. We talked about Heidenreich. I'm a big Mason Rieger fan. And then I tweeted this out right before we went on. If I'm taking upside in the 6th round of a weaker draft class, I'm shooting for upside and I'm taking athletic traits, right? And Michael Heldman, Central Michigan, is a guy that, 9.8 RAS that I think has something to him, level of competition, obviously, but he's got a nice combination of power and burst. And then Jordan Vandenberg out of Georgia Tech is another one that the only defensive tackle in the history of the relative athletic score dating back to 1987 that scored higher than him is Jordan Davis. And it translates. You can see some of that in what he flashes on tape. Should the Cardinals double up on quarterback here?
Well, they did not. They took a receiver,
okay.
Reggie Virgil from Texas Tech.
Yeah.
Yes, Texas Tech did have offensive players. It wasn't just all the defense that we saw. Although their quarterback certainly made sure that everybody else's draft stock would get suppressed.
Here's a question for you then. Speaking of quarterbacks, the Cleveland Browns have 4 of the next 10 picks in this draft. Garrett Nussmeier is on the board. would Garrett Nussmeier be the best young quarterback on the roster? Like, where would you have Nussmeier and Shadur Sanders and throw Dylan Gabriel into that mix too? So maybe it doesn't make sense for him, but they probably didn't expect that he'd be here.
No joke. I think they could cut Gabriel or trade him. That dude has no NFL traits whatsoever, and I can't believe they took him in the 3rd round.
Yeah.
He's short.
Well, it just makes that pay.
Not good decision making. He's basically in that, hand holding Oregon offense, the yak monster stuff. So I think that Nussmeier could be a viable selection for them. Did they? No, Flacco went to the Bengals. So they just,
or Peyton, even if they think,
they could take a quarterback, as a flyer in day 3.
Just like they did last year. In this class, why, with 4 picks in this range, why wouldn't you take a Cole Payton or a Garrett Nussmeier and just take another bite at the apple? And if one of those guys hits, then you don't have to, you don't have to be aggressive about it next year.
Yeah, and they've had
to your point,
good draft so far.
Yeah, you've had a good draft. To Mookie's point, you know what Gabriel is. I don't think there's a lot of reason to think that we'll just give him 2 years and he'll be something better. I think that if Shadur comes out there and is so much better in a bad Cleveland team, I think you're willing to take a swing here. I think that there's a part of this with Cleveland where they've really set the stage up for next year because they're not going to be good again next year. So they're set up really well to probably have one of those quarterbacks next year that they can really run at. But nothing wrong with just drafting QBs every year when you have this many picks either, and especially for a franchise that's not needing those picks to be vitally to take you over the top, to either be a playoff team or to become a contender. They're not that. I do think, John, you did mention something interesting, Dan, here, which is that we might see the inverse in this draft. So prior drafts, it's been value early, go to need late. Maybe in this one, we're actually going to get a little bit of the flip on this where we're going to go need early. And then maybe these late 6th round picks, it's all about going for the upside.
Yeah. Yeah. And to think that, all the quarterbacks on your roster in Cleveland, their combined cap hit would essentially be lunch money for Watson.
Yeah. There goes Sam Heck to Carolina.
There goes Carolina.
And I know you mentioned Bryce Betcher, I think, when Rob said he's going to go on the Lions podcast. I totally missed that he actually went to the Colts just a few picks ago, 135.
I had a brain fart. I don't know. Blue. I just saw blue and Lions instead of Colts. Yeah. Colts went CJ Allen and Bryce Betcher. Tells you what they think of their inside linebackers.
Well, they also their linebackers last year were not good, and they cut one of them.
It's the Cincinnati Bengals plan. The Bengals because the Bengals went Trotter and Demetrius Knight last year, right?
Yep.
They just went all in on rebuilding that room in the draft.
Seattle just traded up. Seattle just traded up to 148
with Cleveland.
Yes.
Whoa, guys, who do we think it's for?
Oh, here we go.
Or just one of the. Let's go. Hold on. So we got to do this first of all. Mookie, announce that again.
Good news. The Seattle Seahawks have just traded up into pick 148. Don't know the details yet. I'm pulling that up very shortly, but we are in the 5th round.
To move up that far, there's got to be a 2027 pick involved.
Yes, in fact, this is a Browns pick that was given to them in the Kansas City deal from 2 nights ago. So this is technically Kansas City's pick that became Cleveland's.
So Josh Josephs, Staten said there were some the things I heard about Josephs though were more like maturity stuff, but I guess he got in commitment, but I guess that improved during his time there.
Whoa, this is heft. They're taking a 2027 4th, and that's it.
Really? So we still keep the 2 6ths?
Yes.
It makes sense. They always say it's discounted by a round, right? So you trade a future 4th, which we know we have an extra one, and you get a 5th. If you're looking at edges, Josh Josephs, George Gums, Logan Fano.
So we got a 5th. We got a 5th back. You said, or is that we're just giving a 4th purely for next year?
Giving up next year's 4th for 148. It looks like it's just
okay. Guys. I think this could be an offensive lineman. We talked about Brian Parker. He's got guard, center flexibility. He played tackle in college as well. Bo Stevens. We know they met with him. This could be for him. Anything else that is this Eli Heidenreich?
Oh man, you might have to pull Josh.
We didn't get our wish with Dunker. So,
I gotta say, I like a lot more going offensive line here than edge with Josephs or a Reader or a
Stevens pick.
Parker or Stevens would be.
I mean that's all that I would be very happy with any of those guys. So you do still have value-wise Kilgore, Abney, Wheatley, or also, but look, Parker's right there at 10 as far as, so the board does fit right on this as far as like the value's not off going there in that direction.
What if they
so they definitely love whoever they moved up here, obviously, though, liking somebody to pop up in here. So,
but you know, could they triple dip at secondary? There's still a lot of value there too, but I think this is more likely a pass rusher or a guard. I think it's one of those guards. That's where the value is. I did not expect Brian Parker to be there in the 5th round. We know they love their offensive linemen with positional versatility. This guy kind of has a Jalen Sundell type profile where he's played tackle and he's played some center and guard. But Stevens just makes sense. They don't, sometimes we overvalue the 30 visits and what they might mean, but this was the only kid that they met with in person at that position, other than at the combine where you get to meet with just, about anyone you want. It just, it sounds like the interest was pretty legitimate, and I don't, there's a good reason to believe that he doesn't make it to 188.
I would agree with you on all those things. I think as well, the top 30 visits do, historically speaking, 3 to 4 guys do end up on the team of those visits, be UDFAs or as just drafted guys. So those are indicative of true interest by the team at that time. And it makes a lot of sense, man. Parker too, you can understand why he falls, and that's not like really necessarily lack of talent. It's just that, to your point, he's been kind of a man where he's been playing tackle. So now you got to do the projection, and I think he can go into here. I think he can be over to this spot, and it's like that's going to cause guys to dip like Dunker. I think if Dunker was just a right guard in Iowa and he'd just been right guard 24/7 and you had that tape to go off of, he would have gone up much higher in this draft, in my opinion.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. The Raiders just traded Tyree Wilson to the Saints while we're
for a 7th round pick. That was a terrible miss for me, thinking I mock drafted him at 5 a few years back in the Spoon, but like he just didn't have a standout trade. I just thought, okay, if Schneider and Carroll might see something in him.
Yeah. I was going to say about Parker, he played center at the East-West Shrine game, but they have him listed as a guard.
He'll be center. I like that pick for them. He's a pass blocking center. He's not going to get much for you as a run blocker, but as a pass blocker, if you got to put this guy out there as a day 3 guy, I think he can hold up for you. And let's face it, with Cleveland, you're going to be throwing the ball a lot on that team, just by how they're set up. So I like the pick for Cleveland.
Cleveland just went. Oh, you're talking Brailsford?
Yes,
yeah, Brailsford.
Oh, okay. God, he's so undersized though.
He is he's not.
Well, that's that lack of run blocking, whereas he ain't going to give you anything with that.
What's the dude last year? Was it Willie Lampkin?
Yeah.
It's like 5'11",
5'10", 270.
Yeah, but he's not that small. Parker Brailsford, he's certainly taller, but he's still.
So here's what's interesting is, although, or is the tracker behind? So, okay, now Washington's pick is in. The Seahawks made that move before they were on the clock. So, it's very likely that they were given assurances by the Commanders that they weren't going to take their guy. But that seems a little dicey to move up that far and still have a couple teams ahead of you.
Yeah, I think they definitely made those calls to Washington when
they may all be behind too. Like they may the internal stuff of when they have to turn in the picks and announce trades and stuff like that might be they might be ahead of us. But this makes it fun. We're going to get to talk about at least 3 picks today.
Yeah, there we go. Not bad. Thank you again, William, for the $2 donation. We got some guys day 3 that are here, so it's definitely. I'd say that there's some interesting names on the board, and I think Dan's got me hot to trot on this. Like, let's go upside in day 3, and we got our need in day 2. Now we go upside day 3. Let's reverse it a little bit this year.
It's not
with a weird draft.
Pass rusher because the Commanders just took Josh Josephs. So
yes, shoe. I don't need that. Go ahead, Joshua.
Let's just go Bo Stevens. Let's get a real zone fit.
Let's just meat and potatoes, Dan. Meat and potatoes.
Beat out Anthony Bradford this year, like moving forward. A little bit of a discount version of the whole philosophy we talked about last night about just setting that and how young your interior offensive line is and how you don't have to pay those guys for a while. You've already got your tackles paid. You could really, you talk about continuity and really solidify that group moving forward, whether he plays right away or not. Let's go.
Can't go wrong at an offensive lineman, man. You can't go wrong.
They could also just do something like they're trading up
they
for
get
Emmett
wild.
Johnson to throw him into the running back mix.
It's not out of the line here that they could go a little bit wild with this. So
receiver,
hard to see edge with Joseph's off the board though. Now, I mean, you're looking down to Curry, Fano, Rieger. Sapp is horrible.
Yeah. Gums has some interesting to him, but former wide receiver, a lot of length there. All right, pick is in. Let's do this. Come on, Bo. Bo knows.
Why do they have these interviews with these coaches? Who cares? Just talk about the picks.
And also, why can't the Dallas Cowboys afford a better quality webcam?
Seriously.
Working on 240p. So we know it's not Justin Jefferson, the Alabama linebacker, because Cleveland apparently took him. So after Seattle, so at 149.
How has ours not been announced yet? Maybe we're having trouble getting a hold of Bo. He's on a fishing boat somewhere.
NFL Network and ESPN didn't know what to do because they didn't expect Seattle to trade up. So they were anticipating a commercial break instinctively. But now they're talking to Shoddy, and now they just can't cut
I know.
off.
I got to watch Shoddy talk instead of getting my pick. Talk about shut up, Shoddy. Nobody cares.
Come on.
We did trade up, folks. Ballin. We had a 4th round pick in next year's draft that we flipped to get up here in the 5th round this year.
We're waiting. We're still waiting.
Man, it's just so hard to see this as being an edge to me. Who's the edge that's better than even Ivy at this point on the roster? I don't.
Could this be for your boy Perkins, a little chess piece?
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, I like
Harold
some Perkins.
Still on the clock.
I'd like me some Perkins
Still on the
action
board,
here. That'd be
rather.
nice.
I don't want to go to Twitter because maybe it's been tipped on Twitter. They get really early sometimes. I don't want to.
It hasn't yet.
Okay. Oh,
Are they asking Shoddy about his life history here? This was like a 20-minute interview with Schottenheimer.
hey, I understand your dad coached at a certain point.
Yeah. What was his coaching career like? What'd you learn from him? What'd you learn from your dad?
Come on. Give us something.
I'd be fine with Stevens or Parker, or if they double dip on the defenses. I think they're going to take a lineman here, meaning offensive lineman.
Mhm.
I'd be surprised if they traded up to take a D tackle or something. So
Yeah, like I can see Rayshon Benny having some appeal to them, but not enough to give up a 27 pick.
him or Kim Capehart or Tim Keenan, like I don't know.
Yeah, just let those guys fall to you. Come on.
They're still talking to Schottenheimer.
Yeah.
This is the interview that will never end.
They don't care about the Seahawks. They never do. Pick is in. Come on. Why is this taking so
The Cowboys get so much love as far as
Oh,
just
hell yeah.
media attention. It's just like, dude,
Oh.
the media can.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
The Anthony Bradford haters can rejoice.
Here we go.
Guys, they did something that we expected and predicted. And they still get 2 picks in the 6th to take a shot at some guys.
Yes. So you give up next year's 4th, and keeping in mind they're going to have at least 1 4th as a comp pick. I think maybe that's just the one. I can't remember which one it would be.
Yeah,
That would be the
and then
4th.
3 5th. So that
And
they still have
3 5th.
4
So
5th
as far
round
as I'm
picks
concerned,
projected.
I think we can all survive if Seattle only has 11 picks.
I couldn't.
We somehow will make it through.
I couldn't
Mookie,
celebrate.
somehow.
I couldn't celebrate louder because my lady is sleeping. But
Yes.
So you guys, with this guy, we got a highly graded multi-year starter with a background at both right guard and left guard as far as how he's played.
Yeah.
Flashes nearly elite latch and drive run blocking reps on tape where he gets legit push and control. In pass pro, the power translate, though bull rushes can back him up a little bit faster than you'd like to see. His game really rests on overpowering smaller 3 techs. This is where a little bit for me at times I wonder about him more being of a left guard, but he's played right guard and maybe has a chance to do it. That's just that power aspect I wonder about with the right guard that tends to be what you need to have at right guard even more than left guard sometimes with some of the bigger boys that you have to take on at the nose tackle position. Almost seems to get bored in pass pro. Outstanding base in pass pro. The bull rushers get him, but you're not getting him with any moves. he's going to cut down anything that you try to get after him with on that. Quick out of his stance. I think he's average speed, which is a little bit why he maybe drops in this draft, not a pure athletic guy, but I think that he's the quick out of his stance thing. It's like Lucas had this with Washington State. He's 6'7", but he's snappy. He's got a rubber band snap out of his snap, which gets him a natural bit of quickness to him that you can then say supersedes the testing times with the guy. But I thought he really did a good job of getting down to the second level and moving in space, even though he's not the most fleet of foot. Sometimes it can be just that you have good targeting systems, you take good angles, you've got a good feel for timing to get down to those second level blocks. And I thought Stevens did that, as Iowa runs a pure zone system as anybody in the country. So he's also going to come here really well suited to running the blocking system that we want to run.
And the thing that stands out on tape is, you like to see a guy finish plays, and he goes until and maybe even slightly past the whistle. He's not happy until he's driven you into the turf. He's just a typical what you'd expect from an Iowa offensive lineman, right? And but interestingly enough, there were some injury concerns early in his career. Missed a bunch of games his first 3 years, but then came back and started 25 out of 25 games the last 2 seasons. In fact, he won their Comeback Player of the Year award in 2024. Interesting note about his personality, but I think this kind of suits our offensive line group, right? Because you got your leaders, Zabel and even Lucas a little bit just in his demeanor anyway. Introverted, not a vocal leader, but will pull young guys aside and show his maturity. Shortest arms and smallest hands among the 22 guards invited to the combine. Probably one of the reasons that he was available here. And but man, the tape is really fun. Took center snaps at the Senior Bowl. I don't recall seeing that while we were there.
I don't remember seeing that either. So
is this
maybe a
guy?
couple.
Is this the guy that when I was told last week that the Oluwatimi trade possibility might be tied to getting a particular player in the draft? Is this the guy now that we might see Oluwatimi sometime in the next round and a half, maybe be flipped for extra capital?
Good point. You got a one extra guy on the roster right now, kind of, if you think about it, depending on where they're at with Richmond and Haynes. And is Haynes a guy that you think as well as maybe being a guy you move to center and then it's Stevens goes to right guard? There's a couple of different combinations here that could work out. Interestingly enough, too, there, just one other final note on Stevens. You mentioned the 25 straight starts. Last 2 years, credited with 0 sacks given up in 2 years as a starter the last 2 years.
Also, in 2025, 1 penalty. One flag. That's appealing to it, Mike McDonald.
Yeah. Yeah.
I got goosebumps.
Very nice pick.
Like it's, and this is why we talked about this concept both Thursday and yesterday, that, you can kind of in a vacuum, you can have a judgment about each individual pick. And with the format now, you got to sleep on that sometimes. And if you're someone that didn't think Jadarian Price was worth the 32nd pick and you're worried about how that's going to work out, or yesterday, we all wanted Jennings Dunker and we were disappointed twice, but to get this player at this point now to add to the group that they got earlier, now you start to look at the whole group together and how it fits and some of the boxes that it checks. And that's when you can start to get excited about this group of players. I think as we sit here today, and it's hard to make statements like this without being biased. I understand that. And there's always going to be some bias that colors our opinions, of course. I think they're having the best draft in the division. And I don't think I don't think there's a question about that.
I don't think it's close. And I don't necessarily think our draft's been amazing. I just still don't think it's close, to your point. It's solid and it's deep. It's just the other ones are bad, but hey, it's head and shoulders to me.
And
when you look at the rest,
immediate value. They should provide value in 2026, which you can't say about those other teams.
No, you can't.
My immediate thought is, irrespective of what Bradford's future looks like in 2026, I think Christian Haynes is gone. I think that they will keep Cable Dew.
Yeah, they like Cable Dew. I agree with you. I think he sticks, and I think they like Richmond at center, and I think that's why Oluwatimi might be expendable.
Yeah. I remember talking to Cable Dew, and he said he felt comfortable playing, talking to him during Super Bowl week, and he said he felt comfortable at either guard position, whereas center, he said something to the effect of he's kind of done as much as he can there. He hasn't done a lot of center snaps. I think he did a little bit in the regular season and even in the preseason and at training camp. But otherwise, guard seems to be his future. And look, the fact that Haynes year one couldn't see out Satao Lamea, who to my knowledge is not on an NFL roster right now, and then ends up,
I think he is. He's on some practice.
He might have signed with like New Orleans practice squad or something last year. And then this past season, he was never really in competition with Bradford. It was just a total smokescreen. So I feel like with Stevens' upside, he's kind of like the guy who pushes Haynes out the door.
Yeah, I think it's a lot. I think it's probably pretty smartly addressed on that, Mookie, in the respect of that he was supposed to be a guy that was a multi-level starter coming out of Connecticut. So he was what he was going to be. This wasn't Bradford coming out of LSU with a select number of starts who you could say, look, we got to give this guy some time. Very, very physically impressive. Give him some time to see what he can be baking into. Not the case with Haynes. What you see was what you were going to get. And it's just such a tough look as we go back, Dan, to training camp and how, I mean, we were sort of our disappointment was palpable at that point because we're over here watching Haynes. They're not giving him reps. They're not giving him practice reps. And maybe it was the pec and maybe not, but I just don't know about that, Dan. It felt more like then they're moving him to center and you're going, okay, this feels like something's a little amiss here with Haynes on that.
I got to give credit to my buddy and our esteemed colleague, Corbin Smith, with Locked On and over at Emerald City Spectrum. His final predictive mock draft: Jadarian Price.
Ooh.
Then he had R. Mason Thomas. Okay. Julian Neal, Bo Stevens. He's 3 for 4 so far.
That's a hell of a mock, man.
That's
a hell of a mock.
That is impressive. And then he has him taking Skylar Thomas, safety out of Oregon State in the 6th round. He could still be in on that. They have met with Thomas multiple times.
Yes.
Throughout the process.
Yeah. I also learned that there was a Skylar Thomas at Washington.
What's that?
I learned that there was a Skylar Thomas who played at Washington State several years prior to him. Mm-hmm. Same name and everything.
Yep. Niners pick is in. Let's see where they go.
Please keep messing up, Niners.
Yes, Steve Squawker. We got Bo draft day.
We got Bo.
But
we didn't have to trade 3 firsts.
Didn't have to trade 3 seconds.
Yep. Wow.
We did trade with Cleveland, though, so that's another the movie parallels work out.
Hey, did you guys see yesterday there was a moment where Roger Goodell came out and made an announcement that a quarterback was being taken it was on Thursday. He comes out before the draft starts and they're shooting something and they took a quarterback. The Cleveland Browns took a quarterback with the first pick and they had this actor come out and everything was the whole deal. And I thought, wait a minute, we just talked about this. Like, are they doing a sequel? Apparently it's there's a William H. Macy show coming out soon on HBO Max. And it's about a fictional family that runs a football team or something like that. And so it's just funny how they keep using the Browns in these fictional shows and stuff.
Well, if they're gonna be humor oriented, you know what I mean? It's like it's pretty ripe for like the previous jokes you could reference for all of the stuff that's gone wrong for them through the years. So holy crap, the Niners are
49
an awful draft.
Jaden Duggar, a 6'5", 239-pound off-ball linebacker out of the University of Louisiana.
Niners are duggering their own grave right now.
On ESPN's big board, he is ranked 365th, and he goes with the 155th pick. ChatGPT strikes again.
Niners slamming on that value like John Bonham's drums, man. Just
wow.
I mean, that's fitting because people are probably going, who?
Mm-hmm. This is just in, go back to Thursday. What did we talk about? And I put that quote up at that one point, the threading the needle nature of trying to come out of a class like this with a quality group that can contribute early and has some long-term upside, especially given that you're drafting at the back of each round and how they've navigated this and in understanding where the pockets are going to be, where the value was. to go running back early, knowing that the cliff was going to be what it was, and the rest of the league has only confirmed that since. And then addressing your secondary, which you knew you wanted to address because of some attrition, but also just, trying to compete within the division against Shanahan and McVay. And then to also still on day 3, get an offensive lineman that, unlike some of their day 3 offensive linemen in the last couple of years, could potentially project to help from day 1, where, we didn't get that out of Richmond and Cable do last year, or LeMaya the year before, or Oluwatimi the year before that. So just, I couldn't be more pleased at this point. And now I feel like the 2 picks in the 6th round are gravy, and they could just, and in normal years too, you would think special teams with those picks, right? But they did such an unusually good job of re-signing their young bottom of the roster guys that were either free agents or restricted free agents. They brought all those guys back at a level that you just typically don't see teams able to do because they look for opportunities elsewhere. Special teams, I think, are kind of fixed. So you can take upside at another position.
Yeah, I mean, they kept as you said, kept all the special teams guys except Derek Young and like Ricky White.
I think Ricky White's got a chance to fill those shoes. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and you got Cody White on the team. Like the bottom of the wide receiver depth chart, I think is pretty settled at this point. But the guys you sign, like Igbenogany, can play special teams. That's what he did a lot in Dallas over actually being on the field. Rodney Thomas, also a special teams guy. He went from starter to occasional special teams to predominantly special teams as he lost time in Indianapolis. So they're in an advantageous spot. I mean, when you look at the Seahawks offseason, so I'm going to go for free agency into the draft. Look at what they had at free agency. Cheap options at corner in Igbenogany, Rodney Thomas at safety, Emmanuel Wilson at running back. Then you look at the draft. You go swing for Jadarian Price in the 1st round. And then you take Bud Clark in the 2nd round at safety. And then you take Julian Neal, the cornerback, in the 3rd round. There's a bit of mirroring going on with their free agency plan, like cheap depth options who could start. And then you go for the high upside guys in the draft at those same positions.
And I'll tell you another thing that has not changed, despite the fact that Jim Nagy moved on and went to take over the program in Oklahoma, is the value that they put into the Senior Bowl. Now 3 out of the 4 picks were guys that we saw down there in Mobile. That still carries a lot of value for them.
Indeed, it does. If I can here real quick, guys, just got to pay a couple of bills here on the side of that, and that is over here on our deal here. So want to, if I can, just give a shout out to Prize Picks. They are the sponsor of the show. Both me and Dan are sponsored by Prize Picks. And you can take advantage of it today with the #1 sports app, rocking in the game, using our code HMA to get $5 of a lineup. Put $5 a lineup down. They're going to get $50 into your account when you do that. You got basketball, you got baseball, put fantasy, daily fantasy. You got to do, I want to do extended fantasy more, or you want to go over the unders. You got seasonal picks that you can go on for as far as football goes. I've got over 1,300 yards for Jackson Smith and Jigba, and over 750 yards there for Jacoby Myers. Kind of get some picks there. And hey, they even got right now, if you want to, you got some picks that you think a team's going to make in this draft right now through the rest of this day. You can make those picks right now because they even offer that as an option here on the app. So a lot of different options. You can use this site in a variety of different states, not necessarily full in Washington, but if you are on a casinos network in the state of Washington, you can then use the site in full there. So utilize it today. Take advantage of the code. Show some love here to both of our channels, showing some support here, but a big shout out to Prize Picks. Terms and conditions do apply. Please do see their site for details. Let's get this back to you guys here. Okay. Where were we at with this here? Here we go. Couple donations still here. I'm going to catch up. Thanks for being patient with us on this, guys. And we're still kind of backed up on this. Bam Cakes. Thank you for the $7 donation on Dan's side of things. He says, with Torrey Horton coming back and them matching Bobo, you think they'll go wide receiver? I'm hoping interior offensive line or defensive tackle at 188. Well spotted on your part here, Bam, in the respective they did address the interior offensive line. And this year, Dono came before that. So you were on it with it. And I think now that you have addressed offensive line, you can kind of, as Dan was talking about a second ago with these 6th round picks, I can't see how you can't really truly feel like you can do anything you want with these next 2 picks because you really have taken care of all of the business at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the whole board is open for you at really any position for you to just take a crack. I mean, that's a low probability you make the roster when you're a 6th round or later.
Indeed.
Yeah, and some guys that might make sense there, like defensive tackle, could be in play. You know, I really was impressed with Brandon Cleveland's tape. I wasn't familiar with him before I saw the meeting with him, and then went and watched him a little bit. That's fun. Rayshon Benny is still out there. There's some familiarity, obviously, some contact with the Michigan program, and my guy Jordan Vandenberg, defensive tackle, could make some sense. But yeah, you don't have to. You're not pinned in on anything now. And here's the other thing too. We've talked a lot about how the advantage that not having a lot of picks gives them in the undrafted free agent market. Now you can use these picks, and it wouldn't surprise me even if they were to trade down again, maybe from one of those picks. But if there's a guy that you want, that you think is going to go undrafted, and you think he might be leaning towards taking another opportunity elsewhere because he sees the position group or whatever, well, you can just use one of your picks and then take that choice out of his hands. Right. And it wouldn't be viewed as a reach at this point either, because of what we talked about earlier. Like, we're entering that part of this draft, in this draft class, where you just take the guys you like, and you don't really give a hoot about where they're ranked.
You come back to the upside thing there, Dan, where it says, you know, to your point on that, you come back to, okay, I grabbed this guy because I can't get him as UDFA. And to me, it's also then the combination of a guy that I like some of the upside on this guy too. That's the point of us grabbing him here versus, yeah, we lost out. I'm not giving him $50,000 for the UDFA. Oh, it's no big deal. Versus, hey, no, this guy might. I mean, we don't know. It's at this point, everything is a roll of dice here. Everything's a lotto ticket here to a major degree. But with that said, I'm much more like the angling of that, because you have cleaned your house up. You've taken care of all the business. You got the rest of the afternoon to take off a little bit. So why not go a little bit crazy with it at that point?
And you talk about upside. I'm really intrigued now after some of the things that Rob Staten had to say about James Newby, who, you know, you're not going to find him you're going to have to scroll. I'm doing it right now. I'm scrolling all the way to the bottom of the edge group on the Beast to find this guy because of the level of competition. And he transferred a couple of times. He went Montana Tech to Idaho to New Mexico, trying to find a higher level of competition. Right. But he's a guy that maybe he does go undrafted, but also maybe you just use one of those picks just to get him in the building and get him locked up and not risk losing him elsewhere. But, you know, undersized guy, but the speed profile Rob talked about, you know, that's all about upside. And Mike talked about wanting to find quicker wins. There goes the one good fullback in this class. They have him listed as a tight end, but I wondered if he might be in play if he made it to the 6th round, if there's any concern, especially about Robbie Oot's neck, like Max Bredeson. I had hoped that when we hired Kubiak last year, I had hoped that Bredeson would have come out last year from Michigan. I thought he was the best fullback in the country.
Good.
Where do you go, Minnesota?
Yep. The Vikings. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, the god himself, CJ Ham, retired, so they got a void there.
That's right. After 27 years in the league.
Right. The no neck Ham.
I'm on my second Celsius, guys, so I apologize if I get a little antsy.
Hey, there we go. I do think it's receivers probably off the board. We like Heidenreich, Bam, but it's probably going to be hard with the numbers game to quite be able to get another receiver on the roster at this point with where things stand.
Yeah.
It's not impossible, but probably really hard. Ski Nation, thank you for the $5 donation. I just watched the Jadarian Price highlight reel for fun. Holy cow, he gets to top speed instantly.
He does.
It's like a superpower. I want to see that in the kick returns.
Absolutely. And I was thinking some more about this yesterday. If Jadarian Price never becomes a 3-down bell cow, which I don't think the Seahawks are really looking for anyway. I think they always want to kind of have a tandem. If all he becomes is your kind of change of pace back, and I don't mean a role player, but like part of a tandem, but he's the guy that you go to for hoping for explosives. That's, again, in this draft class, like, that's fine. That's what you lost with Ken Walker. It's he's so much fun to watch. So much fun to watch.
Remember when Schneider said of Price's game, he made a little line there about not always bouncing outside.
Yes. Oh,
so how can you see that in Price's game, that he is very decisive.
That was a dig.
His cuts and just getting up the field as quickly as possible. And he might not have Ken Walker's speed, but I know a lot of the best running backs in the league, like Saquon and Bijan Robinson, they've got the great speed and that creates the explosive plays. It is not an absolute requirement to have great speed to still have a lot of explosive plays. I mean, Marshawn Lynch was maybe faster than he was advertised, but he was not what you would call an absolute burner who's capable of going 50 yards any given play. But it's those first 10 yards. If you can win quickly in those first 10 yards and then get to daylight, I'm happy as can be. And for a guy like Jadarian Price, he might not be one of the fastest backs in the draft, but the way that he can maneuver in spaces, I like his contact balance way better than Mike Washington, for example, in the open field. I think that Price could be an explosive back, even if he might not always hit home runs at an NFL level. He can get, I think, multiple 20-yard runs and on a not weekly basis, but like maybe double-digit 20-yard runs and a few 30 and 40-yard runs in a season. I'd be thrilled with that.
I had a guy, I don't know if you guys saw this, but I had a major troll issue yesterday on Twitter.
Yeah.
Jeff Simmons and I did. His account's been suspended now, by the way.
Incidentally, I can't log into Twitter today.
And gee. I thought I knew you when you know thought. But his big thing, and he spent the entire day tagging every creator and reporter that talked about Jadarian Price in a positive light. And he kept typing the same sentiment over and over again, but he was too dumb even to copy and paste it. He kept writing it a different way each time. But the thing he kept coming back to was he hated the pick, obviously. And he kept saying, he's not a thumper. He's not a thumper. He's not a thumper. And I'm like, that's not what they drafted him for. They have a room full of thumpers. They got Emmanuel Wilson to be a thumper. Zach Charbonnet is a thumper. Helani can be a thumper, although he has a little bit of both aspects to his game. I just say, man, the way some people look at prospects as if they should all have complete skill sets.
Mm-hmm. Which is why even draft, because there's always going to be downsides to players. And we'd like to think that most college athletes, regardless of sport, are not the finished product the minute they're selected.
Right.
It's true. And I think back down to your point on that, we're moving in an era where I think the bell cow is probably dying out. I really think that we're the last of the guys that are there, and there'll always be maybe a couple, but it is all now more about the two-back system than anything else. Even the Raiders with Genti and drafting him last year come back to Mike Washington this year. Kubiak coming from our system with Charbonnet and Walker running the two. This is the new norm. 17-game season, probably an 18-game season coming around the corner here soon. This is the new way you have to run your backfield, is get productivity and get it through a variety of different guys.
Mm-hmm. And this isn't to say that, like, when Charbonnet comes back, he'll be in a contract year, but as long as he doesn't look completely like a spent force out there or a shell of himself, or the O-line doesn't regress, who's to say that 2027 we still don't have Price and Charbonnet? Like, they extend Charbonnet on a 1-year prove-it deal or something, and you still have your 1-2 punch in some order, or 1A, 1B, where Price is getting 15, 16 carries, Charbonnet's getting 9 or 10, and you just kind of figure out who's the hot hand of the day, who's better situationally. I think that the two-back, what's old is new again, and now we're getting the rise of the two-back sets again. And I think Seattle kind of got ahead of everybody, or a lot of teams, with the way they use Walker and Charbonnet. I even questioned at the time, but then you realize how fresh Kenneth Walker was at the end of the season.
Yeah.
Snail, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, after watching a little Price, he's also watching some Price highlights like Ski Nation was. He says, after watching a little Price on YouTube highlights, it reminds me more of Lynch than K9. His game is more vision and contact balance than explosion. Yes, I would say that if you have to go to one or the other, I don't think he's Lynch in that the power elements aren't there, but if you're looking at Lynch with the vision Lynch had and the ability to cut, use his vision and then cut off the eyes, whereas K9's eyes and his feet weren't always connected together. And that's something that you do get with Jadarian Price in a major way. And people have been trying to make that comp to K9, and they're big play guys, but they're different types of big play guys. K9 is the twitchy, got every move in the book, stop, start, that's him. Price is more of the vision, decisiveness, and how he makes his cuts. And you're right, contact balance on top of it, which though he's not a power guy, he does have really good contact balance, especially to keep going full speed on contact balance. Sometimes guys get contact balance and it slows them down, so now the cavalry can arrive. He hits the contact balance and the feet are still going full speed, so that those guys trying to catch up, this allows him to kind of extend those runs then even a little bit further.
Yeah. I mean, his lower half, I think, is well put together. I mean, there's that lower center of gravity because he's not a huge back. Corbin Smith made a comparison that he runs like Sean Alexander in that he's more of a glider type of running back when he gets going. I don't know if I totally see that. Of course, Sean had amazing vision and ability to cut.
I think Mike Washington had more of a Sean Alexander style about it,
but faster, essentially.
Sure.
Yeah, I would. I think that I would go more Washington. I would go to Sean. I could see the Sean, the vision and the willingness with the vision. Again, some of these guys they'll see it, but they can't quite get to what they see, or they get there a step late. With him, it's instantaneous off of his eyes. When I see something open up as a crack, I'm shifting to that. And Sean could do that really well as well, where that's the play more than their gait, their running style. It would be that really stands out to where their vision is just and it's one of those ones where we can have a lot of things we can chart and track and test. Hard to kind of track and chart vision. You sort of see it on the tape, or you kind of don't. It's probably arbitrary between different people and what they see or don't see with it. But I thought that everyone for the most part with Price tends to feel like they're seeing that with him on tape to a pretty high level, high degree. John Naylor, thank you for another $5 donation. Sorry for the lateness on getting some of these donos, guys. We're catching up here. Can't wait for the NFC West as Jake and Jesse engage in your draft is so ugly. Like dozens as they throw the insults as Brando sits back and smiles. Oh, I'm going to get to enjoy myself. It's already been a great year this whole year because I've got to watch these guys. They put us in 4th place. They all were crowing about this, and Sam Darnold couldn't do that. So I got to sit here this whole year and just sit back and yeah, boys, how's that take aging? You feeling good about that take?
Yep.
And now I get to go in there this next Tuesday, guys. And I mean, Mike's going to be trying to talk himself into the Cardinals draft, no doubt. But he still got Beck, which is just, you can't even dress that one up. I don't care how positive you're trying to be. First pick in the 3rd round.
Emmett Johnson just went off the board. He will now be backing up Ken Walker in Kansas City.
Bold take. Emmett Johnson's got more yards than Kenneth Walker next year. No, I'm
Come on.
I'm joking.
They got Brashard Smith as well last year.
That's
so
right.
They'll have like Brashard Smith. They signed DeMercado, but DeMercado's fighting for a roster spot and fighting for the ability to hold on the ball when he crosses the goal line. So we're 26 picks away from the Seahawks in round 6, and notably for now, Harold Perkins still on the board. Kilgore's still going. Like we just went a few picks ago to Carolina.
Yeah. Weird with Kilgore there. Definitely crazy there that he's still maybe team is looking at tweener. Not necessarily a slot, not necessarily a safety.
And
just kind of a man without a world.
Chandler Rivers goes to Baltimore. So we get another corner.
Good pick for Baltimore. Solid for them on that side. And thank you, John, for the donation. It's going to be a fun week this week on the NFC West Roundtable. So do tune in this week as I know Jesse and Jake are going to have a hard time with this draft. They're not going to try to artificially push this one up. They're going to be like, this sucks. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation. 49ers game plan, reach and hope they pan out so they can yell, I told you so. Yeah, the old broken clock strategy. Eventually you're right at some point on that. It's a wild draft, boys. Let's just take a little peek here if we can at the
My apologies,
the
by the way. I thought I had muted myself. So if you just had to listen to me eat those peanuts, I am sorry.
You're good, bro.
Charles Hemmings off the board goes to the Vikings. That was one of the guys I really liked.
Good pick for the Vikings there. Yeah, this is not a draft that's going to have me shaking in my knees, boys.
Where's the landing spot for Garrett Nussmeier? I mean, I just thought, now that he's healthy, thought he looked pretty darn good, especially as the week went on in Mobile, got better and better.
Steelers go with another one. It's just like one of these will work.
Just to ruffle some feathers, Philadelphia.
Ooh.
I mean, the Niners at the end of the round too, Max one more year on the deal there.
He's absolutely a fit there. And to your point, I thought it was interesting that didn't Kyle Shanahan say in his pre-draft press conference that he was surprised that they didn't get any phone calls on Mac Jones? To which my reply,
but they were doing the whole first round thing. They made it open that they were only going to move him for a first. So it's like, yeah, you didn't get any calls. No one's giving you that.
Exactly.
Jackass.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Like, give me a break. Somebody's giving a first for Mac Jones. Like, come on. And that's where, to me, again, Niners are dumb where they won't take an asset ever and then try to utilize, like we took Geno Smith, we took DK Metcalf. We got some assets back for those guys. They won't do that. They'll have a Kittle. Last year should have traded him. And then many in their fan base were saying we should trade him. Instead, you put him on another extension at 31 years old. Then he has an injury, which was probably able to be predicted. Trent Williams this offseason. Were you going to get a lot for him if you moved him at this point? No, but that's better than putting him on a 2-year, $50 million extension for a team that's not going to win a Super Bowl over the next 2 years. Yeah. Even freaking Brandon Ayuk. Like, they don't want Ayuk. They're like bitter about the situation. They've been holding out this hope some team's going to trade for the contract, which we all know nobody was going to do. And they still won't even with him. This is an organization that's got their head firmly up to the base of their neck, up their ass right now, in my opinion. Yeah. And it's going to limit them.
I'm starting to feel pretty good about some of the value at edge still here that might get to us at 188, you guys. Yeah. Logan.
Well, Mr. We got another Nadami Tucker here, man. Irrelevant with the $2 Nation. So we had the prior Aiden Fisher and Nadami Tucker. These seem to be the two names kind of hot to trot. Say, look intriguing if they fall. Irrelevant is
Mason Rieger. I thought Max Llewellyn would go by now as just a base end with a super high motor. Jeremiah thought he had been hearing enough good things about him around the league. He thought he might sneak into day 2. He's still available. Where are you at on Anthony Lucas? Because like sometimes the production wasn't there, but there's some really enticing reps on tape. And then you just look at the frame and everything. Like he looks the part. Certainly, he's dropping.
He's a pretty big edge, right? I mean, I can't remember what
he's 6'6", 256.
He's got some interesting traits, just not a lot of the production. The arm length, 33.5 inches, is legit on him. So that's good. He's a get to the edge, snatch the edge guy, but he's not really a dipper. So I want the edge, but I don't really have a dip to him. A little bit of bend, but not a lot of bend. So it's kind of weird as he doesn't really have the physical, stuff to do the way he wants to try to go win.
The thing that's interesting to me about Llewellyn is I think he'd be great value in the 6th round because you just know what you're going to get from him. You're going to get 100% effort all the time.
Yeah.
Right? But I saw something the other day. Now I can't remember if it's the right side or the left side, but I think 90% of his snaps came off the right side. And does that mean he can't play the left side? Does that mean they just didn't do that with him? That seems a little unusual, but that would seem to be something that Mike McDonald might be like, because he likes to move his guys around.
So by right side, you mean coming off the blind side, or was he
Yeah.
So it may be on that. And I would think with him, it'll be more as a power side edge based on how he's built. So if he is, if he is operating out there, that's, I do say I like Llewellyn better than I like Lucas, though. Lucas is just a guy that looks the part, but it's not a natural football player. Max Allen's a guy without a lot of physical ability, but it's just kind of a natural football player as kind of an inverse.
Rieger's a guy that I liked early in the process, and nothing really turned me off to that. Just motor, some pass rush upside, super high energy, had 3 sacks in the Shrine game. I mean, that doesn't really mean much, but just
he's my top edge. He's the top edge on the board right now.
Okay. Yeah.
Isn't he for you too?
Who can be a quick win type of guy. Well,
yeah. And just
isn't he for you too there, Dan?
If I'm taking an edge in the 6th round, I just want a guy that I know what I'm going to get, and he's going to be just super high energy, super high motor, chases everything down. He's going to get every ounce of what he can be out of himself. It's just a question of what that ceiling is. But even if it's, his floor is the 4th guy in your rotation, but he's one of those culture guys as far as his effort and the way he approaches the game and everything. I think that'd be a great pick. It's a damn shame, similar profile, but it's a damn shame Caden Curry doesn't have like 1 more inch on his arm length, because although he probably wouldn't be on the board because he has just as much motor, and he was a little more productive there, I think, at Ohio State. I mean, Husky fans remember him because he had 3 sacks.
Yeah,
in games.
That's true.
Beast.
All right, let's keep getting through these guys. I'm still an hour behind on these donos, so let's try to get these grinded through here. Scott, thank you for the $2 donation on Dan's side. Time for some quarterbacks to fall off the board. It doesn't seem like they're super interested right now, these teams and these QBs in this draft. There's been a couple of reaches, but it's not been like we've seen any kind of run, or especially these last end guys. It seems like they're going to be slotted to where they're going to kind of go in this draft.
Another cautionary tale about pre-draft buzz and how guys start to shoot up draft boards, right? Like we talked the other day about like one example, like Malachi Fields. When we left the Senior Bowl, there were people talking about him being in the first round, right? Taylor Green, like just because of the combine performance and the height and the athletic ability, everyone freaked out. And there was some day 2 buzz about him. I didn't see it. We talked about it while we were down there in practice. He just doesn't look like a quarterback to me. It's certainly not one that can play in the NFL. And here we are. We're almost in the 6th round, and the league has spoken. He has still not been drafted.
I think it was Skylar Thomas who picked off Taylor Green a couple of times at Senior Bowl. Did he not? At least in Senior Bowl practice.
Yeah, he just had no rhythm, no timing. Just didn't.
Yeah, he's just not a QB. He should change positions, is what he should do. He needs to move to a different.
You don't want to become too traits obsessed. If you can't process, then I don't care how good your traits are. And Green, I kind of feel the same way about the brief hype that Marcel Reed got at Texas A&M. Like he just straight will not see underneath defenders or just make some of the worst decisions you'll ever see in your life. And for Taylor Green, he's got a lot of great stuff that you would want in a franchise quarterback, except the quarterback part.
There goes Nick Singleton to the Titans.
Okay. So
nice pick there for
Atron
them.
Allen is basically the one who's going to fall the furthest out of, well, not totally. He was kind of like a 4th round guy. So.
Yep. Rob, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, love the work you guys are putting in. Best analysis in the draft. Well, thank you, Rob. Appreciate you, bro. Very kind of you to say on that one. Thomas Cox, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, I guess the power plant is affecting the Niners draft. It's spreading, Thomas. It's spreading from ligaments to muscles to the front office. It's just, it's getting into a pandemic type state out there. Really. It's almost, to a point of desperation for them.
I think the Titans have had a sneaky little nice draft.
They
get Carnell Tate, Keldrick Falk, great value at 31. Your guy, Anthony Hill Jr. in the 2nd round. Then they don't have a 3rd or 4th. They get Fernando Carmona earlier this round, really athletic offensive lineman. And then Singleton, the upside there, if the foot's healthy and the ability to hit the home run, he's got some nice size to him. If you get the 2024 version of Nick Singleton, we haven't put that tag on anyone today. But if you get the 2024 version of him, that's a decent little draft.
Yeah. I certainly like their draft better than what they did in free agency. Just the bad teams splashing the cash on guys who really are not high ceiling. Like Wan'Dale Robinson's all right, but I don't know that there's a reason why they drafted Carnell Tate. I love the Carnell Tate pick. Mm-hmm. I think he's going to be another Ohio State standout receiver in heading into the NFL. But if Cam Ward takes that year 2 leap, and Cam Ward did a lot of good things that kind of went unnoticed on a bad roster, like even in the Seahawks game, yes, I mean they should have been blown out, and they really weren't close to winning. Yeah. But the reason they were able to stay in the game is because Cam Ward kept converting on 4th down, and it was hard for Seattle to get to the ground. If Ward can develop more, and I think Dable is the offensive coordinator at Tennessee, the AFC South in general could be a really tough division, just with Jacksonville and with Houston loading up as always, and then Tennessee maybe not being a total doormat for people. Yeah. The only question mark is the Colts, and the Colts are just in that purgatory where they're constantly middling, at 8-9, 7-10, 9-8, just in the playoff hunt, but never actually getting there. It does feel like they're hanging on by a thread, but everybody else in the AFC South, I think, is of intrigue to me.
Yeah. And the Colts, I don't know what to make of their class. Like CJ Allen, the value-wise, they're late, kind of in the 2nd round, was good. AJ Halsey in the 3rd. Then they go Jalen Farmer in the 4th, who's a guard that I liked his tape, but there's some work ethic, personality questions. Bryce Betcher, I felt like that was kind of early for him in the 4th round. And then George Gums, who's just a big ball of clay. And I get that, people might be attracted to the length, but I don't see I don't see it.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot that they gave Daniel Jones quite a hefty sum in his extension, coming off an Achilles tear. So
that too.
Yeah, if it's the Daniel Jones we think we normally see, then the Colts are probably going to be falling off pretty shortly.
Definitely think that you can make an argument back to the Tennessee Titans having the strongest draft as far as when we try to itemize who is the one back around to that band. I think that this is the team that has had as good as anybody, and I don't think they've had any real misses on any of their picks, whether you want to argue their strength or not, whereas every other team, I think you can tend to find that.
Yeah.
They've been very, very, very strong. Josh is hyped up. Josh DeHuman with the $2 donation on Dan's side.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Josh says, Bo! Let's go. Bo Stevens. He'll be a favorite for a lot of Hawk fans in this draft. I think it's just their favorite pick. Not necessarily the best player, but just a fave, I think, for a lot of Hawk fans that were really big on Bo.
Yeah.
The Only Thrag, thank you for the $2 donation, says, I'm licking my chops to see Aiden Fisher fall. This is the third separate donation of a third separate person that has mentioned Aiden Fisher. I did not know that there were so many so hot to trot on Aiden Fisher, but he seems to be a du jour guy right now for the Hawk fandom.
Yeah. Someone must have done a feature on him or something, and then he caught everybody's. Although obviously Indiana had a lot of eyeballs on him this year.
I did have a late 5th round grade on him, but it's a late 5th round grade for me. So it's perfectly good Thrag to take him in the 6th. But I did think that there was some limitations in there with it. But one of the lunch pail guys there on that Indiana defense. So maybe possibly they do go after him there. Thank you for the,
it's hard not to like any of the Indiana guys. They might be a little older, but like they're all so well coached. Like if they hadn't taken Bo Stevens here, Pat Coogan's a guy that I would have been really attracted to in the 6th round that can play center and guard and lead that offensive line. But yeah, it's hard not to like anyone that comes out of that Signetti program.
Yeah,
I just wasn't sure about his athleticism with Coogan. I didn't know if he'd be a fit from that standpoint.
Voted team captain, one NFL scout. Coaches call him an alpha and the best leader on the team. That sounds kind of Seahawky.
Definitely does. Definitely does. Kilgore went, boys.
To Buffalo.
Kilgore finally went. Great pick by Buffalo.
Let me check Buffalo's. I feel like they've been doing some work today. They go TJ Parker with their first pick in the early 2nd round. Davis Igbinosun. Jude Bowery was an offensive tackle I hadn't even studied. Skylar Bell, ridiculous production at UConn in the 4th round. Caleb Elam's-Orr, really, really rangy, athletic off-ball backer from TCU. And then Kilgore, great value there. It's not bad.
This is a Bills draft. This is a typical Bills draft here. It's never sparkling. It's never blows you away. There's always a name or two you kind of like, but then there's always some names across the board that you're all, even in strong drafts, where you're just kind of like, really? This guy, really? So
I wonder how much of their evaluation, of their personality evaluation is centered around like, can they handle playing in horseshit conditions in December, or will they shrink from that? Right.
Well, to your point, Ohio State, Boston College, UConn,
Well, now that they got that new stadium, it's not going to be much of an
roof
issue
on it. It's so weird, but
yeah,
so weird not to put a
like
roof.
that slight overhang for fans to be protected.
Yeah,
it's kind of like the European soccer stadiums. So
might piss the players off even more.
Yeah.
Like, it's so dumb because you want to attract players there, and players aren't going to want to play in those conditions beyond you're like, it's our home field advantage. Number one, I can't look at Buffalo since like the early 90s and saying that weather's worked in your favor as a home field advantage. Like, that's been really helpful to you since that time period. So like, just put a dome on it and try to have an attractive element that you can bring to, well, I'm this far away from New York. So it's kind of like I'm still in New York and I get to play in a dome. And I know I wouldn't have done that way if I was, Buffalo with that, but stadium is built, so it is what it is at this point. Sean with a $5 donation on Dan's side says, sell me on some of these edge guys who may be available.
We touched on that a minute ago, but I think the guys we've talked about so far, like with Rieger, for me, it's all about motor and approach, but also he's got some juice to him. They say don't scout the helmet, but it's kind of hard sometimes to look at Wisconsin guys and not see they just look slower than they are sometimes, just because you're used to that type of player. But just a guy that I think has an unusual amount of juice and pass rush upside. Like, I would immediately, if they were to take Mason Rieger at 188, I would push all my chips in on him making the roster over Connor O'Toole, for example.
I'd be less certain about Ivy. So I think you got a bit of a fight between him and Ivy on that front of it. But
Players
Rieger's
too,
probably
right? Like we don't know for sure, but Ivy can play on all fours, right? He can play inside a little bit. He has that versatility. That's not Mason Rieger.
no, and that does add to a little bit of the value there. So Curry, if he had longer arms, would be in play here. Fano is a guy they have met with. So I think with Fano and Hemby, what was it? Hemby? What was the guy's name? I keep forgetting the name. The James Newby are two guys that probably more UDFAs. And Sean, we can kind of sell you on a couple of these guys, be it either a Curry or a Rieger. I do think that Dan and probably I'm going to speak for you, Mookie. You can correct me on this, but that we probably more land in the spot of when you're talking about these 6th-round pick and looking for the upside guys, looking for a little bit of flash and dash. If you go for an edge, you're more likely grabbing a guy that has a really good chance to be released at that point and not even make the roster. Is this guy you're taking today better than Mike Morris? Is he better than Ivy? Probably not. Is there other positions I can take that are probably going to be better than what I have on the roster, even on back-end roster guys? I think so. Or at least that they have some upside to them. Like there's something to them that like if it hits, there's some hit here. So I don't think there's anything that's really hitting here off the edge.
And I feel like that's why maybe that's one of the contributing factors to why the Seahawks have such a great success rate with undrafted free agents. John talks all the time about how they grade for their roster as opposed to, you get the feeling that some teams in the 6th, 7th round, they just kind of blindly go by their board and they don't really think about fit. They're just like add talent, we'll let the rest of it work out. Whereas I think, John looks at that. He's okay, where Max Llewellyn might be a good base edge in Mike McDonald's system, but is he going to get on the field ahead of Jared Ivey, ahead of Mike Morris, ahead of some of those other guys? I think it's part of the picture.
Has to be, doesn't it? Robbie Red, thank you for 7 months as a Hawks Nest member. How many 2027 mock drafts are coming out today? Seahawks. That's the way the process works, man. You turn it right to the next as soon as this one finishes. That's all. Ball is life. You know what I mean? Yeah. Ball is life.
Ball is life. That would be a good hit.
That would be a good hit. John Naylor, thank you for the $2 donation. Says Brando, baller move on Tuesday to wear sunglasses. I might just have to, just to take in my enjoyment of all the tears that I'll get to watch from Niners and Ram content creators on Tuesday.
Shut up. Sorry about that.
Good time there, John. It's going to be a good time there. And what's nice is those guys will normally try to dress up stuff to where they're going to try to lean. And neither of those two guys I know them. Neither of them are going to do that. That both of them this Tuesday are going to be like, this was horse shit. Another tight ends. Look at all these tight ends guys that have gone here. Look at this thing.
Indiana. So yet another tight end whom the Steelers will chant Heath.
Look at all these tight ends. Well, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 tight ends. And we have yet to get through the 5th round. Hell, did we just have another one go? We just had another one go.
Yeah.
16 tight ends. You can't tell me that they're just this good. This is people.
Isn't there something
chasing
to
something?
this? I always had this kind of working theory that sort of through natural selection, quarterbacks end up becoming NFL quarterbacks, and part of that, like they're usually attractive, right? Like when you're in 7th grade and there's 3 quarterbacks trying out, it's usually the kid from the rich family, the one with the perfect hair or whatever, that gets the job, right? But I think there's something to the name too. There's something about tight ends. Also, like you start going down this list and you're like Nate Borkircher, Marlon Klein, Max Clare, Sam Roush, Oscar Delp, and then we just went Tanner Kazoil, Riley Nowakowski, like the Owskis. You got like Rob Gronkowski. How many tight end Owskis have we had through the years? The Poles, man, they're great tight ends. Those Poles. Yeah. They are. They probably all want to be wide receivers, but they're too slow, and then they outgrow their athletic ability, so they become tight ends.
Patriots on the clock. Are they going to be the Heidenreich team just to be totally on brand?
Just go back to the Belichick days. Like they just can't kick out that style of player. That we can't quit them. I
thought you were going to say maybe that would be a Nussmeier landing spot and groom someone. behind May. Give Josh McDaniel a project
Yeah.
to groom and flip.
We got on the
head coach Josh McDaniels.
Never again. Never again.
So we got Harris on the board. Parker's still up there.
Boy, those things about Harris must be real. He's 3 on their big board there.
That's pretty crazy. BJ Payne, some safety options here. Perkins is still on the board.
Dude,
couple running backs.
You've been talking about him for weeks. He could really, if he's there at 188, he could absolutely be attractive to Mike McDonald.
You talk about going for upside, man.
Yep.
I mean, there's no maybe more guy that'd be more upside of these picks in taking Perkins at that spot. So more also the bus factor there with him as far as maybe he gives you nothing too, and he's just a pure tweener.
Well, and it makes me think of a comment that Mike McDonald had last night where, you know, the attraction to Perkins is positional versatility, right? But also that's kind of maybe why he's still here when he had such a dynamic freshman season is LSU never really figured out exactly what to do with him. And McDonald made a comment yesterday. I think he was talking about, somebody asked him a question about maybe some other guys that were on the board. And he said basically like, you don't want to be a jack of all trades, master of none. Like you have to have one thing that you do really, really well in addition to being versatile. And so it'd be interesting to know how they view him.
Yeah. Very true.
BJ Payne's going to make someone happy.
So
if he can just get fit to the right defense, he could be a puzzle piece you could use in there with Payne.
There's some really intriguing receivers still left on the board, which obviously isn't a need, but you start to project down the road and adding another young guy to the mix might not be bad. Some big long receivers too. You get
Jeff Caldwell,
Josh Cameron. I know they met with Malik Benson, not as a VMAC, but they had a virtual with him, the kid out of Oregon. He's not one of the bigger guys, but Kevin Coleman out of Missouri has some fun tape. Cyrus Allen out of Cincinnati. I mean, you want like a pure slot guy that's got some juice.
Cameron would be fun.
Yeah.
He's so unique.
Yeah. Our guy that we saw down in Mobile, Tyron Montgomery out of John Carroll, Division 3. The first 2 days of practice down there, he was the best receiver on the field, I thought. Maybe Malachi Fields could stake some claim to that too, but he caught everything, made some real tough contested catches, kind of reminded me of Tez Johnson the year before, and he just got such great releases and separation on the line that he was tough to cover. And then his story, you know, his basketball player, didn't play football in high school, and then was ridiculously productive, had like Harold Fannin-like numbers at John Carroll as a receiver. And then Thursday came around and he dropped everything that was thrown to him. But still a guy that's really, really interesting as a project. And we know they like their tight ends. Are there any left? Michael Trigg.
It's got to be getting
Michael Trigg.
It's got to be down to the end.
Has as good a highlight reel as anyone.
Endry's last. All the Titans that got Endry's has lasted. Wow. Interesting. Boy, Patriots took a weird corner. Aaron Prunty.
Yeah. So the Saints just took Lorenzo Styles Jr. with pick 172. So the Rashid Shaheed trade officially means the Seahawks got Rashid Shaheed and extended him and won a Super Bowl with him. And the Saints, for the longer term, have Jeremiah Wright at guard and Lorenzo Styles Jr.
They're like, look, we gave up a 4.340 guy in trade. We should probably draft a 4.340 guy.
There we go. Let's trade a dynamic receiver for a couple backups. That's what smart organizations do.
They're playing the long game. They're playing for when Sonny stops.
The really, really long game. Really, really. The decade-long game.
Or maybe is there another Styles? Is there maybe a younger brother that they've got their eye on? Back-to-back pick for the Ravens. Let's try to predict what they're going to do because they just love to sit and wait and take value, right? So who are Ravens type players on the board? They might take They might take a Max Llewellyn, or did he go? I'm not seeing him on my board now. Did somebody take Llewellyn?
Not yet. Not yet. No, they've gone Zion Young already. I bet they go offensive line here. Payne, maybe this is where Payne is in play to go a little bit. Starks is more free safety.
No, I got it. Here's a Ravens pick. Is you just sit and take value. Isaiah World was before he got hurt, being talked about as a potential day 2 tackle, right? 6'8", 318, the Oregon kid. Like, I could see that.
Kind of like maybe Katron Allen here too, or running back here too. They lost the kid.
They took a center, didn't they?
They took Ione.
But did they take a center to replace him? Because remember when Linderbaum was signed elsewhere, they're like, we're confident in our ability to replenish and get a center.
Not yet.
Matt Golden, Pat Coogan. Coogan would fit there.
Coogan makes sense. Yeah. Coogan makes sense there.
I would have thought maybe that might have been a spot for Max Bredesen if he was still on the board too. How about a running back?
That's what I'm thinking is running back because they lost the Justice.
And did they keep Justice Hill or Justice Hill's gone?
They let him go. I think he signed like the Chargers or something.
Like you want to back up Derrick Henry. Why don't you back him up with a guy that's 6'3", 235 pounds? And
that would be interesting. Get a like for like there.
Yeah. Butch is in the house.
What's up, Butch?
Butch.
He's like, how much longer are you going to be doing this? I need my
Kilgore's off the board, HHG. Kilgore be gone.
Ooh, actually, this would be a Ravens type of running back if they can get past some of the past behavior stuff. But the way Seth McGowan runs the football,
I could see that.
It's violent.
Yeah, that's a good suggestion there. For sure.
If they absolutely want to change a pace back, I guess Claiborne would still be hanging around. But would you take Claiborne in the 5th?
Or Jamar Taylor, too.
They have overlooked character stuff in the past. They did last year with the kid out of Bowling Green.
Yeah, Mike Green. Yeah, absolutely.
Like they did in this draft with Zion Young. So
they're willing. Why not just tap it all out? Add in Xavier Harris there. He is kind of a defensive lineman type that you'd look for in the past too. Yeah. So he's a fit to the defense.
Could they be a Nussmeier spot?
You're never going to believe it. A tight end is gone. It's Josh Cuevas.
They'd be more likely to be a Taylon Green spot, I think.
Yeah. So Cuevas at
they took Cuevas?
Yes.
Cuevas.
Holy crap, man. These teams are tight end obsessed.
I'll
give them credit though. They didn't race to do the likely replacement early. Like they didn't fill the need for tight end early in this draft. That shows you the Ravens drafting process tends to be a smart one because they didn't go crazy like these other teams did.
Who knew it was going to be the year of the tight end?
Boy, I did not see this coming, man. We're going to have a record number taken. It's got to be.
A year after the year that was supposed to be the best tight end or the deepest tight end group in a decade.
I did like those guys last year better than these guys, though. I'll say that too. I don't care how deep this class is. It's nowhere near as good. I stopped at 6 or 7 just because I thought that these are all day 3 dudes. Like they're just guys.
In the comments, Wilbert Knight says no stud corners left off the board. Although we were talking to Rob earlier, I think we all like Andre Fuller, and we know that he was a visitor to the VMAC.
I would say that there's some interesting corners still there from my perspective on this.
Yeah,
I mean,
Massis is still there.
Massis is sitting there. TJ Hall's sitting there. Colin Wright can play. Andre Fuller. I think I even like Toriano Pride a lot more than other people do. So there's some corners here,
right? Fastest.
Yeah.
He went 4.
I think he's underrated. I feel like Toriano, just people didn't get around to really watching him more than people didn't like his tape. Because his tape's pretty solid for a guy we talk in day 3. He should be right in the mix with all these guys. So I think the value's there on the corner side. You can't go wrong. And John has, in the past, doubled up even when he's only needed one for a positional group in the past. So just because you've already grabbed the one corner doesn't necessarily mean that you couldn't go back there and do it again. And maybe a way that they go here.
Massis definitely looks like a McDonald corner.
Yes, he does.
productive as hell, led the nation in passes defense, had 5 picks to go along with it.
Yeah, and there's something with that Cal defense. I mean, Craig Woodson with New England, I think he's another dude who could really be an impressive player down the line.
Did you? Yeah,
they're producing some good secondary guys. That's a good point, Mookie.
I got a kick last night of a couple of times in the press conference where Schneider was kind of caught off guard about Julian Neal and his reaction to being drafted and everything, and how his interview went with local media. And he was like, "Am I thinking of the wrong guy?" Because he said the scouting report on him was he was kind of a quiet, sort of an introverted guy, but he was anything but yesterday. I thought that was kind of fun. Because what made me think of that as I was reading that that's Massey's is also supposed to be very quiet and introverted, but gets his work done. Solid feedback from coaches.
What about off-ball linebacker, like pure off-ball linebacker? No tweeners, none of that. Do you see any value in the 6th round, like a Red Murdoch, for example, from Buffalo, or Jack Kelly, BYU?
I mean, the crowd wants Aiden Fisher.
Aiden Fisher. Okay, there you go.
Yeah, I mean, to me, a lot of these guys at this point kind of all fit into the same place that you talk about as sort of the pure linebacker types. They're all going to have their share of deficiencies here, along with some strengths. But you kind of can't. It's almost like picking through the corners of the top of the 2nd round, as we kind of were. They all sort of just blend together a little bit in what they bring to the table. You know,
if you really want to piss off Seahawk fans, you could just take Cody Barton's brother,
Lander. Yeah. That would send shivers down the spines.
I'm assuming it's his brother, or maybe it's his cousin, or I don't know.
It's definitely his brother, Lander.
It's got to be related. There's
same school, same everything. So
yeah.
NFL Network is reminding us, they're talking about the Carson Beck pick, but I don't have the sound on. You know, the thing with Carson Beck is, as Rob mentioned, his decision making is so bad, and especially for a 5th-year senior. I think the microcosm of Carson Beck's career is the interception he threw to lose the national championship game. Like, they're driving down the field reasonably methodically, touchdown wins the game, and he takes some hopeless shot with double the Indiana players as there are Miami receivers open, or available.
I get that. You know, I used to understand the appeal before I learned more about him, because that's my old college buddy that played in the NFL at the quarterback position. He went to the Cardinals, and Tom Tupa was there. And
a quarterback himself,
not Tom Tupa from Tacoma, Washington. That would be Tom Tuttle. The former punter / quarterback. And he called him a Cadillac quarterback. You know, he's 6'5". He said he just, he looked so beautiful throwing the football. And I remember watching Carson Beck at Georgia when they were, making their national title run. And I was like, the mechanics, like, everything looks pretty. And sometimes you get sucked in on that, right? But then you start to dig deeper, and it's like, the decision making is slow, and
the arm strength is not
Cadillac
there.
Quarterback.
Yep.
It's the arm strength's just not there on Beck either, and he knows it. That's the problem too. Is like he knows he's got to throw with so much anticipation on his throws, and it's just hard to live that way if you don't have any mobility and well.
And isn't that, when you're scouting quarterbacks, it takes your brain a second to wrap around when a guy is 6'4" and doesn't throw seeds, right? It takes a minute to kind of reconcile yourself with that.
Well, I think too, I think too, Dan, what's happened here in recent years is that because there's all these other extra skills, other extra things you want from the quarterback position, they start carrying too much weight, and then you get lost in the respect of your like Ty Simpson. Oh, well, he's a processor. Oh, he did NFL things. What's going on, Dan?
Just the Ravens took Adam Randall.
Yeah.
Oh,
did they have a Clemson fetish?
Well,
they're scout. It's just that you have a scout. What happens with this? We've got this too on a guy. There's these scouts that make really good arguments in the room, and they're very persuasive in these teams. And you do see that with certain teams. If you look, Mookie, there's these certain teams that will pick to certain players from regions because it's regional scouts. Yeah. So you'll just can kind of sense with certain teams that they've got a regional scout who's very persuasive in what he's selling the GM on, basically. And I think that Clemson, or to that point, I think they've got a regional scout there that's very very strong in Baltimore in that way.
Yeah. But they take a receiver convert, because I think Adam Randall was a receiver and then became a running back. This whole CJ Process thing, right?
Yep. Yep. Same thing the guy did last year. You mentioned with the Chiefs that they've got rocking, which is this is a cool guy to look to target. Is go find that guy that is a receiver. What's his name? The kid out of TCU from last year. The Chiefs had the running back. Rashard something. Yeah. Yeah. So you get a little bit out with Randall because he's a big dude, but he's fun to watch run routes at the backfield too.
Imagine if you go like 20, 21 or 22 personnel with him and Henry in the backfield at the same time, your running backs might be bigger than your tight ends.
It's true. It's just to double back really quick, Dan, to the back thing. We get lost in these other things with the quarterback position, and we start to lose track of arm strength as being a thing that should be at a forefront as far as one of the first things you look at are QBs. It starts to become this thing that's like item 9 or 10. I find, at least, as we look at quarterbacks in the modern era. And I think that we've got to go back to, if you're an evaluator, especially if you're picking a quarterback early, day 1, day 2, you got to be looking to me with arm strength at one of the forefront things. Doesn't mean that there can't be other things you need to be looking for too, but you can't overlook it.
The Raiders just continue to have a Seahawk draft. Like Stu,
yeah, they're doing
Crawford, well. Zune. They take the chance on McCoy. They draft Mike Washington. They just take Ezekiel Massis. Did Kubiak take the iPad with him? Is that what happened?
Yeah,
he stole John's password for his
they forgot.
John's like, "What's going on?" He's like, "Why is my mouse moving?"
Maybe this is the thing where Kubiak, the reason why they're giving a Seahawks guy a second chance is, okay, maybe Pete is good for like 10 years ago building a team, but for right now, let's get some Seahawks intel for the right now, and Clint's our guy, as opposed to Pete's got ideas that would have worked a long time ago.
Yeah, back in December, Clint's like, "Hey, can I take a peek at the scouting stuff? Because I'm definitely staying."
Yeah. So, this is just from our little SB Nation room, but I was just reminded that Kwesi, the former Vikings general manager, you know which job he ended up taking? Or you know where he ended up going?
San Francisco.
He's with San Francisco's front office. So now, forget the AI. Now this draft makes a lot more sense. Because you want to know the big reason why Kwesi got fired, Adolfo Mensa. You look at those Vikings drafts, and it's like, holy shit, they really got nothing going there.
Yeah,
12 picks away. 12.
He went far off. He was really far off in what he was doing.
Yes.
I'll tell you, another team we haven't talked about yet that is traditionally really bad at this stuff. That seems to have turned it around under new leadership is let me take a look at. I mean, this Jets class, with the exception of Cade Klubnik, David Bailey, Kenyon Sadiq, Omar Cooper, that's a pretty decent threesome in the first round. D'Angelo Pons, we talked about yesterday, like maybe he can't survive outside, but just the juice that he gives you, and just as a culture guy and effort, and maybe he settles into the nickel there. Darrell Jackson, if you can keep him, the work ethic stuff, like he eats blocks. I mean, we saw him show up for one day in Mobile and nobody could block him. And then they just took, that's why I thought I was calling that up. Nope. It's Kansas City's on the clock. I think they did a nice job though. I think they made the most of their 3 first rounders for sure.
Now the Chiefs go Cyrus Allen, so there's one of those receivers.
Yeah. God, they just keep trying. They just keep trying to find Tyreek, don't they?
Yes. I mean, Allen's not a super speedy guy, but I dare them to draft a receiver taller than like 5'11".
Yeah. No.
Which team were you talking about, Dan? Just a second ago?
New York Jets.
Oh, Jets.
And actually, too, like I don't hate what the Giants have done.
No. The Giants have talent. They just look terribly coached.
We just forgot about them because they haven't picked yet today.
Yeah.
But Reese, Malinois, Colton Hood, Malachi Fields.
Mm-hmm.
And then they got three picks coming up in the 6th round.
Yeah, they did good. Malachi Fields will be a better receiver than Jalen Hyatt was for him.
Yep. That was
Eden Tech World. Thank you for the go ahead, Mookie.
No, you get the super chat's got to take priority here. And hi, Ethan.
It's okay. Ethan, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, "What's up, Syndicate? Been seeing you at training camp. But we'll see you this year too as well. I'm sure, Ethan. There, man. Got to catch up with you at the parade as well, brother. It's good to see you in the house. Hope you're doing well out there. School's going well for you.
I was about to say, like, I remember doing when the 33rd team was still a thing, one of those like media calls, and it was Mike Tannenbaum, currently with ESPN, and I think I was talking about a couple of people in the draft who Seattle could take. This is the 2023 draft. Which year did Hendon Hooker get drafted? 2023.
Oh, geez.
I think
That
it was
sounds about
23.
right.
It was a year that Seattle had 2 firsts, so it's got to be that. And there were 2 people that he seems to like a lot for Seattle: Hendon Hooker and Jalen Hyatt. And I don't have my notes in front of me, but he compared Hendon Hooker to Dak Prescott.
Yeah.
And he just saw
that was
Jalen
always
Hyatt
his-
as an ideal fit for Seattle in the year that they took JSN.
Can we just once and for all, like, as long as Heupel's there anyway, can we just get off of the Tennessee quarterback thing? Like, no matter, Joe Milton just had so much irrational love a couple of years ago. Hendon Hooker was the same way. And of course, he had the injury situation. I get that. But then Deontay Thornton last year, the Raiders took him in the 4th round, and everybody said, steal of the draft. He's going to be the starting X receiver for us from day one. That didn't exactly work out. Brazil, we'll see how he works out, but similar profile. They say don't scout the helmet, but sometimes scheme and usage, it's so tough to project.
You could probably scout the scheme and that the helmet is incidental. Although, like, you could scout Michigan receivers and wonder, like, how in the world do they not have viable receivers for so long? Tight end, sure. Colston Loveland, A.J. Barner, and people forget A.J. Barner's last year in college, he was Colston's backup. You would talk about, like, the lack of receiving production. Well, Colston Loveland's in front of him. But, yeah, Michigan receivers like Donovan Peoples-Jones, Amara Darboh, Seahawks legend.
Roman.
Yeah, Roman.
I think there's also a culture. There's a culture thing here too with Clemson. It's beyond scouting the helmet. It's also a little bit about, like, how much do I really feel like with the players in general that are going to Clemson or going there and they're grinding and they're trying to be their best. Like Saban had those Alabama players through the years. Like he had those guys grinding. He had those guys bettering themselves. He had those guys improving year to year. I don't know that they're doing the same out there at Clemson. I think there's some real reason to go. So when it comes to Tennessee, it's kind of the same thing where it's like, it is the system a little bit, the offensive system, especially with quarterbacks. That's a kind of an easy button offense, a little bit to run, and it's very rudimentary. But beyond that, who are those players that you look at on Tennessee that are taking that real major step in that way? And isn't that there aren't good players that come out of Tennessee, but I go back to like Darrell Taylor, for instance, as we track this back kind of far. It's like I feel like I get like guys that are talented coming out of Tennessee, but not refined. I get guys that have some physical traits, but they're not going to be hard worker. I'm not going to say that's a high motor guy coming off the edge out of Tennessee. Like, I'm not going to say that. There'll be a guy like last year, the defensive tackle that got taken by the Chiefs, I think in the 2nd round out of Tennessee last year. It's like you're going, yeah, he doesn't want to play the run. He's a pass rushing 3 tech. It's like it's a lot of that type of stuff. And I think that does permeate beyond the helmet, just cultural and what you have in that given college that seems to be kind of set up with whatever the conditions are that make it play out that way. Are you guys buying into that?
Yeah, I think there's a lot to be said about it. You think about Clemson and what are those guys working with every year? They're getting all the 5-star guys. They're getting guys that are already on NFL teams' radars as recruits entering into college. And so that, of course you're going to try to coach them up on technique as much as possible just so that you can win on Saturday, because there's just so much at stake at that level of college football now. But are they getting them ready for the league? And that's why Saban was so powerful and so successful at Alabama, is he did both of those things. He was getting all the 5-star guys, but he was also making them better players and people at the same time too. And so by the time they got to the NFL, it was easy to project. And I think that's one of the hidden aspects that we've talked about, the impact of NIL. We talk about the transfer portal and, why John prefers guys that don't move around as much. And it's not just, I think the easy assumption is, well, they're not committed. They're not loyal. And, just to set the whole money issue aside, people got to take care of their families. You got to have your future in mind. But you're bouncing around. You're playing at 3 different schools. You're learning 3 different schemes. You're being coached by 3 different coaching staffs, different techniques. There's an inconsistency there, especially you think about offensive linemen, right? And how vital that is to the development process, that you're getting the same messaging and the same coaching each and every day on your footwork and your technique and hand placement. And if you're bouncing around every year and you're getting inconsistent messages, that's why you're entering into the league as an unfinished project. which just makes the evaluation process that much harder. And, kudos to the teams that get that right, because you have to try to fill in the blanks because you're not seeing it from the coaching staffs.
Very true. Very true.
Another receiver off the board, Kevin Coleman.
Yeah, I went to Miami. So
Niners are in the hole. Who are they going to reach on next?
we will be saying that many times during actual games. The Niners are in an early hole.
Jaden Duggar, dude. It's running backs and will linebackers. D Winners, Martin, bringing back Greenlaw, Duggar. All those guys are will linebackers, really.
Mm-hmm.
And you see the same thing with the running backs and how they get hyper fixated on that too.
Here's what's interesting. I'm looking at ESPN's list just because it's the easiest to reference. So I'm looking at best available, and you have to go down to 24 on their list to find an edge player, and that's Caden Curry, right? The 30-inch arms. So, you're having to. It's all about different strokes for different folks and different flavors, but a bunch of those edge guys we talked about half an hour ago are still there. Oh, John Schneider's on the phone, or is this from earlier?
Yeah, it's from earlier.
Okay. Earlier, they're showing the Seahawks roll through.
They're showing the.
We got the Jalen Hurts replacement going to Philly.
No shit. Did they actually take a quarterback?
Cole Payton. Cole Payton again.
I jokingly said Nussmeier. That's even better.
Another cautionary tale about don't buy into all the buzz, especially when it relates to quarterbacks. Like there was a moment a month or so ago, early in this process, where Cole Payton was being talked about as a day 2 guy and potentially the 3rd quarterback off the board. Here we are at pick 178.
Oh, and I'll tell you, there's this rumor out there, and I bought into a little bit, that this whole thing that you've seen with Jalen Hurts shade coming out this offseason, leaking out of the Philadelphia organization, has been Roseman sort of trying to talk to the owner in public, if this makes sense. And sort of like the owner loves Hurts.
Yep.
How do I get this owner who's a pain in my butt because he's not wrapping his head around the fact this guy's got limitations? How do I get him to wrap his head around that? Yeah. Let me leak some of this stuff out there. And now you have him grabbing a quarterback here. And look, Cole Payman's, to your point, I don't think he's going to be anything special, but still it does, I think, show a little bit of like, they're starting to look maybe for options here.
Because there's a lot of Tanner McKee love out there. He's like Mr. August. He goes out and looks great in preseason. People start talking about maybe trading him, or is he the heir apparent? I forgot they signed Andy Dalton too.
Yeah, in fact, I think they traded for him or something. So can't imagine what kind of draft capital Andy Dalton could go for. And the Niners have made their next pick. I think this is their last pick of the draft.
Is it?
Or do they have a 6th?
They have a 6th.
Okay. So it might be their second to last.
Wait, no, they had 3 in the last round. This might be their last one. This is it for them. They'll trade down and pick up 3 7ths.
I could see it. And folks, we do have 1,400 people in here watching, whether you're on my side or Dan's side. If you could hit that like button, get subbed up to Dan Bien's here, Seahawks Forever. We got the Hawks Eye with Bryce Coots as well. He'll be in here later on today. And of course, we got Mookie here with Field Goals. If you're not checking out Field Goals, if you're not monitoring, watching Field Goals, please do so, as they do a great job in coverage, and they have been doing so for a very, very long period of time. And hitting that like button now helps, as we're going to have Hawk fans that are going to be looking for Hawk content here right now as the Hawks come up with 2 picks in the 6th round. So really, really helpful to hit that like button right now and sub up, as this will push us out of the algorithm at a really good time in doing so.
Warms my heart that there's that many people in here on day 3.
Yeah, that's almost as many as we had in day 2 prime time, and we're a Saturday morning.
So this would be the 49ers' last chance to take Eli Heidenreich.
And they did not. They took another lineman.
You're ahead of me.
Took Kansas offensive lineman Enrique Cruz Jr.
Who?
Hey, at least they're taking offensive linemen. They're not taking them high, but they're throwing bodies on the pile. Yeah, I'm not familiar with his game either.
So you're the Niners. You've come out of this draft with Stribling and Carver Willis. That's your big. We got you now, Seattle. Mm-hmm. We got you cornered now. Oh, we went over the top of you here, buddies. I feel like Superman. I am not impressed.
Cruz is like in the late 250s, 280s in the consensus board.
Okay.
I'm using the wide left consensus board. So, and he just went 178. So I'm pretty sure every pick that they had today was way higher than consensus boards had him.
What is it? Is there
like 150, like
Why-
150, but
why not-
Mookie wider.
why not pick a Brian Parker? Why is he still there? You know, he doesn't.
The injuries must be bad.
He can't have any character issues. He went to unless he played lacrosse.
Yeah. Well, if Duke basketball has got character issues just for the way they play on the court very often, but maybe like back in the day, unethical basketball. But
That's interesting. That's a weird pay. They've been weird. The Niners have, but that's the way they operate, I suppose.
Yeah.
Goodness. Corey Coombe, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate it, Corey. Good to see you in the house. Says, hey, Brando. Hey, guys. We are killing another draft. Because of this draft, I think our Super Bowl window is extended even longer. Go Hawks. I love it, Corey. Well, definitely, we're feeling pretty good about this, especially watching some of the competition in this division, which has been the toughest division in football for 10 years, seemingly not kind of on the same level as far as how they're picking and their value and the way they're going about their business. So I think you feel very good about this draft just from that standpoint alone, but they're doing a good job here, man. And they got a chance to kind of top this off next round with a couple guys maybe sliding down the board to really go for some real great value here at the end of the draft, which is oftentimes very hard to do. You know, oftentimes you get stuck more to the need point as you get into the depths of the draft. So John in an interesting situation here, boys.
Hey, where do you have Rayshon Benny on your board? I think he'd be tremendous value in the 6th round.
Late 4. So if you're getting him in the 6th, I don't have a problem with that with Benny and taking him there. You're definitely in a good value spot.
You know what his floor is as a run defender. I think he's got a little bit more to offer as a guy that can get to the quarterback a little bit. You got to start thinking ahead, you know, with some of the age that we have at defensive tackle, right? You don't know how much longer Jaron Reed's going to do it.
Well, so to your point on this, last year, the Niners took a guy that was a 3-tech run defender in Alfred Collins, and I believe the 3rd round.
Yeah.
And that's what Alfred Collins is. And he's got a little bit, like you say with this guy, there is a little bit of pass rush there, but you're getting him for this thing. This is what you're getting them for. And with Benny now, to your point, that's why I put him in the 4th round, is I was like, I think you're kind of getting a guy that's a little bit of a smaller version of Collins, but he gives you basically the same stuff Collins gives you. He's not going to be a nose tackle. Alfred Collins is really not a nose tackle. He's a 3-tech. He's just a big 3-tech run stuffer. To get a run stuffer 3-tech in the 6th round is good value to me, especially knowing, like you said, you just said it a second ago, I know what he's giving me as a run defender. And I think that's very true to what I saw on the tape, and that you know solidly that this guy's not going to be like a bust factor on the run defense. I can put him out there on early downs and he's going to hold up down there. He wins the leverage war consistently out there in Michigan. In fact, it's kind of a Michigan defensive line player thing, is that those guys all, Derek Moore was this way. Kenneth Grant coming out last year was this way. They all tend to play the run very well in that defense. They're very good, especially to what we want, the 2 gappers, the control your guy and be able to make the tackle as the ball carrier is coming through your hole on either side. They've got that to them.
Yeah, but I'm still looking at this edge group, and I think there's an opportunity here to get someone that has enough upside and appeal that, you know, the part of the fan base that's really upset they didn't address it earlier might be satisfied with it, right? When they look at the group as a whole.
I wouldn't be mad about it, but I do think you're in agreement with me that if we're talking about the best 2 players to take in the next round, we're not going to land at value or the highest upside on an edge. We're then taking an edge kind of because we feel we need to fill that spot. Right. More than this guy's such a shining example of value at this point. Yeah. So I agree with you that I think it would satiate the fans to a degree, but I don't think that we, you know, from a fan standpoint, I just think again, coming back to it's like, let's take Rieger. Is Rieger a better option? Is he better than Ivy? I don't think he is. Is Ivy and Rieger a better option than going and getting a Von Miller or Clowney, a Von Miller, Cam Jordan, Dante Fowler, Von Miller? You know, what's the better combination here? And I think that it's very hard to make the argument that the first part is much better of an option than the latter to me, especially considering the latter is not going to be very expensive.
Yeah. Breaking news, Elijah Haven, the number 1 quarterback in the class of 2027, commits to Alabama. So maybe a little news there, a little news for the 2030 draft.
Alabama's got an interesting guy too, don't they? That came in last year for Simpson and kind of
He's like 6'6", right?
Yeah.
Right guy.
Came in
yeah.
at, like,
Really
the
tall.
playoff.
He's got a gun. Yeah,
He looked good. He looks the part, man. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
We got me coming in with a very kind donation with let me get the applause here. $100 donation over on Dan's side. Let's go, me. Thank you for that big old dono. You've dropped a bunch of these on our sides here through the years on that. Very kind of you for doing so. Me says, just making the rounds to my favorite Seahawks content creators and showing some more love. All y'all are grinding, and S12s appreciate it the utmost. Bo Hawks.
Oh,
Go
Hawks.
Go Hawks. Go 12s. Hey, go 12s, go Bo, go Hawks, go it all. But thank you for that, me. Very kind of you. And very kind of you for showing all the love out there, the Hawk content creators. We got the best in the business universally. I always say that. I think that nobody even really compares as far as the quality goes amongst other teams out there. Really appreciate about that. And no more hard workers in addition to creating great content, in my opinion, amongst these Hawk content creators that are out there. So well said on your part, me. Thank you, man, for all the support too as well. And go Hawks.
What is it
Go
you
12s.
always say about that, Brando? You say rising tides raise all ships, something like that.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. It's the better the content gets everybody eyeballs watching. And it's never to me about competition, as sometimes people get caught up on. It's that if YouTube can be this viable place that you have a variety of content creators that are creating Seahawks coverage that's really top notch and good, that'll just bring more collective eyeballs to YouTube in general as a place to go and watch this stuff, in my opinion. So
Because
yes,
if you
absolutely.
drive south on I-5 for a while, it is much, much different down there in that content creator community. Yeah, those guys.
It gets a little Mad Maxy down there. It's a little beyond Thunderdome. It's a little at 2 men shall enter, 1 man shall leave, a little bit that going down in San Fran. I don't know. They're wired tight down there, oddly. For being California cool, man. They do not have that vibe there.
It affects them all.
It does.
The big tech environment totally has changed San Francisco.
Another tight end.
It is. It's got an East Coast vibe to it, Mookie, with like that sort of wound tight, high stress. No, it's fine.
Yes.
It's fine.
Another tight end.
It's fine. It's like that kind of feeling,
And another one that I never heard of.
International Player Pathway Program, and he was a soccer player. Man, a tight end as a soccer player growing up in England, and then he comes to play high school football in America in 2020. That's insane. Most soccer players are not 200 some odd pounds. So obviously he grew. They put him on the American diet plan as soon as he moved stateside.
Oh, and he's there at the draft.
Yeah.
Well, you do get the extra roster spot for the international players.
Yeah.
So Moranges is still on the series. Signed to a futures deal, right? Francisco Moranges.
They're chasing the unicorn, guys. They're chasing that. Yes, it's the inline blocker Barner type, but it's also the H-back Elijah Arroyo type that you're seeing these teams chase with these tight ends. It's both in this class. Interesting that the NFL has determined that this is the new position that's the one that we got to go chase as far as the hybridic nature of it. And you're looking for the mismatches, the heavy use of 12 personnel, as we had a record number of usage of 12 personnel last year in the NFL. This is where things are kind of, moving right now as far as the evolutionary process of offenses in the league.
So a little bit more, we talked earlier about the scene that they shot on day 2 of the draft, and we thought maybe it was a sequel to Draft Day. A little bit more context here. So it's a show that's coming up on Hulu called The Land. This will be interesting.
Okay.
It's a show about the Cleveland Browns, and it stars Christopher Maloney as their GM, the dude from Law and Order, right? I could see that. He could be GM-y.
I see it. Was that does William H. Macy, is he the coach then?
Maybe he's creating it. That was the name I saw attached to it yesterday. Maybe I'm wrong, but maybe he's executive producer, or maybe he plays another role.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I like both those two guys. If they're both in it, that'd be, it'd be nice to see somebody actually take on the NFL thing with this stuff and take it on with either a bit of seriousness or find the humor in it as you could, like one of the two.
Humor, but don't take the cheesy angle. Like make it.
Well, like remember the Belichick thing that came out and how that was just cringy as hell to watch, where you're just like, dude, the actor they got to do the part, and you're just like, this is.
I've never been able to watch that whole thing just because of the clip.
I couldn't either.
The clip of him on the Hernandez pick, just sitting in the back of the room and just throwing it out there as if they hadn't studied the draft at all. It'd just be like, what about the kid from Florida?
Oh,
Yeah, like he's talking him into it in the moment.
And the guy they had play Robert Kraft too. It's like the amazing casting, as far as I'm concerned, for unintentional comedic purposes.
It was pretty wild, the casting in that one.
Mhm.
But hey, hopefully they do this one right. That'd be good. I'd certainly like to see it.
So the Bills are the last pick of the 5th round, and then we get to the 6th round. And based on the graphic, the Seahawks are still at 188. They have not made another trade. So,
and there's no one on this board. Kind of the same question you asked Rob earlier, but there doesn't look to be anybody that they'd want to maybe package those 2-6 and move up for. I mean,
yeah. And at this draft, I think they would rather just hang on to the priority to the UDFAs than try and snag an extra 7th or something. So,
right. I like your Perkins idea, man. If they went something like Harold Perkins, Rayshon Benny with these 2 picks, I think we might just run and hide.
That'd be solid.
And call it a
that'd
day.
be solid. Yeah. That'd be a very solid pickup for me. I'd love to see something like that. But I think you can sit and pick. I think as well, you're going to have a little bit of a hard time recruiting UDFAs to a degree. On one hand, yes, you have less picks, but now not even that, because you have added a couple picks, and then you have stacked roster, and then you're a Super Bowl roster. It's not necessarily going to be, I think they'll land some UDFAs, but it may not be a destination location, especially for specific guys you're hoping you could talk into it, thus needing to grab those 2 guys into round 6 to get them. So I think that there's just
Zane Durant.
Yeah, interesting pick by the Penn State. I mean, they have a history with undersized defensive tackles, right? He's got some juice.
So Thrag, you were on it, man. Thrag, thank you for another $2 donation. Says Zane Durant's still on the board. Dude's a dog. Odd to see him fall this far. Odd to see him last this long. He is a specific get up the field guy, so he's not a 2-gapper. He's a guy that's got to be an attacking type 3-tech defensive tackle. But you're right. It is a little bit strange to see him go this far. And how about the Bills with a couple of later picks, their best picks? They go with Kilgore and Durant on the last 2 selections. That is top notch for them on that side.
Their defense does need a little bit more oomph to it. And especially I like Kilgore as a secondary pick because their secondary is just not what it once was. It's kind of aging out. They're going to be moving on from some guys. I think they cut Taylor Rapp. They moved on from somebody else, not Taron Johnson, but I think they did move on from Taron Johnson.
I think they did. Yeah. I think you're right on that.
Browns wasted no time with pick 182.
They're pulling probably another tight end here, knowing how this is going. Nolan, thank you for the another $5 donation on Dan's side. Says Grant Cohn is going to be pure comedy, killing the 49ers draft class. I did see a clip of him roasting what they did yesterday, and they've given him some fodder here. For a guy in Grant who does not hold back when it comes to the Niners as far as his opinion goes, when he's got some criticism, he's going to be lobbing hand grenades, I'm sure, all night long when it comes to this class, Nolan. Ooh, Mookie. Look at the Browns took.
Okay, I don't know yet, so this is don't tell me it's Nussmeier.
You're not far off.
Did they go Taylor Green? Yes, they did.
Taylor Green goes to the Browns. So the Browns now have 74 quarterbacks on their roster.
Wow.
The Dylan Gabriel experiment is dead.
But I just want him to at least make it to OTAs because I want to see the pictures of them in their position group. I want to see Green standing next to Gabriel. Just be like,
it's going to be the Manute Bowl Spud Webb pictures.
Yes.
It's basically the equivalent of it.
Wow.
Are they going to try to soft talk him into changing a position where they're like, no, we want to bring him as a quarterback. Look, we got so many quarterbacks though. I mean, once you're here, why don't we just try you at tight end? I mean, let's just see what you look like out there. Just run a couple routes.
And the bad, for a team that is as steeped in analytics as they are, they employ the most. I think they have 10 people in their analytics department. That's most in the league. To the process, as we talked about earlier, of taking Dylan Gabriel in the 3rd round last year, a guy that just did not project in any way, shape, or form as a long-term NFL starter, and then still spend a 5th on Sanders. Now you turn around, you take Green. Maybe you just wasted a 6th round pick. No big deal. He makes it to the practice squad. But if you do like him, then what? You're going to move on from your 3rd round pick from a year ago? That's weird.
It is weird. And it's as I say oftentimes, bad organization's bad for a reason.
And the Cardinals take an inside linebacker that I am not familiar with. We have gotten to that point in the draft.
Yeah, I'm not feeling the rest of this NFC West, man. I'm not feeling it. I don't. This is not it for the rest of this. I'm glad they're doing this, but our division is sucking wind in this draft right now.
I mean, the good news for the Rams is they already have a playoff caliber roster for this year. 49ers, very iffy. And then the Cardinals are in a rebuild. And like, I don't think that their GM has taken even one Pro Bowler, and the bar for getting into the Pro Bowl is lower than ever.
Oh, you mentioned rebuild. What team, just in general terms, just if I go to any team, not specifically the Cardinals, Seattle, whatever, I go, we're in a rebuild. We're going to take a running back with a third overall selection in the draft.
Well,
that is stupid in every single multiverse that exists.
He's going to get, what, $50 million based over the
highest running back. Good point. Yeah. Highest paid running back now suddenly in the sport. One of the highest paid running backs in the sport. You're not getting value there. Now you're paying for the productivity you're hoping to get, which you can't maximize because you don't have the scheme and you don't have the quarterback and you don't have the defense to get the most out of him. It's like, it doesn't make it a good pick, no matter where his talent is at that point.
Guys, I was just looking at the rest of the Rams board again, and it's like we already agree that they're not going to get any immediate impact out of their first 3 picks. They don't pick again until the end of this round, and then they have 3 late 7s, and that's it. They're going to get 0 impact this year in their attempt to try to win the division, get to a Super Bowl in their own stadium, and maximize the end of Stafford's career. They're going to get 0 impact out of this entire draft in 2026.
It's an interesting comparison for Taylon Green, I guess, because of the possible position switch. Because from what I remember of his measurables, he's a little shorter. The Terrell Pryor comparison for Taylor.
Yeah. Yeah. That's it. It's a Pryor situation. And remember with Pryor, he took a while to finally come around to receiver. Probably took too long. Make it quick and make the chains fast. And you're not going to get anywhere as a QB. Go to receiver now and you can start to develop in this way. And I'd advise him to do that because the kid's got a body that you don't see guys built like this. So it's like, and they get very valued as remember the Jacksonville Jaguars way back in the day. I think it was Matt Smith or something. And it was right in the time where they had taken Mike Williams, Dan. And remember they took, and it was that kind of situation where you had a big old guy that was just so big and so fast. And NFL loves these kind of guys.
Little did they know that speed was
a different kind of speed. Well, Matt Jones. Matt Jones is his name, I think. I think he was also Arkansas. I think he was an Arkansas quarterback too.
He was, by substances.
True. Yeah, he was in Arkansas. I forgot that. Yeah, he was in Arkansas.
Yep. Although wide receiver to quarterback converts the other way have worked. I mean, Ryan Tannehill had himself a nice career.
It's true. He made it out
there. We are hurrying to the Seahawks pick, guys. We're 4 away here.
Is Tannehill's in the league somewhere backing up right now, isn't he?
He's retired, I think.
No, there was some talk last year where he was like, well, I'd be open to coming back if.
Yeah.
That went quick with him, though. I mean, that went from like you're a starter to usually there's at least that long backup. You get to play 6 years as a backup thing that goes on. But
like you would think that he could make some good money as a backup. Like he wasn't terrible his last couple of years in Tennessee.
No, I mean, it's functional, right? Kind of strange. That's not like the NFL doesn't tap these guys out to the nth degree when they seem like they're done, still giving them some chances, especially as a backup. Megan, thank you for the $5 donation. 6 a.m. here, boys, and I am crashing. Heading to bed with a smile on my face. Not sure what will happen with the last 2 picks. I'll catch up on the replay. Well, thank you, Megan, for rocking it here as a mod in the house here and for rolling with us for the last 3 days. You get some good rest and happy rest, like you say. We feel good about what this team's done here. You've added on to this team next year. You've added parts and pieces to this team universally with every pick that are going to find help on this team. Bo may not find the field just because you got so much depth there, but if you have to put him on the field, you feel solid about him being able to be a guy who can at least be able to get out there and not feel like he's in over his skis or drowning out there or anything like that. I think he's going to be able to play if you need next year.
We just had another trade up for a no-name tight end.
Bauer Sharp, LSU. Okay.
These guys have tight end names. I'll give them that. They all have tight end names. Every one of them. Even the international guy kind of had a tight endy name.
So we're 3 away. Giants next, Commanders next. And I wouldn't be shocked if the Seahawks are pretty much on the clock right now. And in fact,
Hold
Seattle
on.
is no longer on the clock. We have traded
Not on the
down.
clock.
The Jets and Seahawks have swapped. So Seattle is down 9-0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It looks like they've gone to 199.
Okay, so that probably gets them another 7th, which again could come in handy if there's a UDFA that they really like that they're not confident that they're going to be able to get. They can just draft him. So now they have, they moved down. Wait a minute. Yeah, 190. Oh yeah, they move all the way down 199. But again, and then they have the last pick in the round. We were talking just a minute ago about how the value would be at those other positions because on the big board, the overall ranking board, the edges were a little farther down. Well, maybe this move back indicates that maybe that is a position group that they have their eye on a guy, but they think that that's just a little bit too high.
I don't see a 7th rounder being given back to Seattle here.
Maybe this wouldn't be another. Would this be Oluwatimi? No, but because they moved back, maybe a pick swap. What do we got here?
I don't have. There's no way that it would just move 11 with nothing.
No.
Maybe next year. Maybe it's a next year 7th or next year 6th.
Jets moved up to 188. There's not. I haven't seen.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any details yet.
Mm-mm.
I hate that they don't release that. It's like they know the details and they don't ever do this on draft day where you have to always kind of usually piece through to find sometimes the details on certain trades like this.
Trade details to come is all that we're seeing from them. Just to take a look at the, let's see what Rich Hill would say about the value of this move. If you're going from 188 to 199, it's only going to be a 1 point difference, which gets you a pick in the last 10, 12 picks of the 7th round.
There it goes. It's showing up now, boys. Okay. It's 242.
Yeah.
So 7th round 242 is what we had right there.
Okay. So they're going to end up with a draft class of, what are we at now? 4, 7?
7 guys. Got our 7 picks back. John found a way to pull it off without trading back in his first 3. So pretty impressive on his part there.
Not bad at all. Maybe this trade might have just been because he needed to scratch that itch.
Who?
He's
Bobby
like,
Jamison Travis.
I feel like, are we approaching maybe an all-time record of hyphenated last names in an NFL draft?
I say with the hyphen, pick a lane.
So let's see.
I'm a pick a lane guy with the hyphen.
2022, 18 tight ends drafted. 23, 16, 25, 15. We're over 15. Last year was supposed to be a great tight end draft. We're over 15, aren't we?
Yeah. What was the one you said we had 20 taken on?
In 2022, there were 18.
18.
The record is 26 in 1973, but the draft was like 15 rounds back then.
I wouldn't count. This would be a new record. I can't count that because you're right. It was literally 15 rounds. It wasn't like, well, it's kind of, and I was like, no, it was, I think 12 rounds or something like that back then. So let's see here. We've got.
Oh yeah. You can just look it up by drafted, right?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 as it stands right now.
So that would match the modern record set in 2022.
Yeah. And you're gonna easily clear that. So
yeah.
Katron Allen goes to Washington. So Katron's off the board. 6th rounder on Katron.
They might have waited a little too long. There was some reports that they really liked Adam Randall, but sometimes you wait a little too long, you lose your guy. Would Seattle take another safety? Because in this range, man, VJ Payne's athletic profile is really, really enticing.
The problem with Payne is, as a defense with your secondary, so much as you want intuitive from your safeties. And VJ Payne is a to B guy. I got to send him to a spot and tell him to go to that spot. And he can do things good. Yeah. And like you said, he's really fast to get to that place. But that if I got to have him think on his feet, if I got to have him do some things that are a little complicated, which the system kind of does, like I pre-disguise this, then flow into that. I don't know if that's as much his game versus just tell me where you want me to go and I'll go there really fast.
Yeah, that's not going to cut it in Mike McDonald's scheme. God dang it, we got to wait again. Hey, but at least we can't complain because they took care of us in the 4th round.
Yeah, we got to have we had to have Rob on for a good while to pass the time.
Yeah. When he said he was going to give us 20 minutes, we got an hour out of him. That was
fun. I know, that was awesome.
Yep.
Yeah, and it's good to have a pick in the 7th round because 7th round goes long because there's so many picks in the 7th round.
Yeah,
like there's 41 selections in the 7th round alone.
If they should just make the 7th round, you get 1 minute.
I agree. That'd make it funner. I agree. I think it'd make it excite it up a little bit,
Mm-hmm.
But I'll be right back, guys.
All right. Yeah, man, this they weren't kidding about this running back class.
Yeah, so that's the 9th running back taken. So I think we're increasingly looking like maybe 11 or 12 total at most.
Yeah, like Claiborne will get drafted.
Hemby might be borderline, and
Heidenreich, if you count him as a running back, which ESPN has him listed as one. I think most of the outlets do. I think he's a running back in the beast.
Yeah. Chip
Trayanum,
probably going undrafted.
I took a bunch of crap for this online last night, suggesting, or maybe it was on the live stream, suggesting that they would still sign one in free agency too, just throw another body into that group. And people were like, what are you talking about? But we know they met with Trayanum, they met with Coleman Bennett, they met with Hemby. Those are all guys, if they go undrafted, that absolutely you sign one of those guys and throw them in the mix, because you always want to have one minimum running back on the practice squad, if not two. They often carry two on the practice squad just because of attrition with injuries. And, great example last year, like Jacardier Wright really flashed in training camp and then he gets hurt. And there was a lot of time during the season where he wasn't available. And so, especially with the injury histories of the guys that we have in the room right now, you throw another one in the mix there, especially a guy like Hemby that's got some pass catching ability too. And we know they met with Jamari Taylor too. And now you can see it. They met with all those guys.
They had a virtual Le'Veon Moss as well, I think.
Yeah, they did, because of the opportunity to potentially sign one of those guys and undrafted free agents to start that recruiting process. Moss is a guy that's super interesting. If it's not for the injury history, he's drafted and drafted by now. Like, his tape is really smooth. In fact, I had Justin Mello. He was with the Draft Network at the time. Now he's with SI. Had him on mid-season during the college football season. Had him do a Seahawks mock draft, and he had them taking Moss in like the 2nd or 3rd round. That's kind of where he was at then, and then he got hurt again.
Yeah. And I know he's the flavor of the month now because of the way Schneider's talked about him, but don't forget, George Holani didn't actually make the roster as a rookie. He didn't get onto the active roster regularly until it was either Walker got hurt, or it had to have been when Walker got hurt, because Charbonnet didn't miss a game last season. And then Holani ended up missing time anyway. But Holani's got a deep injury history that dates back to college. Now McIntosh has this injury. Jacardier Wright missed virtually the whole season with whatever ankle injury he had. I think they just stashed him because there's no way his injury was so bad that it knocked him out for 14 weeks.
Right.
So it's a position of abundance, and it's not like Jacardier Wright and Kenny McIntosh are like absolute locks for the roster. Wright, for one, didn't make the team. And then for McIntosh, it's just kind of fighting your way back because of what's happened to you physically.
Yeah.
Well, we got some big boys and we got some dogs. Who's got that dog in him in this draft?
You must be ahead of me. Now I see what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Now it feels like they've hit a lull. Wait, let's pick it up, boys. Let's pick it up.
Okay, so the Jets have taken Enes Cooper of Miami. So they go with an interior lineman.
Yeah. It's interesting to me that the two trades the Seahawks have made to move down the board have been exact matches on the Rich Hill trade chart. So I've been using
the point to the differential.
The points, yeah. I've been using Rich Hill for years because it's actually, I think it's based on a rolling 10-year range of data of actual trades. And so they're constantly recalculating their point value system based on what teams are actually doing. And so far, that looks to be the more accurate one. That Jimmy Johnson, sometimes the point values range or vary pretty significantly from Rich Hill.
Yeah. By the way, that Inez Cooper pick, that does technically wrap up a trade that probably everybody forgot about. The Nick Harris trade. Yes, if you remember when Harris got dealt.
The former UW center.
Yes, he went from UW to Cleveland and then to Seattle, and they traded it back to Cleveland.
Yeah.
And why the Seahawks didn't have a 7th at the time this year is because, well, actually, technically, I guess when Cleveland makes their 7th round pick, then the trade's wrapped up. But on the 6th round side, that was the pick that Seattle got in return. They swapped to 6th and 7th. So
interesting. You're on the other side, John, and I'm not running the stream, so I can't put it in here, but I just wanted to acknowledge this while Brando was away. John McGrath, Dan, Mookie, Brando, thank you so much for these last 3 days. Great job, guys. Much appreciated. Thank you, John. Appreciate you and your consistent support. Did you get the hat? How do you like the hat? Is the hat working out for you? Did you get it in time for your fishing trip? I wasn't sure about that. I haven't checked Discord in the last couple of days. But thanks for being here. Really appreciate those kind words. Yeah. So we are in, Brian brings this point up from the chat. Like, look, the fit might not make total sense, but we just love the player so much. Like, we are firmly in Eli Heidenreich watch territory here. Like, this would be the range where he would go. You look at the testing, how similar it is to CMC, and he's got the running back passed, and you can certainly see that. But I think as a slot guy, the route running's legitimate. He catches everything. He's got some bursts to him, obviously, and he's a guy with his background that would play on all the special teams, and that's what you look for a lot of times in the 6th round. I think Heidenreich would be a home run pick at some point here in this round. I think he goes in this round to somebody.
Well, Brian Parker has finally gone.
Finally
to Cincinnati. Did they not take a center earlier?
Maybe, but Parker can play. He can be their Jalen
Parker to guard or something.
Yeah, he can play. He can play anything. Are the Bengals getting smart? Let's look at their class now.
Yeah, they've had an all right draft.
Like, they go Cassius Howell. You know, the arm length is a concern, but he gives them something different. Certainly there. They've got Shamar Stewart. He's more of the big physical, violent edge. And then they have Boye Mafe. So maybe Howell's just a designated pass rusher for them. But you know, in this draft class, that could give you something. They go Taco Davis, big long corner. They go Connor Liu, who, if it's not for the ACL, is going to be the first center drafted this year. And then Colby Young, Georgia, wide receiver. But to get Brian Parker in the 6th, with all the offensive line issues they've had there, trying to protect Burrow over the last couple of years and trying to piece it together with journeyman. Let's see what their depth chart looks like now. You've got Orlando Brown at left tackle. Dylan Fairchild was a great pick for them last year. Dalton Reisner, they re-signed. He finally, for the first time in years, he actually signs before training camp starts and played well for them last year after being a late pickup. Amarius Mims, a high draft pick for them 2 years ago. They like him at right tackle. Now you add Brian Parker into the mix as a guy that can potentially be your starting. You could start at guard. Connor Liu is a starting quality center. Like, did the Bengals finally fix their offensive line long-term?
Maybe it's like a boot up the ass because they know that Joe Burrow, if it's the way that he's said certain things in public, there's some palpable frustration.
Yeah.
Over, like, one, he's got to be healthy, but two, part of why he's not been healthy is because he's got to deal with that offensive line.
But it does kind of even amplify even more what a mistake it was for them to not trade Trey Hendrickson last year before the trade deadline and get some sort of value for him. We were just talking while you're gone, Brandon, about how the Bengals might have finally gotten smart, finally addressed their offensive line in a long-term way. They get the great value with Connor Liu at the end of the 4th round. They just took Brian Parker in the 6th. You get a starting caliber center in Liu in the 4th round, who would have been the number 1 guy at his position if it's not for the ACL, and then Parker with positional versatility as a guy that can play guard when you've been patching that together with guys like Dalton Reisner for a few years.
They've been slowly getting it. It is a team that just shows you why, to me, it's so important before you go and get the quarterback that you first go and actually try to take care of getting your line in place, or at least partly in place, rather than having to build it from scratch the second you take the quarterback, like the Bengals had to do with Burrow. That's not a smart approach, because you end up having the guy, takes you 5-6 years to finally get the offensive line then in place. And then you have a guy, maybe like to your point, now he's disgruntled. Maybe now he's on tilt a little bit. And it just doesn't have to get to that place if you take care of business beforehand. And you never regret building your offensive line. You never regret putting investment into that. And so it's good to see that they're finally doing it. Hopefully it's not too late though, because if they don't go out and win this year, does Burrow come back next year and say, I want to trade? I'm done. I'm enough. I'm 30 years old. My career's winding down. I'll never win here. I saw this happen with Carson Palmer here. So do me like you did with Carson and get me out of town. And I could see that. I just want to also reference, I heard you talking a bit about the running back position. I think that this is a very valid place to go on, Dan. We don't know where Jacardi Wright's at, but what we know about the running back position is not just last year, but when you look at over a 10-year stretch, I've called it oftentimes the beast mode curse is what I've called it. Not because he cursed us, but that he was so good at being healthy and getting out there every week for you. And every back since then, every collection of backfields that we put together since then have almost always just about been somewhat decimated here and there. And last year wasn't decimated, but you lost Charbonnet. Hololani went down to an injury. McIntosh tore his ACL before he even got to the season. That's the second time McIntosh has had a full year out thing from an injury. So I kind of wonder, to your point of this, Dan, as a thing from John's standpoint, is kind of thinking about what's gone on at the position in recent years, saying, you know what? What if I just try to grab the strongest four? And if I have to cut out a 5 and I have to cut out a 6 that's a good running back, so be it. But there's a good chance I'm going to have to get to that 4th guy on the depth chart. So it's actually very important, rather than just an also-ran, to make sure that that position is made strong and legitimate.
And what if you had a 5th guy that could also play slot receiver for you and contribute?
Hey, there we go.
Also played on all your special teams units, and also was a leader and the hardest worker in the room. That seems like that would have some value in this at this range of the draft, don't you?
I think it would. I think you make a good point.
I like that.
When you
look at falls right at that
room. Sorry, when you look at this running back room, like Jadarian Price has got basically no real track record as a receiving back other than taking screens and checkdowns. They very rarely use Charbonnet as a receiving back for anything, again, other than the odd screen or a check down. Kenny McIntosh is kind of that receiving back, but again, he's fighting to make the roster. And then Holani and Jacardi Wright, they're kind of replaceable in that sense. Heidenreich gives you, especially when you consider where Brian Fleury's background is and all his years in San Francisco, he can give you that sort of versatility that the other guys don't have. Yeah. And I can see why that would be enticing.
Yeah. Yeah.
100%.
Absolutely.
Kyle from South Park, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, at least Rams fans can cry about the draft instead of the 2-point conversion.
Yeah.
Right. Preach, Kyle. Preach, man.
The comeback. That's going to be the comeback for everything now, right? Any Rams fan that tries to come to us this offseason, oh, you did this, you did that, took a running back, just be like Ty Simpson.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, it's that and Puka Nacua. So those are going to be the 2 points of just needling from me. I know.
Is he back from his rehab yet? Is he?
I don't know. It was a deep rehab session. He was deep in that bottle reportedly. So what are you gonna do? Dr. Cluck with the 5 over on Dan's side. Thank you for that, Dr. Cluck. Divisional opponents making our draft go from a B+ to an A. Beck Simpson alone will make our secondary be full of all pros in the next few years. I think you have to worry about arm strength in this division going forward as it stands right now. I'll say that, Dr. Cluck, to your point. You know what I mean? You need a ball to stay up in the air a little longer. Let's say in a inclement weather environment like Lumen Field with a guy that doesn't have top end arm strength that can throw through the wind. You got 2 guys as Exhibit A here that a little different. Ty Simpson, Alabama, southern weather, throwing in the warm weather. Okay, try to throw up in the Pacific Northwest with that arm strength. Let's see how that goes.
Yeah, and against that defense, I mean, I think we've talked about this before in terms of Purdy. Like he's an excellent quarterback, but his game is dependent on rhythm and timing. And Mike McDonald's defense is kind of predicated on disrupting your rhythm and timing. And even though he's mobile, once you move him off his spot, it just kind of it changes their whole approach to how they run that scheme. And so if you don't have, that's why Matt Stafford is our kryptonite at times, because he can just fit it in there from anywhere at any time, as long as you keep him upright. And if there is one concern that I know that we're going to hear about from fans, and that is very, very valid, and I understand it, is have we done enough, or are we going to do enough between now and July to add a little bit to that edge room so that somehow we can get him on the ground? 1 sack in 3 games is not going to cut it against them if he's healthy. But then you talk about what happened yesterday, and the other side of that approach is, okay, if we didn't see the value, we didn't see that guy available to us at any point that made sense in this draft, well, then we're just going to add a bunch of guys to our coverage unit that can match up against bigger receivers, be physical, play center field, cover, be ball hawks. If you can't get one, you at least need to get the other, right?
Well, yeah, when you think about the moment of truth down at the goal line, it wasn't the pass rush that made Stafford throw incomplete passes on 3rd and 4th and goal into tight coverage. It was the coverage being so airtight that Stafford was panicking and panicking. He didn't know where to go. Yep. And frankly, Witherspoon was the victim of OPI on that play, but that's neither here nor there. Yeah. And also, you don't always need, like the Chicago Bears playoff game, they were harassing the shit out of Stafford. Dennis Allen was doing a great job with his blitzes. Now, maybe some of it is that the Bears are not a familiar opponent to the Rams in the way the Seahawks are, but the Bears don't have a standout edge rusher. And they had Stafford confused as hell up until they decided we are going to do an all-out blitz and leave Puka Nacua on a one-on-one in field goal range. That was just stupid. But I think there are ways to pressure Stafford and to get to him without having a standout edge guy or a guy who can win quickly. It's preferred, but it's not a requirement.
Interesting comment that we kind of touched on, I think, earlier today at the very beginning, but Addicted to Hawks saying Price wasn't going to fall to 64, in my opinion. We are of the belief that he probably was a target of the 49ers right behind us. Yeah. If we don't take him, he was probably their first choice.
Yeah, he might have gone to 33.
There goes Pat Cook to the Titans. Man, the Titans are they're just having a good draft. Really, really nice draft. And they needed to.
Yep. Yeah. Jack Kelly went to the Giants, so they get their BYU linebacker. So we're five away from being on the clock. Raiders, Patriots, Eagles, Patriots.
I'm excited. I've gotten to the point now where I'm excited to see what the Raiders are going to do because I really like how they're approaching this draft.
Yeah, I don't want them to do too well because they are on the schedule this year.
In Vegas, that might be a road trip. We might try to make it to that one.
Yes.
We're definitely going to go to the opener. We thought we were going to be able to go to 5 or 6 of the games, but fiance just took a full-time staff job. The windows to travel are going to be a little lighter this year. So heads up to all of you Seahawks Forever fans out there. There might be some tickets for sale. My tickets are going to be available to some of those games.
Ooh.
And I will only sell them to loyal following Seahawk fans, family, friends. Malik Benson, Oregon to the Raiders. They got some speed there to go along with Deontay Thornton if they can get something out of him. But you talked earlier, I think we talked about this idea earlier for them that they still needed. That was a kind of something they needed to add that they didn't have.
Yeah, this is okay. I don't think he's going to give him a lot. There's a back end receiver pick for them on that, but still been a solid draft for them. I do think to the Titans point, I think they've had a good draft. What's also cool about it is that it's a good draft where it's not just a concentration to one side of the ball. It's been good for both sides of the ball with them finding really nice additions on each rather than just have to take one or the other.
Was he one of those guys? Did he start his career at Washington or am I thinking of somebody else?
Can't remember on that one. Nolan with a 5 or over on Dan's side. Where does Bo fit best? And who goes? Haynes or Cable Dew?
We talked about this earlier. We in fact, Mookie, I think you were the one that said you don't think Haynes will be on the roster.
Yeah.
I said something similar a couple of weeks ago. Cable Dew's got positional flexibility, much bigger, much more athletic. John Benton, I think he was one of the guys that John Benton was really kind of advocating for in the draft last year. Even if Bo Stevens leapfrogs him on the depth chart, becomes the starter at right guard, I think Cable Dew's a guy that they see that can play both guard spots. They even tried him at center, but then Richmond seemed to kind of jump over him in that spot. But Cable Dew's another one of those guys that, if you had to, if things went really awry on game day and maybe you don't have, Josh Jones gets banged up or whatever, and maybe you don't have a third tackle active on game day and Cable Dew's active as a guard, he can get you out of a game at right tackle.
Yeah, I think Haynes is probably the odd man out here, Nolan. I do think maybe we might see where Bo fits to left guard and actually Cable Dew becomes the backup right guard / pushing.
I was going to ask you that earlier when we were talking about Stevens, because you were talking about how right guard, you want someone that's a little more powerful, a little more stout. What about would they consider swapping Zabel over there? or do you want to mess with that chemistry? We've seen that not work out in the past.
I wouldn't because he's also more of a left guard than he's a right guard. Because remember, he's a tackle convert, right? So the tackle converts, naturally, you're going to worry about power going to guard. And not that I worry about Dable. He's got power. So I'm not saying he doesn't have the power. But then when it goes to right guard, it gets more. It's like if there's a question out to guard to a degree, going to right guard really then brings that question out big because you're going against those powerful nose tackles. You're going against 330-pound men that's forefront skill is power. Versus over at the 3-tech, you're getting the twitchy Grayson Holton types, Zane Durant types, you're getting the, like, can you stay in front of them kind of guys. And so I do wonder about that with Bo because he does have a little bit of slight struggles when it comes to the rooting down bull rush stuff, which now becomes more spotlighted over to the right guard versus left guard.
Yeah. Yeah. And Zay, you just don't want to mess with that chemistry. Obviously, we know about the relationship with Sundell, but just he and Cross just work so well together. And yeah, you don't want to mess with that.
Keep it where it's at. So I think probably that, Nolan, we're probably all in about agreement. And Haynes maybe has some flip him for a future 6th or future 7th to some team that still goes back on their scouting report with him coming out of college and still liked him there and thinks that we maybe didn't use him right or whatever there. So maybe that's the way they go with this.
Well, the Rams just traded up. The Rams just traded up ahead of Seattle in a swap with the Eagles. So the Rams are at 197. The Patriots took Demetrius
jumping up to get Eli.
Yeah. No, this is the Nussmeier spot. Then you got your 3, like Stetson Bennett. See you later. This is going to be Stafford.
Oh God, dude.
They're going to do the RG3 Kirk Cousins thing and just try to protect themselves. The other thing I was going to say about Stevens is when one of the things I'm going to do tonight is scour the interwebs and see if I can find any games from 2022 when he was playing right guard.
Probably locate some of that stuff. There's a lot of tape out there with Iowa's offense because they always keep pushing out offensive linemen every year.
Yeah.
They're not running backs and whatnot.
They got two specialties. Yep.
They do. Yes, they do. Dogzilla, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, are the 49ers selecting inside that power plant? It's the EMF, man. It short circuits the brain, man. Messes with the physiology.
I'll send you guys the link if you want it. Already found it. Iowa offensive line versus Michigan defense 2022. Oh, that's the year. No, that's the year that McDonald left. He was there in 21, right? But still the remnants of the defense would be there. That would be a Jesse Minter year. So that's going to be fun to watch. A little Iowa. We'll watch some Bo Stevens playing right guard against Michigan and Kenneth Grant. And would that be Grant? That would be Mazzie Smith. See how he handles some power there. That'll be fun to watch.
There you go.
As part of the little trade the Rams did, they gave up 2 of their 7s, 251 and 252, to move up 10 spots.
Oh, that's
there we go. Sam Muller with a $5 donation over on Dan's side. Excited to see how this draft is portrayed on Hard Knocks.
Okay.
Definitely the rookies always get featured, man. And, there's going to be some UDFA that they want to do a special story. He came from a tough life. He was never given a chance of any survival. He was eating food off the concrete not but a week ago. And now he's
Derek Hall storyline. Like that's going to be something.
He was dead at birth.
Almost the Bud Clark, Devin Witherspoon thing that everyone's speculating about. I mean, there's going to be some, I think Gray Zabel is going to get a lot of screen time too. He's going to,
Oh yeah. It'll be fun, some more. There's some cool personalities on this team that should make it fairly exciting. The question is how much will they show? How much will they be willing to give us the real true peek behind the door versus Mike and John being like, no, you're not going to get to post that. That's a no. Clip it, cut it. No, you can't show that. No, I said no. Take it away. Put it off. Don't you dare show that nationally.
They
get down to just like the little cuts of like guy walking, a ball in the air being thrown.
I just lost my draft stream. What's going on here?
Thank you, Smoller.
There we go. Now we're back. We're back. There's Michael Robinson.
Yep.
Patriots going tackle again. They're throwing some resources at it. All right, Rams are on the clock.
And they traded their other pick to the Vikings. So you got Rams and Vikings ahead of Seattle, and Seahawks on the clock. So we're guaranteed to have somebody like Rager's still there, Perkins is still there.
Our dream scenario that we talked about earlier.
Heidenreich is still there, of course.
Heidenreich, Perkins, Rayshon Benny, we talked about making some sense.
And the Rams pick is the same pick is in. The Seahawks are now on the clock.
Okay. Let's go. Let's go. And we should have. Why do I not have the Jeopardy theme? That would probably get copyright struck anyway.
Yes.
Can't do that. Speaking of that, just a quick little story. My first year of doing it for this show, I just started this show in February of 23 after the field goals thing went away, right? And so it's that draft, the 23 draft, being the dumbass that I am, I don't know what I was thinking or not thinking. I decided to share the NFL Network stream of the draft, and I was on for about an hour, and then they found it and they shut me down, and I got a strike. And so for 90 days, I could not live stream on my channel, which actually turned out to be sort of a silver lining because I learned how to. I just got a lot better at producing recorded shows and editing them and getting them up and all of that. Wide receiver for the Rams.
Yeah. CJ Daniels from Miami.
Hey, Daniels. Where was he on the board?
Not BJ Daniels, a former, talking of like former quarterbacks turned receiver.
So he's one of these guys that fits into the gadgety guy role as far as a quarter of his touches are coming out of bubble screens and this and the like. It's like Zachariah, poor man Zachariah Branch in this draft. What's weird with him is that he's a guy that had a quarter of his touches by bubble, sort of bubble screenish, but that he's not really a yak guy per se. He also does give you a little bit more catching than you would get from those kind of gadgety guys, and that his ability to give you acrobatic catches, low catch rate. Those guys tend to be bad hands. He doesn't have that, but I don't think he's got as much that's as physically impressive about him. Like Barian Brown, I think went the prior round to LSU. He's another guy like that as well, as a gadget guy, get the ball in his hand guy, but he actually has some dynamic elements to him, like Zachariah Branch does. I just don't know if CJ does as much for the type of guy you're drafting him to be here. He's kind of a little bit of an in-between guy.
Vikings take Damon Claiborne off the board. So
speedy small back.
And now we are next.
The Seattle Seahawks are on the clock. We've got over 1,600 people here in the chat today. If you can hit that like button for us, sub on up today, both on Seahawks Forever or here on the Hawks Nest, would be much appreciated. You definitely check out, of course, Mookie over there at the field goals. But we got Seattle up with a lot of interesting names here. Seattle still picking 3 more times in this draft.
Let's do this.
Pick is in, by the way. No more trading.
Eli.
Here we go.
Eli.
Oh, okay. Wasn't not familiar with this guy.
Not me neither. Brandon? Yeah. Emmanuel Henderson Jr., wide receiver, Kansas. Here's what ESPN's profile says. Henderson is a linear player in both the way he's built and the style he plays. He has adequate top speed, running a 4.44 in the 40 at the combine. The speed provides him with some verticality, though he is not the best at changing direction. When route running, Henderson flashes some short area speed and burst. He can make difficult catches outside his body frame, but he did drop 4 passes in 2025. You had to figure with these extra picks, you usually take a receiver. Maybe, I don't know if he has some special teams in his background.
He was a kick returner.
Okay. And let's see. Dane's got him at 40th, 7th rounder, priority free agent ranking.
Well, it's a guy you weren't going to be able to recruit if he got through the draft. as far as you probably weren't going to get him here. So you had to draft him if you wanted to bring him in house, and you were sold on him as a player. I don't have anything as far as I didn't scout this guy.
Sure.
So I don't have a lot to offer there, but you can understand their thinking there with it, I suppose, on that, where you're not getting like running back. I don't think you're recruiting receivers here in UDFAs. You might be able to get an edge you're talking to, but
little background. He actually was an Alabama commit. He went to Alabama his first 3 years. So, just a little background. Nick Saban made a visit to Hartford, and he's from Connecticut just before the COVID shutdown, which made an impression on Henderson. He committed to the Tide as a running back and slot receiver. He was the 8th ranked recruit in Saban's 2022 class, moved to wide receiver full time, but struggled to climb the depth chart. Understandable with all the guys they had there in 22, 23, and 24. He then entered the portal, went to Kansas, went to the Shrine Bowl, 31-inch arms, 4.44, 10-yard split, 1.56, 35-inch vert, 10-foot broad jump, averaged 22.8 yards per kick return in college, including a 94-yard touchdown, has gunner experience. There you go. So this is a guy that you drafted. He's going to be right there with Ricky White as someone who's going to have to make the roster on special teams. And then, maybe you hope to make an impact at the bottom of the roster there as a receiver. So this looks like a special pick.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's no guarantee he makes the roster either on this pick. So it's one that they maybe thinking they can hopefully eventually slap onto the practice squads, because I just don't see a pathway for him making the roster with this receiving core where it's at. He does give you something you don't have with some of the receivers. Like you have 2 slot guys kind of in Cooper, Kupp, and JSN can play the outside, but a lot of that is the condensed splits that allow him to play on the outside. And you do have in Shaheed that kind of one outside guy. Bobo's more of a slot guy. You don't have anybody outside of Shaheed who's really a pure 4-4 guy on the roster as it is at the receiver position, even in Ricky White's case. So, having a guy here that is in that 4-4 does make some sense to give you some backup to Shaheed in that respect, as far as a big X.
Yeah, and this is the summary line to wrap it up for in the Beast in Dane's guide. Overall, Henderson falls into a very specific bucket as a receiver, but his speed can be weaponized in the right role, and his special teams impact will be an important aspect of his NFL projection. So Jay Harbaugh pick here.
Yeah. 1 season of productivity. He hardly caught the ball at Alabama, hardly targeted, and then 40 some odd catches at Kansas. But he does have extensive, and he did return a kick for a touchdown last year. So
6, 7,
Definitely.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So we're 16 spots away. We have the last pick in the 6th round coming up.
And that's DJ Campbell, the guard for Texas, who I'm pretty sure was much higher like a couple of years back as a potential top guy, but now falls to the 6th. So he goes to Miami.
Tape just not that great. Me with a $100 donation. Another one here from me. Thank you for that, me. He says, "Hey, B, can you find a way to get this to Mook? I don't know where to send donos to him. Love you guys. Go Hawks. You need a dono button over there in field goals, brother.
Yeah,
why haven't you guys got a dono button?"
Yeah, maybe somewhere down the line. Well, this is the syndicate, so you know that I like my donos in an envelope.
You need to start
go meet parking garage, get the exchange done.
Got to launder that money.
That's right. I'll get the briefcase for him there on that, me.
He's got a couple of shell. He has a shell corp called Guild Foals.
Yes.
Well, thank you for the $100, man. Go Hawks, and we'll see what we figure out there for Mookie. Maybe get him in person there when I get back up there for training camp. Do the palm grip thing there at that point. Okay, the palm grip on that. You're awesome though, me. Thank you, man, for all your support for all of us Hawk channels here, man. It is much appreciated, and it helps to keep the lights on for us. So, thank you for that, brother. Very, very kind of you, man.
It's funny, they just showed a picture of Spencer Fano and right, Spencer Fano or Logan, the Browns' first 2 picks, Concepcion and Fano, right? And they're holding their jerseys. They already had the press conference, which is straight out of the movie Draft Day, right? Like they don't mess around. As soon as that's done, Seahawks are like, no, we have work to do the rest of this weekend. We'll do the ceremonial like jersey thing and the press conferences on Tuesday or Wednesday. It's a little different approach.
I like that better. When there's business to it, stay on point, you know. On
bunch
point.
of the guys that we talked about, still on the board, still might be there at 216. And now they've taken the obvious like special teams only type guy already, and so that might lend itself to maybe some positional value.
Yeah, I think we like Heidenreich, but Heidenreich is a slot guy. Deion Burks is a Z receiver. I'm not super familiar with as many of these other guys. Caldwell's a little bit bigger guy. He's 6'5", so he is an X. And that's the kind of interesting thing here from my perspective on this is that you went with this guy here, and Caldwell is, 6'5", 4.31.
Yeah.
So you do have a little bit. I think his production's a little bit more. Neither of them are grade A route runners, so there's some similarities here. I haven't looked at the other guy's game, but just based on what we're reading on it, some similarities. And this guy had a little bit more claim to fame on him coming out, but he's dropping for a reason too. So
I have
maybe
a prediction. The Saints have one pick left in the draft. It's the third pick in the 7th round. Is that the floor for Garrett Nussmeier? Is dad going to toss him a bone, do him a favor? I can't believe he hasn't been drafted.
Yeah, maybe if they're looking to move Rattler then, but they're going to.
Schefter mentioned him pre-draft as a guy that's available, guy that they're shopping.
There you go.
Is Hayner still on the roster?
No, I think he retired.
Jake Hayner did?
Yeah, I think he retired.
You might be right.
Maybe to be a model. Who knows?
Sean on Dan's side, thank you for the $2 donation.
Thanks,
you guys doing a UDFA of available players later? We will be staying live throughout the end of the draft for a little while here and looking at the UDFAs and what's going on because we do tend to hear them coming down the line pretty fast and furious once the draft ends up. So, we'll be doing some of that here later on.
Some of the most fun because we were talking about this earlier that it's really evolved in that sense, and we get those names within an hour or two after the draft. They start getting leaked out by agents and stuff. You can kind of start piecing those things together. I know Mookie; those guys always do a great job over on Field Goals of tracking that stuff. Keeping up with that. I may have to duck out a little bit a couple hours from now for about 25 minutes, but I'll come back and be there for the duration, man. I'm all about the UDFAs. I don't plan on getting any sleep tonight.
No, but that's the benefit of the day 3 of the draft starting so early.
Uh-huh. Yeah. You guys miss the days when it was just Saturday, Sunday?
Kind of. I mean, because then you wake up at 9 a.m. I mean, we're all, and then like the first hour of the first day of the draft, first round would last like 6 hours.
Was it first, second, and third was on Saturday?
Yeah, I think right. First, second, third Saturday, and then Sunday was like stupidly early, and then all in. I feel like the Radio City Music Hall, the setting was more intimate for fan noise, and also just for the Jets and Giants fans to lose their shit like normal.
Yeah, you're right. Hayner did retire. I forgot they signed Zach Wilson.
I legit didn't even know that. Yeah. So Logan Taylor from Boston College to the Chargers. And speaking of offensive linemen, I did not realize they planned to make Jake Slaughter a guard instead of center.
No.
Yeah.
At that size?
Yeah.
That's not going to work. These teams are just they have this obsession with center to guard thing and coming out of college that just is not right. I
like him as a center, but as a guard, that doesn't make sense to me. He's already, even as a center, you can make the argument he was a little undersized, right?
Yeah, he wasn't a big center, man. That's the thing. Not a guy that's a power. He's a body masher. So it's like it's not that it's bad, but it's like rather than being like a lockout, I power you down guy. He's a center that's I'm going to throw my body into you kind of guy. And then if I win the leverage and I kind of throw my body into you, I can win the block with that. And so that's not really going to work at the guard position where you got to use more of the true hands and lockout power and that type of stuff. I don't see the fit there on that one.
That is I just want to take a look and see how that fits in.
Another receiver, C.J. Williams from Stanford to Jacksonville.
Oh, that's right. I guess, yeah, I forgot they signed Tyler Biotish.
Mm-hmm, yeah. Well, what's his name?
And Penning. So they've, our lads has Slaughter as the starting left guard. I would think that Penning would be in there and Slaughter's just going to have to try and fight for a spot. Cole Strange at right guard. they still have a lot of uncertainty there on their interior offensive line, considering, their tackles, if they're healthy, are locked in.
Yeah, I think they would be better served finding some competition for Trevor Penning there.
Yeah.
He was like my fear mock draft pick way back when they actually took Cross instead, is that they would just see, hey, this guy is a mauler in the run, as a running run blocker, and he kind of plays nasty. Like he might be a Tom Gable type pick, but luckily they were sensible as far as picking Cross, because Penning just seems like a mess in terms of his balance, his penalties, all that.
Boy, Xavier Harris. He's not going to get drafted.
So what, Seattle, we got another receiver goes off the board. So maybe Seattle was a little bit aware with that pick as far as the receiver goes, that with what was going to go on with a little bit of run here on these guys. And still no Caldwell. Something must be weird with Caldwell. He must have character or something there. 6'5" guys that run 2.43 don't tend to drift like this, even if they're a little rough around the edges.
Another receiver for he goes to Houston. Lewis Bond, Boston College. So yeah, we're at 18 tight ends. Peter Schrager saying 18 tight ends. The record number of tight ends drafted is 24 in 2002.
We might not beat that though. That's weird. I didn't know that many went in 2022 though. That's crazy.
So here's another factor in Xavier Harris falling. The off-field stuff is legitimate, as Rob mentioned. He had some stuff in 2023, some more stuff in 2024, so didn't learn his lesson. And then right foot surgery after the combine.
Oof.
So even if teams were, satisfied that he had grown up a little bit, that's for a guy with that kind of frame to have a foot issue is.
That can be a death knell if you're right on the line.
Hey, another hyphenated name.
Skylar Gill-Howard. Not a bad pick by the Lions. He's kind of interesting. At least in the 6th round.
Another smaller dude. What is it about hyphenated smaller? Who was the kid out of Tennessee last year that Kansas City took? And then he got hurt, missed his rookie year.
Yeah, I forgot.
That's that Tennessee pass rusher I was talking about. That's all pass rush, no run defense.
Oh, yeah. To the point that he only played like 30%. Even Tennessee rotated him.
Yeah, even they were like, no, we're not. That's, no.
Omar Norman Lott.
Yeah, that's it. Yep. Chargers on the clock again. Eagles, Falcons, Commanders.
Tell you what, Xavier Harris, though, to your point, Skylar Gill-Howard goes, here's a 3-tech that also had foot surgery just recently. I mean, again, you just talked about how much Xavier Harris must have that character concern stuff to a just huge degree, because his ability versus 6'1", 290, and he's over there at 6'80", 330 with positional flexibility between nose tackle and 3-tech, maybe a little bit. I think it does show you that something's a bit off.
Yeah, what is it about defensive tackles and feet? Caleb Banks, obviously.
I don't know. It is interesting. Maybe they're trying to do too much flexion and their feet can't take all that weight with that much explosiveness. $11 picks away, folks, and we do pick in the 7th round as well.
Let me throw something at you. In a weaker draft class, I mean, pickings are getting really slim, have been for a while. There's some guys we like. We get that. You have the 2nd biggest cap hit in the league at kicker. Your kicker's 34 years old now. Do you take a flyer on? No one's been drafted yet. Do you take a shot on whoever the best kicker in college football is? I know last year they scouted Borrealga, the kid out of Miami that ended up where'd he go? New England. I just throwing it out there, right?
I mean, it's possible, and getting ahead of it's not the worst ways to go. I think what makes it hard with him is I think even if you move Myers, that there's still a lot of dead money if you're trying to, like, there's not a significant savings to this year where it almost kind of lends itself well to just letting him play out the final year of his deal.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's not the look. His hard to see on his next contract with where his age is, and I know kickers can play till they're 40, but he's going to be around his mid-30s by that point. And do you want to make this guy a $9 million a year guy at that point, as good a kicker as he's been? And he has been, and maybe it is. The answer is yes, maybe. But I think from my perspective,
we're very potentially going to be talking about this next year with 11 picks in the draft. Last year of his deal.
I mean, I just, don't you, Dan, feel a little bit like it's going to be hard to kind of pull the trigger on that price for him, given where you're going to be at with the roster and having to get those contracts signed in other areas, that this is the one place you'd say, well, rather than 10, I'll spend 5 on my kicker, but I can't spend 10 million a year.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. At a certain point, it becomes real tough to justify. We've hit a lull here. What's going on, NFL? It's like
they're slowing down, man. They've definitely like end of the 6 rounds kind of going.
11 picks away from the last pick in the 6th round. Then they got, where is that? What is that? 7th? Where are they with that?
Middle.
Yeah.
Middle-ish.
242.
Boy, Chargers are just going to take all the guards.
They took another guard? Hold on.
Yeah. They went with another one on that.
Well, I mean, we just looked at the depth chart, and there's a lot of uncertainty there. So let's throw as many bodies at it as we can. We talked about this earlier, though, in terms of Pregnon. Like, every year there seems to be a couple of Oregon linemen that we like, and they just don't work out. Like Shane Lemieux, I thought, coming out his year, we needed a center. He was a guy that I thought made a lot of sense. Of course, they end up ironically signing him to the practice squad last year, late in the year. But those guys just seem, Jackson Powers Johnson's the latest example that we talked about earlier. They just don't seem to match up with what we thought they were going to be. Last year, who's the kid from Washington, grew up in Washington, went to Oregon, the tackle, the one that Mike Green embarrassed at the Senior Bowl. Blanking on his name now.
I'm blanking on his name too.
Went to Washington.
I do think that the NFL has told us pretty succinctly that they're not big fans of the Oregon offensive linemen. And it's a weird thing to kind of put together because they're putting the money into it.
Josh
but
Conley.
Just look at this. Yeah, Josh Conley. But just look at the last deal here with I just lost my train of thought there. Even Isaiah World, we were talking about him as a guy that was once thought of being higher.
Yeah.
Lapani that went back
low.
But Lapani was a guy that we thought, obviously he was not getting the returns back and what he was being told about where he was going to be taken, which adds up to me. But that's a guy that went back to college for another year, partly because of that. And so it is getting to a place. We talk about the Baylor wide receivers or Clemson defensive players. It is starting to get to a point with Oregon offensive linemen where we're kind of getting to a spot of like, maybe you want to just avoid those guys.
Yeah. Great timing. The Chargers just took an offensive lineman from Oregon.
I know, man. Yeah. And that's their third, since they're going to move Slaughter, that's their third guard in this draft.
Wow.
They're going to get Zion Johnson's replacement come hell or high water.
The Eagles on the clock, and then we got an extended interview with John Lynch here. If we're lucky, we can hack the broadcast and show him Kenneth Walker converting that 3rd and 17.
Do.
Apparently, somebody in the chat saying that the Henderson pick ruined what was a solid draft because Caldwell and Burks are there. If pick 199 is what ruins it for you, then I think you're taking the draft a little bit too seriously.
Pick 199 in a bad class. The
Jaguars and Texans just took C.J. Williams and Lewis Bond after our selection at the wide receiver position in regards to Caldwell and Burks. So it's
on your roster. Yeah, there's some protection in there maybe, but You can't. You know where the good 6th and 7th rounders are in this class? They're in school still. They got NIL, and that's they stayed instead of coming out and being a day 3 pick. There's nobody left in this draft that would be vital to this roster.
It's a good pick. That Micah Morris does go to the Eagles.
Oh, he fits there. Like he's not everybody's cup of tea, but he sure seems like an Eagles guard, doesn't he?
Now they don't have Stoutland retired, right? Or he's not reassigned or a different part of the organization.
That's right.
Kind of got pushed out.
It was part of that whole
what
internal conflict thing with the OC, wasn't it?
There's something going on there with that in the background. It's hard to say, but yeah, there was something. That's a loss for them, though. He's been a grade A offensive line coach there for many years, developed a lot of different guys through for them. And
you know,
it's going to be a big
coaching
loss.
Cycle is going to be fascinating because of the guys that stepped away but are under contract and still. So you got Stoutland would be, if he still wants to coach, be a highly coveted free agent as an offensive line coach. You got Schwartz in Cleveland. I think he just had the 1 year left on his deal, right? That he's just going to sit, collect his money. And then, you got Sean McDermott that nobody hired. Mike Tomlin's going to be in the cycle next year. It's going to be interesting.
It will. Oh, yeah. Tomlin's coming back.
Yep.
Brandon Cleveland could be in play. We know that they obviously met with him. I still like Rayshon Benny. Your guy, Harold Perkins. Yeah. And then my 2 athletes that I talked about earlier, Vandenberg there, and then Michael Heldman, Central Michigan, as an edge.
Yeah, and I'd say too, just back to like Burks, and I like Caldwell, I like Burks, and I can understand you got players here. I like Perkins here, but when you do get to the depths of 6th and 7th round, it does get to that place that beyond your individual assessment or what team's assessment be, we got 32 teams on these guys that are passing on these guys, and that is telling you something at that point, that there is a consensus out there amongst the teams for guys to be this far. Back to Dan's point, you don't tend to find too many starters at this time of the draft as it is in a good year, say nothing of a bad draft year like this one. So there is something to these guys and the reason that they are falling down the boards, and there's a valid reason at play probably.
Yeah, and this is, the narrative from John Schneider the last couple of years, and especially the last couple of months, about lessons learned post Super Bowl 48 and 49, and the personality type of the guy you want to target, because they got to step onto this roster and be willing to compete and not look up to these guys too much, in the sense of not being intimidated by them and feeling like they belong. And now that's probably more important than ever when you're talking about late 6th round, mid 7th round guys walk into that locker room. Like you gotta have a little bit of alpha dog in you, fit the culture, of course, but you gotta really believe in yourself.
Is that there isn't anyone you can identify that make a difference? That's one thing making this a bad draft. Easily identifiable talent. No, it's a bad draft, UE2K, because it's a bad draft. If you're in a position at this point trying to sell that it's somehow like, well, it's just you don't know how to find talent, and that's why you're saying it's a bad draft. Like, this ain't just me saying it. It ain't just a few pundits saying it. It isn't it's the NFL teams that have shown it with their drafting process. It's what you hear off of day 1 and day 2 with NFL evaluators that are as sources. Land reporters know this has been one of the weirdest drafts that we've ever seen in recent times as far as how people are picking for value or the lack thereof and what they're selecting where. I mean, it just is. And I think it's very kind of simplistic just to say, well, every draft's got an equivalent amount of talent. No, it doesn't. There's some drafts that are stronger. There's some drafts that are weaker. There's some drafts that are some of the better drafts we've seen all times. There's some of the drafts that might be some of the weaker ones we've seen all time. I mean, I think that's the reality of this. So, this is a bad draft. It doesn't mean you can't find talent. It doesn't mean you can't find guys that can help you. It just means that it is what it is. And it's not, to me, there seems to be this weird thing that people want to revolt against the fact that somebody says it's a bad draft, as though that there's no way that can be a possibility. And I don't understand why this is so hardly a pushback thing for some people in this regards of things. It's not particularly great. That's okay. You can find value. And Seattle's operated around this by how they've taken their approach to it. It's adjusted their approach specifically, especially early on in the draft. But I've not quite gotten that sentiment from the few folks that come through on this UE that present that this thing isn't anything but a lesser draft than what we normally see.
Well said.
Man,
I mean, I just look at so we're in the 6th round, right?
Yeah.
Last year was considered the weakest draft in the previous 3 or 4 year cycle, but good, deep, right? Kind of extended throughout, just was lacking at the top in blue chippers. I'm just kind of cycling through because off the top of my head, I remember there were a lot of rookie starters come out of that draft last year, all up and down the draft board. Just scroll through last year's 6th round, right? Dorian Strong, Buffalo, Ollie Gordon, Miami, JJ Pegues, Kyle McCord. We talked about Borealis, Devin Neal, Jalen Reed, safety, Penn State, Khalil Mullings, running back, Michigan, Tim Smith, defensive tackle. There's Cable Dew. Let's just keep going down. Gavin Bartholomew out of Pittsburgh, the tight end. Chase Lunt, the UConn offensive lineman we thought was going to be a Seahawk. Jimmy Horn, Hayden Connor, Robert Longerbeam, Tommy Malott. Like there's Cam Miller. That's just, it's night and day.
Yeah.
Just in terms of raw talent. I mean, yeah, you can find needles in every haystack. And as we've said before, like there's, this is really going to put a premium on teams' evaluation. 7th round, Jack Nelson, Cody Lindenberg. Imagine if the Damian Martinez pick had worked out differently, right, guys? Katan Crawford was a 7th rounder. Carson Bruner was a 7th rounder. Rashad Smith, Dan Jackson, Quinn Ewers, Mason Richmond, Tez Johnson. Tez Johnson was a mid-7th rounder. He played a pretty big role for the Bucs last year, especially when they were getting all those when they were really killed by injuries. Yeah, you can just go up and down. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt was a 7th rounder. Those guys aren't in this draft. Those guys are not in this draft.
Yeah. Just not the same kind of level. And last year's draft, like you say, was a really good and solid one. Do I think it was an epically no, it was just a good solid draft last year. Like I said, missing a little of the blue chip talent, but had a little bit more depth to it. And I think that's important to do this as far as judging the drafts, because then that should inform your style. And I think the Seahawks have done that in this draft, because this draft they've leaned more into need early on, which in itself I think showed them looking at this draft going, yeah, there's less of finding some of those sparkling talents in the early part. So let's go for more of the certainty. And I think even their strategy alone informs you on this just a little bit.
God, I'm still, man, I got on board a couple of days ago. Like you convinced me on Harold Perkins, but it's looking better and better. He's 5th right now on ESPN's board.
And he might last there.
And
I could see,
yeah, he's gotten passed by.
I will see the Steelers here.
You just
they have like those underside. Nick Airbag through there. Watt wasn't necessarily the biggest guy coming out of Wisconsin. James Harrison back in the day off the edge. They have had a type that they've been willing to go to, and Perkins would fit on that potentially.
I think the thing with him, whereas some teams at this point of the draft might take a shot on him and just think there's some upside there, we'll figure out what to do with him. Some teams take that approach, especially at this point in the draft. If he were to be picked by the Seahawks, it would be different. It would mean that Mike has a vision for him. Mike can see what he could be and would have a plan for how to try to get the most out of him.
It makes sense, man, because you could just see he could use him in so many different ways. It's like the Neal pick or like the Bud Clark pick, where you're taking a guy with versatility to the defense and the value that does bring.
Absolutely. Well, we got another hometown pick. The Steelers are picking. The crowd's excited.
Very happy. And they go to commercial, of course, to get that juice. Jerry Walker with another $2 dono. Thank you for your double dip dono today, Jerry. I had Bo Stevens going in the 3rd round, so I am super happy. Hey, let's go. Let's go. I had Bo going in myself the top of the 4th. So right there at the end of the 3rd, we're kind of in the same place, Jerry, where I had him about in. So getting that value here, tremendous value. Maybe the best valued player the Hawks have taken as far as just pure value goes for where you're getting him in this draft.
Looks like Pittsburgh took a defensive tackle from Notre Dame, who I don't think is on any top 300 in consensus board.
They didn't take Nussmeier?
No, as much as the content would have been irresistible.
He's going to fall out of this round. I mean, the Ravens aren't going to take him. The Patriots, maybe the Patriots. Yeah. I don't know.
I wonder if the medicals just aren't clean on him.
Maybe.
Yeah, anything to do with, we're not at I broke my back spinal territory, but like
spinal.
Broke my back. Spinal. Gabe Rubio.
Thank you, Jerry. Appreciate you.
Here we go.
Gabriel Rubio and Ontario Thompson. Did anybody watch the Washington games with Ontario Thompson jumping off the tape this year?
Mm-hmm. Wait, is he the defensive tackle?
No, he went to the Falcons, who have got themselves a Huskies thing because they have obviously Penix, but also Braylon Trice.
Because they did, he met with the Seahawks.
That's that thing I say, area scouts, man. There's an area scout that just can sometimes have like it says, I heard this once. It's like the salesman. Like you'll have different scouts, and maybe you have this one scout that's super smart, but he's an introvert, can't talk a lot. And then you have this one guy who's maybe a crappy scout, but he's got the car salesman energy that he can bring to the building when he's trying to sell a player. I kind of wondered about this sometimes in the dynamics of buildings, as far as a guy who might be a little more eloquent, but not as smart, versus the guy that might, and if you can have the GM who's smart enough to realize and kind of see through that stuff. I mean, that's what makes a good general manager, I suppose, with that. But to your point on Atlanta, they definitely have a Pacific Northwest area regional scout who's very, very convincing.
The Huskies have kind of an interesting undrafted free agent level edge with some upside, don't they? Now I can't remember his name. Zach
got
Durf.
a punter going off the board.
Yeah, that the first punter or kicker?
Wait, let's see.
That's the first punter of the board. Yep, we haven't had a punter taken.
Oh wow. Yeah, Zach Durfee has a little bit something to him. He'll have a market as an undrafted guy. Another Husky.
Interesting. Ryan Eckley, he's no Dixon. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, the Nussmeier thing, maybe it is a medical thing because it's not an arm strength thing. The Jets took Klubnik.
Yeah, he's got the dad's a coach. So you're thinking, okay, I've got a guy I can trust mentals wise. I know, but he's going to have probably the work ethic. Multi-year starter in the SEC. Oh, why wouldn't you in that point, if you're a quarterback needy team, jump on that? But there must be something maybe extra, at play here. Either Deck World, thank you for the $2 donation, says the Eagles trade extend Jonathan Grenard seems irresponsible. Wow.
I mean, irresponsible is synonymous with Eagles financial management, isn't it?
I was going to say it is with the Eagles. You can say they do some smart trades. You can say they do some smart things. You can say the roster building is pretty good overall. But when it comes to how they spend money and what they do with throwing cash around, they're playing with kind of funny money. They're treating it like monopoly money sometimes. And it's going to be really wild to watch how this goes down with them with the void years when they start to really hit in, because they haven't up until this point. They've been borrowing from the future and haven't had to really feel the brunt of this. But it's coming, and it's coming soon, and it's going to come in a major way. And this is why they're dancing with moving off of A.J. Brown. It's not because A.J. Brown can't play anymore. It's because they're already starting to try to find their ways to pull themselves out of these contracts because it's such a hellacious situation.
I will give them this, too. They are committed to the bit.
Yeah, that's true. It's true. The thing with it, too, with Grenard, I don't disagree with you that it's a big pay to do this, Ethan, but at the same point in time, if they didn't do Grenard, and you want to be a Super Bowl contending team that knows last year you had to make a pretty desperate trade for Jalen Phillips, who I didn't think played as well as everybody tried to hype him up as playing when he got there. And then you got Brandon Graham off the bench, and you've not had the development of Nolan out of Georgia there. So if you don't do this, what are you doing? Like you're going to try to rock that defensive line again next year, which you knew wasn't enough last year. So they are a little bit in a desperate state when it comes to the edge and why they have to make that kind of trade. But I actually like the draft capital he gave up, where it was only 2/3 rather than having to get up a first or a second for him. I thought that was all right. And I think he's a better player than Jalen Phillips.
So there's no money on it, but their void years go out through 2035. Jalen Hurts they've got some void years with $0 on them into 20, but the farthest out that they have money attached to although it's all tied into an option, is 2033. But they literally, their cap calculator on over the cap goes out to 2035. Where just to kind of compare it to the Seahawks, who were very judicious about their void years. Yeah. JSN now. JSN has a $0 void year in 2034 and a $2 million option bonus in 2033. But
yeah, John's doing a little bit of it. And I think you've got to do a little bit of it, in my opinion, if you want to max your cap out. But you just don't want to go to over the top like the Eagles have, where it's just they're hitting it like a mouse on the cocaine cage, which is
as far as dead money goes, 2032, JSN has $4 million potentially in dead money. Let's see, whereas the Eagles actually have dead money. No. So all their void years are just zeroed out. It's just to spread out that. Yeah, that's weird. I don't know.
It's very weird. It's going to hit them. That's the bottom line, is that they're going to feel the pain of it. It ain't just like, oh, like by 2033, it'll be like $1 million off your cap. No,
if you go,
you're going to feel it.
This is where you see it, right? When you look at their cap table, where you can see the next few years out, right? Like they have 15.3 million in cap space right now. The Eagles do 50. They're already down to 54 million for next year, 92 million in 2028. They are $316 million over. Oh, no, never mind. OTC hasn't even put in a projected cap number. That's why it looked funny like that. Why even include it? Why even? Come on. Come on, Jason. What's going on?
Okay. Vandenberg goes to the Bears.
Oh,
he was one of my guys.
They actually traded. Wow, they traded up from 239 to go to 213 for him. They gave up 239, 241 to go to 213 for Vandenberg, with Buffalo trading for what feels like the millionth time already.
This is why I like him. So he is 6'3", 310 pounds. Those are both slightly under the average weight for an interior defensive tackle, but he is elite across the rest of the board. A perfect 10 RAS score. Jordan Davis is the only one that's ever scored slightly higher than him at 6'3", 310, 4'9", 40 with a 1.61 10-yard split, a 4.19 short shuttle, a 36-inch vert, a 9-foot 11-inch broad jump, and he, oh, by the way, at the same time he did 225 pounds 35 times.
Whoa, 35.
35, man.
He's a strong boy.
It's pretty good.
Obviously a Bruce Feldman freak.
Oh, yeah.
Which those guys don't always translate to, I mean, Nick Harbor was his number one on the freaks list 2 years running. And did he even get drafted last year? Did he even make a practice squad?
Nick Harbor?
Nick Harbor
went to college. Yeah. He was in South Carolina this last year.
Yeah.
Is he still? Yeah. He's still in college? I thought he came out last year.
No.
Okay.
He's thinking he went back to college again.
Maybe he'll actually produce then. He just hasn't translated.
He would have been, I think, a 4th round guy if he came out this year.
We are 2 picks away.
That's probably why I went back.
All right.
Phoebe, thank you for the $2 donation. I love the Raiders draft. Mostly all value. Yeah. I think that's about right. I think they've done a pretty good job. You got to give them a lot of praise on what they've done here. So all those guys are going to be out there and start.
All those guys we talked about the last time they were on the clock. Harold Perkins, Rayshon Benny.
Yeah. Llewellyn, Rager still there.
Mm-hmm.
Probably out on Heidenreich at this point with taking a receiver, so that dream's probably gone.
Mm-hmm.
But
it seems like the rest of the league seems to not be high on him at all. So
I'm really, really, really surprised. I have all the respect in the world for the job Daniel Jeremiah does, although I got the feeling this year that they stretch him so thin that maybe he can't grind the tape the way that he used to or that he wants to. But he was really on the Max Llewellyn thing, thought he was going to sneak into day 2. I'm really surprised he's still available. Like a guy with that kind of size and length and motor and effort and power, there's some one-trick pony to him, but those guys are in a draft like this, those guys are hard to find. You can't have enough of those guys at the back end of your roster.
It's very true. Why do they keep showing this truck cam crap? What are they doing? With
It's
this?
truck versus the world, where I think you just take obscure. They're tweeting out, these obscure draft prospects, and from what I remember, it's do you have a highlight reel on them or not?
Okay.
Oh, that's right.
They're getting bored.
They try to stump him, and throw out a prospect that he doesn't have a report on or doesn't have notes on.
Yeah, so like Coleman Bennett, who was a Seahawks 30 visit, was one of those names.
Was he?
Yeah, and the truck did win that one. Yeah, Coleman Bennett had a
come on, DJ.
Kennesaw State.
Come on, DJ. Oh, there goes Caden Curry and his tiny little T-Rex arms to the Indianapolis Colts.
Yeah. T-Rex arm Curry.
Another trade. The Seahawks have traded out of 260.
They did with Green Bay.
Yeah.
Wow.
He's trying to get up to 10 picks somehow, some way. Hey,
maybe work more, John. Damn it.
Maybe this is, what we talked about earlier. First of all, they obviously have their eye on some guys that they think are going to last, but this could be tied directly to the concept we talked about earlier with UDFA. Maybe they're having a hard time trying to lock up some of their guys because this is a hard roster to make, a really hard roster to make. And if there's some guys they like now, do they have two? They have 3 picks in the 7th round now.
Yeah, it looks
2.
like that. Unless
so
they gave
236,
unless we got a
242
27 pick in this.
236 to 255 apparently.
God,
okay.
They moved way down. 255, you said?
Yeah.
They moved all the way down. They had to have gotten a 27 pick then.
They did not.
No. 236 and 242.
Yeah.
242 is the Jets pick that they already got. So.
Oh, well then where's it had to be a 27 pick. So they probably got
No, it's 255.
And Harold Perkins goes to the Falcons at 215.
Damn.
LSU, so Louisiana going to.
Do you think they found out he was the guy and they knew he was going to go, and so they bailed out?
Might be.
Maybe.
But this could be tied to, there's some guys they like and they don't think they're going to be able to get him, and so draft him.
Could be on that. Interesting pick. So 3 7th round picks, folks. Now we got 236, 242, and 255 in the 7th round we'll be selecting from. So we have one more pick here at 216. Perkins goes off the board to the Falcons. I like that pick for the Falcons because they've got a kind of Jalen Walker type there. Perkins gets to come in there and kind of back up Walker with what he does. Some off-ball linebacker stuff, some edge stuff. He fits right in there as a nice, viable backup if anything happens with Walker. So really like that pick for the Falcons.
And even though it sounds like, he got a diversion program, charges are going to be dropped for now, but you don't know what the future looks like for James Pierce. And whether
those character concerns go back to college for him, to your point.
Yep.
Yeah, so that now they end up with 3 7th rounders. Now we're going to have an 8-man draft class.
So your first kicker goes off the board here. Trey Smack.
What a great name.
Goes off the board. Great name for a football player.
What a great name. Too bad he's a kicker, though. That's a waste of a name. That means
he better be a hitter. He better be a tackling kicker.
Yeah.
I better see him out there laying some wood with that name.
Needs to be a Mike linebacker.
That's right.
That's a movie name. That's a Hollywood Mike linebacker name. Trey Smack, no matter what.
Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $5 donation. Ty Simpson for MVP 2028 of the Arena Girls League. Can't get the rim shot for you there, Jeffrey.
All right.
Can't wait to see him in his little 2-piece. As boring as our draft was, I like it. G.I. G.J. John. Good something, J. John. Good job, John. That's what you meant. Good job, John. And yeah, Ty Simpson is he's going to be sitting for a while. And, you guys were mentioning a little bit about, maybe it was you, Dan, about interceptions or arm strength of it. And I think Rob mentioned this early on the stream today. Something that stands out with Ty is a guy that holds on to the ball for a long period of time. Well, what does Mike McDonald's defense do? It's going to generate pressure, but just take a little bit of time to get there by tendency. You could say that's not going to be a great fit to Ty and his tendency to hold the ball because there will be a guy landing there at second 4.5 when you're holding that ball too long with this defense. So you better be a fast processor. You're playing Seattle, and that's not necessarily Ty's game.
Yeah. It'll be really interesting to see how this plays out now, because I'm kind of struggling to understand the value in adding more picks in the 7th round of a bad draft class when you have a stacked roster.
Especially like eight picks, which is way more than I thought. I thought they would top out at 6.
Mhm.
I thought that 2 trades ago that was going to be it. They wouldn't even entertain the 7. Now they got 3 of them. This is going to be a small.
If we're playing a drinking game in their press conference tonight, I think one way to get really hammered, just based on what might happen here, is drink every time they talk about the 70.
Yeah.
Right? The 70 man,
Oh, yeah.
roster, the ready squad. That, again, this gives you 3 opportunities now to grab guys that are probably practice squad players, but that you might have I hate to keep banging the table on this, but that you might feel like, because they've been working on this all day now, that you feel like, hey, I'm not getting this guy. I think he's leaning this way or that way. He's going to go to Vegas. He's going to go to Philly, whatever. Okay, well, we'll take him at 255 then.
Yeah, it's going to be a small UDFA class, I would think, because like you have 75 on the roster now. You get an exception because Federico Baranges is still there as a pathway exemption.
Right.
You add the 8 picks, you're going to be at 83 players. So you got room for 8 on a 90-man roster with the +1 exception. I can't imagine they're going to be signing too many UDFAs, or if they do, we're going to start seeing some roster cuts pretty soon. At the turn of the bottom end of the roster. Like
I think you bring up a good point here.
Coleman's or
You bring
Jalen
up a good
Gaines.
point. Yeah, Mookie, you're getting these 3, and whoever you take, how are you going to recruit anybody on this with this many picks at this point? That's a really good point.
What they need to do now, just to top it off and make it fun, is swing a trade with Denver for 257 so we can get Mr. Irrelevant.
Yeah, have the Seahawks ever had a Mr. Irrelevant? I don't think so. So that means, we never had a first number 1 overall pick. We've never been in the Mr. Relevant spot. So we're now into round 7, which means Nussmeier is this year's, well, not quite this year's Quinn Ewers, because Quinn was thought to go much higher.
Mm-hmm.
And it was higher stock, but he's the one who's the big dropper. In terms
Arizona takes a tackle out of Ole Miss, Jaden Williams, who doesn't even have a profile on ESPN. Okay.
Cardinals putting that cherry on the trap of a crap draft again, once again, yearly occurrence.
I mean, this is John must have been itching because it's been a while since he's done this, but he turned 1 pick today into 5.
You got 1 from that next year you used with the 4.
That's right. Yeah.
Right. But that's still, to your point, that's still impressive to get 3 off of only having to use 1 from next year's class. I like that they did that. You maintained 11 picks now going forward. So you can still make your trade deadline deals, as Rob was talking about earlier, about maybe waiting on that. Like, that's now more available to you to go do. I like that John's able to do that while still getting these extra picks, which is pretty cool.
Yeah. And even if he holds court and there are no deadline deals, I mean, you go into next year's class and you're sitting there on day 3 and you've got 4/5. You can move way up if you need to. You want to get in on that early 4th round, or even move into day 2.
Very true. Feed Me with a $2 donation. Thank you for that. Feed Me says, I love McVay's response. I was only mad because I wanted to respect Matt Stafford. This was being brought up. I saw a little bit on this, and maybe he's trying to say this now, damage control. McVay's a guy with his heart on his sleeve, and I just don't think he was doing some sort of 3D chess there. I think he was legit not on the same page with his general manager there with that pick. The
spin is it's impressive.
It's very impressive, but it makes sense why he's mad too. You understand why McVay's sitting there pissed off about it a little bit. Like, it's not putting us over the top for 2026.
Oh, we got Brett Michaels performing now on stage.
Wow.
Pittsburgh native Brett Michaels of Poison.
With a rapper.
Wiz Khalifa.
With Future.
Is he like obligated to always be in this featured? Oh, Wiz Khalifa's Pittsburgh too. So
what song are they doing?
No idea. It's probably not nothing but it.
Every rose
probably
has
not
its
Talk
thorn.
Dirty to Me. Probably not that.
Every draft pick has its thorn.
Hey, say what you want. You know, at his age, Brett Michaels still brings it, man. He's got all the energy and all the energy.
He's not Axl Rose. I mean, Axl, some rough times.
I was gonna say he's aging better than some of these guys do, because some of those guys, man.
And I think you know what happens to a lot of guys from that era is when they went into the studio to record albums, they didn't care about they didn't even think about whether or not they were going to be able to sing those songs 20 years later. They just went in they emptied the tank and they took as many takes as they could in whatever high range they had. Well, guess what? It happens to all of us. I don't have the high range that I used to. It goes away, but it doesn't. You just don't hear that in Poison songs. He can still sing all the songs in the original key, man.
He didn't exactly back in the 80s push it though vocally. He was definitely staying in that low pocket in the 80s with the, you know.
It's all stuff we can sing along to. Whereas, you know, try to sing along to some Skid Row or or early. You just can't. Which is why they can't anymore. Boy, I saw something the other day. They're rehearsing for their big comeback tour, and it's like, I think Bon Jovi's making a big mistake, man. They went and sold like 12 straight nights at Madison Square Garden. They're going to do a world tour, and he thinks he's going to get his voice back enough to be able to pull it off. It's bad. I don't know if you guys have heard any of the stuff that they've leaked out there to try to convince people he can still sing, but it's bad. It's going to be embarrassing. It is not the way.
You just got to call the ball. I think these things are sad. And if you need money, that's one thing. But when you're John and you made all the money like you have, and I know it's my passion. But you sound horrible. You can't move.
That's not how we as fans want to remember them.
Yeah.
How we want to. The same thing's happening right now with Journey. They're out on their farewell tour. Well, it's one tour too late. The singer's voice is shot trying to sing that catalog every night for the last 20 years, and now he's in his 60s. Like, it's embarrassingly bad. You couldn't pay me to go see him, and they were my favorite band for decades. You got to know when to call it quits.
Steve Perry's not the lead singer of Journey, am I right? So is it somebody else?
Hasn't been since for a long time, because he knew.
Yeah.
He knew he was losing it, and he didn't want to be remembered that way.
Yeah, and like he's still got, like, I've heard him perform in more recent times that he's still got a little bit, but it's just not understandably with his vocals. It's really hard to be anywhere near the same register that you could hit for, I mean, just for more of the harder rockin' songs, and then never mind the ballads.
Yeah. And to try and do it in the original key night after night, it's now destroyed two really good singers' voices. Steve Augeri was the first replacement, ruined him after 3 tours, and now it's happened to Arnell. And he even tried to tell him, he begged him before this tour. He said, give me 3 nights off between shows. Only do, and they're like, nope, it's booked. Nope, you got to do back-to-back nights, 4 nights a week.
Oh, shoot. I didn't know Arnell was still their lead. Wow.
Yeah, but he wanted out. He tried to get out. He said, if you guys are going to do this tour, I can't do this anymore. I'm out. And they're like, contracts.
Damn. The one guy whose voice is held up, maybe because of like illness and all that, Lou Graham from Foreigner. I didn't realize that he could sound that good in his 70s. He had a brain tumor. Yeah. And I mean, that could have killed him way back then. But he started performing again, like reuniting with Foreigner for a couple of songs, and he sounds, on a grading, on a curve thing, he sounds all right.
Yeah. He's held it together. Okay. It's not perfect, but yeah, he's not out there trying to cover it up with auto-tune too. He's like, this is where it's at, flaws and all, but I can still pull it off.
Yeah, Paul Rogers. Somebody mentioned Paul. I love Bad Company. So like Paul Rogers is one of the great, most underrated vocalists out there.
Even for as hard as he sings and as high as he sings, it's not always perfect, but it's not going to be when you're pushing 60. But Sebastian Bach has held it together pretty well vocally too. He can still pull most of that stuff off on a good night.
Yeah, he's got the chops, dude. He had a lot to work off of, though. He had a powerful voice. So I think part of it too is you got a little bit, you can lose a little bit. It's like the guys that are super athletes that can lose a step and still be good players.
Right.
You got to pull that off there.
Absolutely.
Jeffrey, thank you for the $2 donation. It's got to fill out the practice squad. Indeed you do, man. 70. Like Dan said, they're going to be talking about the 70 in that post presser a ton. So gotta get the 70 filled out, Jeffrey.
There's another good quote from Dennis too. Maybe the last remaining band from that 80s era that can really pull off the high stuff still is Def Leppard. But what he did is he learned how to sing differently as he got older. So still hits the notes, just does a little bit differently when he goes up high, learned how to retrain himself. But yeah, they're still bringing it. Anyway, didn't mean to get off on a tangent. I could talk about music for hours.
We're good. Thank you, Brian, for the $10 donation. Says, gentlemen, it's been a great 3 days. Love the coverage and the knowledge. Look forward to all the post-draft analysis. The best bunch of Seahawks creators. Go Hawks. Oh, thank you for that, Brian. Appreciate your support and tuning in with us for 3 days. Thank you to everybody out there who's been rocking with us through these 3 days of draft coverage. Appreciate you guys too doing this with me this year. As hopefully we can make this a part of our yearly event in the draft coverage of this 3 day. But it's been a great time doing this and being able to cover this with you guys.
You know, I think Bryce brought up the idea. Maybe it was one of our roundtables after we went off live, or maybe it was in a phone call I had with him where he, next year's supposed to be such an epic draft class, and the Seahawks are going to have so many picks. Maybe we can work it out where we all convene in the Northwest, maybe do some remote stuff at Fast Fashion or something along those lines. Maybe we could have some fun with that.
Yeah,
sure.
I'd be open to it. So we're definitely good to talk about now and get in advance because it'll take some planning to make it roll. But I think that'd be fun.
Murzui, you are correct. He did leave the band, Steve Perry, originally because he had a hip issue and the band clashed about how to handle that. They didn't want to wait for him, but he also has been pretty open since then about knowing that his voice was starting to suffer then, and that it was a good time for him to step away. But yeah, they had a tour booked, a huge tour, guaranteed sellouts in all the arenas and everything else. And they had been away for about 10 years. And then he went hiking to get in shape in Hawaii and blew his hip out. And
Yeah.
the band didn't want to wait for him to have, they were trying to force him to have surgery. And he didn't, he was like, that's a personal decision. You can't make me do that. So that's what broke him up.
This is the Journey band?
Yep.
They sound like kind of dickish. They're pushing these seniors to go out there. They don't sound like the nicest of guys.
No, they're always clashing. Like even currently, the current iteration of the band, every year they're suing each other. Like they're going on stage every night and playing nice, but they're constantly suing each other. Lots and lots of problems. There's some political divide within the band. It's
well, even Perry used to say he didn't feel like he was a part of even he back in the day when they were rolling at their hardest was like, I don't even feel part of the band. So it's like, what weird energy for a band that's been so successful to have that kind of stuff.
That was from the music. And then they went back to the band guys and they're like, here's what he said. And they're like, wait a minute. How can you say you don't feel like you're part of the band when you insist on running everything in the band and controlling everything? So there was obviously divide there. Egos, man. Egos. We've seen it destroy sports teams too. So
it does, man. It can be the root. It can be the root of the destroyer for a lot of those things. It's like, it's at the root of everything,
We saw it.
But thank you again, Brian. Appreciate you for that. We got Mike Henderson with a 5 over on Dan's side. Thank you for that, Mike. Mariners update. 11-9 win. Sounds like they came back, got it back to 9-9, then got the 2 extra there. So 11-9 win for the Mariners. I love having a great GM. Thanks for being a Hawk, John. And thank you guys for doing this.
It's been shelled. Was that Gilbert?
No, you had I thought we had Kirby out there.
Ryan Wu gave up 9 hits and 7 earned runs in 3 innings. That is very un-Brian Wu-like.
Got shelled and they still won. That's
he only threw 53 pitches.
Yikes.
Crazy.
But then the bullpen came in and locked it. Jose Ferrer with 2 good innings. Criswell got shelled a little bit. And then Brash and Munoz. Seems like Munoz has righted the ship a little bit. Let's see. Cal Raleigh with 2 hits and Julio had a home run. We get a 2-run home run from Will Wilson. Anybody know who Will Wilson is? He was an emergency call-up from AAA playing third base tonight. Hits a home run. That's when you know things are going well for you. 2 more hits for Josh Naylor, who has bounced back after a rough start. And Julio went 3 for 6 on the day. Cole Young, 3 for 4 with a home run.
Coming along too.
Cole 3 for 4 with a home run. He's up to 255 now and leading the majors in defensive runs saved at second base after people last year tried to say he was a bad defensive second baseman. I'm like, yeah, small sample size. Let's go.
Appreciate you, Mike. You're awesome though, man. Thank you for the dono and go Mariners. Let's see if we can crack through and get through this year, man. So close last year. It'd be
Okay,
great to
so
see this year.
things are getting bad for Garrett Nussmeier because the Washington Commanders just drafted a quarterback, Ethan Kaliakmanis, out of Rutgers. Is this a trick? Is it April Fool's? Have you heard of him, Brandon? Did you study Ethan? I can't even pronounce the last name.
No, this is I think with this, if you're looking at why one to the other, it looks like he's got some under center and maybe a little bit bigger than what you get from Nussmeier. So you're going for the physical profile probably here more than anything else. But even this guy, you can't say was like mobile. It sounds like off of what Scouts Inc. thing says here. It's
Dane had him as his 13th quarterback ahead of Altmaier and Pavia and Gronowski.
That's not exactly a hard bar to clear.
No, but still, it's let's see. His functional physical tools for the next level and his decision-making and accuracy took enough of a jump in 2025. He should have a legitimate chance to make a roster in camp. That college completion percentage, though, 56.3. That number usually does not. We've seen it historically. If you don't complete balls at a high rate in college, it usually doesn't translate to the pros. There's outliers, of course. Josh Allen's a great example, but Anthony Richardson, that was the big discussion around him coming out, right? Is like, how do you expect a guy that's a 50% completion guy to make a leap going up in competition? But okay, all right.
Yeah, I mean it's 7th round, so he's probably never going to see the field. But it is interesting with Nussmeier where he's fallen to, and it just goes to show every year there's such a variance on the quarterbacks. What we think going into the year of the college of where they be to where a guy might be a first round rated guy that could fall all the way out of the draft, or into this like Spencer Rattler had this happen to him, where it's like came in that year as a consensus and it was all the way down the 6th round. So you can't count on these guys year to year off of what you've seen from them. And to expect that they're just going to get better. They're going to improve.
Yeah. But at this point in the draft, especially in a class like this, just all about traits, right? You just have to see something you think you can work with.
I suppose so.
Robert Spears Jennings, safety out of Oklahoma. Was he a VMAC guy or was he a virtual with the Seahawks?
I think he had a meeting with Seattle.
Yeah. I think it was in combine meeting or something.
Curious to see if Lewis Moore, the Indiana safety, gets drafted.
Seattle will be picking 3 times here in the 7th round, folks. So we got a couple picks coming up here. This should be kind of interesting here popping up. I might,
guys, the way this is timing out too, I might have to duck out and miss 1 or 2 of those before I come back and finish up with you guys. But then I'll be here for the duration once I get back.
Sounds good. No worries there.
Yeah, we'll have eventually.
Snail, thank you for the $2 donation. 90s rock is better than 80s rock. Yes, I would agree with that.
More variety, for sure. You had grunge come in, and then you still had, as an 80s rock guy, I appreciated, grunge is largely given credit for destroying the hair metal genre, but some of the bands tried to sort of adapt their sound to get into that genre a little bit to try to appeal to people, and none of them sold. No one's heard them. None of them got popular, but some of those bands did some really cool records during that time that got lost in the shuffle. But I kind of appreciated that sort of that mix of different types of rock, because even as much as I loved it, end of the 80s, it was all sounding the same and it was all looking the same because everybody was trying to get on MTV, and it was hard to tell who was who.
Yeah, I was turning into like the country music for a while, where country everything was about a dog in your truck, and it was the same thing of like, it's like, or the rap music where they talk about just the women and the ice and the drip, and you're like everything's the same, like you say, everything kind of gets the same. Whereas at least with the grunge stuff, there was some depth to what they were trying to get into at times. It felt like, plus every guitar solo in the 80s is just them running up and down the fret. Yep. And it's like, oh, that's amazing guitar play. It's like, no, he's just running up and down the fret. So like, how impressive was it? That was Slash's whole thing. Every time Slash comes out for Guns N' Roses, he did the same freaking move every time. And you got U2's guitarist who just does the same 3 freaking chords over and over again. Like, it wasn't a lot of depth in those eight. And not that they're bad songs, because poppy stuff was really good in the time, but
It's all
I just felt like the rock music especially was just so kind of empty at times as far as lacking any real weight.
The other thing I appreciated about grunge early on was like that 80s stuff too. It had become so overproduced, the studio stuff. Like Def Leppard kind of took that to another level, where it was the layered vocals and the big giant production. And then here comes grunge. And I know a lot of people remember Smells Like Teen Spirit as the first thing that they heard. Just a simple single guitar, no effects on it, nothing, right? With that riff. And then I remember what really did it for me was hearing the intro to Alive by Pearl Jam, just that little guitar down, 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 and I was like, okay, this is different. No background vocals, which I like, but like no big in your face, like stripped down. It sounded like the kind of music you'd hear at a college party, just in the backyard, guys plugging in and playing. And it needed to happen. As much as I love that genre, it was worn out. It was really worn out. It still holds up, though, man. I still go back and listen to that stuff all the time. No, there's some good stuff. It ain't bad music. It's if you like, it's as much as I think speaks to the strength of the 90s more than the 80s on how good that stuff was, where they were at in the pocket there for a while. Yeah, for sure.
Thank you though, Snail. Appreciate the donation. So we got the Seahawks here, about 10 pickishes out, 11 picks out here. I'm selecting at 236. A couple corners go. Torino Pride, TJ Hall here. Jack Endries finally goes off the board, tight end there. That was an interesting dip.
So now we're at 19. Are we at 19 now for the tight ends?
Yeah, 19 tight ends.
So we've got a new modern day record.
Yeah.
There we go.
I saw something crazy. If Mason Rager doesn't get drafted, this would be the first time Wisconsin has not had any NFL draft selection since 1978.
Another tight end just went. So to Tennessee, we now have 20. So just to go back and look at those numbers again, 2022 in the modern draft era, there were 18 tight ends drafted. Last year was 15 in what was supposed to be a historically good tight end draft. We have had 20 tight ends drafted, and we still have 2/3 of a round to go.
Yeah, about 30 some odd picks left.
There's some draftable tight ends left, right? Well, not that we knew of. That's crazy. It's one of the more interesting storylines to us nerds anyway and Michael Trigg hasn't been drafted yet.
Yeah. Kind of wondering how that's going to impact free agency and contracts moving forward. If this is more than a trend where we're going to see more 12 and 13 moving forward, what is the free agent market value of tight ends versus your number 3 wide receiver? Like, how is it going to affect the non-top tier receivers? And are we going to see guys get tight end markets start to explode soon?
Because we haven't really seen the tight ends go for really the pricely sums that you might see. Even, I mean, what did the Titans sign the kid out of the Giants for this year? Wasn't it a 4-year, $80 million deal? And he is a slot only guy. Mm-hmm. To your point there, Mookie. So you may start to see that. I mean, that's why these teams are running after so many of these tight ends, is they're like, the paydays are about to go through the roof on this. So why not get the guy on the rookie contract that can be cheap as an alternative?
Wow.
Jerian Canick. They all got tight end names, man, too. They're all... That's not a receiver name right there. You know what I mean? That's not a running back name. That's a tight end name right there. Bengals had a pretty good draft, man. I like that tight end for them there. Hal, Takerio Davis, Connor Lew, Brian Parker, Jack Endries.
I usually don't really care about the league-wide draft grades that all come out tomorrow. We'll see it on all the big websites. I'm kind of curious what people, how value that people are going to attach to some of these classes this year.
Buffalo's had a hell of a finish, man. Jalen Kilgore, Zane Durant, Torino Pride.
Yeah.
Very, very nice.
Very
Still,
nice.
$2 donation says Pearl Jam's 10 is the greatest album ever made. It would definitely be up there for me too.
It's my favorite grunge album, bar none, hands down. I know people really, really like Nevermind, and it's great, but that 10 album for me was like No Notes. That introduced that got me into it.
And I loved Pearl Jam back then. For a while there when I was younger, they're one of my favorite bands, if not my favorite band. But I did also think that as they got away from 10, it started to get further and further distanced away from me liking as much of the stuff. They get experimental, and it was like I didn't understand why they were so intent on deviating so hard off of. Didn't I need to replay the same album? It was just there was such a deviation in what they went in their approach.
For a while there, they almost became like a folk band, and that's where
they did. Yeah, and it wasn't good. It just wasn't like they left their roots a little bit. And I get that you want to grow as an artist and do all that other stuff. It's like you go, okay, that's good, but like, man. And I like the next two albums, but by the fourth album, I was like, okay. Yield, I think it was. By Yield, I was kind of like, all right. Dogzilla with a $5 donation. He says, I still have a Kurt Cobain guitar that I threw to the stage one night in the Heck Ed at UW. It slid right to me. It's a cheap Tesco.
Wow. That's awesome.
That is awesome. He threw to the stage one night. So he just tossed it to you. You're like, thanks, Kurt.
It's like just
keeping this, run out with it.
Rolling with like an off-brand, Stratocaster ripoff. Like that's awesome to me.
Yeah, that's cool. Is Tesco a bad brand, Dan? Is that not a good brand? Brand for?
Yeah, I think it's like one of those like off brands. Yeah, like that. If you want a Telecaster, but you don't want to pay for a Telecaster, you buy like one of those knockoff brands. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, good get there, Doug. You better put that thing in glass.
Hell yeah.
They're going a little slower here with the seventh round. They're taking their time here.
I miss my guitars. Now that we know we're going to be here for a while, hopefully I'll be able to get back to Seattle at some point and bring them back so I can put them on the wall again.
That's a horrible painting of Tillman, by the way.
Yeah, that's doesn't look like him at all.
That's kind of rough.
Oh. Was it done by Vincent Van Gogh? Did he come back?
It's not quite the Dwayne Wade statue, but I mean it's not great.
No. What are they auctioning that off? What are they doing?
It's a scholar, Pat Tillman Foundation scholar. So I don't know, there's some sort of scholarship fund going. We've been stuck at 226 for those who are not kept up watching this on television. So we are 10 picks away from the Seahawks being on the clock for the first of their 3 7th rounders. And Landon Robinson just went to the Bengals.
He's such an interesting player. Landon Robinson goes before Eli Heidenreich. Is Navy going to get 2 players drafted this year? They're running out of time. I'd be really surprised if Heidenreich doesn't get drafted. He had a lot of buzz, and the testing numbers are legit, and the tape's pretty cool, and that would really surprise me.
I've got him 45 right now on the current board. So by the big boards assessment, he falls out of the draft. But I agree with you. I'd be surprised by it too as well. So interesting running backs here. McGowan's still on the board as well.
And all of our, I'm really surprised by some of the guys that are still left on the board. Did your guy? No. Yeah. Who took Perkins?
Atlanta.
That's right. Because we talked about Pierce and Nolan Smith or not Nolan Smith, but Nolan Smith, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Nolan Smith. No, wait, Nolan Smith is
he's Philly. Yeah.
So it was a Walker.
Yeah.
Miami of Ohio here, Carolina.
I still like Rayshon Benny. I think that's great value there.
Yeah, Benny. I think Cleveland. I'm more convinced that Cleveland might just be a Seahawks UDFA signing.
You want to bank on some traits, although I don't know that his upside's better than Amari Kite, but Isaiah World is interesting.
Yeah,
your guy Logan Fano, He's 14th on their board right now.
You can kind of go any direction you want. I mean, you're really in a position to just whatever you want to do. There's no real bad answer here because everything's been taken care of.
Still available. And Brandon Cleveland, VMAC visitor. Any other VMAC visitors? The running backs.
Yeah, like Tranum and Coleman Bennett, but Bennett's probably not getting drafted. Well, VJ Payne is going to go to the New York Jets.
Okay.
4-4 safety, man. That just tells you how good this safety class was, that you have a 4-4 safety with a hell of a 10-yard split and pretty good tape. Gets all the way to the 7th round in this draft.
So we're now Raiders, Steelers, Falcons, Rams, Jaguars, Pats, and Vikings.
Let's see. We know the Raiders are going to take a player that we like. So maybe Mason Rieger goes there or Benny. Rieger would be a fun dude for Max to mentor.
Mm-hmm.
See, this is why, Dan, we can't have Heidenreich. It's that stupid Greg Bell, Army, Navy hate crap. You're on the same team here. We're on the same team. Let's let this go. If it makes our team better, Mike.
Mm-hmm. You know what I'm going to do?
Of course, maybe with Heidenreich, maybe the whole reason is we're on the edge of war. Maybe it's like, we're not going to have him.
Yeah.
He's going to be out there. He's going to be out there on the front lines.
You know what I'm going to do while I go run my errand real quick is I'm going to have the stream on the phone in the car.
Yeah.
Hey, let's go. Oh, Cleveland win.
What did I say? What did I say?
Cleveland.
They took another prospect. Are they just peeping they're peeping our list? I swear to God, I think Kubiak hacked into the Wi-Fi and he's peeping in there.
Hey, copying is the highest form of flattery, right? How's that saying go?
That's right.
That's at least, so that's 3 that they've had a 30 visit with who've gone to the Raiders that we know of. It's Cleveland, Washington, and Stukes.
Yeah. Wow. Add another one to the list. You know, Schneider talked the other day in this pre-draft press conference about there's certain GMs around the league that you just he talked about DaCosta and then, you know, buddies of his like Jason Licht, Elliott Wolf, where he's like, they always seem to draft guys where they're like, oh, he was our guy. And I think you add Spytech to the list.
Yeah.
There's some similar, they view things in a very similar way, obviously.
I would be kind of shocked for them to go to more of a 3-tech guy here, even though I do like Benny and the value's good there. Yeah. How does that fit to making the roster? How does that work when you've got 3 techs as it stands kind of right now? Murphy can do 1-tech stuff, but you'd like to get him to the 3 as much as you can. Is there really a pull here to go 3-tech at that point, even if you like the value? Maybe so. Maybe the value's just so good with a guy like Benny, but I would think they'd look more of a more nose tackle-y type dude.
Corleone, your boy. The Syndicate should be pulling for Dante Corleone, right?
He would be the best. He would be the best that we could do at this moment in time. You could do no better, really.
The Corleone, the family.
He's a lock inside. He's immovable. He's a man who you cannot ever question his loyalty.
I was just looking for, and there's no character concerns with him. He's 2025 team captain. A quote from Corleone: "When adversity comes, you can rely on me to raise the spirits." He's a Seahawk. Is he the pick? He might be the pick. He might be the pick at 236.
He'd be fun. It'd be a lot of fun in the 7th round, man. I've been watching that guy for 3 years, so it's been a lot of checking him out.
And he also checks the other Seahawk box, like played his entire career at Cincinnati. Oh, there he goes. Wow, the Steelers.
Good pick for the Steelers.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, the crowd's going to go nuts for this.
Yep.
Yeah, they're going to like this one.
To Pittsburgh.
Oh, he's there. Yeah, that's right. He was invited to the draft. Maybe they knew. He's in full uniform. That's cool. He's got a shot to be a decent pro.
Yeah, there you go, kid.
Who's he going to be catching passes, though, from Will Howard or Drew Alar?
He'll be trying. That doesn't mean they'll be completed or accurate.
No, yeah, he'll be. It's not who's catching, who's throwing the ball in his direction. That's really who's getting in the vicinity.
It's going to be a lot of pass was intended for Heidenreich.
Hey,
Yeah.
A
lot of targets. I
still stand by what I say in that that college football championship run that Will Howard went on. He was making NFL throws left and right into tight windows. If you just watch those 3 games, you can see an NFL starter. It's just all the stuff that came before it, and plus, obviously the supporting cast that he had there and everything that he had to work with. But there was a lot to like there.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
I'm forgetting. Did Kerryon Crawford have Kieran Crawford have a visit with the Seahawks as well?
Yep.
Well, if he did, then the Raiders also took him too. So that's 4.
Wow. So if
they start hiding our 30 visits,
is that more than we've had? Have they signed more of our 30 visit guys than we have?
Yeah, they have. Well, it's just Clark and Stevens.
Wow.
All the more reason why John needs to understand he's got to use it as a smoke screen. When you become executive of the year, you got to just use those visits for smoke screen. And this is what's going to happen.
Like they kept the Bud Clark stuff under wraps.
Yeah,
nobody knew that he was a visit. And that's hard to do nowadays because the players, they must have told him, be like, hey, we don't Instagram anything. Don't post this. That's a pretty cool scene. Heidenreich going to the.
Yeah.
Steelers are. Let's see. Let's look at their whole class. I think they've had a nice.
Not bad. I was gonna say I was having the same way. I was kind of like, this kind of started to shape up all right for the Steelers. Lord knows they needed it.
Yeah, Iana Chor has as much upside as any of those guys that went in the second half of the first round. Bernard is a Steelers. Like meat and potato. This is a meat and potatoes draft. Dalen Everett, like there's some coverage concerns, but like big physical dunker as a Steeler through and through. Wet Gen's a fun pick. They took a Polish tight end. Like
that's basically instant hit right there. If it's an Owski, that guy's gonna be a pro.
Yeah.
No, they've done well, man. It's solid value throughout. These guys are guys that are gonna make impact on this team and help this team. There's not as much question there. I like it.
They are. Ooh, Rams coming up in 2 picks. I think I'll get to see the Rams pick before I got to step away. So this finishes it off for them. This will wrap it up for the Rams.
Wrap up
they still have one more shot to take Nussmeier. You go Simpson and Nussmeier.
We just liked him so much. It's our conviction. No, it's not because we're trying to, hope one of the 2 candidates. We love them both equally.
God, he does look like CMC when he's running with the ball, doesn't he?
Oh, yeah. No, he does. I don't know why he falls so far because it's just a guy, just give him some touches and he can go find some utility for you on the field. But, it's the Navy thing I think hurts these kind of guys coming out, or NFL teams just go like, how many guys really come to the pros out of Navy, really? So I think that's probably a bit of the impact here.
What do you think's more likely, that they invited him to the green room on day 3 because they knew the Steelers are going to take him, or the Steelers took him because it's in Pittsburgh and they knew he was in the green room?
Goodell looked at the Steelers and said, you got to get him picked. We can't have this kid go undrafted. Right. He's sitting in his uniform. It's going to be awkward if we don't get him. Just take him.
Yeah.
They're like, bro, we'll get you a compensatory pick next year. Okay. Just shut up and take him.
All right. I'm going to throw this out there in case I don't get back until I think I'll be back by our final pick, but I'm going to say my 2 votes based on who's left on the board is I want Corleone and Rieger.
I love it, man. Those are some great picks.
Those are going to be my
predictions. As good as anything I come up with here. So I'd be as good about as I can.
Watching I can lean into while I'm going. I'm going to watch you on my channel though. I'm going to I want the view. So,
hey, I get it. I don't hate that. I get it. I'm mad at it.
Yeah. I mean, hey, at least we have something to talk about in the 7th round. We came into the day with nothing.
Hey, we're going to have a lot of this draft. We thought 4 picks would all be able to talk it over. So there's going to be plenty to kind of turn over and look at in this draft as far as what Seattle's done. So,
and then the UDFA stuff will start flying fast and furious. That's always fun. That's so much fun. That's worth
as much as we might do it.
That's worth having, if you're an anti-Twitter guy these days, that's worth having Twitter for, just right there. just the UDFA.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm always on field goals. I just always end up. They're doing the Twitter. I made them do all the Twitter work, and I just refresh field goals, and I'm like, all right, there's the list.
I've tried to run trackers myself, and it's like I can't keep up with it. I'd just rather let someone else do it really well.
That's what I do. It's just copy and paste it off field goals. Like, they got this.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Rams are up. Falcons took Ethan Oniawa.
I do think it speaks to this class, and it's instructive that an hour or so ago we went back and looked at last year's 6th and 7th round. Like, I can't remember the last time that as many names came off the board in the 7th round of a draft that I literally was unfamiliar with, had never heard before.
Yeah, no, that's a good point.
But that's because those guys that get that report back from the NFL now that are like, well, you're going to be a day 3. Those guys are getting 6 figures to stay in school for another year.
Yeah. Which is actually a cool thing for those guys, like a Deion Burks type. Like, Burks may not get drafted, may not be a pro. And that guy back in the day would never have earned any money. And now he's had a chance to play in Oklahoma and probably make some money here in college at that time. And giving these guys, as they should, a market opportunity to earn some money while they can and eligible to do so is, I know it's a little bit of the Wild West and they need to get the process refined as far as the rules go on this stuff, but I do think it's nice for guys like this with stories like this that they can come away having some money that they've made versus, okay, career's over, made nothing, college, just got my college thing. That's it. I'm done.
Yeah. It's so complicated with the draft process and everything and how that would fit with school, but you almost wonder if there's some sort of solution where, if a guy doesn't get drafted, because now that you don't have to worry about the delineation between amateur and pro, if you don't get drafted, why can't you go back to school?
Yeah. Yeah.
LA Rams take Tim Keenan, nose tackle out of Alabama.
6'1", 327, 30.5-inch arms.
Was he he was at the Senior Bowl, right? I think we saw him down there.
Yeah. I think he was. They're probably hoping for some reinforcement of Poona Ford here because you want more Kobe and Braden rocking the 3-tech. Kobe Turner can do some of the 1-tech nose tackle stuff, but you're hoping probably this guy can eat in snaps with Poona, or Poona gets injured, this guy can come out there and fill in.
You know what he's built like? You know what he looks like and would be in their scheme on offense? He looks like a guard.
Keenan?
Yeah. He looks like Damian Lewis.
That's funny.
He's built like him. He moves for a guy 327. He's got some good feet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's just, boy, that 30.5-inch arms, you better win the leverage war every time at that point with that arm length, because that is supremely undersized and probably why he's dropped here as much as anything.
Yeah.
New England and Minnesota, and then Seattle is back finally on the clock for real. They can't do too much more trading. Yeah. Only so many picks to go.
Unless they want to trade down to Mr. Irrelevant.
Yeah.
Broncos want to come up for somebody. Broncos wanted to make sure they had Mr. Irrelevant. They got the last 2 picks.
Yeah, they do.
In the event that Mr. Irrelevant is unable to fulfill his responsibilities, his understudy at pick 256 will step in.
Well, there goes Zach Durfee to Jacksonville.
Okay. That works for us.
Rager still hasn't been taken, right?
Nope. He's still on the board. Man, he'd be such great value here.
Xavier Harris, Deion Burks, Sean Benny, running backs by the dozen. Isaiah World, left tackle.
They're not going to double up on running backs. They did take 3 one year. That didn't work out great, though.
I mean, do you think about it? It's like, I know he's talked big time about Holani and all that, but how much is Holani part of the long-term future? McIntosh, do they have faith he comes back off the knee injury?
Yeah.
There's a chance. I don't think it's likely, though. It's highly unlikely, in fact.
I did not think Baron Morton was remotely draftable, and the Patriots have taken him. So, the quarterback that goes before Nussmeier.
That's crazy. Huh. There's got to be something. There's got to be something in the medicals.
Vikings pick is in, so we're waiting for the Seahawks.
All right.
Yeah, Yeah, there's some interesting names here.
All right, I think we'll be able to squeeze the Seahawks pick in if they just stick with the program.
It's kind of moving now.
Yeah, it is. These guys are tired. Well, they're doing the undrafted stuff. They're like, hey, let's get a move on. We got work to do.
Yeah, let's wrap this thing. Wrap it up. Let's get going. Baron Morton. Huh? Okay. Here we go. Yep. Vikings take Gavin Gerhardt.
Seahawks are on the clock. Deontay Corleone, is that the pick we want right here, or would we prefer Rieger?
I'll take Corleone. I don't think Rieger ends up overtaking Ivy, whereas I think Corleone could be better than Peely potentially.
I think Rieger jumps ahead of O'Toole, though, in my eyes anyway.
But is O'Toole on the roster really as a guy that's making the roster
Ready
guy?
squad. Ready squad.
Yeah, I think you sign your edge and then Ivy becomes the ready squad guy.
About the 70. Here we go. Pick us in.
Yeah.
They are not messing around. They wanted to get.
No messing around.
Could they
Here we go.
Take a Skylar Thomas or Andre Fuller or even Cole Wisniewski or Fitzgerald and any of those secondary players? I wouldn't put it past them, but I would like some trenches on the defensive side.
Is this Luke Altmaier? Is that the ultimate curveball?
Oh, there we go.
What did I say? What I tell you?
Fuller from Toledo.
Nice.
Let's go. Nice pick by the Seattle Seahawks. Very, very nice pick here by the Hawks.
His press tape, it's not that different in my eyes from what I saw from Demings. I just thought Demings was a little bit better, but he's physical. He gets his hands on guys. He can redirect. He can mirror. He's got decent length. He could play.
Yeah.
Maybe he could convert to safety. I could see some of that skill set if it doesn't work out for him on the outside. That's nice.
So we got a 4'9" corner here, 6'1", 200 pounds, just a shade under 31-inch arms. 4'9", 156, 10-yard split. So pretty good numbers as far as that goes with the size that fits. 35-inch vert, almost 11-inch broad jump. So some explosiveness there. 4.28 shuttle, average-ish. Feisty outside corner that brings the juice. Attacks in the run game, tearing himself free from blockers and tackling with a force. You can throw him into any type of coverage and he'll be comfortable. Has the ability to go from backpedaling full speed to reverse to full speed and close. It's very impressive and stands out. Brandon Nelson likes to call his click and close, kind of the click and close that you get on guys as they're backpedaling to drive on the ball. And he's got that. And that's very nice when you run a lot of zone for that ability to have that in the back pocket. Consistently extremely tight in coverage, just gives up no space when he's there for a completion. Instinctive and decisive, anticipates in the run game, flows in the right direction to play, can play press, can play off coverage fairly evenly on that. Not as much of a press coverage as the off coverage zone guy, but he can do a little bit of that stuff. Not the highest upside guy, 5th-year senior. What he is what he will probably be, but that's not necessarily a bad thing because what he's ready to be, he'll be ready to give. You're not going to have to wait for whatever this guy might be able to supply to the football field.
Only 1 year of production really the last year, but to my earlier point, and I had missed this in his profile when I looked at him earlier, but he his first 2 years at Toledo, he was in the safety room and then they moved him outside. So he does have that versatility too. Wouldn't be surprised to hear them reference that tonight, that he's a guy that could play multiple positions. All right, guys, I got to run and I'll be back in 25:30. So I know you'll still be here and then we'll be ready to rock.
Hell yeah. We will see you back in just a bit here, Dan, on that side of it. So
I'm just going to turn off my camera so my logo will come up, but we'll keep the stream going so I don't have to re-enter here.
Sounds good. So it does look like too, with one of these two guys, I had wondered a little bit yesterday, Mookie, about the fact that, that I brought up to you guys earlier. Could we see a situation down the road where an Evan Neal and Bud Clark are your two safeties starting in the future years? Julian Love. Sorry, Julian Love. Or Julian Neal. No, Julian Neal, not Love.
We got a Julian Neal. We got a Jadarian Price. And then Bud Clark's real first name is Jadarius.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, that's going to definitely confuse me. But I think you could definitely look at the combo of Fuller being brought in here now and saying, of those three, two of these three have a chance to end up as your starting, maybe potential safety long term. And he might work at corner too. I'm not saying I'm out on him with there, but Mike's got some back to flexibility, back to some options here with how he wants to use these players, because they have a lot of different ways that they can be helpingly applied to the team.
Yep. You're going to have some, and I would think that he can presumably contribute on special teams. So you got a pair of guys. It could be corner, it could be safety. I like it. And even in Bud Clark, so you could say a trio.
Yeah. It's definitely guys that all can play in a variety of different spots on your defense. And as we've talked about with Mike McDonald, this is what makes a lot of his defense go, is having that versatility at play. And good pick here. This is again, another representation to me of good value here. Both this and the Bo Stevens one to get this here. Somebody's mentioned, and Rob Staten had Fuller in the 4th round on his big board. I had him in the 5th round. So this is really good value. Stevens was really good value as well. So Seattle's putting a nice cap to the end of this draft and solidifying it really well, and really solidifying it as being by far the best draft class in this division, in my opinion.
Yep. The process is sound. I mean, outside of the price pick, which again, when you think about it, they really weren't going to pick him in the 1st, and then the trades tap him the way they did, and you end up having to take him at 32. But ultimately, you get your safety, you get your corner, and you get another corner. So you double up at that position. The only thing you haven't got is an edge. And if Dante Fowler signs on Monday, I think that kind of just take care of that, because he's going to be essentially taking the snaps Mafe was taking.
Yeah. I think the way they've drafted certainly tells us that the edge signing is coming, whether it's Fowler or whether it's them looking at a Fanu or a newbie here at the end. They definitely are going to go out and find that 4th guy, not as a rookie, but as somebody that's going to be steady and ready to go as the 4th edge who's got productivity in this league. You're not just going to go for the flyer kind of guy at this point. And to that point, Llewellyn's now off the board. He just won here at 238. So one more edge kind of gone. That does probably push that more unlikely. I think Fanu or newbie end up on the Seahawks, whether it's UDFAs or as one of these final picks here, one of these final 2 picks.
So just like that, before we even get to UDFA, Seattle now has 7 corners on the roster. You have Fuller, you have Neal, you have Pritchett, Witherspoon, Job, Igbenogany, and I forgot the 7th guy, but he would definitely be on there if I could remember his name.
Shamar Charles.
Yeah, Shamar John Charles. So there you go.
Shamar John Charles, yeah. I don't think he makes the roster. And I got to be honest with you, I'm not as certain as others are about Nehemiah Pritchett. I know the team's talked about him, and people get a lot caught up on what the team said about a player. And a lot of times they can say that, and it's just trying to kind of gas the player up and hope he'll have a great offseason and he can tap it up. But the worry I come back to with Nehemiah Pritchett, and same thing with Igbenogany, is the lack of tackling. And I don't think that's something that you're going to question with either of the 2 corners that you're bringing in here now, be it Fuller or be it Neal. Those guys tackle. And that could be the thing that ends up allowing them to really overtake those 2 guys right now as it stands on this roster here long term. But you love getting competition here, don't you, Mookie? And not just giving a guy a job like Pritchett where you're like, oh, here, it's just your job. We didn't really draft anybody, so it's yours now. Go. Versus, hey, no, let's get the competition fierce and let the best man win.
Exactly. And you mentioned that they're willing tacklers, they're physical, but they also got size to them. Whereas the cornerback room at the minute that Reek left, on the smaller, kind of on the more slight size, either through height or being sub 200 pounds, both of the corners you've taken are north of 6'1", both about 200 pounds or a tick or 2 above that. So there is that size element to the cornerback room that you now have. That is going to be very relevant when you're going up against the more physical receivers that permeate throughout the NFC West.
Very true. Very true. We've got guys like Michael Wilson or Mike Evans and Puka Nacua, and how he can play even bigger than his size to how he plays in the field, and having those kind of guys is helpful to deal with those kind of talents. We have 2 picks away here from Seattle picking, and one of the second to last picks they'll have here at 242. Seattle will also be selecting with the 3rd to last pick in the draft at 255. So we've got best available right now on the board, Xavier Harris, character concerns and injury, allowing him to still fall where he's fallen. Deion Burks, undersized Z slot kind of wide receiver. Rashawn Benny, penetrating 3 tech. A couple of running backs here that have fallen down. Caldwell, something must be going on with him at 6'5", 4'3", but still falling through this draft. I don't know who Michael Trigg pissed off, Mookie. If every other tight end can be taken in this draft, what did Michael Trigg do to somebody?
I'm trying to remember if you're the one with an utterly terrible vertical jump. But
I think that is right.
Yeah, that might be that. Some athleticism.
That's probably on.
I don't know.
Definitely possible there. We got Logan Fanu. The team has met with Logan Fanu. Interesting kind of powerish edge out there. Newbie, another guy. Mason Rager, not as much a power edge, but it got a little more in his bag than those other two guys as far as skill set and goes. Probably not going offensive line at this point for Seattle.
Goodbye to Seth McGowan.
Seth McGowan's there. Corleone. Oh, no, Seth McGowan got taken.
Yep.
So some interesting names still. And they can go any direction they want to go here. I do feel like edge might be a bit of a pull here on this next pick for Seattle.
Yeah, if not edge, then I think they just stick with a try and get a defensive tackle. Somebody who's more like a 0 or 1.
Yeah.
Can't think much of anybody like on a 3-tech side. But I do wonder what their plans are for Riley Mills and what he'll be positioned at on the defensive line. You think it'll just be predominantly a 3 guy?
Well, I thought that coming out, it's so hard to project him as a 1-tech because he didn't do it at Notre Dame, and he's a defensive end of the transition to 3-tech, right?
Yeah.
So if you have a nose tackle, like those are not guys that originally transitioned from edge. Those are guys that have been playing defensive tackle their whole life. And so when you talk about a guy who's already had to make this transition where he's kind of like having to fill into that way, I mean, part of the reason I think he tore his ACL is he had to add basically 30 pounds at Notre Dame from when he started as an edge, and that his body wasn't really ready for all that extra weight that he was holding on him. And so a sub 300-pound guy that's a former defensive end convert going to nose tackle, I'm a little reticent to believe that can happen. But at the same point in time, they did play him at a lot of nose tackle snaps last year when he was out there, Mookie. So, Mike might be doing more of this like 3-tech, 1-tech. It's like my safeties. It's all becoming the same position rather than, yes, they're both defensive tackles that do separate things, but not in my defense. My defense, I'll have them doing similar stuff, even though their alignment will be different. I'll have them with a multitude of different things I'm going to ask them to do there from that position. All right, so our Armaj Reed Adams, guard from Texas A&M, goes to Buffalo. That's a good selection for them and a very much a Buffalo type offensive lineman, just a big old can of dirt type of dude, just will root down for you there. It's a good pick for them. Seattle comes up now here at 242. Lot of options on the board.
Immediate pick is in, so they did not hesitate. They are done trading, I assume.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So a DT.
Ooh. Hey, it's Eastern. All right. No, you were saying nose tackle. Here you go, man. So here's an interesting guy, man. This is an interesting player from the defensive tackle position because you actually, rather than just getting a guy that might be like Corleone, you're going to get him. He's set. He's got the blood clot issue. You know, there's some stuff there with him on that. Here you actually have a guy that's got maybe a little bit of upside as the nose tackle type. So quick and big nose tackle who finds leverage wins despite looking all of 6'6" and 320 pounds. Attacks the nose tackle position rather than just holding ground as others in this class. Active hands in general with good, he's really got a really nice rip move. When he wins, we're looking for quick wins. He wins quick. He shows some magnificent flashes in the run game and as a pass rusher, but the problems to his game are it's more flash and dash at this point. So, that's the whole thing, Mookie, they say about these prospects is that if they show you a flash of it, get caught up in that because then it's your job to make them replicate that. It's your job to show them how to lock into that and that they show that they've got it in them to do it if they show the flash. And this guy has done that in 6'6", 320. They don't come built like that, very often in that way.
I think it's a good move to just add. That's where your best value is when you're talking about nose tackle, 6th, 7th round guys, or even the undrafted free agents. That's where you get the space. You're not looking for the gaudy stats. That's why on the roster right now you got Brandon Peely. And sorry, Seahawks fans, I don't mean to make you weep, but Aiden Fisher's gone to Houston. So I guess they're going to skip out on linebacker this year. But you're just looking for guys who can control the line of scrimmage, take up space, take on blockers, push the pocket if need be, depending on which type of nose you get. So it's not something that you have to spend top draft capital on.
No, it's not. And this does come down to maybe Brandon Peely, where you look at it, where Peely is that last guy in your roster as a defensive tackle, a guy who had some good snaps at times last year, but there was also some games where even on 5, 6, 7 snaps that you throw him out there, he's not doing great. So here's a guy that gives you some potential. Oh, we get to go over the top of that. And I think it does stand out to me with him as a nose tackle, where he can give you a little bit more pass rush, a little bit more penetrating nose tackle ability. I would also say there's a little bit more hit and miss to him as far as his ability to hold up at double teams. And this is why he drops down in the draft a little bit here, is that he doesn't just give you the certain, I can root down against the double teams and be immovable thing. This is more of a guy that can give you a little bit of hit and miss on that. It'll go back and forth, but then he gives you some penetration. He gives you an athletic build. He gives you a guy at 320 that's not carrying really any bad weight per se on him. It's all just, he carries it very nice and easily at 6'6". So still some untapped potential here, even for a guy that's been a 3-year starter to me, Mookie, who's been a very consistent player over that 3 years. Also not just a flash in the pan 1-year flyer guy, but for 3 years has been pretty solid for them. So I like this pick. You got some upside. You got a potential upgrade over Peely as well. And it is a nose tackle, which we need a little bit more of on the roster. We're talking about those 3 techs, which you've got a bevy of. You need a little bit more of some nose tackle love here on this roster, in my opinion.
Yep. And this continues the trend of, I think he's also a one-school guy.
I believe that's right.
Yeah, so like all the ones who are transfers, they only transfer one school, as opposed to the NILer of hopping from one school to one school to one school to one school. It's been mostly guys who stay at one school, like Price, like Eastern, like Bud Clark, and then a couple of guys who might have been a last-minute transfer, but even like Julian Neal, he did, 4 seasons at Fresno State and then transferred to Arkansas. So
yeah,
there's not as much of that hopping. It's clearly something that they're not big fans of. So again, they're addressing, to me, all the areas where there could be room for improvement or room to add talent.
Yeah, absolutely they are, man. And this is in Devin Eastern, this is a guy that I had a 5th round grade on. So you're giving in the 7th round, 5th round, that's tremendous value. And that's, as we always say with draft, this is a big part of, for me, the big point of emphasis in drafting is draft for value, because that's how you build the best drafts in full. Is by pick after pick after pick, I can go back and say value there, value there. Bo Stevens, value there. Eastern, value there. That's where you can get along the pathway to getting to the right place in these drafts. So great value here with Easton. You guys are going to like this guy as a player a lot. I think he ends up overtaking Peely on this roster, unless Peely just has the offseason of his life. And like Mookie just said, you just upgraded kind of a position on your roster, be it even a position that's going to be a 5 to 10 snap a game thing, and does this maybe free up Byron Murphy for a few less snaps that he has to rock from the one tech as we go forward because of it.
Yeah, and that's another thing. The reason why it's good value to get guys this late in the draft is because your typical nose tackle is not playing a high snap count, not anywhere near what the other interior guys would, or your edge rushers. So you're talking about anywhere between 5 and 15 snaps.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'd be in that spot with it too on it. So good pick for Seattle there.
Yep.
This guy's very, very likely to make the roster. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, who got Jermad McCoy? I missed it. The Raiders. Raiders are slowly just kind of didn't love the first pick with Mendoza. I've been off on that one for a while, but I get it at the same point in time. I understand. But when you do look at the rest of their class, Mookie has been a pretty good class for them. This hasn't been too shabby for them as far as how they've kind of figured this out down the stretch. So Mendoza first, but then you went Stukes, Crawford, Zune, Jermad McCoy with the first pick in the 4th round, Mike Washington Jr. That 4th round is some tremendous value for the Raiders. I mean, they picked up Massis, your guy Massis they got in the 5th round there. Brandon Cleveland in the 7th round. Raiders, yeah, they had a lot of picks. Yes. But they also traded back to get those picks and then still found good players in moving back as they did. So you got to give them a big tip of the cap. They need a lot of help, and they seemingly have accomplished that in this draft.
Invested quite a bit in the secondary, whether with Masses or Stukes. And then if you stash McCoy, I don't even think that's a high risk move when you're getting him in the 4th round. But Stukes and Masses could be guys who could play. Stukes definitely, and then Masses maybe can play right away. It just feels like their draft process is much different than it was last year. Because I honestly, outside of the Genty pick, which I guess that was just an excite the fans sort of selection, their draft process last year and the little that they got out of that class tells you that, maybe there was a little bit of philosophical difference as far as what was going on last year and what's going on this year with Kubiak and his guys.
Yeah, I would estimate so. That was definitely a weird year last year, and it did speak to a little bit of Carroll maybe trying to hold some sway, especially taking a running back first, was needing so much help across the board.
Well,
we got Jamie Miller.
So
yeah, Jamie Miller out of Alabama goes to New England Patriots. So
and also
interesting.
Cole Wisniewski ends up going to the Eagles. So there's your Reed Blankenship replacement. They've got their white.
They like their white guys in the secondary out there, don't they, Mookie? They got a type for their secondary. I'm not saying it's, I'm just saying, they got a type when it goes to that. Seahawks Gaming, thank you for the $2 donation. It says Makuba was also drafted at 64 last year. Good comp. Yeah, I think I'm trying to remember on my Makuba stuff because he was a really good player. Yeah, I think there's some stuff there between him and Bud Clark that you could go to their Seahawks Gaming. It'd be fair. Really highly instinctive guys in coverage that really do drive on routes with aggression. And because of that can oftentimes give you a little bit more of the picks and the turnovers than other players wouldn't be able to do to be able to pull that trigger in such a way. I think that's a place that stands out. Pretty good tacklers as well. Pretty complete players overall as well. I'd have to go back. I think I probably had Makuba more in the third round where I had Bud Clark right at the top of the fourth round, but it's close enough. I think you're close enough on there, much closer together than they're further apart. Seahawks Gaming to the gist of your question there.
What happened to Makuba? I think he got injured with Philly.
He was playing well for them for a while, but I think you are right with that. I don't think he got through a full season. And one difference one part that's another part of this comp maybe is that Makuba, like Clark's, not the biggest of guys.
Yeah.
So one of the things that you do worry about there with him on the front of, even if you love his talent as a player, can his body hold up to play the safety position full time? Being that's the case, but he was okay for them. Really struggled in coverage last year, did Makuba. Mm-hmm. He actually played a decent amount, had 672 snaps, 46.9 coverage grade last year. So tough there for the Eagles because I would have thought he would have been better than that. But I like it. I like where you're at, Seahawks Gaming. I hadn't thought about it up to this point until you asked, and I think you're not far off there as far as the comp goes. It's pretty good. Thanks for the donation, man. So Seattle will be here within about 10 picks again. Take a look at, let's see where Seattle's been here. Let's just take a look at this class in full, shall we? Darian Price, 32. Bud Clark, second round, 32. We got Julian Neal at 35. Bo Stevens in the fifth round. Emmanuel Henderson out of Kansas. Andre Fuller and Devin Eastern. So, did a good job adding these extra picks, Mookie, getting this class filled out, finding some talent here, finding some upgrades, even if it's not upgrades to starters, because you weren't going to be able to necessarily find that, but finding upgrades to depth, finding depth. It ain't sexy, but it'll get the job done.
Yeah.
Miles Scott goes to the Broncos safety. These should start coming pretty fast. We got well over 1,700 people in the chat today, folks. Thank you all for watching. It's really much appreciated. If you can for me, do please get subbed up and hit that like button if you happen to be watching here. And as well, if you are here, do get subbed up to Seahawks Forever, Hawks Eye. Be checking out the field goals here. Mookie's representing on that side of it. Really would appreciate you guys doing that and showing that love in that way, as it helps our channels out tremendously. Hope everyone's had a good 3 days here hanging with us. We had a lot of fun with you guys on this, and it's really much appreciated you guys hanging with us as you guys have.
Yeah, we're not done. We're still going to be hanging around a little bit. So we might be off and on as far as our synchronicity in terms of the whole syndicate game being here, but we will have some priority free agent to undrafted free agent coverage. And also we'll be keeping tabs on any rookie mini camp invites, because that's another thing that comes along with post-draft stuff. See who turns an invite into something a little greater than that.
And amen on that. Amen on that front. San Poli says, how I've been paying attention. How do we get the extra picks? So most of it's been trading back, with the exception of a future fourth round pick was put on the table basically to go get Bo Stevens. So that's the only future picks that you've given out. Everything else has been just you sort of trading back to pick that up. So yeah, we got the so we got the Hawks picks here today of course, Jadarian Price, day 1, Bud Clark in the 2nd round, Julian Neal in the 3rd round. You traded a future 4th round pick in next year's draft to get up at the top of the 5th round this year for Bo Stevens. You then went with Emmanuel Henderson in the 6th. You trade back a couple times, again, the 7th 3 times here. Andre Fuller, cornerback out of Toledo that the team met with. Devin Eastern, a nose tackle out of Minnesota. And then we will have the final pick here at 39 for Seattle here in just a couple of selections. So able to expand just a little bit more here. Able to get those extra picks with only having to give up 1 future pick to pull that off, which is kind of nice. We could take Hemby with the final pick. It's where it comes back to, Dan was mentioning this earlier, where you just go, let's go overdrive with the running back position. Let's not think about the fact we're going to have to release maybe a good player, but instead think about the fact, how can we just build purely the strongest 4? How do we get the strongest 4 that are all viable? And one way to do that is taking it over the top, picking one extra guy that you know you're going to be releasing one of the guys away, and they're going to be picked up by another team, but your team will just be so strong with the 4 stack they are rocking. Do you feel good with that? I'm not a big Hemby guy, but as far as that sort of process, Mookie, as far as this final pick goes, or the thought process behind that, to take that approach, knowing you're going to probably release a Holani, knowing you're going to probably release maybe McIntosh, would you like to see that if you have a guy here at the running back position that you're just overboard on?
Well, it doesn't even have to be Holani or McIntosh. I mean, you could cut Velus Jones and Cam Akers right now if you wanted to. I mean, those dudes.
Well, those guys. But no. We got to play legit here, bro. Those guys aren't making the roster. They're not making the roster right now as it stands. Whoever we take running back now or not, they're not making the roster.
Yeah, in terms of guys who have a shot, like Wright and McIntosh are definitely in some significant peril, because Wright didn't make it last year, and McIntosh is just having a hard time staying healthy. It's not his fault. It's a numbers game. And frankly, as at the running back position, if we agree there's a significant level of fungibility there could just be somebody that they like a little bit better to eat up 3rd down back role. So yeah. I wouldn't be upset if they doubled down on running back. It's fine having that competition. It makes training camp more enjoyable. That the way that this has gone on, like, there are so many dudes I'm eager to see at training camp just for the potential splash plays they can make.
Yeah, it'd be fun, man. It'd be a lot of fun. And that, as I said earlier on this with the running back position, how can you not look at it from Schneider's perspective and understand that this isn't simply just a 4th running back on my roster. This is a 4th running back that I've tended to have to call upon for vital snaps in recent years multiple times over. And that there should be a draw within that, okay, I'm open more than ever before to kind of keep adding on to this thing and make it the strongest I possibly can.
And especially since right now you don't really have clear-cut running back one on your roster, you might be willing to stash 4 or even 5 in the regular season roster, probably 4 more than anything, just to see what works, what doesn't work. And running backs don't really get claimed all that much on the waiver wire. So I don't see the harm in taking another running back.
Especially because you're going to damn near lead the league in attempts, Like, yeah. If that's the case, it's like you're gonna be using them. It ain't like they're just sitting on the bench not getting touches.
Yeah. Yeah, Cleveland, and then KC, Baltimore, Philly, Baltimore, Indianapolis, and then Seattle, Denver. So the Broncos for now would be Mr. Irrelevant.
Another tight end. Yeah. Another tight end with a tight end name, Carson Ryan. That's a tight end name right there.
Insane.
Here's another one. Was that 20? Did we cross 20 now? Or is that 19?
I think that's 21 now.
21 tight ends, folks. Savage, Fano or Sap? Fano. Sap is very disappointing. Looks the part, but one-trick ponies whose one trick isn't even that good. Watched him in person at Senior Bowl. He was probably the most disappointing edge at the Senior Bowl, kind of saying something because there was a lot of underwhelming Senior Bowl edges. So I'd go with Fanu.
What pick number are we? 249.
Nussmeier went. Oh,
all the teams you could go to.
Interesting. Okay, so the Chiefs take Garrett Nussmeier. The strange fall of the Nuss comes to an end. Love that as a landing spot for him, though. I mean, you got in Mahomes coming off that ACL, and who do they got there? Is it Pickett?
They traded for Fields. So yeah, Justin Fields, Patrick Mahomes. Well, you know what's going to happen. It's, hey, Justin Fields with Andy Reid. It's always the great hypothetical. They just need a great offensive mind. Well, Justin Fields, I'm begging him to see the middle of the field.
I don't think Reid can work his magic on that one. I bet Nussmeier overtakes Fields.
Fields
is that too bold to take?
He could be one of those gadget players or whatever, wildcat stuff. But the reason why Justin Fields always has this impressive looking touchdown interception ratio is the throws he doesn't make. And the throws he doesn't make can often be more damaging than actual interceptions.
Okay, so who's their number 2 quarterback this year in Kansas City, Mookie?
I'm thinking it's still going to be Fields, and that we'll see about Nussmeier's health. That's kind of my read on it.
Yeah, I just think Reid gets this kid with how he processes within his offense versus Fields and his loading screen, dial-up internet modem level of processing. I think when he gets the 2 of those on a practice field, he's going to be like, oh yeah, I will go with this. You're right about maybe the gadgety stuff. They'll turn him into their Milrow guy maybe with Fields, but I think Andy's going to look at that and be like, okay, I'll take the guy that can run my offense. And Jackson, Eastern was my sleeper defensive tackle. I can't believe the Hawks actually got him. Unbelievable get here. I'm with you. He was one of my kind of sleeper guys too on this one. So very cool to see them able to go grab Eastern here.
Eastern goes Western.
Eastern goes Western. Nussmeier to the Chiefs. Great pick there. Ooh, Ravens finally grab the Rashawn Benny fall stops. They get themselves some insurance for Nnamdi Matabuke and him coming off his injuries there with Benny. I like that pick for them. Ravens starting to put together a pretty good draft here.
Yeah,
as they're finishing up.
And also, was Jesse Minner also on the Michigan staff when Rashawn Benny was? I think he was.
Yes, I think he probably would have been too as well. So
yeah,
Ione, Zion Young.
Yeah, so 2021. So yeah, Benny stayed there all 5 years. So that means he actually overlapped. He was with McDonald in his freshman year, and then he was with Minter the ensuing 2 seasons. So there's your Michigan connection.
Interesting. So
I think
Benny
could be that McDonald equivalent. He's kind of like everybody's going to be looking for the next Mike McDonald, but Minter was pretty well respected with the Chargers defense, and there's not a ton of talent on that Chargers roster on the defensive side.
No, he had them playing over their talent there because, I mean, they didn't have much off the edge other than just Tulia Apoto and Mack inside. Tier Tart is kind of your main guy on the inside there. They got some good linebackers. The outside of Derwin James, though, the corners are kind of just average.
Yeah.
So I agree. It's good. Ravens though, man. Benny, Adam Randall gives him a poor man's Derrick Henry there a little bit with a little bit of maybe some third down ability to him. Surratt, I don't like the fit with him and Lamar at all, but still a good receiver. Jacoby Lane, I do like that fit. Zion Young, Ione. That's a good B+ draft, A- draft for the Ravens probably.
Also tells you they're not high on this center class because right now I think Danny Pinter would probably be their starting center and Linderbaum is gone. So maybe they just don't see anything they like there and will just roll with a veteran at center and be more confident that a guy like Vega can really get them going on the interior because Faalele last year was beyond bad. I mean, he made Bradford look like an all-pro.
He's not a guard. That's the thing with Falele's 6'7", and you get up to that size and you're not a natural dip or waist bender. You can't get low enough to win the leverage war. So you're just getting jacked up every time off the snap, and there's nothing you can do about it. And they did that because they didn't address the right guard position. And this is the problem with the Ravens in recent years is they've just been they kind of did the same thing we did with Russell, where it's like, okay, we've got the mobile quarterback who can get away from danger. So let's go a little bit cheaper on our offensive line because we got the mobile quarterback who can get away from danger and we're paying him a lot of money. So it's just like they try to get cute with it on that front. And that's one way you end up getting your quarterback injured or just getting him beat all to hell, in my opinion, versus putting together a legit line, which you should do. Protect your greatest investment.
So we're down to 5 until Seattle's on the clock for the last time. We have made it. This is 6 hours worth, almost 7 hours actually, because we started at 9 o'clock. So it's going to be 7 hours worth of rounds 4 through 7. Once upon a time, it used to take 6 hours to get through round 1.
We got our first Nigerian.
All right. Yeah.
So
was that the?
I didn't know they had a football. I didn't know they had a football team in Nigeria.
That the incredible combine athlete guy who you just. I don't know if that was the one. If he was.
Uar Bernard. Uar. Never run across it Uar before. That's the first time I've seen that name.
Yeah, he was at the HBCU combine event or something. But yeah, he is built like a god. So more the athlete part, the football player stuff, they'll figure out later.
There you go.
Yep. Interesting. You got somebody saying maybe the Ravens would be interested in Olu and try and get something in return. I mean,
I'll tell you, talking about I mean, if I'm the Ravens, I'd be calling Seattle on that. I would for sure.
Yeah, at this point, if Olu gets dealt, I'm not saying he will, because hey, something happens to Sundell, they don't have another true center on the depth chart, then they could go for him. It would probably be something like, hey, preseason, we don't think that you're going to be winning the starting spot. We can get some value from you.
Yeah. It'd be cool if they could get back that pick you gave up here for next year's fourth. I mean, we weren't getting a fourth next year probably for Olu, but maybe a fifth, sixth.
Looks like we got Dan back in time for 2:55.
Oh, Dan. Sorry. What's up, buddy?
What's up, boys? So another Senior Bowl guy. What do we think of Devin Eastern? Because I don't remember him really flashing that week at all, but we wanted a nose tackle, right?
Yeah.
I like it a lot. I scouted a lot of the guy with Minnesota. He's an athletic nose tackle that's not as much of the pure defeat the two blockers at the point of attack guy. That'll go back and forth, his effectiveness and his ability to do that. But he's really a guy that also gives you ability to a little bit of pass rush from the nose tackle position, athletic body, 3-year starter there played for 3 years with a lot of snaps there at Minnesota and consistently a pretty solid performer. I think he's a guy with some upside in the 7th round that you get the nose tackle position. I don't think he's a finished product. And I think at 6'6", he carries that 320 with a lot of ease. So a guy with some exciting stuff to him a little bit, considering it's a 7th round guy and a guy that gives you some nose tackle reinforcement. Now, first going for a Benny that would have been another 3-tech guy. You would have enough 4 3-techs on your roster. Here you're getting a guy that truly, I think, has a chance, Dan, to be an upgrade over the top of what we have in Peely especially. Because let's think about this as the Peely replacement, because that's an active roster spot you are going to need to use. So now you kind of have that guy here with this.
Yeah, they always keep one of those guys, if not two, on the practice squad. 34-inch arms, man. You really like the length at that size. That's he didn't, he didn't not impress me. He's just not a guy that I really, there's certain guys that catch your attention, right? That kind of get into your view, but that's really not the role, right?
No. And it's the Senior Bowl is kind of underwhelming this year in general. I don't know if those guys were maybe cold out there or something, but there wasn't a lot of popping really across the board versus other Senior Bowls I've watched in recent years. And some of that's probably representative of the weaker draft too.
I think what we came to find out too, a little bit after that draft, is that the offensive line group down there was a little bit better than I think maybe going into it we thought it was going to be, and that kind of made life tough for some of those defensive linemen.
Yeah.
Oh,
Very
there's
true.
our James Newby, the guy Rob was talking to us about, who goes to the Eagles.
I think the Eagles knew darn well that if they didn't take this year, there was a good chance Seattle 2-3 picks later would go with Newby. I think Fanu becomes a real possibility here because Seattle's taking care of everything else across the board. And this is a pick you go any way you want, but that would fit the type of what they've done in this draft, which is to, check the boxes off essentially. check the boxes of kind of the need, and not in a bad way, but just, check him off with the right value point with Fanu here. Met with him. To me, it was him or Newbie that they were going to look to target. Maybe they just try to do it after the draft in the UDFA section of it. And he'd be the first guy to see them.
Was he a VMAC or was he a combine meeting?
I think he was a combine guy, It was not a VMAC.
He's not a guy that I studied. Sell me on him. He's got good length.
Power kind of ish edge. So physical edge, tacks the blocks, gets after it with a lot of vigor. If he's going to make a mistake, he's going to make it going 100 miles an hour. He's got some strength both as a pass rusher and as a run defender. Really can set a solid edge and then brings solid pursuit. So gives you kind of both there. I mean, just plays with a lot of energy, which you like. This is a high motor kind of guy. Not a pure bender, not going to be a dipper, not a snatch the edge guy. That's part of my fit to him here a little bit, and thinking Seattle might look to him here, at least as a UDFA. He's got a little bit of a spin move. He can do mid-rep anytime, kind of get him off blocks, which helps for him. 6'5", 260. So good size to him, good build to him. The power's legit. He can give you a bull rush with a little push-pull move. So he starts you off with the bull rush and then pulls you down, and he's got a nice little adeptness at that. So there's a little bit of something there to him. I mean, especially for a guy at 6'5", the thing that I didn't like about Newbie is he's 6'1.5". So it's like he's got some power elements, but hard to bring those power elements to play as a shorter guy at the next level versus doing it in college in New Mexico, smaller school.
I mean, Dane had him at edge 22, just right behind Wesley Williams, Josh Josephs, Max Llewellyn. He had him as a 5th rounder. Has Llewellyn gone yet?
Yes, he went last round. Or he went the top of this round, maybe I'm thinking.
Yeah.
No, he went the last round. No. Miami got him.
Okay. God. Miami, nice day.
Hold on, let me get some coffee, bro. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no worries.
We're a couple of picks away. We were debating whether or not Seattle would take another running back, like take Roman Hemby.
Well, we were just talking about the edge position again. I mean, he's on, he's got, he likes Logan Fano. I was just looking him up. Dane's got him as a 5th rounder, has him at edge 22. I'd be ecstatic. The guy that would get me up out of my seat, I've been talking about him, I know, for a couple hours, but Michael Heldman, the kid out of Central Michigan with the athletic profile, because some stuff on tape matches the profile too. Like he's got power, he's got more bend than you would expect. They have to go edge here, right? Like John talks about how later in the draft, you absolutely do draft for need. You got to at least come out of this draft at taking a shot on an edge player, right? And potentially at least having one guy under contract in that room beyond 2027. And the only other guy under contract for 27 is D-Law. And I don't think any of us think he's going to play in 2027. So it'd be nice to just get at least one guy to that group. And we are on the clock. There goes Deion Burks to the Colts.
Burks is off. Seattle's back up here. I think to your point, Dan, the one part that might throw a little bit of a interesting kind of spin to this, though, is that if you don't draft a guy, can you then go to a guy like Fanu right after the draft and say, we didn't draft a guy.
Yeah.
Come on here,
Probably get
and then you can,
and maybe you get Fano.
Rieger
and get my boy, maybe you take a shot on a Nadame Tucker or Nadame. I don't know how that's pronounced. Maybe you get my guy, Michael Heldman.
So some good names here. Good names here. We got from Xavier Harris. We'll probably opt. You're not taking him probably at this point with Eastern gone. But Hemby, Logan Fanu, Bishop Fitzgerald, USC.
There we go.
Could be an interesting safety here.
Here's a guy none of us were expecting.
Evan Bjornsson.
Michael Dansby, another cornerback, not on ESPN's big board at all. Are you familiar with him, Brando?
I got nothing on that one.
This got to be special teams, right? This has got to be. Let me see here. He is
that Arizona secondary, man.
He is not in the. Yeah, they have all 4 guys drafted, both safeties, and
at least 3.
He is not in the beast.
I got nothing on this one, boys and girls.
Sorry,
is he related to Carlos Dansby? Dansby was in Arizona.
Did they stump the truck? We stumped. Yeah. The truck stumped us.
Yeah, and
he's definitely.
transfer to Arizona from San Jose State. So he had 3 years with San Jose State, and then last year, senior year, with Arizona. 7 career interceptions, 10 pass of defense this past season for the Wildcats.
He's not even in
has
NFL
no special
draft,
teams history in terms of as being a returner. So
5'11", 181. Wow. Okay. I mean, hey, they made it interesting for us, right?
yeah.
They are going to make sure they come away some corners upgraded. I mean, even if they're just throwing in a multitude of numbers at it, that's what they've told us here with this draft and approach. And, Igbenanahi and bringing those guys back as you have, you're definitely, and this tells me a little bit of the Nehemiah Pritchett talk of like, oh, we love Nehemiah. No, we love Nehemiah. Nehemiah's, we got a real plan for Nehemiah. Like, yeah, I mean, okay, maybe.
Well, and now while you were away, Mookie, Brandon made a great point in that now, obviously, draft is over and you start looking at best available, and the real value among the undrafted guys is some of the edge players. And now from a recruiting standpoint, like, we can sign all of them. They want to play in a Mike McDonald scheme. They want to come play on this defense, and they know, their agents know the age of that room, the depth issues on that room, and how important it is, and coming off the championship and all of that. There's opportunity as an edge player. I think Mason Rieger is a rosterable player in the NFL. You've sold me on Fano. Vincent Anthony has a little something to him. Anthony Lucas.
Yeah.
Looks like Tyreek Sapp. Not that I'm interested in him, but it looks like he's going to go undrafted then.
His neck was too long. Remember when we saw him for the first time in Mobile? It was he's the Steve Grogan of edge players.
I thought he just didn't have anything either there, Dan. I just thought all he does is just, he's got power, and it's not even good power. Just kind of like that's
in bag drills and stuff like that. Where you get a chance to shine. You're like, oh, that's rough. But
he will go undrafted. I guarantee he will.
Has to be a focus.
Rieger could go here to the Broncos in the next 2 picks.
A very secondary heavy draft out of the 8. They take 4 secondary players.
Yeah. Here's some of my predictions for undrafted free agents. I think there's a good chance they sign Luke Altmaier. I think there's a good chance they sign one if not 2 of those edges we just talked about. Deshaun Singleton out of Nebraska is a guy that they had a virtual with, I believe. You could see him throwing Skylar Thomas. He'll sign. How about offensive linemen? Are there any other intriguing? Dylan Wade, that Caden Bennett, the Wyoming kid, got a lot of late buzz because of his pro day and everything, and he's the face paint and then the nasty demeanor, but he can't pass block. Jaden Roberts, Alabama, any center. James Brockermeyer is a guy that I just, every single time I watched him in the one-on-ones down in Mobile, he was holding his own. I thought he had a good week down there. And we know that they met with Connor Tollison. He's an undersized dude, but he's a zone center. Isaiah World, we talked about him. Diego Pounds was a guy that was looked like he was going to be a draftable player. Interesting. There's no tight ends left.
Some ways you go. Definitely got some ways.
Michael Trigg didn't get drafted, and they're gonna, and like we said earlier, they're going to draft, or they're going to sign, one if not 2 of these running backs. They met with Jamari Taylor. They met with Roman Hemby. Those guys look like they're going to go undrafted. I don't think Denver's going to take another back here. Robert Henry, UTSA. Receivers, Jeff Caldwell.
Another tight end goes Dallin Bentley to the Broncos.
My guy Tyron Montgomery from John Carroll would be a fun UDFA. All right.
Broncos have had a weird draft. That's their second tight end.
Well, they got their receiver with Waddle, but they don't want to draft too many receivers because that means a little Jordan Humphrey might not get any snaps.
I don't like their draft at all.
I think Coleman's a good pick for them.
Coleman's fine, but outside of that, what else do you like on this?
Yeah, and they didn't have a first this year, right? Because I think they gave up a first for Waddle.
Yeah, this is, and not a second either. Look, no second round pick either here, where they landed on that. So this is one of those drafts I talked about where there's some teams in this draft where you're going to look at them and you're like, whoa, this is not good work. You're a team trying to get over the top. You're a team that got to the conference championship, and if Bo Nix doesn't have a thing that you could have been the team playing the Super Bowl, like this is your take it over the top draft here.
So fittingly, yes, it is a tight end. So Dallin Bentley, 256. We got one more pick. Who's going to be Mr. Relevant? I hope it's another tight end, just for shits and giggles.
That would be hilarious. That would be a very Sean Payton thing to do here. Very Sean Payton. Feed Me, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, I still forgot Saints offensive coordinator is Garrett Nussmeier's dad. Very true. It is very true. Interesting. Interesting that couldn't get dad to make the argument, I guess, to take me there. Really, Dad?
Well,
really? You got no sway, huh? No sway. You can't just 6th round? Could Dad 7th round? Really? Am I that bad, Dad? Am I that bad?
That's going to be
no. Tell me the truth. No, tell me the truth. I want to hear you say it.
Dinner conversation the next time they have dinner. Is anyone gonna? Are we gonna talk about it? Are we gonna talk about the elephant in the room, Dad?
Yeah, he's like, he goes over. Hey, Garrett, can you pass me the salt? You mean like you passed on me, Dad?
Coach.
But very interesting. Yeah, I guess Saints are like, yeah, no, we're good. We're gonna hold on to Rattler. We just don't have space for him.
All right, here comes.
I know it's your son.
Here comes Mr. Irrelevant.
Got kind of an irrelevant name too. Red Murdoch, linebacker.
Inside linebacker, right?
Oh, he generated some buzzes, maybe getting into the 6th round because he's got high production at Buffalo.
And a great name.
Yes.
Red Murdoch.
That's a good linebacker name right there.
For sure. But old school linebacker, can't run sideline to sideline, thumper. That's what he sounds like. Red. No, he sounds like in a football movie, he'd be the 35-year-old middle linebacker trying to hang on to the end of his career.
Yeah.
And he's broken down. Is all the joints.
Both his knees are bad.
Yeah.
No cartilage in either knee.
And they take the kid in the 1st round coming after his job.
Well, there you go, folks. So the final pick, 257 picks in the books, 3 days of the draft, all in the books. Now we're going to move our way into UDFA territory here, but your Seattle Seahawks got creative, stayed in the pocket of adding what was going to help to this team in the immediate future, as much as looking at upside. They said, let's get some guys that are going to help us next year immediately. And put together a pretty strong draft, one that I would say all of us will be in agreement on, which is kind of easy because you had a bunch of people face plant in this division. But still, best draft in the division here when it's all said and done, which is saying something because you had the picks picking at the end of the round over the top of the rest of the people in your division.
Got a graphic for you if you want to throw it up there. Boom. Is that accurate? I didn't proofread it first. Okay.
Ryan Price, Notre Dame, Bud Clark, TCU. Julian Neal, Arkansas, Bo Stevens, Iowa, Emmanuel Henderson Jr., Kansas, Andre Fuller, Toledo, Devin Eastern, Minnesota, Michael Dansby, Arizona. And that looks all accurate to me. And other than Toledo, I guess, with Fuller, I think they stayed with Power 4 conferences, and then Notre Dame's independent. So
they've absolutely shown, that is since 2022, really. That has been an emphasis of theirs. They like the Power 4. They like Senior Bowl. They tend to lean towards guys that stay at one program for most of their career, at least, and then high character guys. And this is, no familiarity with Dansby or Henderson. pre-draft, but I assume we're going to hear about what great characters they are and great leaders and great workers, and they're Seahawks. We added 8 Seahawks. We got 8 Seahawks today. But I think starting out with 4 picks that are the least valuable of all, because they're at the end of the rounds. They come out with 8 players, check as many boxes as they did. I know there's going to be a lot of fans that are going to be worried about the pass rush thing, but I think you're going to see, as we were just talking about, undrafted free agency. They're going to be in a good position to be able to get some of the more attractive guys there. I think we're going to see Dante Fowler join. Maybe they even dip twice into that veteran group. And I honestly, given this class and what they went into this draft to work with, I couldn't be happier.
Yeah, I'm fairly satisfied with this draft in terms of the needs that were addressed without overdoing it. I think bottom end of the first round, even though I don't absolutely want a running back at the bottom of the first round, it's a lot more palatable than running back in the top 10. And Seattle would have been one of the few teams for whom you could have justified that with the roster that they have. But with Jadarian Price, I think there's a lot of upside with him. With Bud Clark and Julian Neal, you can probably plug them into the Seahawks defensive rotation right away. Stevens is going to be fascinating, both in the short and long term, to see if he even cracks the starting lineup. And then Henderson is vying for special teams, probably Dansby too. But then I think that Fuller is going to be one of our top guys to watch too at training camp, just to see if he's going to be one of those day 3 cornerback gems that Schneider's been excellent at finding over these years, if he's going to break through, because he was one of the, not just a 30 visit, he was one of the first reported 30 visits for Seattle. It was him, and erroneously we thought Chris Johnson had a 30 visit, but I guess it never happened. So I guess he might have been one of the first reported, period.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think we come back to the edge thing and understanding that what I thought coming into this was just these edges were not going to be good enough to give you production, and that you're going back to 26 or 27 going, how much confidence do I have these guys will be able to provide really good production? Maybe solid players along down the line, maybe guys that can develop along down the line, but I don't think you had confidence from Schneider's perspective that they were going to supply that, and that this draft is indicative of that, and that they had opportunities in a couple of different directions to jump on an edge if they thought they were worthy of it. I just think that this class left you wanting at every turn in that way. And especially when you really look at recent history and picking guys in that place where you would have been selecting, you just probably would have kind of had a guy taking up a spot as much as really find a guy that was going to bring in any kind of impact.
Slightly embarrassing moment for Jordan Schultz. He just tweeted that the Titans are signing Tyron Montgomery, who I talked about a little bit earlier, wide receiver, John Carroll, Division III, guy we saw at the Senior Bowl. Except he has him as Notre Dame wide receiver, Tyron Montgomery. Yeah.
Jordan's tired, man. He's gone through 3 days,
Gold helmet. I guess it's, yeah.
Could be worse.
We all get a little loopy about this time, right?
Mike Greenberg on ESPN yesterday said that Denzel Boston was David Boston's.
Yes, he had to apologize for it this morning. That's rough.
Oh, goodness. Solid draft though by our Hawks. This will definitely do. This will definitely get the job done, helping you get back into repeating. I'm not gonna go to full on it's an A draft. It's amazing draft. It's the best draft. It's not there. This is definitely, there are some, I like the later parts of it from a value standpoint where we operated from. Fuller, Eastern, Bo Stevens. These are great value picks within this draft as much as anything else. But overall, really solid. No failures in there. No, that pick's going to fall in his face. And I have had times where I have been able to say that about some of the picks that we've made. I knew Eskridge was going to be nothing when we drafted him because the problems on tape were so major with him coming out. Small school guy who's not a good hands catcher, a lot of drops, not a good route runner. Could kind of see where the failure was going to come in on that one, but there's not that same thing with this draft class, nor has there been in recent draft classes.
Yeah. Yeah, and still a ton of value. The UDFAs, we're already seeing it. We're going to see some of this stuff start to get out, and that's your guy right there. Mookie's going to be all on top of that. But, some value at edge.
Not too bad.
There's some offensive linemen still, some receivers, and I think they'll sign another running back, if not 2, as we were saying earlier.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they'll jump on somebody there.
Yeah.
DVN, thank you for the $5 donation. Grant Cohn just asked John and Kyle why they reach every draft.
Wow.
Their reaction was hilarious. Loving this draft, man. Our rivals are losing it. Laughing out loud. Hashtag GH. Yeah, Cohn's got balls on him. I mean, he definitely has some balls that not many people would have to ask the questions he does in pressers at times. Because you can see with John, and especially with Kyle, Kyle's at times gives him, you're at the end of my rope kind of feeling to him when he's answering him as well.
Yeah.
But he gets after it.
49ers, they continue credentialing him and allowing him in the building. So, I admire that too.
I do too, because you know in Seattle there would be no allowance of that. If there was a guy acting like Grant was operating, I think Seattle would put the kibosh on that real quick.
Boy, Jordan is on top of the UDFA thing, though. They are flying off already. Haynes King signs with the Panthers. That's interesting. I just I thought he would maybe go to the Raiders because I thought Clint would see some Taysom Hill in him, in his game. But Haynes King, as a kind of a multi-positional guy that's not just.
He strikes me as a guy whose career could be very, very short-lived based on his fearlessness.
Kansas quarterback Jalen Daniels, who seems like he played college football for like 10 years. He's signing with Tampa Bay. Georgia receiver Dylan Bell. Was he at the Senior Bowl? Dylan Bell? Signs with the Vikings.
Okay, so Curtis Crabtree saying Michael Dansby wasn't at the combine, didn't do a pro day either. He said he was running in the 4.2s with a trainer and that his best was a 4.25. So we're doing hearsay based, trust me, bro, 40-yard time.
Yeah.
Unofficial, but Dansby said he's played as a gunner, jammer, covered kickoffs.
There you go. Now we get to the heart of the matter.
Makes sense. Makes sense. 4.2. Jeez. Okay, I'll take that. DVN, you're awesome, man. Thank you for the donation. And I'll have to go check out that question with Grant. It's going to be funny, no doubt. Kyle's facial reactions alone, DVN, make it worth it. Because every time Grant asks him a question, he's got to go through a whole. I mean, I don't know what you think. I mean, I don't care what I'd answer that question. It gets chippy really quick. Really quick. Kyle from South Park, thank you for the $2 donation. Who gets cut first? Humphrey or Ayuk? Both in jail.
I think, there was this assumption that Humphrey was going to be cut, but I think they're okay cap wise. They don't have a lot.
I'm spacing on the Humphrey. Which Humphrey?
Marlon.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think they plan to keep him.
The one thing I think you're probably right at this point. The one thing I did wonder about Baltimore was that, he's out there at a Super Bowl parade of the Seattle. He's kind of gets a little bit talky on Twitter at times. I kind of wondered with Baltimore if they wanted to make sure they get through this class and actually land a cornerback before they felt like they'd be in a position. And they only got Rivers, which probably doesn't make them feel like they've quite landed his replacement to move off of him. So he probably stays. Yeah. Ayuk is going to be moved.
There's not, you look at their depth. Yeah, they took Chandler Rivers. They took TJ Tampa a couple of years ago, but he hasn't been able to crack the starting lineup. You got Wiggins, and Wiggins is, what does he weigh? 130 pounds. Like he's just tiny. So you worry about his durability. Like, what's their cap space?
It's not great. They're definitely getting tight.
Well, they cleared a shit ton by restructuring Lamar this year, right? Let me see where they're at. They are currently 27.6 million under. They're 41 over for next year. So yeah, they're in good shape. They don't have to cut Marlon Humphrey. They're at 27.6. They're fine.
I guess you could say they're better too when you go, well, what's a better position? Trey Hendrickson and Vega Ione or Max Crosby.
Former ECU linebacker Devion Deal is signing with the Seahawks. So a deal for deal?
Yeah.
I thought they'd probably add an inside backer, right? That was something that never really came up throughout the process. Let's see if we've got a book on him. I wish they would have signed Jack Dingle out of Cincinnati as an inside linebacker, though, just for the fun of it.
Well, you can't have anybody named Barry also on the team. So
I think I need
very careful with that.
I think for some of these UDFAs, I'm going to pull up Emery Hunt's draft guide because he goes deep, way, way, way deeper with like small school guys and stuff than some of these other people. I'll see if I can pull that up. It's so big though, it might just shut my computer down. So
Mason Rager goes to Miami.
Well, has Fano gone anywhere yet?
And they
Come on, Spencer. Come on, Spencer.
Rene Conga. So Miami's loading up.
The Louisville defensive
tackle. Yep.
Yeah.
Dominic Scott, $5 donation over on Dan's side, says, why no Harris? Character issues? Injury? I'm just curious.
Character issues. Yeah. Domestic.
Felt like that big body would have been a good developmental piece.
Here, let's because I don't want to speculate and get it wrong. I will read you the exact stuff. Hang on first. I got to find him here. Here we go.
It's definitely one where Dominic, when you go to his, at least as Dan's looking it up, his physical profile, guys appeared in 52 games for the Rebels. A guy that 6'8", 330, that the flash snaps are tremendous. And you go, well, man, you can't find guys this big that can do this kind of thing when it does flash, but it does seem like the character stuff is there. And then he had an injury with the foot this year, which you're right on the line as it is, and then you injure the foot on top of it with the character stuff, and then the foot stuff comes in on top of it. That can be enough in itself to kind of dissuade people at that point.
July 2023, arrested and charged with felony fleeing, DUI, reckless driving, being a minor in possession, not using headlights, and running a stop sign, and then did not learn. And in August of 2024, arrested on charges of domestic violence and obstructing arrest. And according to Rob Staten from earlier today, the details of that sound like they were really, really ugly. And then on top of all that, after the combine, right foot surgery. So,
and remember, John Schneider has said he'll overlook a lot of things, but if you put your hands on a woman, he's not overlooking that. So that's also instant negation, no matter what's going on with the foot at that point.
Let's see.
Thank you there, Dominic. Appreciate you, man. You too, Kyle.
Yeah. Dang it. Miami. I think Miami had a good weekend.
They did well.
You needed to. I mean, they just needed to add a ton of talent and then figure it all out. But
yeah, they haven't had they're probably not going to be good this year, but at least have some reason for hope.
Yeah, they've given themselves that at least. They've done a good job of recognizing where they're at as a team finally. That's a team that's been like one of those teams like Pittsburgh for years that oftentimes constantly talks themselves into being better than they actually are and then does themselves tremendous harm in the long-term future by that approach. So it does seem like they're finally going, okay, back to square one. Let's reset this thing fully. Move on from Tua. Get this all figured out. New coach. I don't like Halfley necessarily, but I like the process of it at least.
Devion Deal. So listed as a linebacker, but I have to think he's not an off-ball linebacker. He sounds like more of an edge. 6'4", 250, and started his career at Tulane, 3 years at Tulane, then TCU. 34 and a half tackles for loss in his career, 13 sacks. He's played 56 games, played a bunch of football. Yeah, don't see any full profiles on him. He's definitely one of those off the radar guys.
Yeah.
So 87 SEC players taken, and it's 68 from the Big Ten, 38 from the ACC, and 38 from the Big 12. 87 from the SEC is a new record for a single conference, although the SEC has certainly gotten a little bit bloated, as has the Big Ten these days.
Quarterback Caldwell to the Rams.
Another quarterback. Goodness, they're sick of Simpson already. McVay must have demanded it.
Miller Moss signed with the Bears, so he and Caleb Williams are teammates again. Sample size is so much fun. I remember the first couple games that Miller Moss came in and played for USC, and everybody was talking about how he could be a first rounder someday. And then,
so the whole thing with Frank Clark is, I know he may have laid his hands on it, but the whole thing was that officially that they reportedly didn't, by the whole way the story was officially out there. It might have happened, but I think John found the loophole in that one where he was like, no, we've done the homework and we don't think he actually did. So I think the difference one with this
wasn't the thing that he threw a phone at her.
Yeah, it was something like
He
that.
put his hands on her. Yeah. Well, that was the last time that he messed around with that kind of. That was I remember watching Schneider in that press conference, and I felt bad for him that day. He's the one that made the decision, but that he was taking some heat, and you could tell he was really uncomfortable that day.
Yeah, it was definitely the reporters held him to account on that one with it. So I get people raising it, but it may be that he did. I think John just did play that as a little bit of like, technically,
right.
He didn't hit her. He threw something at her. That's way different.
Yeah.
So it sounds like Seattle signed a tight end. We got Lance Mason.
Okay.
So what do you think about who would you consider on the current roster, like the winners and losers from?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Because my obvious loser to me, I already mentioned Christian Haynes. A winner, conversely, well, you know what? I'm not entirely yet for Bradford because we still got to see how this competition goes. I think he'll probably be the favorite to be the starter, but although to me not getting dealt is obviously a plus for him for now.
What about a guy like Ig Monogany? Like, is he a lock to make the roster?
He'd be a loser today.
Like with that deal, you know?
Well, no, because I think it comes down to, again, that he just doesn't tackle. He can run, he can cover, he can't tackle. And you have a couple guys you took here in this draft in Fuller and Neal that do that as a forefront of what they do.
That felt like a hedge signing. I don't think there's any guarantee at all that he makes the roster.
No, I think Igbenani is just that they wanted to make sure in case they couldn't get this done in the draft and this didn't fall this way to him, that they could have that in the back pocket. So I think that's a loser. I think a winner's Ivy. Jared Ivey comes out of this as a winner, so you don't have to go and get an edge. I mean, he looks a lot better here after we get through this.
I think, you could say Drake Thomas is a winner. I know he signed the new deal, but it certainly wouldn't have precluded them from drafting an inside linebacker that they like if they had taken an Anthony Hill or something like that later on. It's, Yeah, no, I agree.
So somebody say Mike Morris as a loser. Well, I'm not quite sure because he doesn't play. He's not playing the position that Eastern's playing. Mike Morris might be on the bubble anyway because he hardly plays to begin with, and he's in the last year of his deal, I think.
Yes.
But this draft doesn't impact him whatsoever.
Jason Myers, winner.
Yeah, that didn't take the kicker. Didn't take Trey Smack.
Didn't take that Trey Smack replacement. That's right. Dominic asked why the Raiders took Stukes instead of Boston. I think it's as much less about Boston, more about Stukes and the upside they probably saw in Stukes and what he brings to that secondary. I think they probably liked Boston quite a bit, and the back shoulder fades that Mendoza can throw, that he worked to Surratt over and over again throughout the year, that would have fit really well with a Boston. But
well, you know who else is elite at the back shoulder is Jack Besh.
Yeah,
that is his game.
Yeah, he's very good at that as well.
Obviously
so
not as tall as Boston.
Well, and they would be a little different. Besh is a Z. Denzel Boston's an X.
Yeah.
So with Besh, you want him a yard off the line of scrimmage for the releases. With Boston, you can put him on the line of scrimmage and have him go. But with that said, I think Stukes really rose through this process late too, Dominic. And you had guys like Dan and Rob Staten at the end pushing him all the way up to us in the first round. So
I'll give you another winner. Jalen Sundell. A lot of people wanted us to draft a center and potentially high. And there was a lot of Logan Jones love out there. And some of the other guys, I think they once again reaffirmed their love and commitment and belief in Jalen Sundell.
Indeed.
Yeah, I'm tempted to say I don't think Okada is a winner or a loser because they could still rotate. Yeah. As far as him and Bud Clark. Somebody said Jaron Reed a winner. Yeah,
he wasn't.
He can go on his own terms, man. At this stage of his career.
I mean, I suppose if he has a really great camp, Brandon Peely, loser, maybe.
That's a loser one. I think Eastern's got a better chance of making the roster over him. I think Eastern's just got a little more flashier upside to him, one to the other. You know what I mean?
Chiefs are signing Jaden Ott. He had a good week at the Senior Bowl, scored a touchdown in the game.
Yeah, Emery Hunts thought that Ott could be a fit for the Seahawks, but it's like he's just I think that Schneider would have always stayed away from him, even if they didn't take Price in the first round, just because of how weird his career ended up being. Like, you got to forget the 2025 tape because it barely existed. 2024 tape, forget about that. You got to go back to like early on in his Cal days.
When he was at Cal, there was like his trajectory was, pointing up. I think he was a pretty sought after dude in the transfer portal.
So you guys, I'm gonna have you guys kind of hold the line here. We're about 7.5 hours in. I'm eating here, so I'm gonna get some food. But you guys roll it up here.
Yeah, I was trying to decide how to treat myself tonight. Maybe do I go pizza? Do I go? Yeah, let me see. God, I'm trying to find, where did I store Emery's draft guide? Now I can't find the damn thing.
Almost accidentally, because it was in my little scroll, I almost accidentally read out that I guess the Red Sox fired Alex Cora after a win. But when you've not won a lot of games.
Wow. Okay.
At least I know Jason Varitek was on their coaching staff. And notice I said past tense there.
Yeah. There it is. No, that's the 2020. It's the 2025 guide. Definitely don't want that. No.
Where's Damon Williams signing? I got a feeling he can't really sign. Maybe he'll change his mind some way, somehow, but it's too late for that.
Why isn't that opening?
Fano's gone to the Browns. Oh, Hemby goes to the Raiders.
Of course he does. If you met with the Seahawks and the Seahawks don't want to sign you, come on over to Vegas.
Vegas just like, we can't get things right through all these years. You know what we're going to do? We're just going to copy the championship team note for note. Just copy everything they're doing.
Noah Whittington.
Grab their offensive coordinator. Let's grab all the guys they're meeting with. How about their staff? Can we get one of their equipment guys?
Well, don't forget, they were harassing Dan. They go, oh, yeah, we're just going to raid the whole Seahawks coaching staff once Kubiak comes over. And you got Dennison and Janoko.
Mm-hmm. Dang it. How do I search for a player in this thing? Come on now. I pulled up his guide, but it's just so beastly. I got to figure out how I can search for a player. Huh. Well, I guess that's not going to work. That's part of the fun of this process, though, is, when you get some of the UDFAs or even the late draft picks that you're not familiar with, is like, well, tell me about them. Let's learn about them. Let's see. Jets signed a kicker.
I mean, Folk is still kicking around, so to speak, but he's 40. So
was this the guy, the tight end you said, Lance Mason? Was that the guy did you already mention him? Seahawks,
yeah.
Wisconsin tight end Lance Mason.
Yeah, I believe that's right.
Okay, Wisconsin. Okay, he's in the beast. Let's see what they say about Lance Mason. He's the 28th ranked tight end, not drafted in a historically drafted tight end group. 6'3", 243, played at Missouri State for 3 years and then transferred to Wisconsin, played at the Shrine Bowl and the Hula Bowl, so he'll definitely be in Emery's guide. Let's see. Slightly undersized, has quality mass, not explosive off the line or out of breaks. He's balanced in his route movements, has accepting hands to catch in stride, shows some balance as a blocker where he can fit on the move and strain to wall off lanes. Overall, doesn't have any exceptional physical traits, but he consistently executes in all phases, and I like his chances of standing out in an NFL camp. This is a useful player and one accustomed to overachieving. 6'3", 243, not an ideal frame for a tight end. Could this potentially be a fullback consideration as well? Like, we don't.
It's Elijah Arroyo insurance in case Elijah's injury issues continue to become a problem.
We don't know about Robbie Utz's neck, right? I just always get worried. PTSD, right? The Seahawks have had a history of neck injuries, ending careers. And I just wonder,
especially at the fullback position. I mean,
Yeah.
I that's the one thing at Super Bowl week. That was going to be my one question to Mike McDonald, as of all the questions I could have possibly asked with a bunch of people in that press conference room. Fortunately, the microphone did not quite come to me on either day, but it would have been about Robbie Oots' status. I'm sure it would have been coy with it. But it did feel notable that Oots just straight up wasn't even available for media interviews that week either. Like, it was only Brady Russell at the fullback table.
Let's see. Aaron Wilson is another guy that is always on top of this stuff.
I don't think it's a fullback thing. I think it's more for that H-back tight end. Because you have in-house right now, you got Barner, Callerup, and Saubert are 3 inline tight ends. The only H-back tight end you have on the roster right now is Arroyo. And Arroyo's injury history goes back to college in every single year of his college career, including the Senior Bowl, and then including his first year as a Seattle Seahawk multiple times last year. So I think it would be kind of silly not to, if you're looking at we have a practice squad tight end who, if he goes down now, we don't have to go to just inline guys as our only option if that goes down. We've got an ability now to bring a guy and keep our offense functioning the way we want with the H-back type dude. So I think it's more of that than the fullback. It might be, but I would be much more saying it makes sense, even with the neck injury of Oots, that it's about that H-back, because as we saw in this draft, H-back is becoming vital in these offenses. It's not just becoming this thing that like half the teams in the league have, and the other half just stay all inline, which it used to be 15 years ago. Yeah. Now it's everybody inline H-back, inline H-back. That's how everyone's going across the board and making it a point of emphasis.
Matt Miller just tweeted 2027 big board. One name on it. Arch Manning. Dolphins drafted 13 times. Wow. Largest draft class since 1997.
Well, the number of people that they let go.
Mm-hmm. This may take a little longer for the names to leak out for the Seahawks because I do think that they might have, we talked about the advantages they had as far as potentially not enough picks on day 3 and more time to work on it. Well, then they added a bunch of picks. You look at this roster and they might have a hard time convincing guys to sign with them.
Dan, to your point, 76 guys were on the roster coming into this draft for Seattle. And that is a little bit on the higher side versus some of the other teams. For instance, the Raiders came into this draft with 67 players on their active roster as it stood right there. Bears 69, Jaguars 64, Bills 68.
Now they're up to 84. Then
yeah,
you're going to sign. Usually they sign 12 to 16, sometimes 18 UDFAs. You literally only have 6 roster spots to offer right now.
So this came in, I think, because this is why they did probably the 3-7. They anticipated, if I'm an agent, I'm looking at your roster with 76 players, and then you've already got these picks. There's no room for my guy. Yeah. And the agents are really trying to serve their client here by, it's less about how much money I get from you bonus-wise as a UDFA and more about me finding the right landing spot for my client, that he's going to be able to stay in the NFL. Hard to do with this roster where it is at right now. See, think of how good the players are on that 76, Dan. I mean, it's a championship roster and 76 players. And just 76 players in year 2 of Carroll or something, Yeah.
It's young. So I think by the end of the year to drop down a little bit. I think it was by snap weighted. It was 5th youngest in the league. And, John talked about it in his pre-draft press conference, or maybe it was after night 1 that a lot of second-year guys, second, third-year guys. So that's a tough roster to crack, especially you're not getting corners in undrafted free agency. You might still be able to, I would expect them to get an edge or two that look interesting. And I still think they'll sign a running back, but it's going to be some tough sledding. But also we don't really have to wait on pins and needles as much as other years where it's like, I really want to get some value out of this undrafted class.
Mm-hmm. Very true. I'm feeling less compelled in that way.
Yeah. Because they also, and not every team does this. This is not common. Basically, when they announced their futures contracts, when they did, it was just last year's practice squad. They just kind of rolled the whole thing over, almost completely intact. I mean, they liked that group that much.
Yeah, I mean, it was mostly because there were so few vets on the reserve futures. So I think Akers and Jones might have been on the practice squad. But then there was like that Jackson dude from Courtney Jackson who didn't get re-signed. And then Quandre and Shaquille were on the practice squad and they didn't get re-signed. And I imagine maybe Quandre just hangs it up. He technically did play snaps on a Super Bowl winning team, albeit like literally 2 or 3. And then he got hurt in the Vikings game. But I'm just happy Quandre got a ring. Happy that Shaq was able to have a happy reunion. And he actually started a game, right?
Yeah.
Was it the game that Spoon was out and Reek was out?
The Carolina or was it Jacksonville? I feel like it was maybe Jacksonville. Yeah, because he faced his former team, I thought.
Yeah, so that was like one of Eamon Warrior's first games back from his injury too. So
yeah, to our point, great minds think alike. Corbin just tweeted, "There's a reason the Seahawks traded back to get extra 7th rounders. Not going to be signing a bunch of undrafted players, and the roster isn't 4 from 90 players as is. They'll have their typical tryouts at rookie minicamp next week with 7 UDFA signings." Okay, and they could sign 8 to 10, and then just release a couple of guys at the back end of their roster. But I would imagine that they probably like the guys they have more than what's available right now.
You got to get the rookie minicamp to be able to run, to your point, Dan.
Yeah.
You got to sign guys just for rookie minicamp alone. So they will get some guys. But I think that comparatively speaking to other UDFA classes we've seen in recent years, where there really has been some Jake Bobos and George Holanis and Ivy last year, you're just probably not getting that this year. It's just the with the weak class, with the strong roster, with the amount of guys you have on the roster, probably going to be more of just sort of filling it out mode, because I don't know how they can sell a player on coming here. It's like,
yeah,
even Fanu went to Cleveland. Spencer, the Fanu kid out of Utah. So
here's an interesting graphic I just put up by the guys that do the RAS. They just posted the Seahawks draft class with their RAS scores. Yeah, that's why a guy like Bo Stevens is available when he was. Teams really like to look for those athletic traits, and zone linemen, not the most impressive, but
the top is very athletic, which is what we've seen consistently with the Seahawks.
Yep.
I really don't care about RAS for nose tackles in the 7th round.
No, but that's an interesting score for Henderson, though, right? You would think that a special teams demon, a receiver would be, you'd like him to be a little bit more athletic, right? Mm-hmm. But that's also, haven't seen his full profile. Sometimes these scores,
especially because he's a 4.4 guy.
Yeah, and maybe he didn't do all the testing, and sometimes you get knocked for that. And it's not an exact science, the RAS stuff. It's a cool barometer, but if you don't do all the testing, then it's kind of hard to figure out where you fit in.
Dansby would be hypothetically high if his 4.240 is real.
Yeah, he would be. Former Kansas State defensive tackle Uso Suomalo is signing with the Seahawks per his agents.
Okay. Le'Veon Moss to go to, drumroll, Miami.
Trivia question for you guys. What is the college that the Seattle Seahawks have taken 2 players in the first 2 days in the last 6 years? What's the one college that the Seattle Seahawks have taken a player in day 1 or 2 from a single college in the last 6 years? Just one college.
So in 6 years combined, or
all combined? 6 years all combined. What's the one college that the Seattle has taken 2 players from in day 1 and day 2?
Really?
TCU, Arkansas.
Hint, it is from one of these colleges here. Is one of those colleges that I'm referencing to. I'll give you a hint. Edge.
Notre Dame, Riley Mills. No, wait.
Edge. So are we talking
Arizona
Edge?
Cardinals? I'll give you another hint. Arizona Cardinals.
LJ
I'll
Collier.
give you another hint. Defensive tackle, defensive end.
So TCU.
Where'd LJ Collier play?
Okay, so it was TCU.
Who were the
LJ
others?
Collier.
Yeah, so TCU.
Oh, gotcha. The DT we just signed is not in the Beast.
No, so it's LJ Collier. LJ Collier, and we took Bud Clark. TCU.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Gotcha.
Yeah, it's also a fun fact that Notre Dame, Seattle has taken a first rounder from Notre Dame more than any other school. They broke a tie with a couple other schools. including the very first pick in Seahawks history, Steve Niehaus.
Don't they have four? Four.
Niehaus.
Isn't it 4 first rounders?
Yeah, so Niehaus, Price, trying to remember the others. Andy Heck, I think.
Andy Heck.
And then, there's one that you'd rather forget. That'd be Rick Myra.
So here's your guy. Your Suamalo is a nose tackle, 6'3", 340 pounds. Started his career at Garden City Community College. He's played in 50 career games for TCU last year, played in all 12 games, 2 starts, career high 20 tackles, 2.5 tackles for loss, a sack, 2 pass breakups, had a career high 6 tackles against Army. Played his entire career at Kansas State, played in 50 games, 9 tackles for loss, 2.5 sacks. That is a big, big boy.
So John's done this in the past. He wants to make sure they take care of the one tech. And he's probably looking at Peely going, the thing that stood out with Peely is that there had a couple games where he's decent, but there was a couple games with Peely as well where you brought him out to sort of eat some snaps up and take the load off. And when he was out there, he was a deficiency. When he was out there, he was going to be pulling 45 grades off of PFF on those 7 snaps. So Eastern, this kid you just signed, you're trying to say, hey, we need to upgrade. This is again it's an extension of this draft itself. You're finding the places you can upgrade on this roster more than looking to target the guys with the high ceiling. It's how can we fill out the spots on this roster that are even to the depth or to the 5th defensive tackle on the roster. How do we make that a little bit better? Even if it's just to make it chasing edges a minor amount better.
Corbin just was reminding people that they moved up the deadline for when the comp pick formula is meaningless, and he thought it was first week of May, but it's Monday, isn't it? Monday at 4 p.m.
Yeah, so that means afterward, I would expect the Dante Fowler signing to materialize. I think that even if they sign Fowler, it wouldn't count against the formula, depending on how cheap the contract is. But his last one was $6 million, so that might be like seventh round comp level. So
the number I was given was something like $4 million base, $2 million in incentives, but nothing definitive yet. He wants to be a Seahawk, though, is what I was told, and it's a 90% certainty. I think that's a done deal. Although sometimes you got to give credit to the fans, right? Because and it might be more nuanced than this, because Brandon's has made this point, really, really well today, multiple times, that it may also just be Seattle's opinion of this edge class. But man, after the Fowler news came out, and especially after I passed on that information, not a day goes by that I don't get asked if we're going to sign Fowler, then does that mean we might just punt on edge in this draft class? To which my answer was always, it won't impact their approach to the draft at all. Well, here we are. They took 8 players and not a single one of them's an edge. So maybe I was wrong. Well, I was clearly wrong, but we don't know what the motivation is. Could they double dip on the veteran market? Like, we all know the Von Miller story. Could they maybe pair Fowler with one of the bigger dudes?
If they want a younger veteran, because I don't know if they want to dip to and make it like one of the older pass rushers in the league. Anthony Jennings is 28, or will be 29 next week, and he's still unsigned.
Yeah.
And he's more like he's not going to give you a ton of sacks. He's got 7.5 sacks in 5 years. But from what I remember, he can set an edge pretty well. He can be like a run defender type of edge who can occasionally pressure the quarterback.
Double dip, Dan. Double dip. This is the smartest approach. I've been banging the drum for a while on this, and double dip on the vet edges. Embrace the process. Embrace the value the market opportunity as far as value. You just mentioned the Dante Fowler deal. $4 million base, $2 million, $4 million and a 2, $6 million is the utmost he can make. For the production he's going to give you, which is bare minimum 8 sacks as a floor, and probably decent run defense. Yeah. This is the definition of a market opportunity. I have all these young edge rushers or all these other guys I go out there for that I have to I hope he can do this. Well, I hope he can develop into that. Well, I hope this comes along much faster than traditionally we know this edge group does at this position. Yeah. You don't have to do any of that. You don't have to take any of that risk or have any of that question. You can just say, I'm going to get this notable production, which will be also an upgrade over what we had last year. It will be a better than what we had last year.
Here's just some of the unsigned guys, and there's about 20 of them. Kind of oldest to youngest. So Von Miller, Cameron Jordan, Kyle Van Noy, who we know obviously has history with Mike McDonald, Leonard Floyd, Preston Smith, Jadeveon Clowney, Emmanuel Ogba, Hassan Reddick, although he's retired, right? Isn't he going to open up his own business? Dante Fowler, Joey Bosa, Tyquan Lewis, Dwayne Smoot, Derek Barnett, Marcus Davenport, Cleveland Farrell, Yatur Gross-Matos, AJ Epinesa, although it sounds like he might have a medical thing. There's some guys there that still probably have some gas in the tank.
You know what's better than? It's better than we referenced earlier in the stream today about the offseason where you let Jadeveon Clowney go and Schneider literally said, we're signing Benson Mayo and Bruce Irvin. And if you take their sack production from the prior year, it's actually more than Jadeveon Clowney. So, it's like we upgraded the position, really, if you think about it. And it was a BS answer at the time. We knew that it wasn't going to be enough. And I'd say the two edge rushers that exist now on the open market are better than what you would have gotten from Mayoa and Irvin really at the end of his road at that point in Irvin. And in Mayoa, you were sort of going off a sample size of limited production with the Cowboys when you went and grabbed him. So you have a better options now than you did then, and you need less help off the edge than you did then. Those guys were your 1-2. It was like, wasn't it that it wasn't Ziggy that year, but it was that and like Darryl Taylor, you were hoping to come back with the rod out of his leg or something, I believe.
Well, in 2020, it was Mayo, it was Bruce, and Bruce tore his ACL like week 2. I think it was the same day that Marquise Blair had a serious injury. So he was gone, and that meant that Shaquem Griffin was getting edge rushing snaps. And just trying to remember, it was him, Mayoa. I honestly can't remember who else before Dunlap. Like, it was that poor. And that's part of why Seattle's defense was like historically bad against the pass for the first half of the season. They had Alton Robinson. I remember getting some snaps. And he's one of the few smaller edge rushers I think Schneider's ever taken.
That's part of that group of edge rushers in that 2nd to 4th round range that he's gone with over the years that he just has not had a lot of success with. And there is the Frank Clark, but for every Frank Clark, there is a litany of guys that you've taken through there, from the Rasheem Greens to the LJ Colliers to what was the guy you just named, Mookie?
Alton Robinson.
Alton Robinson, where it's like, that's why I don't want to take those flyer picks anymore. You haven't had success. It's not been John's money area of the draft or money position for him in the draft. So learn that about yourself. There's organizations that do this all the time. They're like, look, we don't draft this well, so let's go sign this guy out here, or let's go trade for this guy here because it's not our organizational strong point.
Yeah, you could argue that edge rusher historically has been Schneider's weakest spot positionally in the draft. Like Frank Clark is the best, and he didn't see it beyond his rookie deal. Got a couple rings at Kansas City, and they came back, and that was a disastrous reunion for however short-lived it was. But after that, it's like Mafe has been, he's a guy. He's a guy who got $20 million a year from Cincinnati. Derek Hall, I think, is better than his lack of sack productivity suggests, but not a future Pro Bowler really in the making to me. And then you get to like everybody else that we just mentioned, the Alton Robinsons, Rasheem Greens, those guys. And the production has historically been lacking. But when they find guys in the trade market or free agency, that's how I end up with them finding Chris Clemens or Cliff Averill or DeMarcus Lawrence this past offseason. So it's like they know how to get pass rushers. They just don't know how to find the ones from straight out of college.
Yeah, that was a frustrating period of like 3-4 years there where it just seemed like they were always trying to play catch up at that position. They just couldn't get in front of it, No. Carlos Dunlap deal, Kerry Hyder, like they were kept trying to throw whatever they could at the wall and see what stuck. And the draft picks didn't work out. I thought, Alton Robinson really flashed early in his career, and then he had that, it was a knee, right? He had the career ending, basically just never came back from it, never really got healthy, never made it to a second contract. And I don't think he ever caught on with another team. I think he was done. When he was done, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And well, I think in the Frank Clark success story you mentioned there, Mookie, you didn't land that necessarily just because you were so amazingly insightful in finding this prospect no one else could see was going to be a good prospect late in the second round. You got him because of the off the field thing allowed him to dip into that draft further than he should have gone. And so even your greatest success story of that period from your Darrell Taylors and Rasheem Greens and Alton Robinsons and LJ Colliers is still not the greatest of success stories. And to me, then you mentioned Carlos Dunlap. That Carlos Dunlap trade with that back end of what he just gave you on that was much more productive than what any of those guys gave you consistently across the board in his run at the end of that season. And this is why I'm informed on this to say the market opportunity here is to go for the vet edge who can still be productive, who can come in rotationally like Dunlap was able to do for you and still be a very productive player. You're not just getting a guy at the end of their career who's got nothing left. They're just coughing on the field with like a death rattle. You're actually getting somebody that can give you the sack production. Carlos Dunlap, those vets, it's like they can set guys up for sacks. You can get into the fourth quarter and they've gotten a tackle with a couple of moves set up to be able to now bring this kind of move that's their custom move in there and they're not ready for it and get you a sack when you most need it most, because Dunlap would do that. He'd get you that sack like as the game was winding down the fourth quarter at just the vital moment in time, which vet edges can do part of by how they set that thing up throughout the course of the game to have that move ready to work when they want it to work. And that's just, there's a lot that goes into this for me as far as my reasoning, why I love going this more of this edge way, because it's the value, it's the production, and it's the fact that you've struggled with finding it.
Yep.
Malik McDowell too. Yeah, it's another one. He's kind of defensive tackle. John's had a little bit of a better hit rate there. But he probably would have played some edge. I think he would have done some inside outside stuff.
That was another character concerns thing where I think that was part of why he even dropped to the second.
Yes. Very well said, man. He had reportedly one of the worst interviews in combine history. Like teams were just shaking their head at the talks with him.
Who was that?
Malik McDowell.
Oh yeah.
And that's the one, of course. That's the one with.
Yeah. Wasn't that? Did that come after the Carroll comment about the San Francisco defensive line and how they like those long? Yeah. Was that around that same time or that? Because that was traits, man. They just wanted that long.
He was chasing Campbell. Remember he kept referencing Calais Campbell like for 5 years straight. It's hard to find those Calais Campbells. There's not a lot of guys built like Calais Campbell. And then that Calais Campbell came built. And you guys remember the call with John on Malik? Now remember Malik. Now remember, it's literally this. Now remember Malik. Hey,
right?
Yeah, no, we're drafting you, but just remember what we talked about.
What we talked about.
Just remember the thing. Just please, nope. And then the ATV.
They don't have to say that with any of these guys. Like it's
you don't see John ever do that with any other prospect. You've never seen him pick up the phone and be like, "Hey, Malik, yeah, no, we draft you. Just okay, keep it clean here, okay? Just 2 months to get to training camp, okay? Yeah. Just stay inside. Can you stay inside? Can you not leave your house? Yeah. Don't leave the house."
That is supposedly the draft pick that made them change their draft strategy in terms of the character concerns issue. Like they don't even want to chance it.
Nope.
Even Alton Robinson had like some sort of simple robbery thing, and that's about as serious as it's gotten as far as and that's at the lower end of the draft. At the top of the draft, they want high character guys, and I think McDonald is maybe even setting it as high, or if not a higher standard than Pete, as far as high character guys being on the roster.
Yep.
Well, to your point too, probably Pete was a little more probably forgiving of that than versus John and like the Green Bay model that's been in place for years there, where they tend to play pretty, where John comes from, pretty, not problematic type of players into the program.
Yeah, I mean Pete's strength and weakness at the same time is that he has this unerring positivity about people, that he can just look at somebody and go, "I can fix him."
Right.
And that's how you end up with, dipping into that well a little too much and trying to revive the 2013 draft class. Like, remember, speaking of failed edge signings and acquisitions, the Deion Jordan experience.
Yeah.
So just come back to it.
I got an update on Seahawks undrafted free agency.
Yep.
Hold on. Wait, no, but I got one too. Wait, hold on here. I got one too. Wait just a second. Where's mine at here?
You've got the single cricket, just a solo.
That's how sad it is. Even not even multiple crickets, just one.
This just in though, the Seahawks will not be signing Illinois quarterback Luke Altmaier. He signs with the Lions.
They've been kind of out on Hendon, right? Like Hendon's gotten a little bit lighter there for the heat that he had, so they've been needing more of a backup.
Well, they straight cut him. So
they cut him.
Then.
Cut him loose.
Yeah.
Interesting. Altmaier.
Yeah, and addicted to Hawks. I think Browner's still in jail. I think he's got a couple more years on that sentence.
What did he do? Was it just robbery?
Wasn't it
It was
breaking and
certainly a
entering?
breaking and
Was
entering.
it attempted rape too?
Is attempted murder or attempted?
Attempted rape of like an old lady.
No, I think it was like somebody he knew, as opposed to like the rape of an old woman. I think that was the Kellen Winslow Jr.
That was the Winslow. Yeah.
Yep. Oh man, love that.
Winslow went to jail, right?
Yeah, I hope he's like under the jail at that point.
Let me see. What's his?
Okay, so Browner was eligible for parole as of 2023. So he was arrested for breaking and entering into the residence of a woman with whom he once had a relationship, fleeing the scene after stealing a Rolex within the home. They took my rings. They took my Rolex.
Yeah.
2 days later, he was officially charged with attempted murder and 3 other felonies. So that was the part where like they never described the attempted murder a bit. But I didn't even know he was arrested for possession of cocaine back in 2017.
Yeah, you're right. Winslow. He accepted a 14-year prison sentence in 2021.
Christ, man, I'd add a 0 to that one.
Jeez.
Yeah. Wow. CTE is a real thing, right?
Yeah, that's
Despite what Cam Scadaboo thinks.
Yeah, the apple fell extremely far from the tree, given who his dad is.
Oh God, right.
yeah. And he was on such a pathway as a player. Remember, and he messed himself up with doing that thing. It's a little bit of a page from Malik McDowell's book of running around with an ATV that you drop on your forehead. He's out there with a motorbike, Kellen, I believe, and that was what initially got him injured to where he's a top 10 pick, really productive for the Browns, wrecks himself on his bike, never the same player ever again as far as, and he was in Seattle for a little while, for a hot minute there, Russell's first year. But that was one of those things, those players, sometimes they'll do some weird things where you're just like, if I'm a professional athlete, you ain't finding me doing anything but keeping myself on ice all the time. Like, I'm not gonna be out there like mountain climbing or, doing some crazy stuff. It's like, this is your profession, man.
By the way, new personal record. I have never streamed for 8 hours before.
Let's go, Dan. Let's go.
This just might have to become a thing,
Yes, sir.
What
sir.
are we going to do? Are we going to do like a live
surely.
stream for the schedule release? I mean, that's we don't have a date for that yet, but it'd be a little harder to do an all-day live stream from morning. Like we do have lives during the weekdays, workdays.
The UDFA thing kind of stinks because usually that's compelling enough, and there's certainly enough interest about it in the fan base that you can do a whole show just on that. But it's like, yeah, that's not going to get any views this year.
No, John's just getting a lot of no's right now. He's like, yeah, we appreciate you, John. You got 95 guys on your roster. We're good.
Still, I'd be shocked if they don't at least add a pass rusher of some kind. But look, it was cool to hear Rob Staten come on and say what he did about next year's class, because one of the telltale signs about that class right now is there's some big time blue chip pass rushers at the top. And so, we'll see what the depth the rest of the draft looks like. But usually when those guys are at the top, it pushes some other guys down. And all the resources they have next year, as much as I kind of sweat about this stuff, like I like to know that we're 2-3 years out. But now you start looking at this roster, you do like a 3-year snapshot in the future. They're loaded in the secondary. Probably don't have to address that. Inside linebacker, they're kind of layered. We'll see how Chris Paul works out, and we'll see if Tyrese Knight gets moved or not. But there's some depth there. You can now offensive line. We're set for 3 years at least. Yeah. The wide receiver room is kind of layered. The running back room is can potentially be layered. We think Zach Charbonnet will probably sign an extension with a little bit of a discount. The tight end room is stacked, and you're set at quarterback. You can go into next year's draft, which is supposed to be blue chip heavy at the top, deep throughout, historically good, 11 draft picks, and you can just attack your front seven.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. I'd had defensive tackle on there too with Mills Mills. I mean, especially if Leonard Williams wants to keep playing.
You can just be all about tackle and edge next year and address it then. Yeah. Plus, as we're about to see, you're always going to be able, as much as undrafted free agency might be a tough recruiting pitch, unrestricted free agency is not. you are not ever going to have trouble finding guys that want to come play for Mike McDonald, especially later in their career. So
yeah,
I'm not as worried
especially
about
the
that as I was. You know, I was really on that train for a while that I want to get a guy in this draft. I want to get a 4-year contract commitment. I want to get somebody under contract. I am not worried about that now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and I'd like to do it too. I mean, it would be an ideal. I think it does come down to, though, do you want the talent and make sure you got that too, and not just have a guy to have the guy that's under the contract, but actually that we're finding a guy that, you know, fits to what the rest of this defensive roster is, which is, you know, some difference makers and guys that are impactful, and rather than just being a guy that's just kind of out there taking snaps up. And I think the team kind of recognized that with this edge group a little bit, and versus finding that impact in other places.
We're starting to see some comments now come in from the post-game press conference. Schneider about the trade to get Stevens, just said he was too talented and there was too big of a gap before our next pick. So I like the conviction there and the aggressiveness to go get the guy that you really believe in.
Yeah, I do too. That's what you want. If they're going to make that trade, do it that way.
Mm-hmm.
He also said you can never have too many corners regarding the 3 cornerbacks that they drafted, and that the comp picks did play a role, the factor as far as giving up that 4th rounder next year.
Yeah.
It could be conditional because, again, we don't know if that 4th is going to stick, because there's going to be some formula adjustments, all that, and we won't find out the comp pick situation until March. But a 4th round pick is still a day 3 pick, and if that other 4 stays put, then you get an end of the 4th. You got a couple of 5ths in addition to your own. You got a 6th as well. You got 11 picks for now heading into next year's draft, which is supposedly going to be a stronger one. And even ignoring the 11 picks part, as far as, you could draft 11 players, as Rob mentioned, as we mentioned, you can still dip into that 2027 draft capital for a player.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Can we just go back and talk about this again? Ty Simpson, Max Clare, Keegan Trost, CJ Daniels, and Tim Keenan. Is there anything about that class that strikes fear or should strike fear into a season?
Is Tim Keenan the only player who figures to at least has even a slight chance of being a day 1, week 1 contributor? Rotational player?
Maybe.
The Los Angeles Rams have a legit argument for having the worst draft.
Absolutely.
This is legitimately the worst draft and maybe by far in this class, in my opinion.
Yeah, because honestly, the 49ers kind of redeemed themselves a little bit today. Like Grayson Halton gives you some juice as a 3-tech. Carver Willis, we all kind of were favorable about that pick, although it seemed to be a little earlier than he was projected. Prysock is an upside play, but at the end of the 4th round in this draft class, it's worth taking. But Duggar, Kalen Black, I still keep going to Kalen Black. When you look at what they took Kalen Black with, what pick? What was that overall? It's the 26th pick in the 3rd round, and 26th pick in the 3rd round. You had Jonah Coleman go early in the 4th, Mike Washington go at the end of the 4th, Emmett Johnson at the end of the 5th, Nick Singleton at the end of the 5th, Adam Randall at the end of the 5th, Katron Allen in the 6th, Devon Claiborne in the 6th, Eli Heidenreich in the 7th, which, by the way, Pittsburgh listed as a running back, interestingly enough, when everybody else had him as a receiver. Just caught that. Seth McGowan, Jam Miller, and then guys like Roman Hemby went undrafted. And you took, I think we all agree, don't we? I thought Roman Hemby was the better player on that team. And he goes undrafted.
I'm more of a Black guy.
I didn't see a 3rd round pick in Mobile at all.
No.
I thought he was only.
I wouldn't have done that
because guys like Jonah Coleman and some of those other guys pulled out.
Yep. So I see more from Hawk Blogger. As far as not adding an edge after losing Mafe, McDonald mentioned guys like Jared Ivey, Connor O'Toole, Jamie Sheriff. I remember Jalen Gaines having some decent moments in preseason last year, and so he brought him up. And as far as signing a vet, now that their comp picks are locked in, Schneider said, "Yeah, we may." I think we can amend that for him. Yeah, you will.
Yeah, I forgot about Gaines. He looks like he's out of central casting, like just long and lean and yeah. He looks like a pass rusher.
I think he was the guy who blocked the kick in the Raiders preseason game that ended in a tie. It was either him or Seth Coleman, who's not on this roster. I think I said it earlier.
Did he have a sack in that same game? I think he really, really flashed in that game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he looked like he had some goods there. Like O'Toole also looked good in preseason last year, but I guess preseason. And then Jamie Sheriff, I feel like they should just keep him as an edge.
Yeah, you wonder if they will now. Just see what you can get out of him there. That's let's not retrain him. Let's not clog him up. Let's try to just set him loose because he's got burst. Dolphins are signing Mark Gronowski. He's a guy that I loved coming out of South Dakota State. I actually wanted him to follow Jimmy Rogers to WSU, and then he goes to Iowa and they throws it 16 times a game and
where quarterback careers go to die.
Runs a bunch of RPO stuff, but I thought he redeemed himself. I think he was player of the game at the Shrine game, and he had a really good week down there. Mike McDonald on the Seahawks drafting 3 cornerbacks. You can never have too many.
Skylar Thomas ends up going to the Bears. So another, I don't think they would consider a 30 visit, but another one who Seattle had enough interest in to talk to him at least twice. And he goes to Chicago, where, as we know, Kobe Bryant is there.
Yeah. PFF gave the Panthers an A+.
Or what's left of PFF at this point.
Yeah, right. They just have one guy in a coat closet on a laptop. Be like,
it's the janitor at this point. It's the janitor.
Just trying to keep it alive, man.
Yeah. I think the real reason we're not seeing a lot of movement on the undrafted free agent market for the Seahawks is in about an hour, probably Bryce will be here. And at that point, then we can get the activity going so that Bryce has something to react to in real time, as opposed to we had all the fun with watching them trade down and trade up.
I think I might order myself a pizza. Let's see, what do we got here?
Nobody's signed Diego Pavia yet.
No, the love for Pavia, oh man.
All right. I like my quarterbacks not 3.5 feet tall. And Pavia, of course, doesn't have any special trait about him for the NFL level. I'm sure his personality also might be off-putting for some teams. And evidently, he is the first Heisman finalist to go undrafted since 2014. And I legit have no recollection of the guy who finished third in Heisman voting 2013. It was Jordan Lynch, quarterback from Northern Illinois, and I don't remember whatsoever.
No, neither do I. You know who I felt bad for this year with the quarterback class being what it was Gruden. Because, the quarterback stuff that he does is so cool. But when you've got Diego Pavia and, he didn't have a lot to work with.
Well, these were guys that he probably didn't think had any NFL future, and yet he still had to. He had to go through the motions.
He has to try to manufacture some level of enthusiasm for them. Yeah.
Yep.
So PFF gave Carolina an A+. Monroe Freeling, Lee Hunter, Chris Brazil, Will Lee, Sam Hecht. I guess there's value there on day 3. Sam Hecht and Zakee Wheatley in the 5th.
Who's that?
Carolina. PFF gave them an A+. Freeling, Hunter, Brazil, Will Lee, Sam Hecht. They did get some.
They did good. Yeah, they did. They did good. They didn't have the black marks you get on some of these teams. It's like this is a quintessential Buffalo draft that they finished strong. Kilgore, Durant. They got Reed Adams, guard. I thought that's a 5th round grade. You got that guy in the 7th round. Torino Pride. So you were able to really hammer your cornerback room with Davison Igbinosun earlier on. Yeah, they did pretty good. Baltimore, I don't know about. They had an A+ on Baltimore. That's thrown around.
Oh, I didn't see that. I'm just okay. I'm kind of going through them right now. Atlanta, I don't know about Matt Ryan's first run as a GM. No. Man, that's a questionable class. A lot of undersized guys. Like, he just doesn't care about size, does he? Avion Terrell, Zachariah Branch, Harold Perkins, Antero Thompson in the 6th round. He was considered a UDFA. That's a sketchy first draft.
Bengals have been a little bit better this year. Hal, Tacario Davis, Connor Liu, Brian Parker, Jack Endries. That's not bad for them.
I'm with you. I really like what Buffalo did. Really, really like what Buffalo did.
So,
Well, I think the thing too is they went solid. If they had some really good picks you like, and then it's solid to some really good picks you like. Like I'm not a love of TJ Parker or Davison and Ignosin, but the value's right where you kind of took him. I think Davison, that's a little early for him. I was not in on him on the second, but it's the end of the second round. So it's like, you go, okay. But those late picks, man, Kilgore in the 5th, Durant in the 5th, Bride in the 7th. That's really good value for them. On top of they traded back a lot to accumulate those picks. So they accumulated the picks, but then actually added rather than just adding players, you actually added some quality with the trading back, which we see sometimes you end up just adding players.
Cincinnati, I like that group.
Okay. So there's a graph here from SF Data Niners, and they do some great work. And this is draft position versus consensus big board ranking. And that's using the NFL mock draft database. So the steals, good value versus the reaches, bad value. So the 4 worst teams in terms of reaches would be the well, I'll go from 29th to 32nd. The 49ers, surprise, surprise. Houston, surprisingly, I'm wondering how much of that is just Rutledge and Klein. 31st was Pittsburgh. And then 32nd was the Jaguars. And again, that tight end they took, tight end they took in Regis, who I don't think was anywhere near that projection, played around a bit. Seattle was like 22nd. They're not too far behind. It's 8, 7, 6, 25th, 22%.
Yeah, I was surprised. I started sketching that out earlier too, and I was a little bit surprised. And I was just going off the ESPN big board because that's what we were using for the tracker. But they had, we took Price at 32. He was 50 on their board. We took Clark at 64. He was 85th. We took Neal at 99. He was 169th. And then Stevens was about a 30-point reach by their board too. It was kind of surprising. But then you look at San Francisco's board. Stribling was 76. They took him at 33. Their second pick was 100th. They took him at 70. Their third pick was 213th. They took him at 90. Their fourth pick, I can't remember who that was now. He actually was a value on their board. But then 127 and 206. There were some big reaches there. 154 and 365. That was, I can't remember who that was, but we were giving him heck for it at the time.
This draft also the fewest cornerbacks taken since 2018.
Really?
So only 20. Hold on, trying to find the number here, but it's definitely a down year for cornerbacks. 27 corners got selected. Fewest since 2018. The 5-year average, according to Fran Duffy's 35, 10-year average 32. So the fact that we saw those tight ends get taken in the second and third, and we kept seeing guys like Abney and Muhammad drop anywhere from 1 to even 3 rounds below, tells you how all these front offices view this corner class. Like, was the depth there? Sure, but not spend a day 2 pick on them.
I thought for not having a first-round pick, Green Bay got some guys that have a chance. They got, Cisse, McClellan, Dennis Sutton, Yeager Burton, who's a really athletic center, Damani Jackson, corner, Alabama.
Yeah, they did good. They did for what they had to work with. They did fine on that. I think that Sutton should be. They needed edge help too desperately because right now Parsons is it. They had no more Gary there, and so it's like they got the one guy they took out of Iowa a couple of years ago, Van Ness, and that's it. And he's not provided them a lot there.
I'll give the Colts the reward so far. I'm about halfway through, just kind of skimming through these teams. I'll give them the award for taking a full draft class of players that I'm familiar with. No surprise draft. C.J. Allen, A.J. Halsey, Jalen Farmer, Bryce Betcher, George Gums, Caden Curry, Seth McGowan, Deion Burks. 2 inside linebackers, 2 edge. It's interesting.
Kind of a Colts draft though, where they're all guys that you're just kind of like, they're not bad.
It's not,
but like AJ Halsey is the CJ Allen of the safeties in this draft, if that makes sense, right? He's what CJ Allen is to the inside linebackers in this class, Halsey is to the safeties. And it's like, to me, just unexciting. I don't think either of those
traits, right? Like,
yeah. I see high floor, limited ceiling guys in both of them kind of. And Bryce Bodeker, he can't cover a lick. He'll tackle and hit, but he ain't gonna. It's just kind of, that's the Indianapolis's class. Like, they always seem to get guys that aren't bad, but they're also never seemingly shooting for the moon either. It's just kind of productive.
this Jacksonville class, I mean, they're in good shape. The roster's good. I think they got a good coach, but this jury's out on this young. Maybe he is the GM, the Jacksonville GM from draft day. Like,
Yeah.
the Travis Hunter thing is already looking really questionable to make that move. And then this class, Borkircher, Regis, Pregnon's great value in the third. Jalen Husky, Wesley Williams went way early. They got, bottom end of that tight end class. Josh Cameron in the sixth. Zach Durfee. Interesting.
That's not it.
But that's what happens when you go, like, I think they're one of those Moneyball teams. They're all about just print out the spreadsheet and we run our formula and plug in our traits we're looking for. And this is the list of players. They don't go, aren't they one of those teams? They don't do the 30 visits. They don't go to the combine because he learned that.
I mean, I could see him being that way, but boy, you're taking the same college, the player for your first and second picks are from the same college on both sides of the ball. Like that I was speaking earlier about these area scouts that can be convincing. A young general manager apt to be swayed by, let's say, an older scout that's pulling on his ear. Yeah. Is that really the best player you could have taken? Or did you just get like, I'm telling you, I know stuff you don't even know. I've forgotten more than you even understand right now. Yeah. And like, okay.
I don't think we've talked about the Chiefs. I like what the Chiefs did. And they needed a good draft, right? That's an aging roster and their stars are getting older and they got to pay, they got some cap issues, but to get Delane, the best player at his position and at their biggest position of need, they take a shot on Woods. If they can get the Peter Woods, if they can get the most out of him, Mason Thomas is going to give him a little something off the edge. Jaden Kennedy was a sneaky good pick in the 4th round. They get Emmett Johnson in the 5th. So you got a tandem there now in the backfield after years of kind of trying to chase and find running backs that can fit that offense. Cyrus Allen. Then they take Nussmeier. I mean, that's a great landing spot for him.
Yeah.
Agreed.
And we actually have some Seahawks news, but it's at a mini camp tryout. Finn Claypool is a white guy who's no relation to Chase, but he is signing as a fullback on a tryout. But here's the kicker. He was a defensive lineman.
Okay.
So we're going from the defensive lineman to fullback convert. Hey, Byron Murphy as a defensive tackle was occasionally taking fullback snaps at Texas, didn't he? So
Isaiah World signs with the Chargers. They're just trying to sign up. They're just adding all the offensive linemen. That's
a great signing for the Chargers, though, with the way that their tackle depth just gets waylaid.
They signed him pre-injured because normally once you sign with the Chargers, that's when your ACL goes.
That's true. His leg instantly fell off as he finishes the completion of a signature. It'll be like, what the hell happened?
Here's their thought process. Here's the conversation there's no way that these guys can all get hurt again, right?
There's just we've reinforced it beyond. We went beyond the pale finally. We took it beyond the line. We'll be fine this year. Down goes the building.
Rams. Yeah. Raiders like their class. We talked about Miami. What about Minnesota? Caleb Banks, Jake Galday, Dominique Orange, Caleb Tiernan, Jacoby Thomas, Max Bredesen, Charles Demings, Damon Claiborne. They got some value today. New England, Caleb Lomu, Gabe Akis, Eli Raridan, Karen.
I don't like their class. Their class sucks.
No. Wow.
Did you guys see the Lomu thing on Twitter Day with him dancing around in the circle? And somebody was like, imagine this is what you've got to have protecting your MVP court. And he's like doing this silly dance.
No, I did not.
You better not have even one bad game because you know what's going to happen after that.
Oh, that thing is coming back. You'll see it eventually, Dan. It's a little spicy. You know what I mean? It's a little.
I think New Orleans class is dicey. That GM just seems to have all the. I don't know if he has pictures of the owner or what, but like maybe there's a Diana Rossini connection there too. But all of his decisions, how he manages the cap there and everything else, but. Tyson can be, best receiver in the draft, but that the health issues are real and that history is real. Christian Miller, huge question mark. Oscar Delp in the 3rd round. Jeremiah Wright might be their best pick. Bryce Lance can help him now, but he's 25, going to be 26 years old. Lorenzo Styles runs a 4.3, but can he play safety? Like, is he good at football? I don't, TJ, their best value pick might be TJ Hall.
I was going to say those are the two. It's like a sandwich. I'll take the bread on either side and you can keep the meat.
It's just such a weird class. And I think just some teams just didn't really know how to approach it.
It'd be very dicey to imagine that Chris Olave is your number 1 receiver and you draft Jordan Tyson. And let me just say, I hope the medical team is very well prepared for what could happen this offseason or even in this season.
I have a hot take. I think there's a chance that Bryce Lance might lead the team in receiving yardage out of those guys, just because you look at the health history and the odds are, the best predictor of the future results is past history, right? And guys that get hurt usually tend to keep getting hurt.
Yeah.
Well, they drafted 2 after the guy they took, to your point. So you got 3 receivers in this class. So you definitely were kind of trying to build that in, it seems like, a little bit.
I think Jets fans have to be happy. Bailey, Sadiq Cooper, Pons, Darrell Jackson, Inez Cooper, guard. Miami's got something to him. VJ Payne in the 7th.
Yeah, it's a solid class.
And Klubnik, if you've got like a long-term backup there, maybe he's in position next year where he can be, I don't know, the bridge if the rookie that you take isn't ready yet. They might just stick with Geno, though. Does Geno have 2 years left on his deal? He does, doesn't it?
Yeah, I don't remember his contract situation as far as how the Raiders and Jets figure that out. But fun fact about the Jets, somebody in their front office, not super, super high up, but somebody as part of the organization used to be a field goals contributor. So, yes, and eventually took us the spot with the Jets. He's been with other teams before, so super thrilled for him. And that's pretty much the only reason why I hope the Jets are not a sad sack team forever. Even though the last time they made the playoffs, I was still in high school. And the last time they won the division, I was single-digit years old. So I think it's 2002.
Tampa Bay, too. Bain, Trotter, Hurst, Deontay Scott, Capehart, Schrouth. That's good work.
I mean, their defense really Todd Bowles is still like on shaky ground with the way last season went. And the defense was a major reason for their collapse beyond just Mayfield not looking right. So they needed to restock. And to get Trotter after Levante David retired, I think is a clutch move. And then for Bain, they really don't have a standout edge. And Bain could definitely be one of those guys for them.
I think the Titans might be my favorite class.
Yeah, but Titans are probably my favorite class. I do think Tampa Bay's, this is a very important class for them in the regards of a division that nobody really wanted to win last year. They should have probably won it. Injuries were a factor, but they added 3 defensive starters in this draft. Keontae Scott's going to be starting for them as a slot corner there. Bain's going to be an instantaneous upgrade from what they had. You mentioned the problems from the defensive-minded head coach that's there, Dan. It does kind of trace back to that, they can't get much out of their edge group. And they had Cansey out most of the year due to an injury. So you had just basically Vita Vea carrying the whole thing like a wagon. Yeah. I think that this really helps them for a team that could push them back into the fold to be in the division winner next year, especially if the offense can stay healthier.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
The Titans destroyed it, man. Carnell Tate, Falk, Hill, Carmona, Singleton in the 5th, Coogan in the 6th. They found a lot of value in this draft. Another one of those teams need a lot of help and then found a lot of help. That's hard. You come in like, we needed all these bodies, and they had one extra pick there, but still, they had to kind of make it happen because they had no 3rd rounder. So they had to kind of move all over the place to kind of make this go.
Yeah.
You love what they did, though.
Indeed.
Corbin Smith also adding, John Schneider hinted at the UDFA process as a reason for getting extra picks late, ensuring they could draft players who had quality visits and or Zoom meetings with the Seahawks.
Yeah. That's back to that. He knew he just wasn't going to be able to talk those agents into like, no, they'll get a chance here. Really? Yeah, John. Sure. Mm-hmm. Okay. No, we will find a spot to give him a chance. Yeah. We'll play him in the 3rd preseason game, 3 quarters. I'm telling you. Yeah. I can feel your nose growing through the phone, John. We got a donation here from Seahawks Gaming. Thank you for the $2 donation. Says Sundell, Job, Drake Thomas were all undrafted.
Mm-hmm.
As was Bobo. Throw him on in top of there. John Schneider's had a very good track record with undrafted rookie free agents. And I think when we come down to this, and John making the trades in the 7th round like he did, Seahawks Gaming, acknowledging a little bit of, he wants to do that. He wants to be out there right now bringing people in. And I'm joking about this, but I'm also kind of being serious in the respect of these agents are just not going to take the pie here. If you're an agent, you want to go to a team that's not stacked, that's not returning starters every which way but loose, that doesn't have depth across the board, that's probably not a championship team, because that's probably tends to be the team that's deeper and has more guys that are better than your guy that you're trying to keep in the NFL. And so it just becomes a tough sales pitch, first world problems to try to bring these guys in right now versus other years.
My guy, Michael Heldman, just signed with the Saints. I got like zero of, first of all, I went 0 for the draft on my predictive mock. Kudos again to Corbin for the 3. He had 3 of them right.
Yeah, nice job by Corbin.
They haven't signed any of my dudes. Yeah, it's okay. Every year you think you learn more about their process and their preferences, and you're like, this is the year I'm going to nail it. No, I haven't had one of their draft picks properly predicted since Byron Murphy. I got that one right.
Yeah, I think I was the same way. Where was I at last? I'm trying to think.
I wanted to go Zabel, and I talked myself out of it because I just didn't.
No, I went Zabel last year.
Did you?
I went, but it would have been like the same thing with me going to a Jadarian Price this year, or like with Byron Murphy. It was less about me going, this is such a good fit, and I'm being like great in my prognostication, and more of I'm playing to the consensus. I'm playing to what people are saying in general terms about this player going to Seattle. And I'm hearing it so often that I have to take heed of it. So it wasn't like us being like, ooh, this is insightful. It's like, nah, you just kind of go, well, it's this well connected. And that's part of that change too, that we talk about with John, where the whole joke would be back in 18, like, oh, you're going to try to mock the first round. Even what a joke. You're just going to get it wrong. But that's where he changed that way to more of that value structure, which then with it, made it a little easier to predict the selection they might go to, because they weren't going to go off the reservation, off the selection as much.
Yeah. I have a 2-year lesson to learn now, because I talked myself out of Zabel. I talked myself out of Price, where I was convinced for weeks, if not months, throughout the process that would or should be the pick. And then I overthought it, talked myself out of it. That won't happen again next year.
No, sir. Oh, sir. Thank you, though, Seahawks Gaming.
Not that I'll get it right. I just won't.
Well, you never know. It's a learning process, Dan. We're all trying to get better. You may lock in next year.
Right.
May lock in. Maybe. You never know on that. HHG, thank you for the $2 donation. It says, overall, I say B plus draft. I'll probably land B plus myself. I'll be at like a nice solid 88 grade for me probably on this draft is where I'll sit. And that's perfectly fine. This didn't have to be an A plus draft for you to go back and win a Super Bowl next year. By no means. And considering the rest of this division is going to be living in the D minus territory, F. Actually, I'll give the Cardinals a C minus just to try to be balanced, but I'm not giving the Niners or the Rams anything above a D, because they are losers. Losers. God, such losers over there. Wow. Jay Gundy, thank you for the $2 donation. Breaking news. All wide receivers drafted by San Francisco put on the IR immediately.
Oh, Niners. Oh, silly Niners.
Another wide receiver, man. You know, I'm glad they still haven't learned their lesson. I'll say that, Dan. This is the one nice thing about the schedule next year. Now it looks as it might be a little bit tougher, but I'm starting to get more and more convinced that the war of attrition and the strongest division in football might not be a thing as much next year as it stands to my eyes.
Well, and how much longer can Kyle continue to save John Lynch's job? Like they're an 8-win season, maybe, away from John Lynch getting fired. Like this is now 4 or 5 consecutive years of bad drafting. You cannot sustain that. You start to see the attrition in the It's just in the quality of the roster. We were talking with Rob about how 2 years ago they had double-digit legit blue chip players probably on their roster. It's less than half that now, and their blue chippers are aging. They're on the downside of their career, and they just haven't replenished those guys through the draft.
They sure have been unimaginative and uninspired when it comes to recent years, the selections on the surface of it. And I can think of no greater representation of this than Eric Martin out of Oklahoma State. I had a late 5th round grade on this guy last year, and you go and take him in the 3rd round. Or Latu, the Alabama tight end a couple of years ago. I had like a 6th round grade on him, and he was out of the league within 2 years. And I just go, man, you guys, even on those picks the day of, it's one of those, like, even in the day of, it wasn't like, well, you as an average fan thought this. It was like, no, on the day of, everyone collectively is like, what the hell are you doing? And it's more of the same in this draft, where you just, not only are you missing on these picks, you're not even trying to shoot big. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, it'd be like a guy going up to the plate as a baseball player, and he's just trying to go hit a single, versus the guy that swings and misses, but he's trying to actually hit a home run.
Yeah.
I feel like they're just trying to put a line drive stroke, and they can't even put the line drive stroke on it. They're still like lining out to second base.
What's interesting, you go back all the way back to 2016, even 15, Eric Armstead, like, there's still, if you go to a Pro Football Reference and you scroll through their years, guys are in bold that are still in the league, right? And it's surprising. It was different than I expected. There's a bunch of guys that are still in the league that he's drafted, but they're no longer contributing to the 49ers. They're not part of the foundation anymore. But like some are. You go back to 18, Mike McGlinchey, Fred Warner, 19, Bosa, obviously, and then Greenlaw just came back. 2020. This is where it starts getting rough. Javon Kinlaw, Brandon Ayuk, Charlie Warner, Juwan Jennings, who's now an ex-49er, 2021, Trey Lance, Aaron Banks, Trey Sermon, Ambry Thomas, Jalen Moore, Hufanga's in Denver now. Lenore's the only guy from that 2021 draft that's still playing a key role. 2022, Drake Jackson, Danny Gray, Spencer Buford, Samuel Womack, Nick Zalecki, Kyla Davis. He's still on the roster. And Brock Purdy. That's the saving grace in 2022. 23, some of the jury's still out. Jair Brown, but Jake Moody in the 3rd round. Cameron Latou, nothing. Darrell Luter, nothing. Robert Beal, D. Winters, Braden. It's bad. 2024, Pearsall, Renardo Green, Dominic Pooney. Okay. Malik Mustafa, but then Garendo, Jacob Cowing, nothing. Jared Kingston, Tatum Bethune. And then last year, obviously remains to be seen. And I thought they attacked their weaknesses or their needs last year with the defensive line stuff, but just a lot of question marks, right? Mikael Williams hurt. Alfred Collins got off to a rough start, then looked okay. Nick Martin's not in the plans, clearly. Upton Stout.
Well, no, and clearly, and that's a year removed. They drafted him last year, and Greenlaw slated to be your starter for him. Like, that is not a good application of draft choices.
And they drafted a linebacker today, didn't they?
They did. Yeah, they got somebody. They grabbed somebody a little bit.
Jordan Watkins,
reasonably.
Jordan James. I mean, they must not like Jordan James. They drafted Kalen Black in the 3rd round. Marcus Siegel, Curtis Rourke. That's bad and it lines up right. When did John start to take off? 2022. That's the class where it really all started to come together. We see the vision and the change in their evaluation process and the payoff from that. That's exactly the same time John Lynch went the other direction.
If we unpack a little bit more in the situation for the Niners, for things that can be learned about within our organization about what they did here in the Super Bowl window, drafting wise, that went wrong, what you do see and what you saw in this draft as well was too much of a willingness to move back too often, too hyper concentrating on adding picks and not taking picks. Like, let's say you got all those compensatory picks from all the minority hires they had a couple years ago. Yeah. What about, take those picks and put them together and move up? Hell, you did it actually for McCaffrey, a very successful move for you in doing that. Yeah. Probably should have done more of that. And so, like, say Seattle finds themselves in a situation with extra compensatory picks, or I don't know, like 11 picks in next year's draft. One of the places that you might want to learn your lesson for within this is that it's not going to be in our best thing to just sit on these picks and just roll them through and make a numbers game of it. And one of them will work. We'll get a couple of them that'll work out of this, but instead get a little more pinpoint. You have a roster that allows you to more pinpoint by both, like we did in this draft, adding parts and pieces to add to reinforcement of depth, or, hey, we need a big corner that can do this. You got to some specific stuff, or to getting a difference maker that you bundle up to get a guy that's, instead of getting a couple of Bs, we go get the A.
Yeah. Yeah.
Tough class there by the Niners, though. Not a great time there.
Indeed.
I don't know if I like Washington's class all the way either. A team 2 years removed from getting to the conference championship. It's okay,
Yeah, I mean, Styles, Antonio Williams, Josh Josephs. We'll see. There's a lot of.
Were you a big Antonio guy? I wasn't as high on him as others were.
No. Josephs, Katron Allen, Matt Gould. It's just not a lot of. I mean, Styles is all about traits and upside. And I guess Josephs is too, to some extent, but.
You got Joshua. You lose Von Miller's 9 sacks. Josephs replaces that. You hope Doris Armstrong comes back. And then who's their other edge there?
Well, they signed. They were pretty aggressive in free agency at the edge position now, didn't they?
Yeah, they signed somebody out there.
Adafiowe, wasn't that? Was that Washington?
Was that him? No, that was
contract.
Yeah. Was that him?
Yeah, they did. They paid a couple of edges. Let me get back here. Let's see. They went Javon Kinlaw and then Adafiowe. They brought in Charles Menahu. They added him to the group. They addressed defensively. They did some work in the offseason on defense, right? Leo Chenal. Kaylavon Chazon coming off, his best year. So
Styles will play Will. Styles will play Will linebacker then. If Chenault's in there, I forgot about Chenault. Yeah. He's a pure Mike.
It's interesting though, on our lads anyway, they've got him listed as the Will. And then Frankie Luvu, so that he's rotating in. That's interesting. And then Dorrance Armstrong, if he's healthy. Jerzon Newton, Johnny Newton from Illinois last year. Forgot about him. Added to the mix with Darren Payne. That front seven was a liability last year. And that's why Sam Darnold and the Seahawks absolutely torched them. Hey, they attacked it. They did. And it's a defensive mind of the head coach. You got running it. Give him the assets. If you're going to have a defensive minded head coach, don't say, well, your big brain should get us by. You shouldn't need all the talent. It should be your brain that puts us there. Well, no, give me the talent and then I will put my brain on the back of it to make it go. Especially his scheme that needs its players and the talent to make it run. They're young on the outside though. Trey Amos, Ole Miss last year. Mike Sainer still.
He's slot. He's a slot only.
They've got Amik Robertson listed as the slot with Sainer still playing.
Yeah, they're wrong on that. That's Sainer Strill's a pure slot. Pure slot.
Yeah. That's kind of who D'Angelo Pons reminded me of.
It's the same thing.
Yeah.
Same exact. And in fact, I'll bring up the PFF reps right now for Sainer Strill just to make sure I'm not talking out of my ass. Because he had 1,000 snaps last year. $377 in the slot. But they do have some with him on corner.
I'm a little interested. I mean, they took the center in the 6th round. I'm a little curious that they didn't attack that a little harder. They really feel good enough about Nick Allegretti at center and Chris Paul at left guard. I mean, they got, they've invested in Tunsil at left tackle, Connerly at right tackle. Had his moments. He looked okay. Sam Cosmi looked good before the injury the year before.
Well, you touch on something. You basically addressed Tunsil last year on the trade to the Texans, but they're making the mistake that you run into here. Because we have a defensive-minded head coach. We kind of had the quarterback thing where the quarterback just fell into our lap thing. We didn't plan for it. We didn't set the stage for it. Oh, magical quarterback landed in our lap. Mm-hmm. Okay, well, now you're a couple years into the process, but you got this pull to go and get your defensive-minded head coach who you want to be successful, assets and resources for his thing to fly. But then you're also wanting to have a bit of a pull to get back to your quarterback and give him support up there so he doesn't get injured again or gets able to replicate the first year that he had a little bit closer. You're not able to get it all done. You have to kind of serve one master or the other. And it does seem like to me here, the quarterback maybe gets a little bit of the short end of the stick on this one.
Yeah.
All right, we got another Seahawks signing. Of course, I missed a few minutes worth, so I could be regurgitating or duplicating what's already been said. But Michael Briscoe, wide receiver, Cal Poly.
Another wide receiver.
Yeah, 5.36 RAS. Evidently, he did do the bench press and got 6 reps in. So that's going to drag his score down a bit. Yeah. Not a burner. 4.5 40-yard dash with a 1.64 split. 3 cone is what I got here, 730.
We brought back Cody White too, didn't we? So don't we have both White? We have both the White.
Yeah, both the Whites.
The Whites here.
Yep. Cody and Ricky.
Huh. I did not anticipate. I thought with anything with receiver, they're going to be like.
Yeah, we're just seeing, as we've been saying ad nauseum, the downside, if you will, to having such a deep, young, talented roster. It's that's tough. That's tough to crack.
Yep. 43 catches for 779 yards and 7 touchdowns, and all Big Sky honorable mention honors in 2025, according to Brian Govin, who I guess is a college football analyst for deeper into the weeds of college football.
So I missed this quote. I didn't watch any of the Gruden quarterback stuff this year, but Diego Pavia made it clear he did not want an agent. Quote, "Ain't nobody taking my money," he told John Gruden. Now he's looking for a spot as an undrafted free agent. Well, if you don't make any money, there's no money to take.
Ain't nobody taking my UDFA money. Ain't nobody taking my $7,000.
He's not going to be a UDFA. He's going to be a UFL.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be there.
I mean, we're halfway into the UFL season. Like, more guys should do this. Like, he should immediately sign with the team in the UFL. Maybe you go play 4 or 5 games, get it on tape, do some fun stuff, and then you get invited to a camp.
How hungry are you? Right?
Yeah.
How hungry are you really, or how much are you like?
I kind of feel like the UFL should push their schedule back a little bit. Get a little deeper into the summertime so that some of these guys that fall out of the draft, maybe get them to join on. It's only like a 10-game season anyway, right? So if you start in early May, you go May, June into July, that's when training camps open. And so guys can go play a season. Not that you want to go from that straight into the NFL, but if you're looking for an opportunity, you're not going to be worried about load management, right? And that just makes more sense to me. Plus the weather's nicer in some of these markets.
Yeah, Submariner Josh going, Pavia is going to be one hell of a Winnipeg Blue Bomber.
If the Arena League was still the Arena League, he'd be fun as hell in that.
Yeah,
he would. He'd be the perfect Arena League quarterback.
Except you have to play both ways, right? You can play a little.
Do you?
Maybe little corner. Well, you don't have to. I think they had back when the Arena League was kind of legit. I think you had a designated quarterbacks. Didn't play both ways, but a lot of guys did. The rosters are pretty small.
Ah, okay. Yeah, that would change it. Pavia having to play safety or something. It's kind of built like one, though.
Japanese undrafted kicker Kansi Matsuzawa signing with the Raiders. Interesting.
And he would still be a part of that international player. I think he'd be the first Japanese player ever in the NFL. And the Raiders did have a serious kicking problem last year. So this might be more than just a honorary signing. It's more like Daniel Carlson. You better learn to split it through the uprights again, or else you can pack your shit and go.
Hey, they were wearing the mechanic shirts again today.
Yes.
Nice. I like those. They busted those out of the closet. They got to see if they sold those things. They'd sell a shit ton of them. I'd buy one. Let's see. The Tokyo Toe.
That's a good nickname.
Tokyo Toe.
Your guy Michael Heldman went to the Saints.
Yeah.
So.
I went to specifically search for him to see if there was any update, and he had signed it. I was 30 seconds too late to the news that he had signed with the Saints.
Tucker to the Chargers, and so they really just might be fine with their guys at edge, like not even bring any UDFAs of consequence.
Gosh, it does make some sense to me. I'm telling you, it really does add up on this, especially considering you got through 3 guys you're bringing back right now as it stands. I mean, I know we have the contract into 2027 and who's going to be here and who isn't, but as it stands right now, you got 3 plus Ivy. And so do you need to really hit this hard?
Yeah, and if people are skeptical of that, I can see some fans that's saying, "What, really? They're going to pin their hopes on Jared Ivey and Connor O'Toole?" Well, if they didn't mean what they say when they bring those guys up, they would have addressed it in the draft.
Yeah, I also think that beyond these vet free agents we're talking about here, this is also a position that remains fairly open all the way up to the trade deadline. There are positions that close down, like you're not finding a center at the trade deadline. You're not finding a franchise left tackle at the deadline. You're probably not finding a lockdown corner at the deadline. Can I go and find an off-ball linebacker at the deadline? Yeah. Can I go find an edge who can just be a rotational pass rusher on my defense for not a big cost at the deadline? Yeah. Typically, I can tend to find that stuff. Some are the Eagles making a Jalen Phillips trade. What'd they pay for that? Like a 4th, 5th round pick, something like that to the Dolphins to get that? Like you can find that at any time if it becomes a desperate situation, and it's not desperate right now.
Yeah. Agreed. And we'll see what happens with the Giants. Like they say they're going to play Arvell Reese off ball, but of course they're going to say that now because you got Brian Burns, Abdul Carter, Kayvon Thibodeau.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see. If they get into even OTAs and they immediately recognize that, like, I think he'd be better as a full-time edge. They can make that move in the summertime.
It's such a ridiculous pick for them. And I mean, they've got a good draft through the rest of this, but it just goes to show you, if you move back with Reese there and you go back to 10 or you go back to 15, let somebody get Reese and you pick up an extra 2 or you pick up an extra 1 or 2 and a 3 this year. And now you start putting that class together in total for the redundancy they now have between Thibodeau, Reese, Burns, and Carter. Mm-hmm. It doesn't really add up the way the roster building this. They're going to end up with a glut of too many here and guys not playing on the field at this point. To your point, unless you're basically putting him as an off-ball linebacker, which I think he might end up being anyway at the end of the day. It might just come to find that he's really not much of an edge. He's you can blitz him guy and an off-ball linebacker. But it still doesn't make any sense from a Giants perspective, especially where their team is at right now, to be making this kind of move.
Yeah.
You guys know who that Japan kicker's from Hawaii? He's what we call the internet kicker.
Yep. Played at Hawaii.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kick Up. Appreciate you for rocking with us throughout this day, folks. And if you are watching, no matter on whose channel you're watching, if you can hit that like button, sub on up today, be much appreciated. We still have 1,400 people here in the chat today. So
nice. Man, we got some sickos. It's nice to know there's other people that are out there that are as twisted as we are.
That's right.
Yeah, we're going all even though it's we thought, hey, we're not feeling this draft because it's 4 picks. It's probably going to be pretty uneventful even if they trade. And we end up with the busiest day being this day, the longest day, because you end up with double the picks than was planned. Mm-hmm. 4 became 8. And you still ended up getting some guys that we were familiar with, like Fuller, way deep into the 7th round. And then guys earlier like Price and Clark and Neal were all guys that we had talked about before. So the only real unknown, like, man, didn't pay remote attention to him is Emmanuel. I already forgot his name. The receiver from Kansas.
Yeah. And Henderson?
Henderson. I almost said Robinson.
We'll learn it. We'll get it down. We'll have it by. I was just looking up the Finn Claypool again. I don't know if you talked about like his any of his background. The kid that they're going to look at as a
defensive lineman. He's like 250 apparently.
Yeah, 6'1", 250. Yeah, he had 39 tackles, 10 tackles for loss, 6.5 sacks in the Mountain West. Interesting. I mean, those are fullback dimensions.
Absolutely, they are.
Yeah.
Well, you guys are worried about the neck with Oots. If this is maybe a little bit of a hedge for that, if the neck injury ain't right, you got a guy who can come in and play that.
Yeah.
I mean, it is a mini camp invite and not a direct UDFA signing. So it's just a matter of whether or not that mini camp invite becomes something beyond that.
I've seen a mention already to the elite speed for Michael Dansby. Well, when you time your own 40.
Yeah, sure. I think we need some witnesses there other than himself. And
I know when I was playing football and I was trying to work on my quickness, I literally I would time my own 40, and it always came. I always liked it. I always liked the time. That second click always came. I tried to anticipate it perfectly, but
first step starting up just a little early. It wasn't a laser time. Let's just say that, Dan.
Man. Oh, this is a great story. I think he tells it every year, from Andrew Brandt. He talks about his time with the Packers when he was negotiating with an undrafted free agent one year. And the first guy I thought of with this story is Diego Pavia, representing himself. And, I'm not so sure he's the brightest bulb in the string, right? He said, one year while negotiating with an undrafted free agent who had no agent, I said, okay, we'll do the minimum contract, $1,000 signing bonus. Long pause. Then he said, but Mr. Brandt, I only have $200, but I promise to get you the other $800 next week. No, said Brandt. We pay you. At that point, I would rescind the offer because that kid's not going to digest a playbook.
I don't know. I'd also feel like he's all in. He loves ball that much. I'd kind of be like endearing to me a little bit at the same time.
I'll go hang some drywall. I'll get it to you. I promise.
Yeah. Willer Titan, I think we're probably all in alignment on where you saw the grade of a D+ for the Niners. We're about all in the same place. I think it's a draft where the value, just take on our opinion out of it. If you just take the consensus board where they took players and the value of those players and just overall how good those players then are beyond that, it's very hard to justify this draft class. It's not without a couple guys that are interesting. I think Stribling's nice, but that's way too early. I think Holton's all right. That's probably the best value is the Holton pick within all of this, or Carver Willis, but everything else is pretty bad. And, hard to justify some of these picks, and they're very egregious, some of the bad ones and how bad they are, like a Kalen Black. Romello Heights, fine value-wise into the third round. That's about where you'd probably have him at, but all the same, I don't think there's a lot of impact here. There's certainly no difference makers in this draft. And again, they're going to receiver first and foremost, which they've continually been doing over and over again, which has not been bringing results to them. And I don't know why. It's one of those things you keep doing, doesn't work, keep doing, doesn't work. Wasn't that the definition of insanity? If you keep taking an approach like this over and over again without the results there.
And I kind of feel like the back-to-back Husky picks was kind of a troll job on their part.
Yeah. Yeah. That's one where it's definitely that regional scout for San Francisco. Same guy that sold him on Dante Pettis,
I'm just reading over the quotes from some of the new Seahawks draft picks, including Michael Dansby. He said he did have a Zoom call with them, and he spoke with the assistant corners coach and the corners coach. I'm guessing Carl Scott, and I can't remember the assistant corners coach off the top of my head. He was expecting to go undrafted, and he's just blessed. It's a blessing to get drafted by the Seahawks. He says he's a man coverage player for sure. You're going to see the effort on the practice field. You're getting a high explosive speedster that can really cover and play man and press man. He is a Bay Area native, such as myself, so all the more reason why he should be one of my favorite players. He was a Raiders fan growing up, back when the Raiders were still in Oakland. So Mark's safe from a 49ers fan. And it's that 4.25 that he apparently came up with. He was training for a pro day in Minnesota when he was blazing it up the field, but nobody else but him and his trainer seemingly knew how fast he ran. He also said, as his special teams, gunner is my main thing. Gunner is where I'm going to make my money at for sure this upcoming season, especially on special teams. But gunner, jammer, running down on kickoffs. There wasn't too much running down on kickoffs because our kicker was kicking out of the end zone every time. But gunner was my thing.
Our buddy Josh
throwing some shade at his punter there.
Yeah,
punter catching shots, strays there.
Our buddy Josh, who joined the show yesterday during the third round, gave his grades for each pick. He gives Price an A-, Clark an A-, Neal an A, Stevens an A, Henderson a B, Fuller an A, Eastern a B, Dansby C+, overall an A-.
Someone's asking about our grades. I'm a B+. Think Boogie's a B+. And Dan, you're
yeah, I think I'm right in there too. Like I really like it. I just think value and versatility. I can't wait to see when we get into mini camp and stuff and the reports start to come out, and certainly when we get to training camp, like how they mix and match this secondary group. Because every single guy they took, and they've even said it out loud now, like Bud Clark's a safety, but he can play corner for us. Julian Neal's a corner, but he can play some safety stuff. Looks like a safety to us in some ways. Andre Fuller played safety and corner at Toledo, right? Like there's just the mix and match ability there. Nick Emenwari can get out and literally play some corner and does play interior corner. And then you've got, him and Spoon bouncing inside, outside. The versatility and just, how you can vary that week to week, depending on who you're facing, just makes it really, really tough to game plan for, I think, and makes it a lot easier to disguise what you're doing.
We could be seeing a transition at play here too, Dan, where Mike, along with Vic Fangio, has been at the forefront of changing the safety position and the requirements of each individual safety and it being less specified to free safety and strong safety. Maybe perhaps we're seeing a bit of a transition here to almost you being positionless in the secondary itself. That yes, there's still corners and stuff, but that he's going to lean towards how much in the future can I drive towards guys that can be used literally everywhere in my secondary versus just hard-lined into this position where they've got to be placed into. Just a theory on it. I don't know if it's going that way, but it does stand out with these guys who drafted, to your point you just made.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just continuing to go through, unfortunately, the Seahawks media site accidentally put Devin Eastern's quotes in the Andre Fuller section for a second time. But Devin Eastern evidently had an official 30 visit with Seattle that was not reported. So,
wow.
so they went a little bit more heavy on the 30 visits, turning into actual picks this year.
Yeah.
So Eastern, Fuller for sure, and then Clark had one that wasn't reported. Stevens definitely had one. So that's 4 out of the 8.
It's about three or 4 is what it averages. UDFAs is the one where it usually comes in where it's not the drafted guys, Mookie, but there's usually at least 2 UDFAs and a couple drafted guys every year that you from the in-person visits that you come away with.
Yeah,
well,
that's
I did a little.
The rest of them.
The Raiders took the rest. Yeah.
Raiders got a guy in the room right now. I think we got a spy in the room. You gotta get it. No, I'm telling you right. I can only talk so long. I know you can barely hear me. You want to pick this guy now. They're going to pick him. Done. Pick him.
Wow.
What's up, John? Hey, John. Hey. How's it going?
So Eastern says, I see myself as a versatile defensive tackle. I can play shade. I can play 2-eye. I can play 3. I can play big end. Any of those spots I feel comfortable with and I'm willing to play. First thing that comes to mind when you think of a defensive tackle is violence, and that's what I am. I like to bring the energy. I like to be in the backfield and ultimately be a disruptive player. And as far as whether he knows Boye Mafe, he said, yeah, Boye is a hell of a player. Just to be able to talk to him and hear about his experience. So obviously, Boye's teammates in college, I guess, but certainly not in the NFL with Boye gone. But he said, told me all great things, how good of a program they are, the type of people they have on staff. To be able to go there and see it myself was everything.
Disruptor, he's that's that nose tackle that can actually kind of be trying to push in the backfield versus just taking up space, holding up blockers. He gives you a little bit more of that. And so him saying that's true to how he plays too as well for the position. Active, big body dude. So he'll fit in really nicely.
Chad Reuter just pissed on him saving this. He just already posted a list of what looks to be about 120 players as a watch list for the 2027 draft already.
Yeah, let's go.
Interesting.
Scouting starts tonight. I'm grinding tape tonight.
We're going to wake up tomorrow, and here's what we're going to see on all the major sites. You're going to see all of the draft grades. Obviously, that's a huge, and there's volume for it. And people like to bitch about it, but then they also click on it, and there's a tremendous amount of demand for it, and that's why there's so much of it out there. But also, you're going to see the way too early 2027 mock drafts.
We'll be doing them
tomorrow. Bo Stevens and Gray Zabel on the same offensive line.
Thank you, War Chief. Appreciate you riding with us, man.
Oh God, that's a great rep. That's a fun rap. Stevens just driving an Oregon dude into the turf, and then while he's on the turf face down, decides to just drill him in the back just for good measure while he's already laid out. That'll play.
Work in that locker room. I'll tell you that.
Looks like we got
Senor Tiny Baby Goats, thank you for the $5 donation. Good draft. Stellar coverage. Thank you for that. Felt like we could have had Dunker in the 3rd and Neal in the 5th. Thoughts on if you think they liked Stevens over Dunker? Well, I think that you definitely had more of a baseline with Stevens in the position that you were looking to bring in here. When you brought Dunker in, you had to make the whole projection to him playing guard. And while I had a lot of confidence and faith, I thought he could do that. I have to admit that that's one where that's going to take the leap from the team and believing that. And versus Stevens, who you actually see playing guard and know he can play guard. And so there comes to probably a little bit of certainty here on top of where you can get Stevens versus where you would have had to have picked Dunker. I don't know if Neal lasts to the 5th necessarily. There wasn't a tremendous amount of cornerbacks taken this draft, meaning to me that the ones that were of value, you're going to have to get while the getting was good. See where you guys kind of stand on both these two, but I think you probably had to jump on Neal where you took him.
I think there's a couple things that are really clear now after we saw, what happened after the draft yesterday and hearing their explanation for it and everything. First of all, to your point, Neal was unique in this class because nobody, there were the longer guys. There was Taco Davis and there was Prysock, of course, but nobody had his height, weight combination and physicality. There weren't a lot of those guys in this class. And so any teams that appealed to, he was going to be higher on their board. And we've seen throughout the years, and we'll find this stuff out in the next couple of days. We'll probably hear stories about this team. That team was John really has his finger on the pulse of what the league is thinking and knows the value of these players. And we've seen it over the years in some of his trade ups. It's because he knows a guy isn't going to last. And we also now know that this is a guy that they loved all the way through the process and were targeting from day one. Julian Neal said it himself. I knew I was going to be a Seahawk as far back as the combine. And so that's just a case where let's not get cute and take the risk that we miss out on this guy. Let's get the guy because we want him and we love him. And they obviously felt the same way about Bo Stevens too, because of the aggressive move to go up and get him. And so I think it's less about, they don't give a shit. John has told us over and over, and he's probably saying it again tonight. They don't care what the rest of the league thinks. We grade for our board. And one of the changes they've made in this revamped process from 2022 on is they've shrunk their board. It's very, very small. And so when there's a guy they have conviction about, all they care about is how do I maneuver on the board so I can get him. And they obviously felt that way about both Neal and Stevens, and they made it happen. And so clearly they didn't have as much value in Dunker as they did in Stevens because they had 2 opportunities to draft him and they didn't.
Yeah, it would have been hard. If Neal would have been very difficult to see him going beyond the middle of the 4th round, especially when you consider that there was a run on corners shortly after Neal was drafted the following day, meaning Moore, Muhammad, Scott, they all went like pretty early in the 4th. And I would rank Neal above just about all of them. Honestly, I actually like Devin Moore a lot, but his injury history is a legitimate scare.
Same.
So that was kind of a non-starter.
Like, I'm not so sure, guys, that, you mentioned it, but if Neal's there 2 picks later, do the Raiders take the gamble on McCoy or do they take Neal?
Well, I think there's a good chance of Neal, but I think even at the bottom of that round, to Mookie's point, on just look at the Carolina and the Niners pick. They took big physical corners at their spot. So is there a really good chance they would have liked the big physical corner Neal than over Prysock? Yeah, that's an easy one for the Niners. So you would have seen him at the very least probably go to the Niners and maybe the Panthers on that because he would have been fit there too for what he does. So I don't think he lasts to the 5th at that point. And you're picking there. Not to mention you don't get to get Bo Stevens then where you are able to take him and the value you're able to find with him there on that. So I think you would have been stuck and locked out at that point.
Yeah. And another thing to consider is this was not a cornerback class, especially in the middle portion of the draft, that was filled with the type of guys whom would be suitable for what the Seahawks wanted in terms of size, physicality. So Julian Neal would just happen to be one of those guys. If you, the longer you waited, the more you would have been shit out of luck, and Fuller would have been your only corner who fits that profile.
Yeah, agreed. Totally agree there, man. Kyle from South Park, thank you for another $5 donation. Simpson in his draft call. Let's make history, coach. McVay. Yeah, now. With the smuggest look on his face. Sean McVay did not want him. Sean McVay never scouted him. It was an awkward call I saw between the two of them, and I'm not buying. It's all damage control to me at this point. Them trying to go, no, he was just playing the part because he wanted to make Matthew. Well, doesn't Matthew now read this quote of him saying, I just didn't want to piss off Matthew, and go, okay, so you're trying to BS me, dude? Is that what you're doing? Doesn't it lose the value then of your, by coming out and admitting that? That's why, to me, it's, if he's trying to say that, that's damage control to me of like, no, you're not in on this pick.
Here's the other thing that I was thinking about last night. Are we so sure that Sean McVay is a quarterback whisperer? Have we seen him develop a quarterback yet? He was obviously involved with Kirk Cousins early in his career in Washington, but Kyle Shanahan was kind of driving that ship, right? And then he gets to LA, and we saw Jared Goff regress under him. So he trades him for a known quantity, Matt Stafford. That obviously was a great pairing. Do we know, like, Stetson Bennett? We don't have any real hard evidence that he's a great quarterback developer.
No, a lot of it is just on the Goff reputation. That Goff was way better in year 2 than he was with Jeff Fisher as a rookie. Like, he was historically bad by DVOA, DYAR, all that. But as you said, 2018, they go to the Super Bowl. 2019, there's a drop-off. They missed the playoffs, and Goff was a major reason for that. And he's kind of written off a bit until Campbell and until Ben Johnson really kind of revives his career in 2022. And you could argue, in fact, I think it's pretty clear, the Goff of Detroit is better than pretty much any version of Goff with the Rams.
Absolutely.
But after that, it's pretty much, remember, McVay's had 2 starting quarterbacks long-term, Goff and Stafford. And Stafford was a known commodity at that point. And the only thing of note that he did was kind of change the offense a bit in terms of what Stafford would do as far as under center versus shotgun. He didn't run the Goff offense with Stafford, is what I'm saying. Like, he knew he had a guy for whom he did not have to really handhold and keep telling him everything until the headset communication cut off. But after that, they haven't drafted a lot of quarterbacks. There's really been nobody to push Stafford, and certainly nobody who could push Goff. So you're dealing. Oh yeah, I guess. Maybe the other bit of McVay's thing would be the 3 weeks or 4 weeks Baker Mayfield was there. But like, Baker Mayfield was a good quarterback for at least a year or 2 in Cleveland. And then he probably stupidly played through that.
All he proved is he can get a guy ready in 2 days. Yeah.
And there were probably legit maturity issues for Mayfield too, that he said he had to have a little bit of a self-reflection. But like, Mayfield was a clear offensive rookie of the year in 2018. And then in 2020, they make the playoffs, and Stefanski is his coach. So like, there was some good play from Mayfield. It wasn't like he was a garbage player or anything.
Now, Rams fans will tell you, oh, there is evidence, because didn't you see Stetson Bennett in the preseason last year?
Well, and Mookie talked about it too. The reason that he got the improvement off of Goff came down to kind of a very simple thing. It wasn't that he had trained Goff, got him processing better, got him seeing defenses better. It's the headset thing that Mookie just mentioned. Because remember, that was the whole thing, is that you got the play in as fast as possible so he could get the line as quick as possible, so McVay could tell him what the defense was doing, to tell him literally to go with the ball. And then defenses, I think, kind of figured out, if we can kind of take that away. And then McVay's like, I can't train him. I'm out of answers on it with Jared at this point. So I think that this is a very valid question in regards to that, whether or not. I don't think he's necessarily bad, but I think he's a great offensive mind. Doesn't make him a great quarterback coach.
Apparently, we've had gunfire at the White House tonight during the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
Yeah, sounds like it's outside. But we'll watch what we'll say as far as anything to do with the White House in this climate. But just hoping that it doesn't escalate into anything worse than that. Sounds like the shooter's been taken care of. Apparently, because I only see one source on this, and I don't know how reliable they are. In fact, scratch that. It's now confirmed. Kansas football has said Levi Wentz, a wide receiver, is signing with the Seahawks, presumably as a UDFA.
Okay.
So we've got fullback Finn Claypool, wide receiver Michael Briscoe, wide receiver Levi Wentz. Wonder if he's in relation to Carson. We've got Wisconsin tight end Lance Mason, TCU linebacker, another TCU there. John going to that TCU pipeline now. It's now the John Schneider TCU pipeline. That's what we're going to refer this to. Devin Neal, Kansas State defensive tackle Usa Semaloa, and Cal Poly wide receiver. Oh, we got the Michael Briscoe. So a couple receivers, tight end, a linebacker, and a defensive tackle here to go with the fullback.
Yeah, looks like he's definitely not related to Carson Wentz and not related to Pete Wentz either from Fall Out Boy. So he's not got a deep history here. He's got 2 seasons at Old Dominion, and then there's 2 years of gap where he didn't play football at all, it seems. And then 16 catches, 258 yards, 2 touchdowns with the Jayhawks in 2025. 6'3", 200 is what he's listed at Football Reference, at least.
Interesting. All right. Well, thank you again, Kyle, for the donation there. I told Cabs when they asked him Simpson before the draft, they hadn't even watched any film on him. I did see that clip of him talking about that. I haven't even really looked at any film. I don't know what's going on with the kid. He seems like a really nice player. I think they would have gone Lemon or Cooper, I think. And I do think why you see McVay mad there is because he knows very well that his wide receiver room, which is so important to that team and has been so important to McVay since he's been there as a head coach, and they've kept well stocked up, is not well stocked up and is on very thin ice right now as far as one injury situation turns that into a desperate situation very quick.
That's going to be a huge focus for them in 2027 because, Adams is probably done, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, we know they talked about trading him.
Yeah, and there were
easy answers on that one then, though, because they'll have a first round pick, but they ain't gonna have as high a first round pick as they would have this year to go and find a better receiver this year than they probably were able to go get next year.
Indeed.
Give me 1 sec here, guys.
Yep.
Sounds like Wentz is a camp invite. Let's see. Somebody in the chat saying that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a way slower process this year than last year, where we would get pretty much the whole class done of UDFAs within the first 10 minutes.
Oh, yeah. And for all the reasons we talked about, it makes sense. But also, regardless of just the context of where the Seahawks are and how tough it must be to recruit to this roster, again, I hate to be a broken record, but it's a shallow draft class. So the undrafted class isn't going to be as appealing. It sounds overly simplistic, but sometimes the most obvious answer is the right one, right?
Yeah. And when you also consider how many guys they retained, whether it was Cody White or
and Ricky White, it's interesting that they drafted and then are signing all these receivers, because I think we talked about it in camp last year. Ricky White looked like an NFL receiver. He looked fine. It was just a numbers game.
Yeah, he was probably at that ready squad, 6th, 7th option at receiver.
Absolutely.
And he can still, as we said earlier, maybe in that Derek Young role as a special teams guy, he can be a gunner. We know that he's excellent at blocking punts.
Yeah.
I think he blocked 3 in 1 season at UNLV. So, and I know that draft season is also peak hype season, even for the GMs, but I found it interesting that Schneider compared him to Donald Driver, who was one of the great Packers receivers of all time.
John Schneider on Devin Eastern. This guy's a monster. He's huge. Our coaches were very excited to add an A-gap player that can get up and down the line of scrimmage and has some upside as a pass rusher.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Another guy that was at the Senior Bowl, and I just didn't spend a lot of time watching him.
So just trying to think who Andre Fuller was, I think, at the Senior Bowl.
Fuller, was he?
I don't remember. If
I don't
was
think
any bowl, Shrine Bowl maybe. But Stevens, Julian Neal, Bud Clark. I'm just trying to remember off the top of my head. You guys were there, not me. So to how many Senior Bowl guys they ended up taking.
Yeah. That number is, hang on 1 second here. Where did that go? There it is. Yeah, Bud Clark, Julian Neal, Bo Stevens, Devin Eastern. 4. Half of their class went to the Senior Bowl.
Right. That mostly tracks with just the history of, just the general history of Schneider at Senior Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that sometimes during the down years of drafting, it would be, let's take this 24-year. Of course, the Senior Bowl today is not what it was even a couple years ago because they let underclassmen in. But still, kind of the running joke with Schneider and Carroll is they would take these Senior Bowl guys who are already 23, 24 years old, but like they weren't high ceiling players. They weren't impact players. LJ Collier, I'm almost certain, was a Senior Bowl.
Yes, he was.
Yes.
It's interesting to see too that they still value that experience so much because we thought it was a Jim Nagy thing, right, with the connection there. But he moved on, and they still value that experience that those guys take. I think they also place a lot of, they give guys extra points for playing in the Senior Bowl because
I think that's really it. I kind of start to wonder how much it is really they're looking for that guy to do stuff. I mean, that's probably a factor to it. And Zabel playing well last year there certainly really helped him with the level of competition thing. But just like to your point, kind of a work ethic thing, maybe.
Yeah, not backing out of the game, not ducking after a couple of good days like Shamar Stewart and Mike Green did last year. And they just want guys. We haven't heard this term as much in the last couple of years, but I know it's still part of the process. Like they like guys that just genuinely have a passion for playing football, and that their motivation for being football players is the game and not all the other stuff that can come with it.
Yeah. Agreed. And I can understand why. Everyone's talented in this sport. Who's a hard worker? Who's a grinder? Because that's what's going to determine whether you're able to really tap in and fold your talent or.
And that's why I wonder about some of these guys, some of these teams now, this trend that to stop doing the 30 visits and not going to the combine and stuff. It's like, I just think you're increasing the margin for error that you're going to miss on these guys because you're not getting familiar enough with how they're wired and who they really are.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, it's still ultimately a people business too. If you don't know the person all that well beyond just the ins and outs of what they can do on the field, then you might end up getting burned.
Yeah. I think you got to be the more information you get, the better. And if you got an opportunity to get more information from the guy, and if you're missing that factors in. We don't have this to go off of. I know I said Jeremy Bernard, and he ended up getting picked fairly well, Dan, but I still maintain that guy goes out to the Senior Bowl and he becomes the best wide receiver at the Senior Bowl, which he had a good chance to be. He could have vaulted himself up into the first round, in my opinion, with his body, with the physical ability, with this, what he brings physically. But he was just kind of like, no, he's in the barn on this. My tape's good enough on it. I guess it was. What'd he go, third?
Yeah. Interesting question in the comments. Kronos asking, is Milroe able to compete in the rookie minicamp with the 3 snaps he played last year? I don't think there's any league rules as to who can or can't play in a rookie minicamp. I think you can invite anyone you want to. But yeah, I would expect him to be out there. They'll sign a camp arm too. But absolutely, I think that's just another opportunity for him to get out there and work with some guys. But I would expect.
Can he though? I didn't know on that. I don't know on that rule. Is it only for rookies, the rookie minicamp?
Because I feel like we saw Alex Magoo maybe came back the second year and was involved in that. And I don't know. I could be wrong. I don't think there's any limitations on that.
Sometimes I think even veterans can end up at rookie minicamp. There was some bygone veteran who never played with the Seahawks but signed.
What about Russell Wilson's old personal quarterback coach, the BYU kid?
Heaps.
Yeah. Didn't he do that one year?
Yeah. That could be it.
Yeah.
Oiler Titan asks a good question. If you have your choice of one of the OSU guys in this draft, be it Arvell Reese, Sonny Styles, or Caleb Downs, which one would you take? And I'd actually probably go a little bit weird. I'd go Caleb Downs, actually.
Yeah. I go Downs, like, as long as his knee is fine, as long as the medicals are good. I think people are overthinking how talented he is. I mean, for a very good stretch of time, he was talked about as like the best overall player in the college game. So really, if not for the medical concerns, I think he would have gone a little bit higher.
I don't think Mike likes Sonny Styles in this defense. I do not think he would like him as his middle linebacker.
I might go Reese as a full-time edge. I think if he committed to that, he might have the highest ceiling of those three.
But then that goes down to fit to this team. Is Arvell Reese a power edge? Is Arvell Reese a guy that can set the power edge off in this defense? Is that it? If he is that, then
he certainly fits that mold that we thought they were looking for in something different, right? Quick wins,
true,
or that burst off the edge, and yeah, I think Mike would have a lot of fun with Arvell Reese as an edge player.
Makes sense. I think probably Styles has because Reese has two positions he can kind of have a chance for success at. I think Styles is the one that has more of a bust. He also asked about which one would be more of a likelihood to be a bust. And I think that Styles is the one on that, just simply as much because safety convert to the off-ball linebacker position. He's going to be playing, it sounds like, maybe Will, maybe Mike. But that guy around the line of scrimmage and how he takes on blocks, go back and watch the Indiana playoff game. Watch him in the run game. Watch what happens when a second level climber gets on him and he can't get off, and his instincts in the run game. And that's going to be problematic. And whatever he does in coverage, that's going to be another part of his game that's also just right there as well, glaring. And I would be worrying about it, especially taking him that high.
Totally agree with you. You said the key word there, instincts. That's what I want to see from an inside linebacker. Like, I love his traits and all that. I get the upside, but give me a guy like Ernest Jones all day long, who's not the most impressive athlete, not the longest or the fastest or the biggest, but his first step is usually the right one, and that makes all the difference.
Yes,
right.
sir, it does.
You want your edge, you got your edge. Northwestern University edge, Aiden Hubbard. Going to Justin Mello.
Aiden Hubbard. Oh, Justin interviews with those guys too. Let's see. Is he in the Beast? No. Oh yeah, he is. He's his 30th edge. He had him ahead of Quintavious Hutchins from Boston College. We saw him at the Senior Bowl. He had him ahead of Heldman, Zach Durfee, Mikhail Kamara, Vincent Anthony. All right,
good productivity. 20 and a half sacks, including 6, 6, and 7.5 his last 3 years. One school guy.
Let's see what 6'4", 259. Those are kind of cool dimensions. What's the arm length? 32, 79-inch wingspan. No testing numbers. Tall, well-developed frame, strong core, steady run defender. There you go. Who has play strength and knee bend to anchor. Widens, shuts down the edge while seeing through blocks. Good quickness off the snap. Physical hands to attack blockers. Slower body bend. Has some elusiveness to his rush. Doesn't take plays off. Motor. Strains in the weight room to keep his body well conditioned. On the quiet side, but gets along in the locker room. Consistent production. Shorter arms, but 32's borderline, right? Limited at the combine. Okay, he was a combine invite, but he had a left knee injury that he was nursing. He's, for a guy I'd never really studied or been familiar with, just 23 years old, one school, production, led team in sacks and tackles for loss the last 2 years, playing in the Big Ten. Are they still in the Big Ten? I can't.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Also a guy that, you wonder if this kind of factored into a little bit, but Seahawks, well, Pete used to talk about this a lot, that they give a little extra, point on their system to guys who have had to successfully navigate adversity. And that Northwestern football program has been through their share of adversity over the last few years with Pat Fitzgerald, everything that happened there. And he stuck around through it. Right. And also, to go to Northwestern, you better be damn smart. Hubbard offers more steady than wow in his game, which is not meant to be a criticism. He's quick off the ball, rushes with clear eyes and a fully charged motor, although he needs improved tempo and impact at the top of his rush. Not the most dynamic edge presence, but he combines savvy pass rush and tough-minded run defense to be useful. With continued development, he can lock down an NFL depth role on the edge. So maybe he's battling Connor O'Toole for that edge of the roster bubble.
Yeah.
Interesting.
He's definitely not going to be winning with speed, because a 1.67 10-yard split is not lighting it up at that position.
Not going to be a quick win guy, it doesn't sound like.
No.
Probably a little bit of a high motor, lunch pail, coverage sack kind of guy. I'm guessing when we watch some of the tape that we're going to get a little bit of a feel for that with him. That's not a bad thing. That's what the types they're looking for. We come back to, I do think that they may say the game of like, oh, we want quick wins, and they may want quick wins, and they just want quick wins on the back of a power edge, because a power edge can get quick wins. There can be that kind of guy. Like Derek Hall should get more quick wins with how he's wired as a power edge in this defense. So there is always that. That's a little thing that we talk about with the quick wins. We're always thinks about that it has to come from the edge snatch guy or the guy that's the bender or the quick guy, but it can also be from the guy that fits to the system. It's just that he's better than what we've had in his ability to do that. And Adante Fowler, for instance, is a exhibit A of that, in my opinion.
There's some he's good enough to be on YouTube. There's some highlight tapes of him on YouTube. Yeah, you see the motor right off the bat. You see the bull rush. See him get his arms locked out, push tackles back. Oh, it drives me crazy though when people take the time to put highlight reels together on YouTube and they don't circle the player.
Yeah. At that point, you just got to commit to memory what number he is.
Mm-hmm. Well, then they move him all. They'll be like a lot on the defensive line. They're moving here, moving there, and then they're rotating. And you're like, is he on the play this field? Like, is he this? Was he on? And you have to watch the play 3 times to try to find his number.
Interesting. Get skinny to beat a double team. Just boy, the motor's true. There's a play he kind of ended up going past the quarterback, little scramble, stuck with it. Man, he's fun. Okay. All right.
There we go.
I mean,
might be the highest rated guy on the board for
maybe. Oh, there he is.
Of the undrafted rookie free agents. I mean,
there he is.
Having a Where's Waldo it in with the
No, I'm looking on the screen. You got the tracker up. You found his profile.
Oh yeah. So they did have a little bit more here. Hubbard led Northwestern sacks each of the past 3 seasons, posting a career high 7.5 sacks in 25. It says his adequate size and has good functional movement. This is usually shorthand for stiff, by the way. When you hear that,
yeah,
stiff.
He looks very Sam Hubbard, Jack Sawyer-ish.
Yeah. Well, and then this one too, this line right here as well. Straight line rusher. That's also code for stiff as hell. So when they say, when that term comes coming out.
And watch the video too. I've already seen a couple reps where it's like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. Like I said, the way he split that double team and chased down a scrambling quarterback, we'll see.
got the
interesting guy here.
Yeah. Let's see. Let me try.
Intriguing.
He might not have a full RAS because of the injury that he was dealing with. Let's see. No. Doesn't look like he does. I'm trying to find out what, for some reason, Chrome won't open NFL.com, their combine tracker anymore for me. I got to go to Safari to get there.
Sometimes it does get jacked up. I've had that problem before on that site with the deal. Maybe it's just getting hammered right now and the server can't take it.
Bunch of people pulling up.
Yeah.
Let's see what Lance Zierlein says about him. 74 on their next gen stats athleticism score, puts him 12th among edges. Yeah, he only did the bench because he had the knee injury, 21 reps. This is Lance Zierlein. Hubbard's a good athlete with adequate burst, change of direction, quickness, and agility. See, it's interesting sometimes how scouts just they watch the same player, come away with 2 different opinions, right? His game against Oregon was a clear indicator that more size and strength are needed to survive run defending rigors as a down lineman. So
say the change of direction thing again and then read this to your point. Say that change of direction and read this comment from ESPN.
Hubbard is a good athlete with adequate burst, change of direction, quickness, and agility. Struggling with his change of direction. It sounds like maybe he had some inside out versatility that they played him as a down lineman at times. A full-time spot as an odd front edge rusher could be in his wheelhouse, though. He can chase down the action, has a nose for making tackles when he's close to the ball. His rush features athletic elements, but the toolbox needs filling with more strength and rush development. Hubbard could develop into an average edge defender. That's interesting. He had him as a draftable player, 6th, 7th round.
Zerline tends to be pretty kind of lowish on guys too. So like that's like to the average guy, like a 5th round evaluation for everyone else. Cause Zerline can be kind of mean. He's always,
Here we go. So the ESPN thing, right? Let me read that again. Struggling with his change of direction skills. Here's Zerline, agile with plus short area change of direction. Slips blockers in tight quarters and crosses their face on slants, accelerates and holds his speed in run game pursuit, flashes solid upfield burst as a rusher. Were they watching the same guy? Huh. Okay.
Got me interested now to dive into his tape tonight. I feel like maybe he's a tough eval to that front, or maybe somebody was just watching highlights and the other person was watching actually all the tape.
Yeah. Huh. Okay.
Well, it's certainly because the most intriguing on UDFA so far, because I'm not going to lie, fringe wide receivers and with the room that Seattle has right now, it's not really going to do much for me. It's more of areas they didn't really address. So if they take a off-ball linebacker, if they take an edge, then I'll be listening. Didn't realize this with Andre Fuller, and maybe I just forgot where he went to school. Not Fuller himself, but he has a current teammate who's on the Seahawks, and that's Maxon Hook. He said he hasn't spoken to him. He said, he's not really too familiar with the defense other than what coach taught him on the install. But as far as whether the Seahawks told him what position he might play, he said they didn't get into specifics that much, but whatever it takes to win, like I said before, because as he noted on what positions he's played, when I first got to Toledo, I played nickel, then I moved to corner, then I moved to safety, and then back to corner. So I played every position in our secondary.
I forgot about Hook. He made an impression on me at the Senior Bowl last year.
There's a little something there.
He was undrafted, right? And then I'm just looking at, so last year's profile, Lance had a 5th round projection on him in a much better class. NFL caliber size, speed and production, tools and traits to play near the line of scrimmage or top of the tree. Roams the field, looking to corral the action, keys the run, drops quickly into run support, plays with terrific hustle, pursuit range across the field. Good tackler, good read and react timing to close out short throws. AFC National Scout said he's big and fast, and he's going to be a stud on special teams.
Hey.
Ready squad, baby. Team captain, too. Team captain.
Special teams is going to remain strong. That thing ain't wavering anytime soon, especially as far as the coverage unit portion of that thing with some of the guys we're stacking up here. We're still making it a very much a point of emphasis that you can see in some of these players. So
2-year team captain was Maxon Hook.
Another captain. So another thing they're starting to look for, like we saw with Bud Clark in this draft. Tony Borges Silva, thank you for the $5 donation. Have you guys watched the post-draft press conference yet? Mike wasn't really answering any questions. Thought it was weird.
You know what? I think the first 2 days he looked a little subdued too. I think he's tired. Remember, he's got a 1-year-old.
Yeah.
These guys grind. It's a grueling process. I feel like sometimes after these in these post-draft press conferences too, that I feel like John's not his usual jovial self too. Like these guys are drained.
Yeah, I think it's as much as that you got to think about with it, Tony, where it's a 3-day process. It's probably been a sprint for these guys too, because I'm sure I think Mike mentioned that they've been behind. You know, you went to the Super Bowl, you get in this process and you're weeks and weeks behind and you're trying to catch up, scrambling like hell. And you're probably doing, and like you could attest this guy's just doing it down and diving in. When you dive in this tape and you're going in and you got to cram this stuff, it's hard. It's so much easier to sort of spread the tape out over the year. But when you get to I've been busy and we get down to this last month and a half, and now I got to watch 4 guys a day that I'm going through multiple games of game film on, and your eyes start to go cross. And I mean, even if they love it, it's like, it is, you're just
It's like when you're reading a book sometimes and you get a little tired. You realize you have to go back and read the last 2 paragraphs over again because you just weren't paying attention.
It's totally that.
Do that sometimes. You're like, Jesus, I didn't watch those 5 reps. I got to go back.
Yeah, you'll just kind of, and it's not because you're not interested. You just see too much tape almost to a point of where you're like, I can't. And I imagine, especially if you're grinding it all together, it's like it makes just that much harder to do. So yeah, you're gonna be beat.
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you though, Tony. Appreciate you, brother. Over on Dan's side.
One thing I like about this class, and part of this comes along with drafting 32nd or whatever, and the fact that we didn't take a lot of premium positions early and all that. No one's going to talk about us. We're not going to get good draft grades. No one's going to rave about this class, and that's the Seahawk comfort zone, right? Let's fly under the radar. Nobody pays attention to us. Opposing fans from around the division are going to push back on our criticism of their classes because they're going to be like, you took a running back first, and this guy, who's that guy? And you reach for this guy. It's like, cool, fine. But I think this is a quality collection of guys, and we're going to look back a couple of years from now. There's going to be some key contributors from this class.
I agree. And that's where what you have roster wise makes a bit of it. And you had the Super Bowl winning roster last year. You might have been, aside from the Rams, the best team in the NFL by far. So, was there a necessity here to putting a ton over the top on what you had in house already with this team, or just adding those contributors and parts and specialized pieces and portions to the team next year, maybe more than enough to make it an even better roster next year or a better team next year overall because of it? We'll see.
Yeah. I think that Bo Stevens pick is what won us back a bit, because we were so hoping for Dunker, and then none of us was expecting them to actually trade back into either the 4th or the 5th, and then they actually do it. And evidently Bo Stevens did not expect Seattle to be drafting him. He says, I was unaware that the Seahawks had traded up until they told me on the call. And he said of the Seahawks giving away a draft pick next year to select him, he said, quote, that must mean they believe in me. And that's all I can really ask, is to just believe in me and give me an opportunity to show that I can do and show what kind of person I can be. I'm going to be forever grateful for that. And also what's cool for him, July 4th, not just America 250, Bo Stevens is getting married that day. So it'll be a wonderful summer for him. I guess he's good buddies with Mason Richmond. And he also said, I loved Coach John Benton, which I asked every Seahawks offensive lineman I could interview during Super Bowl week, and they had nothing but great things to say about Benton as a person, not just as a coach. And he said of Benton, he just seems like he's one of those person coaches, one of those guys who doesn't just see a number on your chest. He actually cares about you and cares about who you are as a person, and he cares about your success, and not just on the field, but also off the field. So keeping Benton feels like one of the most clutch moves that Seattle did, really, through as far as the coaching staff goes.
Yeah, and now you have to think that this could really be a situation after all the traveling he's done in his career where he's really found a home, and he could be like our Bill Callahan or our Jeff Stoutland, right? Where he hunkers down here and he's the guy for the next 7-8 years or however long he wants to continue to coach. And so you get that stability, and he gets to take this group and this line that now from tackle to tackle has a whole lot of certainty in who we can see, being this group moving forward, and he gets to really coach them up. And like we were saying yesterday or earlier today, we talked about it yesterday when we thought maybe you take Dunker and it would kind of fit in like this, that he's got a chance to make this into legitimately the best offensive line in the league.
Yeah.
Well, and one thing to note here, guys, all those years of struggling to pick linemen early in the draft, not pick many of them, not put enough address money to the line. Look at where we're at now since the Charles Cross draft started, since that pick occurred. Every draft since then, John has taken an offensive lineman inside the first 4 rounds. I know I'm giving you some leeway here with Stevens. It's a little bit outside that, I suppose, but he's made a commitment to really find linemen every time. He's picked high. You put money into the situation. You've reinforced the depth. You didn't have to here. They could have taken John and his always said, look what I've got. I've got all my starters. I've got all my depth guys returned. I shouldn't have to do another damn thing this year. on this draft. It's done. And instead, no, maybe I'm going to every year just keep adding. And maybe there's some value to doing that and a significant part at that. Because Stevens, though he went in the 5th, was probably more of a 4th round guy. And that's why you wanted to jump there. And I'm sure they're going to say it like we had a better grade on there when he was at. But I do think that this is a really great sign from John and company, not only that they're spending money, but that they're just committed every year, because this is how you build that lineup in that way. Because I think so many teams will go up and go, it's all done now. We got our front 5. We're good. And now let's get to everything else. Go with the other stuff. Go with the other cool stuff that we want to go concentrate. Let's get another receiver in there. Verse. No, just keep padding it. This is the driving force of our offense.
And I think maybe the best example of that commitment is the Abraham Lucas extension. It would have been extremely justifiable with given the injury history and the concerns about the knee, the fact that he was never the greatest athlete anyway, even when he was drafted. But the fact that, you could justify them maybe looking for a more athletic guy at right tackle and some higher upside. But no, you took the guy that, he fits the culture. He's got the work ethic. They saw him every day battle through all the uncertainty and through that injury situation, come out on the other side. Maybe his ceiling isn't as high as it used to be as far as what kind of player he could be or where he would fit into the list of right tackles in the league. But his floor is pretty high too, and he just fits. And let's get some certainty. Let's lock that down for the next 3 years. They didn't have to do that, and they did.
No,
and I thought that was a send a big message. I thought.
Yeah. Proactive with Luke, and not waiting until free agency. They got him and Cross done way before March.
Yeah.
So, and that's a big difference from previous iterations of trying to extend offensive linemen or really not giving second thought to re-signing the good ones. And then there wasn't a whole lot of reason to like extend Riso to Yambo or keep Buffetti or any of those guys. But yeah, they might have finally found something as far as offensive line. Not just draft and development, but also continuity. Because they've had some guys that they've been able to draft and develop, especially in those early days when J.R. Sweezy ended up getting a bag from Tampa Bay. But it's the continuity bit that has been such a struggle for them. And I'm hoping that Jalen Sundell can follow up on this past season and that he's the next extension. And then you will have continuity at left guard, left tackle, center, and right tackle. And at right guard, you can figure out it could be Stevens, it could be somebody else. But if you've got your starters, all plus starters, at even 3 positions, that's good. But 4, when have you been able to say that for the Seahawks in the last 15, 20 years?
Absolutely. Prediction, guys. The deadline is 1:00 your time, Monday. After that, you can sign anybody. Doesn't impact the comp formula. Does Dante Fowler sign before or after 1:02?
We'll go before. No, we'll go after, just because it takes him John fumbles with the fax machine for a second, but
we'll go with after 1:03. Price is right. That's
right.
I saw this other thing with Bo Stevens. He said he was asked about playing right versus left guard. And he says he thinks it's just a preference in blocks. If I'm on the left side, I have a preference for backside blocks. If I'm on the right side, I have a preference for front side blocks. Overall, it's not too much of a difference because I've been able to play both and repped at both. Wherever they put me, it's just going to take a little bit of time just to be set, and then it's going to be full speed ahead after that.
Here's some quotes from a Justin Mello interview with Devin Eastern. Here's something he said about being at the Senior Bowl and that experience. Said, I think I proved I belonged alongside the best of the best. Not only that, but I also proved how coachable I am. I took the advice and got better every single day. By the end of the Senior Bowl, I'd gotten better in every single way. That first line, I proved I belonged the best of the best. John talked about guys that aren't going to shy away from competition and feel like they belong. It sounds like that meets the criteria.
Got a question here for Dan, is the resident Washington State fan of the house. Oiler tight end asks, since you're in the Northwest and hadn't really looked at Cam Ward at Washington State, did you think he would morph into the dynamo he is today?
So it's kind of funny when he, during the draft process last year, I went back, you know how you can go to your profile on Twitter and then type in a search word and search your own tweets, right? And I went back and looked for Cam Ward, and my relationship with Cam Ward has been a journey. when it was first announced that he was going to transfer to WSU, because we went out and did the thing where we hired his head coach as our quarterback coach. And so then he came along with them. I watched the grainy footage from, what was the name? Is a Christian college or a Catholic college?
Incarnate Word.
Yes. Incarnate Word. Yes. And I thought, my goodness, quickest release I've ever seen. Like, the ball was out before you even thought he was cocking his arm. I thought, okay, this is fun. And then it was a little rocky at Wazoo. There was some decision-making frustrations. I remember the Apple Cup is last year at Washington, where we had a chance to win. We're driving the football down the field, and the C's part, he could have ran for the game-winning touchdown. At minimum, could have run for the first down at least to extend the drive. He tries throwing the football, gets knocked away, we lose the game. He would drive me crazy, and there were a couple of tweets from that time where I think at one point I said, Cam Ward's not going to play on Sundays. It was in the moment. I was pissed. I was frustrated. But the skill set was certainly there. If anything, there were some mechanical concerns. The release was so quick that sometimes he threw off his back foot and the ball would sail. So there were some accuracy issues. But I saw some of the things that other people didn't. And so when he did what he did against us last year, when the Seahawks played him, with his mobility and playmaking, like, a lot of people didn't know he had that in his bag. I certainly did. When he went to Miami and he took such a leap, that was him fulfilling the potential that I thought he had on his best days if he put all his skills together. And he's a good kid. He works his ass off. Teammates love him. And so there were a lot of people giving the Titans a lot of shit that he wasn't a true number one pick, right? He was a bad quarterback year, and that elevated him. Like some of the things we're hearing about Fernando Mendoza this year, but he's got that little something special to him, that little it factor that you have to succeed in this league at that position too. And so none of it surprises me. And I kind of feel like they've done a really nice job there now of putting some better pieces around him and supporting him. And if they can do that, and Robert Saleh can coach him the right way, I think he's got an ability. He's got the potential to be a really good starting quarterback. I'm not going to throw the E word out there. I don't know if he's ever going to make an all-pro team, but I think you can win with him, and he's a lot of fun, sell a lot of tickets, be entertaining, and I think he can be a good quarterback in this league for a long time.
He is a lot of fun, man. Boy, he had an exciting year. Got to lay off the donuts, though. That's the only thing with
the body's a concern. It's a little doughy.
We got Mark Sanchez with the 30 months as a Hawks announced member. Thank you for that. Mark says, with the draft over, do you guys think Garrett or Crosby get dealt?
Garrett, no. Crosby, trade deadline. It kind of depends on how their season goes, I think.
Yeah. I see it.
What's changed in that equation is he doesn't want to be traded now. He feels that the trade falling through and him reverting back to the Raiders is divine intervention getting involved. He believes that's where he belongs now, and he doesn't want to. And that was a big part of the thing. He wanted to be dealt, and but now he doesn't. And now I think if I'm Max Crosby, I'm feeling good about the coaching hire. I'm feeling good about the process, the way they manage the offseason. We've talked a lot about their draft and how much we like that. If I'm Crosby, I want to stick around, and they can afford it. They certainly, their cap can handle it. They don't have to trade him. The whole argument before was, well, you're beginning a rebuild. You need those assets. I think they've managed this rebuild pretty well. And I think if I'm John Spytek, I want to see how it all works with an elite edge player involved in this if we can get his knee right.
Of course, a Raider player from an organization that's had the holy roller and the immaculate reception.
Mm-hmm.
We get divine intervention with one of their future players. Like, it's always something holy-esque nature with the Raiders on it. And I think that's probably right. I think Crosby is in play by the trade deadline, I think, because they're not going to give him a new deal there, I wouldn't expect. And he's going to want a new deal in some of this, and Raiders aren't going to be good again. And it probably gets revisited, but not now, between now and probably the training camp. I wouldn't say that it goes there. And Garrett, probably not. If you were going to see a move, they wanted the capital now, you would have thought. But I guess let's ask this then in this way. Let's go with this tangible. If the price becomes a first and third for Miles Crosby, yay or nay? If it's before the start of the season,
Max Crosby, you mean?
Which one? Because I mean that's a great combination. If you morph,
I know I'm getting a little bit. So let's go Crosby. Crosby first and third for Crosby.
I'm a no on that just because of a discussion we had 6-7 hours ago with Rob Staten, that edge rusher is one of the strengths of next year's draft. And we have all those extra picks. And if there's a guy, you'll have the ammo to move up 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 spots in the first round if you want to, and be really aggressive going after a guy on a rookie contract versus a guy with some injury history, right? And cap hit when you have all these other guys that you got to keep. So for Crosby, I'm kind of a no. You want to talk about Myles Garrett? Might be a different story, although he's not getting any younger. So,
well, that's going to be a different question I was going to ask, though. So let's see Mookie's answer. Mookie,
I would go no for Crosby. I think about it on Garrett because
wait, hold on. We're not to Garrett yet, guys. I asked just for Crosby. Garrett's a whole new deal. You don't get to take the assets we're giving up for Crosby and put it on Garrett. That ain't going to work that way. So hold up, gentlemen.
Hold up for Crosby. Like the timing also matters. So are we talking like right now or
before training camp? Before training camp.
I would consider it, but I don't think I would do it. Just because of the expectation that he would not only be coming over to Seattle with some possible injury concerns, but also the likelihood of an extension. I mean, he's already got an extension, but would he want a different deal or a rework deal?
The parameters would be this. It's a first and a third before training camp. No new deal. We'll pay you after the year if you have a good season.
I'm at no on that.
I think I'm leaning slightly no, but it's not as concrete as it looks. It's not as clear cut as it looks because you're hoping that first rounder's a late first.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and which is the reason it's probably going to be a late third. And so I would not be as hesitant as you guys, especially if I don't have to give out a new deal to him and I get to let him play out on his current contract throughout the course of this year. I'm a yes there. Garrett's going to be 3 1s, boys.
Not for 3 1s. I do it 2 1s plus a kicker. Not a kicker, not Jason Myers. A little sweetener, a little something. You want Tyrese Knight? You want
okay, let's do this. Let's go 2 1s, a 2 and Derek Hall.
Yep.
2 1s, a 2 and Derek Hall.
I'm doing that because Hall's going to cost you what, minimum 15 AAV?
No. 25 AAV.
I mean, Mafe got 20 because he's got those explosive traits. Is Hall that guy? Is he going to get that same amount on that? Yeah, he probably is. So no, I'm doing that deal because I think Garrett's an absolute game changer and there's more certainty there. Like he's an alpha among alphas. And can you imagine Mike McDonald's defense with all those other pieces that we've put around him and now all the guys on the back end that we've added to it. And you add Myles Garrett to that, guys at that position that are elite typically age well. And I'm doing that deal because then you start to talk about if that's what Derek Hall is going to cost. Well, okay, I'm just going to pay Myles Garrett what he's making, and then I'm going to add some other guys in the draft because I'm still then going to have 10 more picks in next year's draft that I can maneuver with, move up the board, target some guys. Hell yeah, I'm doing that deal without hesitation.
And I think you're right with the 15. It's not you weren't wrong with the fact that that's like, yeah, that's okay. That's where it should be. It's where it should be. But then we start talking about, to your point on that last point you just made, when my blue collar beneath the Garrett, beneath the Crosby guy starts to raise up so bloody high, when Odell Adafe is going to get 25 million per, I go, okay, why don't I just pay for the prime guy then at that point? Absolutely. If it's going to get that over the top crazy prices here, then just go get the full meal deal.
I think I would lean toward a yes to Garrett because one, I-5 is just way too much traffic for me to be uncomfortable with Myles Garrett driving. Be hard for him to speed at certain hours of the day.
There's just no way on that freeway, man. Not 405, not the 5. You ain't ever getting up to that kind of speed there.
Yeah, he's just got to watch himself. But what exit is it? Market Street or I can't remember the name of the exit.
Cleveland's an empty dystopian city, basically. It's like
the one that, yeah.
The one with the little curve there. Yeah. So he just broke the sack record. He's not a declining asset. He's the type of player whose game will age gracefully. That's a future Hall of Famer right there. Will it actually happen? I don't think so. But if you gave me that hypothetical, I would say so. I was wondering if we switched out Hall for Chenna, would that still be a valid trade? But the thing is, Chenna's older, bigger cap hit, so the Browns might say no. Whereas Derek Hall,
Browns are all about the analytics, right? They're going to plug that into their computer and it's going to spit it out. They know.
Yeah, you won't get anything for a Chenna. That's you kind of trying to give up an asset that's just not worth as much. So you got to give up they'll sign Hall to the extension, and then it's, they got all the picks and Hall with it long term. So probably wouldn't happen here, Sanchez, to your point, but it is fun as a hypothetical if you would or not, given where your situation is at. And let's face it, they haven't yet jumped on an edge as it stands. So you never know when it comes to
you make the bottom line point there. As much as there's a reason that John keeps calling Andrew Berry and checking in on Myles Garrett, right? That's of course he would take this defense to another level if you can even imagine that. But when you're drafting 30 and 31 and 32, and the expectation around the league is that's where you're going to continue to draft, someone is almost always going to be likely to undercut us on a deal like that. Beat us on value.
That's where right now is an interesting, why I like this question now, though, to a degree, because maybe the thing that could allow it, you're right, but maybe the thing that could allow it to happen now that's unique from when these guys normally would be moved, as happened to us with Crosby in the Ravens situation, is that everybody else has kind of already shot their shot. Like, you're not comfortable giving up 27 draft capital in a better draft. You don't have the money to sustain the base functionality of the Garrett deal on your books and to make everything else work as far as your plan goes. Because this comes down, nobody had this planned in advance now. It's hitting you kind of as we've gone through our whole major plan, and now we have to scramble and undo all this to make it work. So it could bring down the level of competition that you had dealing for if this was early March and this was a guy out in the market, where I think you're right. You have zero chance at that point. There's at least a little bit here for where we are timeline, in the offseason.
And I wouldn't rule it out at the deadline, because they didn't draft an edge, and you look at the rest of their roster, it's Alex Wright is starting opposite Myles Garrett with Isaiah McGuire behind him. There's not a lot else there, right? But if it all falls apart because Deshaun Watson just doesn't bounce back and you don't get any good quarterback play and you're 3-7 at the deadline or whatever, at that point, knowing that now next year you're going to have to get your quarterback, that you're back to square one in your rebuild, at that point, the timeline doesn't match, and you'd be foolish not to get the assets and try to maximize his value while you can. But it still could happen because of that whole bonus thing that they did was weird, but they didn't go add anything at all. And that's what makes me question that they would even consider doing it now.
I think you're
deadline, maybe.
Yeah, I think you're on it with the deadline. The only thing is like you just mentioned, you took my steam on that with the bonus money aspect of it. Because the question I'd ask then, and I don't know the answer to this, does that bonus money then hitting put the Browns in a cap situation where they could sustain the dead money that they would have to sustain in moving Crosby at that point at the deadline versus making the move right now or before training camp, before that bonus money hits?
Yeah.
I don't have an answer, but I just wonder on that part of it.
Yeah. I mean, if from the outside looking in, and this is how I felt last year, the Raiders should have traded Crosby at the deadline. They should have taken our deal.
Yeah. I'm on record with it. I was hammering that, and I was proven right on that, because they got less. You're getting significantly less.
I think it's stupid for Cleveland not to maximize Garrett. And they absolutely, because you'd get two first rounders plus. And so now, don't they already have multiple first rounders next year? I don't know. It
was this year they had multiple, but I don't know if it's next year.
So you'd be adding another one next year in a year that you got to get a quarterback. You're not going anywhere this year. You're just not. You have to. You have another. Is it one more year after this year? Can they move on from Watson and it's a little less painful?
Yeah. They can get to it by that point.
Yeah.
Especially post June 1st.
They should absolutely trade him right now. They should. I think it'd be borderline irresponsible roster management not to.
Yeah. I think that they have the Crosby situation in front of them too as a guideline here, right? Like how'd the Raiders do it? How'd it work out for them trying to think they could hold on to this asset that would have never ending value into the future for whenever we want to move him?
Yeah.
First, you better get what you can get while the getting's good. And, I remember the thing I said about Crosby too, is that be careful, an injury comes up. Now there is no value there. Same thing with Garrett. Healthy, injury comes up, or that 3-7 start, that 3-4 or 2-4 start. Now he gets injured. Here's another part of it. Like, what's the most important thing from Cleveland's perspective at this point? You ain't competing next year. You're not, your best case scenario is maybe getting the playoffs by the chin hair on your chinny chin. You have Garrett there. He also is enough to get you to that point, just enough. You remove him out of that picture. Now you get more of the certainty to get the soft tank. You get through the soft tank, you get to next year, you have a quarterback, you bury off the Watson money. Now you can take that money and not have to put it to quarterback, but instead to maximizing the rest of the roster. It's not just to trade it to us here. This might sound homerish from how we're talking about this, folks, but it's really like, no, it's just about the smart process for what Cleveland should do in general terms.
Yeah. 100%.
Not exactly just taking it to us.
Yeah. Yeah. Agree. And you hate to see a great player waste the end of his career, his whole career, really. I mean, he'd be like the Charles Barkley of the NFL, the Dan Marino of edge rushers. Like, you hate to see a guy that great have nothing to show for it at the end of his career as far as wins and losses go.
And why did you guys did this to Joe Thomas? Why do it to another player? I mean, I think Joe was a little more amenable to wanting to stay in Cleveland his whole career, but
yeah,
it's just like, give the guy a chance to go to somewhere you've failed him. He hasn't failed you. Mm-hmm. So why hold him over this barrel now just in the name of, well, we paid you? It's like, go get your draft. It's so much draft capital. You're getting the most draft capital any team has gotten for an edge in NFL history, sitting on the table waiting for you for a team that's nowhere close to winning the Super Bowl. This should not be that hard of a decision from their perspective. It really shouldn't.
Meanwhile, this is kind of fun. I went to Tankathon just to see if they had the 2027 draft picks up. At least the number of them. Obviously, they're not going to have the order. And I forgot that they do mock drafts. They do 3-round mock drafts for every single team when you go to their page, right? And it just landed on the Rams page. I guess that's what was in my history. And their mock draft, their most recent mock draft they had him taking Spencer Fano, Utah tackle at 13, Chris Bell, Louisville receiver coming off the ACL at 61, and then Garrett Nussmeier at 93. That'd be a way better draft than what they just did.
That would be a way better draft. Well, it's scarier draft. I'd be that. I mean, much more frightening as a proposition.
Yeah, Bell especially. A healthy Chris Bell in that offense as the complement to Puka. That makes sense.
Oh, yeah.
Because they really don't have that third guy. They got Puka and Adams, but then that third guy, Tutu out. Well, I don't even know why they gave him $10 million just to scratch him.
They should have taken Lemon, dude. They should have taken or Cooper. Trade down, take Cooper. They're going to look back on this year, and unless they win the Super Bowl this year, and then it'll all be worth it, right? And then they can just rebuild after that. But everybody can walk away and walk into the sunset.
Yeah, I'm hoping it's the true last dance moment for them, except they don't win the Super Bowl. Because
that'll crush them. I mean, if they don't win the Super, let's say they don't even get to the NFC Championship game, right? Or even if they get there again and lose to us, McVay walks away, right? McVay and Stafford, I think, walk away with Simpson in the building.
I mean, I'm not. So we're way ahead of ourselves, but
of course,
there's like a non-zero chance.
10 hours into this, I'm a little loopy.
Yes, there's a non-zero chance that come the start of the 2027 season, Mike Macdonald's still head coach. Mike LaFleur is still the Cardinals head coach.
Ooh,
the Rams and 49ers.
And McVay.
Shanahan and McVay. Different reasons. Yeah.
Can you imagine if those guys became coaching free agents? Like Clint Kubiak just got $15 million a year as an unproven head coach. Those guys might get, well, not quarterback money, but they'd probably get young edge rusher free agent money.
Yep.
Kyle would get certainly. I think Sean's done with coaching when he moves to Rams. I don't think think about it, there's no better place he's going to be able to go to that's going to be able to have as backing as much as an ownership, as backing as much as the NFL wants the Rams to be a thing. And where, it's like, where's he going to go? Miami?
And
or,
he'd get 23 30 million, maybe more, to do broadcasting.
That's it. He's going to get just as much, if not more, to do that. So it's like, why, why do that? If that's the case, why don't you just stay in LA if that's where your thing is? And I do think he's a guy that already, when you think about him talking about being half out the door 4 years ago, no matter whether he had this, no, I found my love back again for the sport thing. It's like, yeah, there's a little bit of you though. That's like, I can only go this hard, this long before I'm going to, and you're kind of recognizing that even a little bit younger of age. And so,
and I'll
surprise me
when the day comes, because it will. He is going to be great in broadcasting. Like, the voice is going to be a little abrasive, but that photographic memory, right? And that brain, like, I don't know what the best use for him would be. Would it be in the booth doing games? Probably. But also I could see him, like, in the pregame show in the studio, breaking stuff down. He will be a superstar when that happens.
In this era of altcasts, I don't know if either one of you watched that Monday night's altcast with Luke Kuechly and a couple other guys, Orlovsky, I can't remember, but it was kind of like these real-time analytics stuff, like next-gen stat stuff, but they were also really breaking down the play so intently.
Mm-hmm.
I think a coach's film or coach's room, kind of like what they do for the college football playoffs sometimes, a coach's room altcast for a primetime game would do insane numbers for the nerdy people like us. Because if you notice, there are not a lot of coaches who are actually on television right now on the football side. Tomlin just got hired by NBC, but it also came at the expense of firing Dungy. And Dungy's kind of a relic at this stage.
That is the irony of all ironies.
Yes. So I think that if you had like
how much does Tony Dungy hate Mike Tomlin now?
Yeah. I think I would rather see an adjustment to the Manning cast. Like, I don't care about the celebrity guests, but if you just had Manning and McVay talking ball for 3 hours, I'd watch. I'd listen to it.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is that they probably would have him, but then they wouldn't let him actually talk the ball. They'd have him talking about human interest stories and
that's
what's going on in the audience.
Maybe the booth would be the best place for him. Like, what they
I do agree. It'd be a great addition though, Mookie. I mean, it'd be a cool thing. It's just, they would never let him. It's like talking to Dan Jeremiah about the Senior Bowl alone. And when I was in the airport with him BSing for a second, and he's like, I'm like, man, it's so much cooler when you're getting on the broadcast, get into guys like Caleb Banks and start doing some breakdowns on him versus you guys getting into all this human interest stuff. And like, and his sister's a part of the band and she blows a horn. And like, he's like, I know. It's like, they feel like they've got to balance it off to do it. And it's like, no, they don't. They don't have to. Like, no, he's watching the Senior Bowl for human interest stories. That's some stupid producer who doesn't know their head, doesn't really probably like football, quite frankly. They're just like, football's boring. How can we get something that's kind of cool in this?
Yeah.
I'd be cool if McVay did step away, because let's say he's the next John Madden of broadcasting, but the voice is a little bit different because it's like he's occasionally swallowing some gravel and mixing in a tiny bit of Bobcat Goldthwait to his name, to his voice. But John Madden only coached 10 seasons with the Raiders. This is going to be McVay's 10th season as head coach. Like, let it be that poetic.
His time's a flat circle.
Yeah, and he's talked since very, very young in his Rams career about just stepping out at a young age as opposed to being like a lifer and coaching into his 60s.
Yeah.
Like he wants to live out his life outside of coaching while there's still some good mileage on the dash.
Well, he doesn't want to coach the Rams till he's 60 because now he knows he's going to have to go up against Mike McDonald until he's 60.
Yeah. Well, that's probably a little bit of a factor as well of this, like, how much am I certain I can keep solving this thing? Like, Stafford sure solved a lot for me in that defense last year. What happens when I don't have him doing my heavy lifting for me on this a bit? And
I'm telling you, if we thought it was important last year, but I think you mentioned this last night, Brandon, they could still win with Jimmy Garoppolo. If Stafford misses even 3 or 4 games because he sprains a knee, right, or gets a high ankle, their season's done. They're not winning with Stetson Bennett or Ty Simpson as a rookie.
Yep. Coaching Ty Simpson for a few games will age McVay 20 years and will absolutely hasten his exit.
Yeah, you go from Stafford to that. That's like coming out of the hot tub, jumping into the ice cold pool at that point.
And it's the decision making. It's the quick decisions. And when suddenly your quarterback takes 3.5 seconds instead of a second and a half to process before pulling the trigger, it changes everything in that offense, especially against a Mike McDonald defense. And
yeah, and that was.
And if Simpson's a slow processor in the grub offense at the college level,
yeah,
that's the plot twist. Like Ryan Grubb could end up accidentally helping the Seahawks again because somehow, some way, Ty Simpson made his way to 13.
Yeah,
the great sweet irony.
Yeah.
Carmen just checked in, says you're still going. Love it. Yeah, we are.
We might make it another hour. I think there's a chance that Bryce will join us later.
We're just waiting. We're waiting on a UDFA long snapper signing to push Chris Stoll before we hang it up for the night. We just need to see that one more.
Bryce is down at the VMAC. He's getting us he's trying to both get his credentials and see if he can see who's entering the building. So he's also
by the way,
UDFA
people have asked. Bryce is coaching tonight. That's why he wasn't able to join us. Well, suspect in custody at the White House. All right.
Got him.
It felt like a safe bet for Bryce to coach and not have anything happen with just the 2 picks. And then
I know he's probably frustrated. He's like probably watching pick after pick. And he's like, damn it. You guys couldn't coach it one day. Where's my self-motivation out here?
Here we go. Here's another rookie mini camp invite. What is it? Offensive lineman, Eastern Michigan offensive lineman, Mickey Rewolinski. We got to ski.
How do you know you're having a hard time getting undrafted rookie free agents? Because everything you're seeing is camp invites. It's
former Eastern Michigan University offensive lineman. Let's see. This is written from Eastern Michigan's PR department. Let's see what they say about it. During his senior season, Rewolinski anchored an offensive line that kept quarterback Noah Kim. You know, when their first scouting note is about the unit and how the unit played together, that's a little dicey. Yeah. Kept quarterback Noah Kim upright, blocked for a 1,000-yard running back, and helped 4 players post 100-yard games. He helped Dante McMillan become the 12th different back to surpass 1,000 yards. Wow.
I'd have a little more confidence if he was a tight end with that name.
He is from Max Crosby's alma mater. Let's see. Any information?
This is how we get Max. He's really good friends with Max. They hang out all the time.
There you go. This is playing chess, man. Playing chess. Here's this official bio from Eastern Michigan anyway. Let's see. Would you give us they don't even have his height and weight on their official school bio.
Yeah. I know it's good.
You gotta watch yourself. I think he's like something like 290 because
started 8 games.
Yeah.
All MAC third team.
All MAC third team.
Yeah. You were the 15th best lineman in the small school conference.
Doesn't say even the school is kind of lower level of competition in how they write their bios. No reference to what position he plays.
How did Eastern Michigan get in the MAC even there? Are they even MAC material?
Yeah.
That must have been some like teams going to like Big Ten or something to MAC. Like, we got to fill this out.
Okay. ESPN at least has, doesn't have a bio for him, but he's 6'6", 297. So tackle? Is he center at that? Okay, interesting.
Big boy.
You can't be any tackle at 297 in the in the NFL. But this
Sports Reference has him at 6'5", 289. Played his whole career at Eastern Michigan. Played in 43 games. That's all we have.
Huh.
Let's see. Oh, there's did we talk about Michael Briscoe yet? Is he a running back?
Yeah, wide receiver.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I see it.
Cal Poly. And I don't know if it's a camp invite or mini camp, but I guess we'll find out in due time.
His agency is calling it a signing.
Okay. So you don't get signed.
Just an invite.
Yeah. There's no, you don't get signed to an invite. You get invited.
Is he the guy with the 5 RAS?
Yeah, the slow 40 and slow 3-cone time.
Okay. Slot guy, maybe.
Yep.
Washington Husky wide receiver Omari Evans signing with the Chiefs. clocked a 4.28 40-yard dash while recording a 41-inch vertical. Oh, I remember reading about his pro day. He blew up the pro day. But again, that's hand time stuff from your own staff.
Yeah. They got to type. They need like professional track athlete timing. Otherwise, it's not legit.
Give me one sec, guys.
I'll be tailwind right or headwind.
Yeah. Man, they might just have a 8-person UDFA class this year. And it's fine because it's like we were saying earlier, like last year's practice squad was so solid that, we've mentioned a few of them. I really like Max and Hook, but don't see him making the roster now with the guys they added at safety. We've talked about Chris Paul a lot, and he's a guy that you would think would be in running for with a full camp, full offseason, everything for a roster spot potentially at weak side linebacker. And I really liked, is it JT Singleton?
JR Singleton.
JR Singleton is a 3-tech. Like he had a cool camp.
Yep.
Who's the rest of their practice? I'm going to pull up their full roster again. Familiarize myself with it. One thing we don't have to worry about this year with the picks being lower and with the cap space they have, I don't think there's going to be any delay in signing any of these guys. I don't think we're going to run into remember at the top of the second round last year when it came to Emin-Wari, there were all those guys, Schlesinger and Higgins with the fully guaranteed deals. Don't have to deal with any of that this year. The price thing is.
Yeah. That was a first fully guaranteed deal or something like that for second round pick. It was some crazy thing that was a holdout. I mean, for us, for side traffic reasons, it's more fun when it's spread out.
Yeah.
But this stuff is probably going to be taken care of post haste.
And they won't announce these signings. They usually don't until like late in the week.
Yep. I just saw this interesting quote from Schneider because somebody asked us earlier if we watched the press conference, and no, we haven't, but I got the full transcript now. And somebody asked, you came in with 4 picks, you came out with as many players as you got. How excited are you with the moves you're able to make? And this is one where I'm going to have to watch him and get his intonations to figure out if he's being sarcastic. But he said, unfortunately, people don't want to trade with us until the 6th or 7th round, 5th or 6th round. I don't know why it happened like that this year. I felt like all the way through we were targeted. We were clear. We had a plan. You're always going to have some upsets throughout the process. We had a couple of those for sure. But the coaches were awesome about moving forward after those upsets. And the scouts, everybody that was working the phones, what the board was looking like.
Huh. Yeah.
You can't trade rate people right and left, John, and then not expect them to be a little hesitant,
No. Right. It'll be interesting to see. Like, I really hope John Boyle does his annual piece this year because we don't get all the answers, but we usually get a couple little nuggets. You have to wonder, we talked about this, if Chris Johnson was one of those, then jumping over him, but I certainly don't think they're upset at taking Price. He was definitely one of the plans, whether that was, maybe it was plan B and Chris Johnson was plan A, maybe it was plan C and Keldrick Falk figured it in there too. But maybe we'll find something out when John writes his piece.
I really think I think it's 3 guys there. And John referencing them so specifically goes counter to what he normally does in those press conferences yesterday. And it's Rutledge, to your point, it's Johnson, and then it's Falk.
Oh yeah, because
Tennessee came right up there on.
He turned. He goes Rutledge, right? It was Rutledge. They came up and got Rutledge.
Yeah. And then Falk came up with the Titans right in front of us on our pick there, and he mentioned Falk as well. So I think that he's just talking about the fact, like I could see how I could be frustrated where it did seem like teams were trying to kind of move in front of them and anticipate what we were going to do. And then it'd be funny on top of that if they were also then not willing to trade with us, early on in the draft, if that's what we were trying to roll with as well. And explain why the Jadarian Price situation where, could they've gotten back 10 picks and maybe gotten him? Maybe, but did they actually have a trade partner that was willing to be feasible? And, and I joke about the whole trade, but it's like, it's kind of real. Like if you got their reputation, it's like Howie Roseman probably has a hard time getting trades at times. But then that's the part I don't get too is John's not known like Roseman is for like Roseman tries to win every trade. He's known for like, I'm going to take your teeth. Like, I'm not just trying to have this a mutual situation where John isn't known for that as much. He might win it, but it's just because it just didn't work out for you, buddy. Sorry.
Yeah.
We got Dogzilla with a $2 donation says, in UDFA, can you get better seagulls and bands?
No comment.
How do you get better seagulls?
I haven't looked. I haven't taken note note of seagulls lately. So I don't know. No, I don't have to.
It's not my style.
Dogs,
Really.
those were-
They're just so plastic and made up and caked on and everything. But I don't know. Looks good from section 328.
I suppose so. Caked on is a good way of putting it. a lot of caking on going on there.
Layers.
A lot of layers. A lot of layers. Tezukaku, thank you for the $14 donation. Tezukaku says, I just finished Julian conference call, and man, I love his attitude. He's so happy to be in Seattle. Mm-hmm. Also, did you guys hear about his hat story with his aunt buying only a Seahawk hat?
Did you guys see that
favorite
clip?
pick?
Did you guys see that video? So a company, and I guess they do these for all the draft picks, but a company was supposed to send him all 32 hats, and they didn't get the delivery there on time. And so his aunt stopped, and she's like, I'll get you a hat. And he goes, just give me a Seahawk hat. Or no. Did she pick it, Mookie?
It sounds like his story saying the aunt just picked it.
Yeah. And he's like,
but that makes it even cooler because that's him telling her at some point, like, this one team loved me.
Yeah.
Right. This one team loved. Sorry, Dan. But the one team loved me, and I told her about this team loving me, and then later on she went and bought a hat and remembered the story. Which just speaks to the impact. That's what I took away from it. Well, I could be again. I haven't seen the clip though.
Yeah, it was really cool. It was really, really cool.
Also, was Julian Neal not the one who said Leslie Frazier told him way back at the combine, we're probably going to select you?
Yes.
Yeah, so there might have been the ultimate foreshadowing there.
Mm-hmm.
We have a quarterback for the Seahawks, albeit a rookie minicamp invite. Tulane, again, Jake Retzlaff. So Tulane's quarterback will be getting the minicamp invite.
Okay.
And I think there's another minicamp invite reported. Northern Illinois linebacker Quinn Erweiler will be part of Seahawks rookie minicamp next week. And he was a walk-on at Northern Illinois.
And the camp arms they've brought in the last couple of years, remember, was it last year or the year? No, it was the year before, where the whole storyline of minicamp, of rookie minicamp, because last year they had Milrow. So the whole story 2 years ago, remember this, was just how terrible they were. That they just couldn't really get much done at all that they wanted to during the game because the quarterbacks were just so bad.
It'll be that way this year.
San Jose State guy they brought in, Cordero or something like that.
Yeah, the South Dakota State.
San Jose State, I'm pretty sure.
San Jose State, yeah, because South Dakota State was Mark Gronowski. So yeah, San Jose State. You're right, and he was bad. Chad Reuter. Chad Reuter has come out with his full draft grades. Oh, okay, Chad. Gave the Seattle Seahawks, he's right there with us, a B+. Facing the loss of Kenneth Walker to free agency and a lack of elite backs in this draft class, they chose Price with the final pick of the first round. They'll be hoping he can excel as a rusher, receiver, pass protector, and expanded role on Sundays. They address their thin secondary on day 2, finding Clark, an athletic ball hawk, and Neal, a big physical corner. The Seahawks traded 4th and 5th round picks for a receiver, blah, 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 blah. Seattle hit the secondary choice at Fuller and Dansby late. He doesn't mention Stevens or anything, but B+ for them. He gave the San Francisco 49ers an A-.
Which pick was he in love with? Stribling, Holton? I think Holton was the best pick.
Stribling should meet the Niners' need at receiver because of his side speed, combination, ability to make big plays after the catch. But we'll see if Jeremy Bernard or Denzel Boston may have been or have more productive careers. They added veteran pass rushing tackle Ozzie Odigizua via trade. Well, that's not a draft pick, but they acquired 2 more third-round choices to select a lean but explosive pass rusher in height and a tough, quick, productive runner in black who was overdrafted by 7 rounds. Halton's good value. Wow, that's surprising.
He doesn't really justify that grade.
No.
I don't. That doesn't. It sounds like. I mean, the fact the way he mentions Jeremy Bernard.
B+.
He gave the Rams a B+.
Yeah, and again,
this is a guy that doesn't give out any. Like, I bet he only gives out like 3 C's, and everybody gets a B, and there's like 19 A's.
Remember, I referenced a few hours ago how last year he was the guy last year that didn't give anyone lower than a B, and it looks like that's the same.
Yeah.
So if you go,
and that's horseshit.
Arizona A.
That's
Atlanta,
that's not you're not taking a stance at that point. You're not trying to actually give a grade out. You want to gas everybody up because you know that's gonna make all the fans happy. They'll be reading my little article.
Atlanta,
so you're lying to
B
people.
minus, Bengals B. That's the lowest so far. Let's see. Texans B, Colts B, Jags B. Gave the Jaguars a B. He gave the Jaguars a B. Chargers a B. Dolphins a B. Vikings a B. Nobody less than a B so far. That's
Called it.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't really have that kind of tolerance or patience.
He doesn't want to deal with trolls.
Everybody did well.
Commanders B. Yep.
I hate it.
Year in a row.
It drives me crazy.
Nothing less than a B. That is it's an unserious article.
Like
Have a take.
Yeah. Have a strong take. Like Prisco giving Seattle, all those dudes giving Seattle an F for the 2012 class, or the 20.
I have more respect for that.
F for D. At least you're making a strong conviction that you think the draft class sucks or the process sucks. This is, hey, all these players are good essentially, or the process was good, and we know that's a lie. There's probably not even 30% of the people in this class are going to be productive players in the NFL. So it's like you're going to have to plant your flag somewhere.
Yes, Mookie, this is my problem with draft coverage when it comes to gassing every prospect up like you see these pundits do, where they're always just doing nothing but talking about every prospect's thing, and there's no prospects that have any real minor little this or minor little that. But to your point on it, these guys mostly fail. So shouldn't we be in more of the other column in our outlook of it, more with skepticism than this internal optimism where you see sunshine and rainbows at every turn on these guys? And to me, that's what differentiates these guys that try to do this from the good to the bad, because there's a lot that drift into this guy's deal with the whole draft grades, because it's easy to do. It's easy to just gas up everybody. Nobody's going to be mad at you for that.
And just like, how can you justify giving everyone a B in what is universally considered to be the worst draft class in years? It's just not. It's the math doesn't math.
No. Especially when those front office guys that were anonymously sourced after the first round, second round here in day two, we're talking about how wild all these teams were picking in the first day and two, that's now not pundits. That's now not journalists. That's now straight front office members saying, yeah, this stuff's a little bit off this year. So it's like something doesn't add up. Something's a little bit off to this. And it's like, that's so silly. Have a stand. You don't have to agree with the take. You can have an A- on the 49ers. But even his whole thing, even his breakdown of it's BS. If you listen to his breakdown, that's how you know he's lying. Because the first thing he says about Stribling is not necessarily about how great. It's like, well, maybe Jeremy Bernard and this other guy, he's basically telling you, right, I kind of like these other guys. They should have taken it there. The value was crap. But I can't come out and just say that because I got to parse everything because I'm worried about you guys sensing I'm going to be a little too negative.
Yep. Yeah.
But thank you, Tazikaku. Thank you again. We didn't really say Julian Love's a great pick. I think we universally liked him as the most. Is nothing bad with the first two picks, but this was just one from a value standpoint. Seahawkiness and how he fits, probably why he was let know by Leslie Frazier so far out of like, yeah, you're a Hawk. It's just too good of a fit. He's going to be a great player for us and fit into a couple different roles probably with this team.
Now, you want to look at some other grades?
Yeah.
PFF gives the Falcons, let's just do in division. PFF gives the Cardinals a C+.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, already Denver's a C- already. These guys are, they're true to their grades. And so they don't,
that's a D. That's a D+.
They gave the Rams a C. They gave the Niners. They might not like our draft either because they just go by their grades, right? They give the Niners a D. See, now we're talking. And the Seahawks a C-. So they gave us the best grade in the division.
What'd they give the Rams?
They were they a C- too? Wait. Now I forget, man. This is how loopy I'm getting. Hang on. C. Okay, so they gave them the highest. And then let's see, USA Today. Are they even a thing anymore? Let's see. And that's who is it? Nate Davis. Oh, he's been doing this for a long time. So he has us fifth. Okay, he goes in order. I like it better this way. Gave us an A-, his fifth highest grade. GM John Schneider loves to accrue draft capital. often at the expense of premium selections, entered the draft with a league low 4 picks, then somewhat stunningly did the stick and pick thing in rounds 1 and 2, Price and Clark, respectively. Both players could and should play a lot as rookies, both due to their draft status and the players Seattle lost in free agency. Yet Schneider still managed to wheel and deal his way into doubling his crop into 8 picks. This is how champions are built 2 times over now. In Schneider's case, with 2 completely different rosters, an NFL anomaly for a GM. Then we go, still scrolling down, scrolling. San Francisco 16th with a B. Scrolling. Rams at 26 with a C plus. Cardinals at 29 with a C minus. And then let's go one last one. CBS Sports, Mike Renner. Mike does some good work. And the thing,
why are the Rams class getting any love? Nobody knows who any of these guys are. I guarantee you, except for Simpson.
The thing I like about Renner's not afraid. He doesn't just go with groupthink. He's not afraid to have like wildly different evaluations on some guys. Okay. This is just his second round grades. I thought it was overall stuff. Okay. But yeah, Chad Reuter, that's why even bother? Why even bother?
Why not just hand out participation trophies at that point?
I was just thinking orange wedges. I was about to say the same thing. I think, is Bryce going to join us soon? I think he was going to hop on.
He said 7:45 is his latest update. So I said, all right, we'll do a half hour after you get in, Bryce.
That's why I'm
hanging. We run on fumes, brother.
Do what it was called a tight 30, just like stand-up comedy.
Yeah, I was like, tell those boys to get off the field and get your happy ass in here.
Yeah.
Dogzilla, thank you for the $2 donation. He asked Dan, will leg length matter in a Seagulls draft? Are you a GAM man, Dan?
I might, given the choice, I might prefer shorter legs because I like the compact, petite.
Oh,
I'm not a big, tall, leggy type. Nope.
More hourglass. More. Give me a little bit, some hips in there.
Yeah, I want a little something. Yeah, a little something.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. I'm not into.
Something I can wrap my hands around.
Yeah. I want to be able to rough.
If we went another hour, like how would these questions sort of just?
It's a good thing my lady.
You gotta acknowledge them.
Watch this stuff intently. I might get in some trouble right now, but she knows how I feel about her.
I'm not built like that, Dan. I'm so glad you have a type that's not me.
She knows about her 100%. So yeah.
Peter Go Hawks, thank you for the $2 donation. What's the top? And
talked about rock music. Now we're talking about Seagulls.
There we go. We cover all bases here on these channels. What's your top and bottom 3 grades for team drafts? So let's start with Dan. You probably got a good enough read on this initially. Give me first your the top 3 is probably the hardest. So
yeah,
let's start with that. Take a second here to kind of look through YouTube Mookie.
I think I really like Titans and Bucks are my 1 and 2, and then I think I got to go Raiders. Not including ours, right? So I'd go maybe Bucks first, Titans, Raiders. I just really like the way that they managed the board, got value, fit some needs, and took guys that I liked, guys that had an eye on for the Seahawks. Bottom, Cardinals, 49ers, Rams.
I think that I'm willing to give the Cleveland Browns some top 3 love.
Yeah, and I almost went Jets too.
Yeah, I think the Cleveland Browns would certainly be in my top 3. Titans as well. I thought they had a pretty good draft. So Browns, Titans, Raiders, maybe in that order. I thought, or maybe just shuffle it around. Tennessee 1, Cleveland 2. But I think that Cleveland had a really good draft in terms of the guys they were able to get, the efficacy of their drafting. Oh, shout out to B Skrilla also noting that we could have easily put the Dolphins in the top 3.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially 11 picks. Yeah, they made the most of them.
Yep. Bottom 3, I think the Rams had the worst draft. Niners, I think, drafted enough possible day 1 contributors for me to not absolutely root them to the bottom 3. The Cardinals, because of how much they're paying Love. I don't care how amazing he is as a back, but also the Carson Beck pick is just reckless. So I'm trying to figure out who that third.
For bottom, I I got to put the Falcons in that bottom 3 at some level. Really, really question. Just ignored the trenches. Is that a quarterback thing? Is that a Matt Ryan thing? Are they that good up front on both sides of the ball? Right. Caleb McGarry retired, and I don't think they addressed that. I don't like what they did. And then Jacksonville just,
Yes.
analytics to a fault and overthinking stuff and not just taking good players and didn't like that at all.
Yeah, that would be the non, just to leave the 49ers out of it. Jacksonville would be the other in the bottom 3.
Maybe the Patriots.
Reach and a half. I mean, that Texas A&M tight end they took, that's a total head scratcher for second round.
Patriots would be in
Pregnan's all they're going to get out of this class. Pregnant is all they're going to get out of this entire class. And they didn't come over to the first round, by the way. Remember, because they traded that away for Hunter last year. So,
how'd that work?
Yeah, that's this. They're definitely, I think they've got to be looking pretty quantifiably in the spot. I think Atlanta, as you mentioned, is a good bottom one. I still come back to the Rams as one that is, I know we're slanted with our outlook of this a bit, but at the same point in time, it's not wrong.
Mm-mm.
It's really not wrong. And I really feel like I'm going to hear Jake talking this next Tuesday about how horrible this class is. You might end up getting nothing out of this class, legitimately.
Yeah. It's 5 picks. And Ty Simpson's not playing year 1 meaningful snaps unless Stafford's hurt. Pick 2 is what Max Clare from Ohio State. He must be amazing in order for him to overtake Ferguson and Parkinson and Higbee all at once. Maybe they just cut Davis Allen for all we know. And then what's the third pick? Keegan Trost, 25-year-old rookie. So
Trost is my favorite player on this list.
Yeah,
but he's a 5th, 6th rounder. He was my fallback at 188 every single time I did a mock draft if I didn't address guard earlier. And that was no matter which list I used, consensus, PFF. He's not a 3rd rounder.
Yep. And then CJ Daniels, we'll see if he becomes much anything as a 6th round receiver. And then Tim Keenan, maybe a rotational defensive tackle, but that's about it. So the Rams, given the limited draft capital, I guess their best draft pick usage this entire process was giving up a first, their native first from McDuffie. I mean, that's about the extent we're talking here for the Rams draft.
And that's the spin that, journalists, creators, maybe even some coaches in front office are going to give this. Like, well, you got to include McDuffie in that class too. But when
and it's like, I'm not doing that.
When your best draft pick is a 7th round nose tackle, that's rough.
Yeah.
Especially when you're paying the corner $31 million on a new contract instantaneously. I'm sorry.
Out of position, arguably.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Rather than getting a Mekhi Lemon or a Cooper, your Puka insurance is CJ Daniels. That's the type of drop off you went to for what probably is the most important insurance policy for you coming into this season, especially for what Puka brings to that offense. And should he go down, should he be, I'm out. Because I'm going to tell you this, I'm Puka and you forced me to play on this final year of this deal. My leg's a little tight this week, coach. I need to be 100%.
Hey, is it inevitable that because the 49ers now have to release Brandon Ayuk? No one's going to.
Yeah. They're on this July thing, Dan. They got that July.
Released in July. How quickly does he sign with the Rams?
Oh, yeah. Oh, with the Rams. I think it was Washington.
I mean, you want to get back at your old team. The Rams need to add another option. He obviously knows the offense, fits that offense. I'm just saying, just throwing that out there. Tuck that away.
I mean, it'd be a good revenge for him, but at the same point in time, was it the best opportunity for him to now reinvigorate his value, not having played in basically 2 years? If because you're stuck on the depth chart when you go there at that point, you're the 3rd receiver in the pecking order on that.
Only for a year though, most likely.
But for a team that plays 13 personnel, 12 personnel at some of the highest usage rate in the sport, meaning even less reps off your back of being out there.
I just want it for the drama. I want it. I'm here for it.
All right. Buffalo, I think, had a good draft in the sense that their defense, which has been depleted a little bit, I think got replenished. Even though Buffalo traded down so many times, they were still able to get a lot of value picks with those picks they picked up, and with all the trading up and trading down they did. The Kilgore pick in the 5th round, I don't think any one of us thought he would last that deep.
Yeah.
You get Igmanosu, and I don't think is one of my favorite corners, but they needed corner help. They got what's his name, Durant. So they were able to focus heavily on a defense that I'm curious to see how they perform with Jim Leonard as defensive coordinator. Because the one criticism of Sean McDermott that I think is totally valid has been his defenses completely fall apart in the playoffs. And it's not just like when they're playing Mahomes. It's they don't get off the field, whether they're playing Mahomes, Burrow, or in this case, struggling a little bit with Bo Nix. So there's something about their defense that is regular season good based on the metrics. And then in the playoffs happen, it's like they don't know how to deal with them.
B Skrilla just reminded me too that I do really like what the Chiefs did in this draft. I thought they had a really nice day.
Chiefs did some solid work.
Yes. And he kind of has to, because like it's not going to be just, hey, Mahomes is back, we're just going to cakewalk to the AFC West title again.
Mm-hmm.
They got some serious competition, and Broncos should still be good. Chargers.
If Woods hits, that's huge. If Thomas can, I like it.
No, it'll definitely help them. They had a long way to go for the work that they had to overcome, losing really good safety, losing a couple of cornerbacks, another year older on Chris Jones. The linebacker, they lost Chenault on free agency. That's a lot. It is a lot they had to kind of replace, but this is a helping hand. This is a good draft for them to get there. Question to you guys, one of those kind of quiet teams out there next year that could be kind of one of the ones that, look, because the Parsons injury fell away this year, is a real vital threat to us in the NFC. You can make the argument coming into this draft, the Green Bay Packers, because they didn't have the money to spend this offseason, with the losses that they've had here and there, including Gary now this offseason, that this draft needed to be one where they hit a couple of guys to give them enough to vault into that area of things. You lose a receiver this offseason. Jacobs is getting a little bit older. He's definitely hitting that point running back age-wise where hard to see him being his best. Did they do that, guys? Did they accomplish that in this draft? And do you agree with me on that they needed to?
There's some nice players on that list. I don't know that there's any needle movers, though. Like, we love Ceesay's upside. We love the ceiling potentially, but we all agreed when he was potentially a Seahawk target that there's a development curve there. McClellan's a nice piece in the middle, but I don't know we usually see defensive tackle for whatever reason. It kind of takes those guys a couple of years to really make an impact. And I don't know that he has the upside's limited there, but he's a nice piece. Denny Dennis Sutton. We've talked about him. Like, the testing doesn't really match the tape. Sometimes he plays so upright, but you get Micah back out there and the attention that he takes on. And Dennis Sutton is, he's certainly intriguing enough. I don't know that there's any difference makers here, especially when given how many players they allowed to walk out the door this offseason.
Hey, we got a fourth.
Hey.
Welcome. We got we're missing the syndicate member all day. He's finally in here. He had to do football practice. He delivered a baby. He's gone to a birthday party. He put a couple hours of work in. He's fine here though. Bryce, how you doing, man?
Oh, guys, I am wiped out. But when I saw what our Seahawks were able to pull out of this draft, starting with 4 picks, gave me a little bit of energy. And as you can see, there is the lovely sunburn. My white pasty skin is just literally burnt pink. It's guys, I'm impressed with the maneuvering John Schneider was able to do. And you know what? When I look at the class as a whole, I don't see how Seattle could have done any better given where they were picking from in a lot of ways. You got the guard, you addressed a bunch of the needs. Yeah, we didn't walk out of here with an edge, but that's probably because, like Dan said, Fowler's going to be signed come this week. And maybe there's another, trade or free agent from this vet group that you sign and you kick the can to when you're going to address the edge group next year, which, again, you only gave up 1 pick to move around. And the 1 pick they gave up to move up to go get Bo Stevens, you brought in someone legitimately, I think, that could compete with Anthony Bradford.
Yeah.
Are you sad? Are you sad that they didn't sign Doug Altmaier in free agency?
Oh, yeah, a little bit. I thought they would have signed Luke Altmaier. But you know what? Like, the only guy I was really kind of hoping they'd find a way to get late on today was Wesley Williams, out of the edge player.
He went much earlier though than he expected to. That's why,
he was one guy I was like, if he can sneak down into that, because I had seen a lot of places where they're like, oh, he's a 6th, he's a 7th, maybe he's a UDFA because he didn't run overly well. Like his 40 wasn't great. But I think a lot of teams saw, his 10-yard split and saw some of the things he could do and went, hey, like he could be a good developmental piece. But, to get Fuller out of this, like I will say this, Seattle has added some severe talent to a already very talented secondary, like Bud Clark, Julian Neal, Andre Fuller. Like you've got some serious guys in there where it's like, Josh Jobe, you actually have competition. Nehemiah Pritchett, you actually have competition for 2026, 2027, 2028 to stay on this roster, because there's guys that are going to be nipping at your heels.
Seahawks have invited another offensive lineman to rookie mini camp. Buffalo guard Tyler Doty, 6'5", 335 pounds.
Sounds like a right guard.
Yep. Yeah. So we've currently got more invite news than actual UDFA signings, because if we're 50-50. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So sorry, we got 6 UDFAs, 5 confirmed.
That's probably it then, right? You can only have 90 on your roster.
Yeah. So unless they cut some guys, like for now, it's Lance Mason, Wisconsin tight end, Devion Deal, TCU linebacker, Uso Seomalu, Kansas State defensive tackle, Cal Poly receiver Michael Briscoe, Northwestern edge Aiden Hubbard, and Kansas wide receiver Levi Wentz. So they got room, I guess, for 2 more. And then the minicamp invites are Finn Claypool as a fullback, not a D lineman, Eastern Michigan O lineman, Mickey Rewalinski, Northern Illinois linebacker Quinn Erweiler, Tulane QB Jake Retzlaff, and then you just mentioned Tyler Doty. So they'll probably have tons of rookie minicamp invites, but the UDFA, we're almost done.
Tyler Doty, a 4-year starter for Buffalo, starting every single game over that 4 years, all at right guard, all MAC team and academic all MAC team with a degree in criminology. So there you go, a mainstay at right guard for the Buffalo. What are they? The Buffalo.
We got a cop.
Are they the Buffalo Buffaloes? I mean, why wouldn't they be? What's their
Buffalo Bulls? I think.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah.
I will
Horns
say
or something.
Could outside of what we did in the draft, gentlemen,
yes,
could it have not have gone better of how bad our counterparts did in this year's draft? Like, holy shit!
Yeah,
I'm going with Brandon's theory right now that the Seahawks and Mike McDonald broke the brain trust of the Rams, of the Niners. Like, frick, I saw the video today of Kyle Shanahan with the Keon Black draft pick, and he looks so disheartened that that's who they went with. It was like, no, did this really just happen?
I thought he picked the running backs.
I don't know. I wonder how much of a disconnect there is between him and Lynch, because it looks like, I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get where the for teams that were trying to catch Seattle and the Rams, like we talked about it, the Rams were not far behind Seattle. They needed a good offseason to get themselves on par, and you went out and got some corners that were cast-offs in a way from the Chiefs, and then you go in this draft and you just basically botch your first-round pick when you could have added a weapon. You could have done this. I don't know. Like, it just, to me, guys, like the Rams, I think, took a step back.
Guys, we have bulletin board material already. PFSN has put out their first 2027 mock draft run with their simulator. They have the Seattle Seahawks drafting at pick number 30.
Ooh.
Who do they have at 32?
If they lose the NFC Championship game,
They have well,
I will be,
but here's okay, wait a minute. They apparently the Broncos. Well, oh no, there's a trade. I was going to say they have the Broncos beating the Bills for the maybe the Seahawks trade. No. They have somebody traded into 32 with the Broncos. The Broncos traded into 32, so we don't know. I don't know. Can't figure it out. They have but some, it's a good starting point for some names to study anyway, right?
Hey,
Oh yeah.
Brandon, because I know you did your big board. Where did you have Emmanuel Henderson in yours?
I didn't have him scouted. I went fairly deep with the receiver, but about I think 20 deep in the receiving class. Especially as I got to this receiving class, which there were some disappointments down the line, including the CJ Daniels you're seeing right here, because that's a pick they make for need in the 6th, by the way, and they do because that's the insurance for Puka. So you didn't get it, you don't have anywhere else. You need to find it. You found it, but that's why I didn't like these receivers. I didn't even look at him, man.
So it's funny you say that because I have him graded out as a UDFA on my board. Like I had like Eric Rivers and Tyron Montgomery, Kendrick Law, Caleb Douglas, Chase Roberts, Xavier Thomas. And those guys for me were a lot of guys that were like in that 6th, 7th kind of range. And then I see him and I was like, I like what you got with him. Don't get me wrong. But I'm going like that. He's exactly where he kind of was. If you're going to take a guy that maybe you go, okay, hey, maybe we're not going to get him as a UDFA. We need to draft him now. Cause he's the only one I kind of just went like in my head. I was like, oh, that was interesting.
This is interesting looking at this list on this mock draft from PFSN and just going back to the Rob Staten conversation we had earlier where he was talking about the 27 class. One of the strengths of what is considered to be a very strong draft, he said, was edge. And to his point, 6 edge rushers in the 1st round, including at pick 1, pick 3, Colin Simmons, Dylan Stewart, Quincy Rhodes, Kenyatta Jackson, Princewell Uman-Milan, the other Prince Uman-Milan, and then the Oregon kid that stayed, went back to school for a year, Mateo Ugalele. So strong class. So Seattle knows that, and they might be eyeing that with those extra resources, knowing that, look, whatever happens, maybe we can patch things up with vets this year, and we can go get aggressive next year and get one of these premium guys.
Some good guys in there. I do think the one thing with this Marshall is you look through the picks in this draft and you wonder about the place, and you don't have a lot of problems, if any, on any of the places they pick guys. Do wonder if we'll look out in retrospect with the Henderson pick and Perkins going about 10 picks later, watching Perkins' career and watching what happens with Henderson in Seattle here. And especially if you come to find Henderson's released and then we see Perkins go on to, find footing in this league, at least become a starter and a piece on a defense. That's a little bit interesting they went this route with it, because I don't have a pathway necessarily for him to make this roster. I don't know that he's better than Ricky White. You asked about, I haven't looked at him, but Ricky White was a pretty strong UDFA last year. And just based on what you're saying now, it's like you had him as UDFA. I had Ricky White as a 7th rounder who became his UDFA. Right. So it's a little difference, just a slight difference there.
And the thing I'll say about Ricky White is I think he's a better receiver. Like Henderson's just faster. Like he is a burner. He can fly. He's got the track speed, but he's still developing as a wide receiver. Like he's a converted running back into the receiver position. And so then I look at Ricky White and I go, like, we saw Ricky White put up unbelievable numbers at UNLV to the point where there were a lot of us going, hey, is he a 6th? Is he a 7th round? And when I remember, Dan, even for you, when we got Ricky White, it was like, hey, yeah, this is awesome. Like
super productive
receiver. Yeah. And now it's like, okay, so is this guy coming in to fill the Derek Young role, but he's not thick and built to be that tackling gunner on special. So to Brandon's point, I agree. Where do you find the spot for him? Is this a sign that, hey, we're going to promote Ricky White? Hopefully he's going to stick on the 53 and this guy's going to fill that practice squad role.
I think that's why they were comfortable not bringing Derek Young back. I think he's similar profiles, different bodies, similar profiles. This is an interesting tweet that Ryan Fowler just put out. He's got a list of about 20 guys. He says, players I expect to outplay their draft slot. Seattle safety Bud Clark at 64 and Seattle interior offensive lineman Bo Stevens at 148.
Yeah, wow. I think Bud Stevens may push. I'm going to be honest. I think he's going to push Bradford more than people think.
He's going to be somebody we watch intently when we're at camp. Just the idea, like the context was like, if we start to see him get run with the 2s, okay, that's a good start. Will we see him in any first team reps if, say, somebody gets a Veterans Day off?
Mm-hmm. Plus, the other thing that comes to mind is Anthony Bradford contract year. Now you just moved up aggressively to take a guard. If he doesn't come into camp in the best shape we've ever seen him in, I don't know what to tell you at that point, because There is one other NFC West player on this list, Grayson Halton at San Francisco, 107, but no Rams and no Cardinals.
You know, one pick I'm really intrigued by is Devin Eastern.
I was going to ask you about him.
I'm very intrigued. So I had him as a 7th round grade on my chart here on my big board, but he gives you a little bit. I think he gives you a little bit of something you maybe don't have in a way, where he is a true nose tackle type. Like, he is an A gap player. He's a bit bigger than most because he's a lot taller, but I feel like he's got a little bit more athleticism than some generally. Like, he's not your true just hulking, Hampton from the Steelers back in the day type of A gap nose tackle. He's a guy you can move a little bit, but he's a guy that I'm intrigued with because I think he honestly can compete with Brandon Peely for some of those reps there in camp.
Yeah, I think he beats out Peely.
I do
prediction
too.
early on.
He's one of those guys too. We talked about it when it happened because I missed that. I had to leave for a minute, and then I came back and they had taken him. Where he didn't necessarily flash for me in Mobile or impress me, and so I didn't really take him seriously as a potential late draft pick. Plus, with limited picks, we just weren't sure if defensive tackle was going to be a priority. But classic case of one of those guys, and it seems like there's one or two of these in every class every year, where you go back and look at him, start to read about him, get opinions on him, and it's like, okay, now I see it. And they have 100%. A vision for it. And he also is something that we don't really have. He's a little bit different. Even he's a little bit different than Peely, I think, with that length. I mean, that length is unusual for a guy that big.
And he's actually kind of twitchy. Like, that's what I mean. Like, he can play that A gap for you, but you could also kick him into a 3-tech spot, and he actually can give you a little in the pass rush game. Which I think, to Brandon's point, why I feel he could beat out, and I'm on that boat with Brandon, where he could beat out Peely. You can't really do that with Brandon Peely. Like, you can't kick him into that 3-tech and be like, can you win a pass rush? You are a true run stopper. With Eastern, you got the run stopping, but you got a little bit of that, hey, like, we can kick you out here in a sub package or slide you, and you can actually create some penetration there and collapse the pocket.
Might put Mike Morris on notice too, because, when Morris was drafted, the idea was he was going to be that inside out player. And now he's just a defensive tackle essentially. On their roster, so he might be vulnerable too.
Yeah, Schneider said in the press conference, our coaches are very excited to add an A gap player that can get up and down the line, have some upside as a pass rusher. And he noted, let's see what Patrick Ward says about him here. And Patrick Ward, I think, is one of those analytics guys, research guys for Seattle. And he says, from Patrick's line, young player, solid stat line with a better than average pass rush and run game production, good physical profile. These are the analytics stuff we do all the time. Packets put together for us. That guy's a monster. He's huge. Again, came in on a 30 visit. Coaches were excited. Scouts were excited.
Nice.
So there you go.
Fun comment here, because we were just talking about the idea earlier that, like, if you want to try to spin the Rams draft, you're going to say Trent McDuffie belongs in the class, right? Kendrickles says, well, if McDuffie's included in the Rams draft grade, then Shaheed should be included in that.
He drafted him twice, apparently.
Oh shit!
I'm gonna have that one
Mic drop.
Away if Rob throws that at me on the mixtape. Or
I might have to use that on the round table, though. I don't think Jake's gonna even try. He's gonna be like just dejected and hating life and wondering what it's all for. What does it all mean? What do we do this even for?
So, funny thing, apparently Grant Cohen, and take Grant Cohen how you will. Apparently, and I've just watched, he asked John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan in the press conference, why do you guys reach so much in the draft?
Mm-hmm.
And Kyle's face is so dejected. He's just like, oh God, like, I actually have to answer this question finally now. Like, he like arms get up on the table like this, and you can just see him like fidgeting. Like, this is so uncomfortable to have to answer this question. It's great.
What did he say?
I wish Kyle would have had the balls to look him in the eye and go, why are you the way you are?
I'll check right now. Hold on, guys. I'll mute myself. Let me give you a second.
Hang on. I'll be right back too.
I hate so much about the things that you choose to be.
John's response, Brandon, is awesome. He looks at him, he goes, well, thank you, and I appreciate you for asking that. But our consensus is our consensus, and this is just how we felt about this draft. And then Kyle comes in, and he's like, yeah, that was what was so cool about this draft. We didn't have to reach for anybody. Keon Black's not a reach in the third round when I had him mocked as my where did I have Keon Black? I had him as a 5th graded running back. Kalen Black was 5th. It was Katron Allen and Damon Claiborne were my guys in that bracket. Like Emmett Johnson was above him. Nick Singleton was above him. Jonah Coleman, Mike Washington. Like, really?
Really? My first reaction was he's not my favorite back on that team. I like Roman Hemby better.
It's just so funny to see the way that this kind of went for the rest of the NFC West. But I'll ask you guys this, because there is a little bit of a connection. What did you make of Vegas's draft?
Because we all liked it.
It was a departure from what Vegas has typically done. This felt like a real course correction as a franchise for them, because them getting even McCoy there, where they got him at the value they got him, and Stukes and so on. Like, I'll be honest, like, I think the one questionable pick for me with Vegas is Trey Soon. He's the only one.
Well, and the mystery with him, the thing that confused us is that they list him as a center, because the thing about Zune is he's got the positional flexibility, right? He was a tackle and he played center late in the season, so maybe you think if he can play center, he can probably play guard. But they go out and give Tyler Linderbaum $27 million a year, and then you're going to draft a guy in the 3rd round and have him be a center. Maybe they legit just want depth and a guy that can play multiple spots. Yeah, it's interesting. I even like the Mike Washington pick there, because we were talking about how if the concern with him is the 3rd down stuff and the pass protection, well, that's fine, because Ashton Genty is about as good as they come at pass protection for an elite back. So he's on the field in those situations. So. Yeah, I like what they did. And we were just joking around about how, there's so many similarities to the DNA and the traits that the Seahawks are typically drawn to, that we think that Kubiak may have hacked into their Wi-Fi or taken an iPad with them or something with their scouting notes, because there's a lot of crossover and similarity here. Like, we know they had interest in Stukes, and he had Seahawk written all over him. We know they visited with Crawford. We know they visited with Washington. Brandon Cleveland was a guy that they looked at. Yeah, I think we'll see. I think they had about as good an offseason as you can have for a team that was as low as they were and had as much work to do as they did.
Yeah, they added a good 4 or 5 starters. They're adding production on top of that. McCoy and his upside. There's a lot of stuff in this draft for the Raiders beyond just being good value. It's like there's a lot of things you added to the team that was kind of varied, including maybe finding a franchise quarterback. We shall see on that.
I trust Clint with that. I think he's got the tools that will work with what Clint looks for in a quarterback in some respects. I got a question for you, Brandon. These 10, 11 hour live streams you do, what do you do about how are you not wearing a neck brace?
So I got a pull-up bar in my house, right in my room here. And so the pull-up bar, the hang method on it is that's what that keeps it clean. You just hang on the bar and do your 2 minutes a day on hanging, you'll be fine.
I just took a little helper, so spoiler alert, I've probably only got about 45 good minutes.
I'll be taking one of those down once we get off of this, just from getting off the football field today. My back is gone.
Just to be fair, it took a half of one. I gotta be up at 6:30 morning. So,
I got a question overall for you guys. How do you? I'll start with you, Brandon, because Mookie's not here. But Brandon, how do you overall feel about this class from what you projected potentially of where it could go, and them starting with the 4 picks and how day 1 and day 2 went? Now that you've seen the full class as a whole, how do you feel John navigated it?
Well, I think it's a B+. I think John could have gotten to an A. I think John did drive this into a B+ by the purposeful approach you took, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. I think he probably adjusted his route from the last couple of years, where I do believe that he's been living in value more. I think that he did a good job of getting the fan base to pick up the old No, we measure up the value against the depth in our deal, and then we value and need, and we put them together and we smush them and we come out with a very perfect formula. Like, no, no one's going to sell me on that in any way, shape, and form. That's him selling us a story. You operated by need in this draft, but it's one of the weakest drafts we've probably seen in a minimum of 20 years. And you have to take that into account when it comes to the value need model, is that whole model is built on drafts fitting to form or fitting to the norm. When you have a draft that doesn't fit to the norm and is in a tremendous outlier, and an outlier in a very negative way, if you don't address your strategy on the back of that, you're probably being silly and a little closed-minded when it comes to that base strategy. So the fact that they opened themselves up in this and went outside of where they have been successful on the surface of it makes me go, ooh, initially. But as you give it a little more thought, you understand why they did it. And I think that makes it a little bit more understandable. But they did. I think these were more need picks. I mean, to me, it's no coincidence that when, you look through what they've lost aside from the Bo Stevens, you got to get to kind of Bo Stevens before you get to a position where it's not, they lost that, they put this in there. They lost that, they put this in there. They lost that. So I'm okay with it though. It's not an indictment on the draft class that I feel that way about it in any way. And it's a B+, which is a pretty solid grade, especially when you're picking back of the round, every pick.
Dan, what about you?
Yeah, I'm the same way. And the thing that impresses me, two things come to mind is first of all, John always talks about being fluid and being able to pivot. And I think we've seen some indications now that Price wasn't plan A at 32, that if they got stuck there, that it was potentially Chris Johnson, Keldrick Falk, Keelan Rutledge, that those were potentially some possibilities, that he kind of dropped some hints. And then they pivoted to Price. They were frustrated. They couldn't move down. I think that was part of the plan. Even if they had moved down and taken Price, I think a lot of the fan base that was a little iffy about taking a running back early, that would have satiated a lot of them. But then what I like the most when I look at this group and how they were able to manage the board and add picks and then target specific players is a lot of teams, even in 2026 with all the information at hand and all the analytics and everything else, a lot of teams, I think I get the feeling sometimes, I could be wrong, not that they're throwing darts at a dartboard, but they just kind of go pick to pick and they go, let's just take the best player that we can right here.
Right.
Whereas the way Seattle does this is they have a vision and they have a plan. And one of their plans going into this draft, and I was told this, but I mean, I think even before I was told this, we talked about this concept, is what's their biggest kind of kryptonite Achilles heel is it's still the matchup with that Rams offense with Matthew Stafford. And so to target specific players in this draft, all the way through the process, we now know based on the things they said, Bud Clark and Julian Neal were two guys that they wanted to figure out a way to come out of this draft with, because specifically what they can do on the back end to help them match up better. Neal was some of the bigger receivers in this division that we don't really have anyone else of his body type. Clark, just a ball hawking center fielder and a guy with some positional versatility to help them match up better with that team. And then to me, what tied it all together is how aggressively they went out and figured out a way to get back into that void where they didn't have picks to target a specific lineman that they really, really liked and that fit, play style, demeanor, attitude, finishing, zone fit, all of that. To me, that kind of put this over the top and made it like a B+. I don't know anything about Emmanuel Henderson. He wasn't a guy that I was familiar with, so we'll see. And then Michael Dansby. I like the Andre Fuller pick a lot at that spot. I think that's one that was probably one of my most common 6th-round mocks anyway, just because we knew the interest was there and I really liked the tape. And then, so Dansby doesn't make sense to me. He doesn't make this roster in any way, shape, or form, I don't think. But then Devin Eastern was a little bit of a surprise, a little cherry on top that I wasn't expecting. So it's not perfect. There's some guys maybe that I would have liked better at 188 and then, the 39th pick in the 7th round, but that's really nitpicky. I think they found a way to get a bunch of value out of a tough draft class and guys that fit their vision and what they're trying to do to compete a little bit better against those offenses in the division.
So it's funny because I'm very aligned with both of you on this, where I look at this and I go, it's a B draft. Obviously, I'm going to watch the draft now, and see how it all maneuvered and everything and whatnot. But the thing for me is I look at Fuller and I look at Neal and I look at Clark and I go, those guys are all going to make impacts at some point. I think even Fuller, because I think Fuller, in honesty, I think Fuller's going to make Nehemiah Pritchett's job very uncertain because I think he is in some respects, a better player. And you got him later on, and he's going to add some value there. And I had a 6th round grade on Fuller. So, there's that. Dansby that they took, I'm pretty sure I had Dansby as a UDFA in my grading system of the thing. So again, I think I did. I think it's going to be really hard for him to make this team. But he could be a good practice squad player. Right
now the corners on their practice squad are older guys, right? Shamar Jean Charles and
yep, exactly.
And if you cut Nehemiah, you're not probably seeing him in the practice squad. He probably gets signed somewhere.
He gets signed. So if you say you're 5 corners this year that you're going to carry, because he carried 5 last year, I'm pretty sure, right? If I'm wrong, or was it 4?
I think you had 5.
It was 5, right? So if you go into this year with your 5 being Love, Witherspoon, or sorry, not Love, Job, Witherspoon, Neal, and Pritchett, and Fuller.
Yeah.
I think that's a pretty good group. Like, that's a solid group of corners that can kind of move around. Like, that's the thing. I think Fuller could slide inside if you needed some reps in there at that nickel spot, even if you needed it occasionally.
And our first reaction to the Fuller pick was like, okay, well now Noah Igbenogany's going to have a tough time making this roster.
Yes,
but
agreed.
I think he fits into that bucket where he's probably one of those veterans. He's bounced around the league now. He's probably a guy that doesn't get claimed, and you can still keep him on the practice squad. He's a guy that John's liked for a couple of years. He told us that, but he's your Shaq Griffin, Shamar Jean Charles. Now you get that kind of veteran, or your Artie Burns. The guy that can play inside or out, give you versatility if you have some injuries. And you keep him on the practice squad. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Brandon, I gotta ask you this: how much are you going to enjoy Roundtable on Tuesday? Because man, telling you're going to have to wear the therapy hat and just tell everyone it's okay. It's okay. You'll see through the darkness. It's okay. Because man, just watching some of the crash out videos of Jesse and Jake over this weekend. Oh man.
Well, that's the thing about it. It's nice is that you have times where guys draft guys, and then there's a disagreement where they're going to be like, well, I love him. I don't care what you think. And then I got to sit there and get in this big argument with like, you guys, you're BSing me. You're doing the Homer thing. Don't do that. I know what you're doing. But in this case, to your point, both of those two guys, Mike's going to be like that. But those two guys are going to be like, holy hell, what the hell happened? And even in Mike's case, you took Carson Beck with the first pick in the 3rd round. Shut up and go to the corner. Go to the corner.
And those guys they'll try to poke holes in our draft class. They'll try to come at you with something. But
the thing with it is I can supersede that in an instant because I can come down to 226, boys. 226 is what this is about. 2026. So you want to talk about your guys' class? You ain't getting jack shit out of this class next year. Neither of you are. Yep. Neither of you are. Stribling's going to have 15 catches and 260 yards, and you know it. So I'm getting something out of mine. I know that these guys are going to see the field. I know they're going to be playing snaps. I know they're going to be helping this team out. You can't say that. You're all in the hopes of that maybe sometime down the future. I mean, the defensive tackle you drafted, for instance, Halton. Who did you trade for from the Cowboys? What position does he play? What position does McClellan play? You also have three tech Alfred Collins. So we got three techs, only enough for probably more really two reps. So this Halton guy's going to get no reps this year. So you threw the pick for another year down the line. You have CJ, you got the kid from Indiana you took 2, who's kind of a tweener between 1 tech and 3 tech sometimes as well. So they're not going to be able to make that case at all anywhere across the board on this. Rams, especially with Jake, he's got nowhere to go. At least the 49ers got a couple picks like Stribling where you can be like, okay, I overdrafted the guy, but he's going to at least get out there and be on the field and do something for us. Rams got nothing. There is 0 in their class. Jake's just going to be sitting there turning his pockets inside out with lint balls. That's all he's got.
Oh man, I'm so excited to tune into that episode and just watch and just be there with my popcorn going, oh, this is great. I'm just gonna watch Brandon just fire away. Brandon, go for it.
Oh, I'm triggering people the whole stream. I'm just gonna be like, can you believe it, Jesse? Can you believe it? They keep doing it, man. They just don't want your linemen, do they, Jesse? They hate your linemen, huh? Tell us about it, Jesse.
God.
Tell us where the bad man touched you.
Draw us a picture.
Draw us a picture where the bad man didn't draft your offensive lineman.
And he's just going to draw a picture of John Lynch.
Oh, God.
That's real talk. That's real talk.
Man. But like, it's kind of interesting to me a little bit because I look at like what the 49ers did. And their draft reminds me so much of what those post Super Bowl ones with the Seahawks were like, where we were reaching on guys a bit, like, and just like, why are we taking this guy here? Or going, well, shit, I had a 6th round grade and we're taking him in the 3rd. And it was just like that, to your point, Brendan, that really need focused one. Except I look at the 49ers and I go, did they really even draft for their needs? Like, or did they just reach on areas they need, like, thought they needed some things? Like, I don't know. I don't know.
They've been doing the first round. They've been doing this exact first round wide receiver, which is basically what Stribling is, where they took him, right? End of the first round. Then they've been going next pick to the edge, right? That's that Drake Jackson thing they did recently on that's failed out on him before. And then they always come back around to the running back in the 3rd round. And this has failed out on them multiple times, this very approach. So they're doing the definition of insanity first and foremost here. Beyond what these guys give them, this is the definition. This approach is failing. This approach is failing. This approach is failing. Hey, you know what we should try? Let's try that failing approach again this year. Okay, this time it'll probably work. Boom, you throw it out again. It's not going to work. And so I come back to going, what we're showing it right now, Romello Height. He'll come in. He can't play the run. You can only play him in pass downs. So you better be up in football games if you're going to have him see the field. Mm-hmm. And Kalen Black, we know McCaffrey's going to get 1 million carries again because they can draft these guys, but you still have Garendo on the roster. So he's probably going to be behind Garendo, especially because he's not really a fit to the system with the quickness stuff necessarily. Holton's going to be behind those 3 guys on the front. Priceock, you better run him in press 24/7, I guess. They're going to go to blitzing all the time now because if not, you try him in off coverage, he's smoked. Carver Willis is the only one that's like acceptable to me on that list, but I think all of it's boring, it's unimaginative, and it has a high likelihood to repeat the same failures that have happened over and over again because they're taking the same exact approach, note for note.
We talked about how a couple of years ago they were loaded with blue chippers, and that's why they were so competitive. In my opinion, there's not a single player on this list that even has blue chip upside.
Mm-hmm.
Like the ceiling here of the ceilings of a couple of these guys are contributors, rotational players, role guys. I don't know, man. I don't know. And I was you were talking about running backs. I was just kind of scrolling back through and man, it's worse than I thought. Elijah Mitchell in 2021, he was a 6th rounder. And then they come back the next year, they go Tyrion Davis Price in the 3rd round. He's out of the league after 43 touches. The next year they skip on running back, but that's so they can take a kicker in the 3rd round. And then 2024, Isaac Garendo in the 4th round. Apparently he wasn't good enough. You turn around again, you take Jordan James in the 5th round last year, and then you take Kylon Black in the 3rd round again this year, a guy that we all agree was severely overdrafted when there were some other guys. The thing I thought of you, Bryce, when they took him, because I would have thought with what they do and how they like to involve the running backs in the passing game and how important pass protection is and everything else, your guy Jonah Coleman would have made a hell of a lot more sense. And that would have made me sit up and go, oh, okay, they actually just did something smart.
Yes, exactly. Like if I would have thought if it had been me sitting there, I would have thought Jonah Coleman was the pick. When they took Black, I like Black. Don't get me wrong. You guys heard me in Mobile. I liked Black, but I saw the limitations and went, his film, he's a 5th round back. Like he's the guy you go, okay, you're going to come in and be our change of pace or our, like what we had Travis Homer for in a lot of ways.
I was going to say Justin Forsett, but yeah, Travis Homer's a pretty decent.
Yeah, there's a similar kind of comp to that's what you're asking him to do. You don't want him to be the end all be all of your backfield. And, you want a guy that you can trust. And I was going, okay, 49ers here, Jonah Coleman makes sense. Even Emmett Johnson, Mike Washington, and then all of a sudden it's Black. And I'm going, I was honestly, guys, to me, that might, outside of Ty Simpson, that was probably the other most shocking pick. I would say it was more shocking they went there than Carson Beck going to the Cardinals. Because I can expect the Cardinals to do something dumb like that and take a quarterback that's the tattooed version of Kevin Kolb.
Yeah.
That I love that the Kevin Kolb thing gets Brandon smiling there because he can just see it in his mind. He's like, he's Kevin Kolb. He's Kevin Kolb that tried to be a gangster.
Yeah, no, I can see the vision on it for sure. I think too, the list you just said, Dan, throw on top of that, by the way, 3 more picks, because that was the cost to go get Christian McCaffrey as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. And they had such a good run there with, Jeff Wilson and then oh shoot, who's the other kid I'm blanking out on that went to
Breida,
Mostert, Matt
yeah,
Breida.
kind of scrap heap guys late in the career, just and finding a good role for him. And so they got tremendous value out of those guys, and they didn't have to. Was Wilson a draft pick of theirs? He wasn't a very high one, but Mostert was a guy who kind of picked around the league, looked like his career was behind him. That makes sense. You take those guys and kind of rescue them, the way that the Mariners kind of take failing pitchers and make bullpen guys out of them and get the most out of them. But to continue to put that kind of draft capital in them and not have any of them hit, at least the back-to-back years when the Seahawks took running backs in the second round, and they took so much crap from all the Ben Baldwin guys and the running backs don't matter crew, but both of them turned out to be really good players and helped them win a championship. The Niners can't even get one of these guys to stick for 2 years to keep them from drafting another one.
Yep. They got a type. Running backs who aren't good enough to crack the rotation, and wide receivers who don't get open, but they take them early in the first or second round.
Well, and I think that if you look at it, Dan, a little bit of the problem here becomes too that they're not choosing to pick a real true lane on this when you go third round running back, because you're not going for the best running backs at the top of the draft, but you're also not trying to really find the value of day 3 where we know we can oftentimes find this. You're sort of splitting the difference a little bit. And I think that does make sense when you look at their commitment to the offensive line, specifically how few resources they've been willing to put in the offensive line over the last 4 or 5 years. Yeah. And that one doesn't add the other. They're doing the thing where they're sort of hoping, let's land on that star running back that somebody else misses at the front of the draft. And then that star running back will overcome where our blocking is at, what we can do within the system to open up holes per se. It just it's not a proper way. And he knows better, Shanahan, than to kind of run it this way and try to take this approach.
Yeah, but AI told him something different. Chat GPT told him something different.
Yeah,
that's true.
I got to find one of Dan, you and me. I think when we go to training camp this year, we got to sneak in to the VMAC and we got to get ourselves these mechanic shirts. I want one so bad.
Yeah.
Or do we get mechanic shirts made with the Syndicate logo on them and wear them at training camp this year?
I mean, Vistaprint, baby. Kalon Black. Dane had Kalon as his 10th running back in this class, and they took.
Well, let's see for me where he figures in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I had him at 9, so right on par.
Yep.
I was saying.
Saw just 12 targets. Had 12 targets in 29 games, but he's going to fit that offense. Yeah, and he's 24 years old. He'll be 20. Yeah, wow.
The other thing I found so weird was how many tight ends went in this one.
We talked about it more than ever in the modern era. It's a new record in 2020. What was it? I found. I think it was 2023. There were 18 of them, and there were 20. At least 20 went. We lost count. More tight ends. And last year was supposed to be this historically good tight end class. 15 went last year, and this year over 20. Did you see the soundbite from James Gladstone to try to rationalize their first pick, the guy that was drafted like 100 earlier?
Yes.
Where he said, well, we know that the data showed us that teams this year, the trend in the league with offense this year is that teams were going to target bigger tight ends, and so we wanted to get a jump on that and get ahead of that. So we took
that's such dumb logic.
100.
Oh gosh.
Too soon. When 20 of them, apparently there were 18 more of them were draftable, but they had to get that guy.
Like, put it this way, guys. With this class coming in and what we lost in free agency, did the Seahawks take a step back from where they ended the year? Are they still even? Or are they potentially in a situation where they might have got a bit better?
Depends on how the rookies perform and how healthy they are to determine if they can have the immediate requisite production that their predecessors had. So I'm talking about, can Bud Clark not be noticeably worse than Kobe? Can Jadarian Price do a lot of the things that we saw from K9, but with the obvious issue that his carries are probably going to be more split out between himself, Wilson, and maybe Horlani and whoever the fourth running back could be, if they do carry a fourth running back. And then is Julian Neal going to have his growing pains, but not be as frustrating as Reek Woolen, so to speak?
That's when I think when you look at just a roster building standpoint, like obviously this is all projection and we're all feeling very optimistic and positive right now, but you essentially replaced your third corner with Julian Neal, and you did so, and we like the upside and the length and the physicality is better than it was with Reek and the run defense, but you did it at a fraction of what Reek would have cost you to retain. We all like Kobe Bryant, but you replace him with a guy that's maybe the best ball hawking safety in this draft and a guy with positional versatility that McDonald has a vision for at a fraction of the cost that it would have cost to retain Kobe Bryant. You got a running back that I think we all agree has as much explosive upside as Ken Walker at his best at a fraction of the cost, right? Literally, what did we see yesterday? The guaranteed money, the money on his deal total without the fifth-year option is $17 million. And Ken's getting 16 a year from the Chiefs. And so I think when you start to look at it that way, it's hard to argue that they took a step back. There's less certainty. Sure, this is based on projection, but I think just from a resource management and roster building standpoint, I think they did as well as they could given the overall quality of the class.
And I think it's a clear upgrade for the fact that Bud Clark's not replacing Kobe Bryant. Tayakata is replacing Kobe Bryant.
Yeah.
He's replacing Tayakata. And it's clear and
at it.
Huh? Yeah.
That's even better way to look at it. Yeah.
And it's clear and far away to me that Neal is a supremely better player than Nehemiah Pritchett, whatever steps forward Nehemiah Pritchett has taken. There's not a competition on this between these two guys, and we're going to see that in camp very clearly early on. So comes down to Walker and Woolen. I think that in the case of Neal, he's a better tackler than Woolen. We'll see if he can hold up as well in coverage, but the tackling is an upgrade clearly on that part of it, on top of versatility, which Woolen was an outside corner, pure and simple, and that was what he was going to give you. And then you look to the offensive side of the ball, it is Walker, and I think it is kind of a wash, especially when you talk about the production you'll get from the position with an offensive line that's all returned. And my final point of this would be, of course, that thing I've mentioned many times over, all of this stuff, plus the third youngest roster in the NFL, getting another year older in development. All of that, plus that, makes Seattle better in 2026, in my opinion.
Well, I would also add to that, the only significant piece you lost on offense this year was Ken Walker. Yep. Well, obviously you'll lose Charbonnet for part of the season, but in terms of who's going to be definitely not here in 2026, it's just Walker. Everybody else is still there. And let's say the defense does take a step back, which just on statistical probability is more likely, that they won't be overwhelmingly the best defense in the league. Maybe they'll be second or third. There'll be a drop off here and there. There'll be injuries. There's some other variants. I think it's the offense that can get better. And if the offense gets better to the point where it offsets the potential decline on defense, at worst, it's a wash. Like if Seattle's defense is third best, but the offense is now sixth best, as opposed to like a borderline top 10 offense, but the best defense in the league, what you do have is just basically a more balanced team. You got an elite offense and an elite defense instead of kind of like very good, not quite elite offense, and then elite defense. And then I'm not worried about special teams whatsoever. So that's where I can see Seattle being better, is that the offense is better to the point where they can overcome any potential defensive decline, at the requisite level.
Yeah. It's fair. So I'll ask you this, outside of Price, which rookie that got drafted do you think has the most chance of making the biggest impact on the team this year?
Stevens.
Neal.
I think it's Stevens if he takes the starting job, because now you're not only getting a guy that gets you an upgrade at the position, but you're moving. You are moving at that point Bradford in a trade, and be it maybe you only get a 5th, 6th round pick for him in future draft. Now we're back up to 12 picks for next draft. So it's not only you're having an upgrade, but you've gotten a draft pick. on his development's return of that. So that has the ultimately as much initial potential as anything else. Because I think in the case of Fuller and Clark, they find a role, they find the field, as you said earlier, Dan. But I do think it's more role-ish based. I think, for instance, I do think it's Clark's your dime safety this year. That's their dime cornerback this year.
Well, and
what's what I see him at.
What's the biggest frustration? What's his biggest weakness? Pass protection. And you upgrade that. Bo Stevens, to the point you made earlier today, this many sacks allowed over the last 2 years for Iowa. The pass protection is pretty legit. You keep Sam Darnold upright, and maybe it allows you to use. Maybe you don't have to go 6-man protections as much. They did that as one of the highest rates in the league last year. That really opens things up on offense, and I think makes a huge impact.
Yeah,
I tend to lean with you guys on Stevens as well, because I think the other thing it gives you is, and what I'll say is, I feel like it'll actually improve our screen game to the running backs. Because one thing I noticed when I went back watching the film, there were a lot of screens to Zabel and Cross's side, and there weren't a lot going to that right side. I think part of that is just working in space, and Anthony Bradford out in space is not a great thing. Bo Stevens is another good move out, get outside, let him go kind of rumble down the field like we had Gray Zabel last year. I think you could see, that being a massive factor for Seattle as that screen game develops a little bit further now that you can go on both sides a little bit more.
And if I know you, Bryce, you're like me. And one of the things that made me smile the widest after Thursday night in their post-draft press conference was Mike McDonald calling out how much more he wants to get the running backs involved in the passing game. And then they just hired a guy as OC that came from a system that does that as well as anyone in the league. That warmed my heart.
Oh yeah, I agree.
Boy, did it ever. Well, you guys, I'm probably kind of starting to wind down myself a little bit here.
11 and a half hours. Sorry.
11 and a half hours in here. Was there anything else you guys kind of wanted to dive into this with us on this? Or are you guys okay with us kind of putting sorry, Bryce, to kind of be on the end here, but I'm definitely
no, I am to be honest, guys, I just want to congratulate all of you for doing the 11 and a half hours of streaming. I promise next year I will not be coaching. It was unfortunate that I did have to coach today, and I kind of feel bad that I wasn't able to carry as much of the load today as I should have been able to give you guys a bit of a break. But just congrats to you guys. It was a lot of fun to be able to do this. Looking forward to training camp with you guys, looking forward to the draft next year and all of that. And guys, we're ready to rumble again for another Super Bowl and go back to back. And I think I'll say this, I think there's a good chance this team is better suited to handle the back-to-back than the first time we tried to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
That's very well said.
Were you aware of at all, or did you do any study on the Northwestern kid that they signed, Aiden Hubbard?
Let's see if I did any. I don't. The name when I got told sounded very. I had him. Yes, actually, I did. I did. He is a UDFA in my my board. I have him as like the third or fourth UDFA on my board, so high up there in that edge group. But I see a bit of Connor O'Toole. I see a bit of that game to him a little bit.
He's got more power. He's got
way more power. I'll give you that. He's got way more power. But he's one of those guys where I'm like, you could sneak him probably onto the practice squad.
Yeah. He was. I mean, I pulled up YouTube after the signing and just watched one highlight reel, and it's like, okay. I thought he reminded me of another Hubbard. I don't know if he's related, but he had a little Sam Hubbard, I thought, in his game.
He is intriguing. He's probably the most intriguing of the ones we've looked at so far.
No running back either. I was wrong. I've been adamant that I think they're still going to add a running back in UDFA, but maybe like we were talking about earlier, maybe the agents just don't think the demand's there because there's just so many bodies.
Well, I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, and I'll ask our resident know-it-all in Mookie, Jacardier Wright, theoretically, could he not participate in this because he was practice squad all year and participate in the portion of rookie, because they sometimes allow those guys to?
Yeah, I think so.
We were wondering about that earlier. Someone asked if Milrow is eligible to participate.
I don't think so, because he was active and he made the 53. but Jacardier Wright went on IR, practice squad IR, and never ever was activated for a game. So I'm almost certain he's allowed to participate in rookie minicamp because he basically just taxed a year essentially.
Yeah, well, he doesn't have a credited season,
Right.
so I think that would be enough for him to get a rookie minicamp opportunity. Milroe, I think he would have a credited season because he's been active for enough games, and I mean he's been on the roster all season, wasn't injured. If there are veterans who go to rookie minicamp, I think you're allowed like a handful, but it has to be like outside your roster, so Milroe wouldn't count.
Let's see. According to John Lynch, ChatGPT, players from the year before can participate, but only if they fit the NFL CBA category. It's not strictly rookies only. Current year rookies, draft picks, undrafted free agents, rookie trial players, first year players. These are players who signed an NFL contract in a prior league year, but have not earned a pension credited season. Well, Milroe would have, and he would have had a pension credited season. Okay. So
Milroe would have, but I don't think Jacardier would have because he was practice squad IR.
Yeah. Yeah. What are the pension rules? Yeah. Let's see. Let's ask that.
We're getting deep in the stream, boys. We're like to the point of checking on second year rookie camp eligibility for the 9th running back on the depth chart. I think we've covered it.
Hey, we go beyond.
I think we've gotten it. That's it.
Here it is.
We've got the canary in the coal mine, man. Tweet.
We want to deliver the truth to the people. A pension credited season is earned when a player is on full pay status for at least 3 regular season games. So Jacardier Wright can absolutely participate in rookie minicamp.
There you go. So we unturned that stone, Brandon. It's unturned.
This is the kind of stuff you get from the syndicate that you don't get anywhere else.
Exactly.
And it's free. It's free.
Well, we left no stone unturned on this one, folks. Every dotted I, T crossed. I can't even say it. We got it all done here today. What a great show with you guys and doing this 3-day coverage. It will certainly be the start of a yearly tradition here for us and being able to do this. I really appreciate you guys rocking with me for the full day, 3 days on this and doing this, as it is a hell of a commitment. But we had a great turnout here. I think we got over 1,700 at one point today. I might have got over above it, given time or another. So we had a great turnout from everyone. Everyone out there, if you can do me this favor for it, it's a free thing. And a lot of times with channels like ours that run, it's very hard to get people to sub. They'll watch, but it's hard to get them subbed up. But subbing up is a big deal. So Seahawks Forever with Dan Viennes, the Hawks Eye here with Bryce Coots. There's nothing necessarily sub to here, but if you're not checking out field goals and cover what they do and covering the action, looking at the UDFAs right now, you want to see the list of UDFAs? Go right now to their site. They got the complete list. You don't have to go searching through Twitter with that stupid search functionality. So get on over there. Of course, here at the Hawks Nest as well. Get subbed up, like up to all these guys. They do fantastic work. If you're watching any of the lead up to this draft, you know that they were shaking the bushes, doing everything they can to look as many prospects as they could. That's with all of us trying to cover into the Super Bowl late. So these guys put in the work. They do great coverage, great entertainment. We're going to be doing the syndicate here throughout the off season. But please do get subbed up, hit that like button to these guys because they more than deserve it. And again, it's absolutely positively free. So it doesn't cost you guys anything to do so.
And I'll just remember you threw that number out there. And I feel like we were around that number all 3 nights of the draft. And we all understand that, the last month or so, maybe the views haven't necessarily been there because there wasn't as much to get excited about for the fans with only 4 picks, but the commitment of people to join us here and then hang with us in and out and throughout the entire process, knowing that we're not the only ones out there doing this. And, you've talked about it, Brandon, so eloquently about just the overall quality. And we think the Seahawks content creator community is the best in the league. You have the best team. You also have the best content creators, and we all respect each other. And those guys are all doing stuff too. And for you to choose to be here with us, it means a tremendous amount to us. Thank you.
Very, very well said. Bryce, Mookie, final thoughts.
Bryce, you want to go first?
Go first, Mookie. I was last to the party.
All right. It was amazing doing all this live streaming. I mean, we put through the ringer. Of course, I am doing this and writing simultaneously at field goals.
You've been tweeting the whole time too. Impressive.
I'm doing some serious multitasking with my other computer and my laptop here, but it was fun to do. Can't wait to do this again. Not live stream necessarily, but certainly reconvene for training camp when we're all there, and maybe for more than 2 practices. And also just a shout out to Rob Staten, who joined us earlier. And by earlier, I mean about 10 hours ago, to give us way more time than he had planned to give us. So it kept things lively.
He's probably already gone to bed and woken up again to start his next.
I don't think he ever sleeps. But with Rob on, it also gave us a lot of entertainment and insightful discussion during a time in which Seattle didn't pick. Because by the time he left, Seattle started to do the trading.
Right. Yeah, it would have been fun to have him on when the Stevens thing happened. It's
for sure.
Oh, yeah.
All right, guys. That was awesome.
Bryce, last thoughts, Bryce. Wrap us up here.
Honestly, guys, for me, like, again, Dan, Brandon, both you guys have amazing channels, and me, again, being kind of the young pup in this, you guys have led a great way for me and to help build my community. So again, I appreciate all the hard work you guys do every year, every day with your grind daily to create content for the Seahawks community. And it leads people like me to just kind of keep reinventing and pushing ourselves to meet the standard you and so many others have put out there. And so doing these, 3 days of draft coverage, and even though I was late today, it was a lot of fun, and it was fun to bounce things off you guys and see where all of our brains are. And the Seahawks Syndicate that we have built here in the last season of the Seahawks has been so awesome, and I can't wait to see how it grows and it changes and it gets better through the coming years. It's going to be a lot of fun. And again, to all of our viewers out there, I'm so grateful for you all that stay and comment and give us the support that you do, because if it wasn't for you guys, we wouldn't be doing it. And that's the reality of it. So we appreciate all the time that you guys have out there as viewers to watch our stuff.
Yeah. Amen. Very well said. Very well said. It's a pleasure and honor doing this with you guys. It's going to be a great year again, getting out of training camp with you guys. We will be back soon again here with the Syndicate. Quick shout out again to Prize Picks for showing the love to both Dan Viennes and me here on the channel. Use our code HMA, get $5 lineup matched by $50. Terms and conditions do apply, but that's a hell of a deal. They've got, look at Dan peeking over. See how he's intrigued he is? Look at how intrigued those eyes are. Bryce getting intrigued. You should be intrigued. It's in every state, not entirely in Washington yet, but get out there to a casino in Washington. You can use the app in full. $5 lineup, $50 they put into your account. You can't beat that deal. Basketball, baseball. Hell, you can even have done it on this draft, picking the players on this draft. Take advantage of it today. Shout out to them. Shout out to you guys. Big shout out to you for all that hung in with us. Over 1,300 still, 12 hours into the chat. You guys are the real heroes out there, and what you guys do hanging with us, repping with us, rocking with us every time we go live. And don't you think it's not appreciated from the bottom of our hearts. You can be watching anywhere, but you watch with us, you hung with us, man. So very appreciated. And thank you for all the support as well. 74 donos and member messages today on top of all that. That's tremendous. We will be back soon with the Syndicate. The Syndicate never sleeps. We see all, we know all, we're watching. We will return, and we will return with a vengeance here with hopefully some good news, maybe a major move, maybe just aim it. We'll keep you on your toes. But until then, Seahawks fans, we're going to get this right, and I ain't going to count down. I'm just going to say, because we got this now. I got confidence. All right, we're in the pocket. We're champions. I ain't going to do a 1, 2, 3. Don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.
Our best one ever. That was the
best one ever. Best one.